Critical Race Theory. The Key Writings that formed the movement. Edited by Kimberly Crenshaw, Neil Gotanda, Gary Peller, and Kendall Thomas. 1. Contents. Part 1. Intellectual Precursors, Early Criticism of Conventional Civil Rights Discourse. Derek A. Bell, Jr., Integration Ideals and Client Interests 5 in School Desegregation Litigation. Derek A. Bell, Jr. Brown v. Board of Education and the Interest Convergence Dilemma. 20. Alan David Freeman, A Critical Review. 29 of Supreme Court Doctrine. Richard Delgado, The Imperial Scholar, Reflections on a Review of Civil Rights Literature. 46. Part 2. Critical Race Theory and Critical Legal Studies, Contestation and Coalition. Mari Matsuda. Looking to the Bottom, Critical Legal Studies and Reparations. Harlan L. Dalton. The Clouded Prism, Minority Critique of the Critical Legal Studies Movement. Anthony E. Cook. Beyond Critical Legal Studies, The Reconstructive Theology of Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. Kimberly Williams. Crenshaw. Race, Reform, and Retrenchment, Transformation and Legitimation in Anti-Discrimination Law. Part 3. Toward a Critical Cultural Pluralism, Progressive Alternatives to Mainstream Civil Rights Ideology. Gary Peller. Race Consciousness. Duncan Kennedy. A Cultural Pluralist Case for Affirmative Action in Legal Academia. Gerald Torres and Catherine Milun. Translating Yanandio by Precedent and Evidence, The Mishpi Indian Case. Patricia J. Willems. Metro Broadcasting Incorporated v. FCC, Regrouping in Singular Times. Part 4. Critical Race Theory and Legal Doctrine. Lonnie Guinier. Charles R. Lawrence, 3. The ID, the Ego, and Equal Protection, Reckoning with Unconscious Racism. Neil Gotanda. A Critique of Our Constitution is Colorblind. Cheryl I. Harris. Linda Green. Race in the 21st Century, Equality Through Law. Derek A. Bell, Jr. Racial Realism. Part 5. The Search for an Oppositional Voice. John O'Calmore. Critical Race Theory, Archie Shepp, and Fire Music, Securing an Authentic Intellectual Life in a Multicultural World. Tanya Lovell Banks. Two Life Stories, Reflections of One Black Woman Law Professor. Charles R. Lawrence, 3. The Word and the River, Pedagogy as Scholarship as Struggle. Part 6. The Intersection of Race and Gender. Kimberly Williams. Crenshaw, Intersectionality, Identity Politics, and Violence Against Women of Color. Dorothy E. Roberts. Women of Color, Equality, and the Right of Privacy. Regina Austin. Sapphire Bound. Part 7. Race and Postmodernism. Jane Chong-Soon Lee. Navigating the Topology of Race. Richard Thompson Ford. The Boundaries of Race, Political Geography in Legal Analysis. Kendall Thomas. Rougit Noir Reread, A Popular Constitutional History of the Angelo Herndon Case. Forward. Critical race theory is the most exciting development in contemporary legal studies. This comprehensive movement in thought and life, created primarily, though not exclusively, by progressive intellectuals of color, compels us to confront critically the most explosive issue in American civilization, the historical centrality and complicity of law in upholding white supremacy, and concomitant hierarchies of gender, class, and sexual orientation. The pioneering works of the late, visionary legal scholar Robert Cover and the distinguished judge and pioneering historian A. Leon Higginbotham, Jr., were prophetic voices in the legal wilderness a few decades ago. But their focus on the fundamental role of race in the formation of American law was marginalized in the American Legal Academy. Hence, the doings and sufferings of indigenous people, Latin-, Asian-, and African Americans remained, for the most part, hidden in American legal education. When Derek Bell, Jr., began to question the basic assumptions of the law's treatment of people of color in the leading law reviews, the essays that opened this collection, he was virtually the lone dissenter in the arena of legal scholarship. The genesis of critical race theory as a scholarly and politically committed movement in law is historic. Critical race theorists have, for the first time, examined the entire edifice of contemporary legal thought and doctrine from the viewpoint of law's role in the construction and maintenance of social domination and subordination. In the process, they not only challenged the basic assumptions and presuppositions of the prevailing paradigms among mainstream liberals and conservatives in the legal academy, but also confronted the relative silence of legal radicals, namely critical legal studies writers who deconstructed liberalism, yet seldom addressed the role of deep-seated racism in American life. These pages reflect the complex set of inquiries that critical race theorists have pursued in the process of mounting an intellectual and political opposition to the prevailing ideology of contemporary American law. What does it mean to engage in theoretical activity at this downbeat moment in American society and culture? How do we candidly incorporate experiences of intense alienation and subordination into the subtle way of doing theory in American academy? What are the new constructive frameworks that result from the radical critiques of the prevailing paradigms in United States legal education? What is our vocation as oppositional intellectuals who choose to stay in a legal academy of which we do not feel fully a part? How can liberation-minded scholars of color engage with white radical intellectuals without falling into the pitfalls of coalitions between such groups in the 60s? In short, critical race theory is an intellectual movement that is both particular to our postmodern and conservative times and part of a long tradition of human resistance and liberation. On the one hand, the movement highlights a creative and tension-ridden fusion of theoretical self-reflection, formal innovation, radical politics, existential evaluation, reconstructive experimentation, and vocational anguish. But like all bold attempts to reinterpret and remake the world to reveal silenced suffering and to relieve social misery, critical race theorists put forward novel readings of a hidden past that disclose the flagrant shortcomings of the treacherous present in the light of unrealized though not unrealizable possibilities for human freedom and equality. Reading these pages, one cannot help but conclude that this had been a barbaric century for the legal academy, which has, wittingly or not, constructed for the justificatory framework for shameful social practices that continue to this day. Critical race theory is a gasp of emancipatory hope that law can serve liberation rather than domination. Cornell West Harvard University. Introduction. J. Big One's volume offers representative, though by no means exhaustive, compilation of the growing body of legal scholarship known as critical race theory, CRT. As we conceive it, critical re-embraces a movement of left scholars, most of them scholars of color, or, situated in law schools, whose work challenges 1. The ways in which race and racial power are constructed and represented, in American legal culture and more generally in American society. In assembling and editing these essays, we have tried both to provide a sense of the intellectual genesis of this project and to map the main methodological directions that critical race theory has taken since its inception. Toward these ends, the essays in the first few parts are arranged roughly in the chronological order of their publication. The remaining parts, however, are devoted to the most important methodological strands of critical race theory today. We have chosen to present the substance of the original essays rather than small portions of a greater number of works, in the interest of providing the reader with texts that retain as much of their complexity, context, and nuance as possible. As these writings demonstrate, there is no canonical set of doctrines or methodologies to which we all subscribe. Although critical race scholarship differs in object, argument, accent, and emphasis, it is unified by two common interests. The first is to understand how a regime of white supremacy and its subordination of people of color have been created and maintained in America, and, in particular, to 5. Examine the relationship that social structure and professed ideals such as the rule of law and equal protection. The second is a between law and racial power, but to change it. The essays gathered here thus share an ethical commitment to human liberation even if we reject conventional notions of what such a conception means, and though we often disagree, even among ourselves, over its specific direction. This ethical aspiration finds its most obvious concrete expression in the pursuit of engaged, even adversarial, scholarship. The writings in this collaboration may be read as contributions _X to what Edward Said has called fantithetical null DGE, the development of counteraccounts of social reality by subversive and subaltern elements of the reigning order. Critical race theory, like the critical legal studies movement with which we are often allied, rejects the prevailing orthodoxy that scholarship should be or could be neutral and *objective. We believe that legal scholarship about race in America can never be written from a distance of detachment or with an attitude of objectivity. To the extent that racial power is exercised legally and ideologically, legal scholarship about race is an important site for the construction of that power, and thus is always a factor, if only ideologically, in the economy of racial power itself. To use a phrase from the existentialist tradition, there is no exit, no scholarly perch outside the social dynamics of racial power from which merely to observe and analyze. Scholarship plus the formal production, identification, and organization of what will be called knowledge is inevitably political. Each of the texts in this volume seeks in its own way not simply to explicate but also to intervene in the ideological contestation of race in America, and to create new, oppositionist accounts of race. The aspect of our work which most markedly distinguishes it from conventional liberal and conservative legal scholarship about race and inequality is a deep dissatisfaction with traditional civil rights discourse. As several of the authors in this collection demonstrate, the reigning contemporary American ideologies about race were built in the 60s and 70s around an implicit social compact. This compact held that racial power and racial justice would be understood in very particular ways. Racial justice was embraced in the American mainstream in terms that excluded radical or fundamental challenges to status quo institutional practices in American society by treating the exercise of racial power as rare and aberrational rather than as systemic and ingrained. The construction of racism from what Alan Freeman terms the perpetrator perspective restrictively conceived racism as an intentional, albeit irrational, deviation by a conscious wrongdoer from otherwise neutral, rational, and just ways of distributing jobs, power, prestige, and wealth. The adoption of this perspective allowed a broad cultural mainstream both explicitly to acknowledge the fact of racism and, simultaneously, to insist on its irregular occurrence and limited significance. As Freeman concludes, liberal race reform thus served to legitimize the basic myths of American meritocracy. In Gary Peller's depiction, this mainstream civil rights discourse on race relations was constructed in this way partly as a defense against the more radical ideologies of racial liberation presented by the black nationalist and black consciousness movements of the 60s and early 70s, and their less visible but intellectually subversive scholarly presentations by people such as James Turner, now a teacher in black studies at Cornell. In the construction of racism as the irrational and backward bias of believing that someone's race is important, the American cultural mainstream neatly linked the black left to the white racist right, according to this quickly coalesced consensus, because race consciousness characterized both white supremacists and black nationalists, it followed that both were racists. The resulting center of cultural common sense thus rested on the exclusion of virtually the entire domain of progressive thinking about race within colored communities. With its explicit embrace of race consciousness, critical race theory aims to re-examine the terms by which race and racism have been negotiated in American consciousness, and to recover and revitalize the radical tradition of race consciousness among African Americans and other peoples of color, a tradition that was discarded when integration, assimilation, and the ideal of colorblindness became the official norms of racial enlightenment. The image of a traditional civil rights discourse refers to the constellation of ideas about racial power and social transformation that were constructed partly by, and partly as a defense against, the mass mobilization of social energy and popular imagination in the civil rights movements of the late 50s and 60s. To those who participated in the civil rights movements firsthand, say, as part of the street and body politics engaged in by Reverend Martin Luther King, Jr.'s cotters in town after town across the South, the fact that they were part of a deeply subversive movement of mass resistance and social transformation was obvious. Our opposition to traditional civil rights discourse is neither a criticism of the civil rights movement nor an attempt to diminish its significance. On the contrary, as Anthony Cook's radical reading of King's theology and social theory makes explicit, we draw much of our inspiration and sense of direction from that courageous, brilliantly conceived, spiritually inspired, and ultimately transformative mass action. Of course, colored people made important social gains through civil rights reform, as did American society generally, in fact, but for the civil rights movement's victories against racial exclusion, this volume and the critical race theory movement generally could not have been taught at mainstream law schools. The law's incorporation of what several authors here call formal equality, the prohibition against explicit racial exclusion, like whites-only signs, marks a decidedly progressive moment in U.S. political and social history. However, the fact that civil rights advocates met with some success in the nation's courts and legislatures ought not obscure the central role the American legal order played in the de-radicalization of racial liberation movements. Along with the suppression of explicit white racism, the widely celebrated aim of civil rights reform, the dominant legal conception of racism as a discrete and identifiable act of prejudice based on skin color placed virtually the entire range of everyday social practices in America. Social practices developed and maintained throughout the period of formal American apartheid beyond the scope of critical examination or legal remediation. The affirmative action debate, which is discussed in several essays in this volume, provides a vivid example of what we mean. From its inception, mainstream legal thinking in the U.S. has been characterized by a curiously constricted understanding of race and power. Within this cramped conception of racial domi_nation, the evil of racism exists when and only when one can point to specific, discrete acts of racial discrimination, which is in turn narrowly defined as decision-making based on the irrational and irrelevant attribute of race. Given this essentially negative, indeed, dismissive view of racial identity and its social meanings, it was not surprising that mainstream legal thought came to embrace the ideal of colorblindness as the dominant moral compass of social enlightenment about race. Mainstream legal argument regarding race relations typically defended its position by appropriating Dr. King's injunction that a person should be judged by the content of his character rather than the color of his skin and wedding it to the regnant ideologies of equal opportunity and American meritocracy. Faced with this state of affairs, liberal proponents of affirmative action in legal and policy arenas who had just successfully won the formal adoption of basic anti-discrimination norms soon found themselves in a completely defensive ideological posture. Affirmative action requires the use of race as a socially significant category of perception and representation, but the deepest elements of mainstream civil rights ideology had come to identify such race consciousness as racism itself. Indeed, the problem here was not simply political and strategic. The predominant legal representation of racism as the mere recognition of race matched the personal views of many liberals themselves, creating for them a contradiction in their hearts as well as their words. Liberal anti-discrimination proponents proposed various ways to reconcile this contradiction. They characterized affirmative action as a merely exceptional remedy for past injustice, a temporary tool to be used only until equal opportunity is achieved, or a default mechanism for reaching discrimination that could not be proved directly. Separate but related liberal defenses of affirmative action hold that its beneficiaries have suffered from deprived backgrounds that require limited special consideration in the otherwise fully rational and unbiased competition for social goods, or that affirmative action promotes social diversity, a value which in the liberal vision is independent of, perhaps even at odds with, equality of opportunity or meritocracy. The poverty of the liberal imagination is belied by the very fact that liberal theories of affirmative action are framed in such defensive terms, and so clearly shaped by the felt need to justify this perceived departure from purportedly objective findings of merit, or the lack thereof. These apologetic strategies testify to the deeper ways civil rights reformism has helped to legitimize the very social practices in employment offices and admissions departments that were originally targeted for reform. By constructing discrimination as a deviation from otherwise legitimate selection processes, liberal race rhetoric affirms the underlying ideology of just deserts, even as it reluctantly tolerates limited exceptions to meritocratic mythology. Despite their disagreements about affirmative action, liberals and conservatives who embrace dominant civil rights discourse treat the category of merit itself as neutral and impersonal, outside of social power and unconnected to systems of racial privilege. Rather than engaging in a broad-scale inquiry into why jobs, wealth, education, and power are distributed as they are, mainstream civil rights discourse suggests that once the irrational biases of race consciousness are eradicated, everyone will be treated fairly, as equal competitors in a regime of equal opportunity. What we find most amazing about this ideological structure in retrospect is how very little actual social change was imagined to be required by the civil rights revolution. One might have expected a huge controversy over the dramatic social transformation necessary to eradicate the regime of American apartheid. By and large, however, the very same whites who administered explicit policies of segregation and racial domination kept their jobs as decision makers in employment offices of companies, admissions offices of schools, lending offices of banks, and so on. In institution after institution, progressive reformers found themselves struggling over the implementation of integrationist policy with the former administrators of segregation who soon regrouped as an old guard concerned over the deterioration of standards. The continuity of institutional authority between the segregationist and civil rights regimes is only part of the story. Even more dramatic, the same criteria for defining qualifications and merit used during the period of explicit racial exclusion continued to be used, so long as they were not directly racial. Racism was identified only with the outright formal exclusion of people of color. It was simply assumed that the whole rest of the culture, and the de facto segregation of schools, workplaces, and neighborhoods, would remain the same. The sheer taken for grantedness of this way of thinking would pose a formidable and practically insurmountable obstacle. Having rejected race consciousness in toto, there was no conceptual basis from which to identify the cultural and ethnic character of mainstream American institutions. They were thus deemed to be racially and culturally neutral. As a consequence, the deeply transformative potential of the civil rights movement's interrogation of racial power was successfully aborted as a piece of mainstream American ideology. Within the predominantly white law school culture where most of the authors represented. In this volume spent professional time, the Jaws embrace of civil rights in the war and court era is proclaimed as the very hallmark of justice under the rule of law. In our view, the legislation of the civil rights movement and its integration into the mainstream common sense as assumptions in the late 60s and early 70s were premised on a tragically narrow and conservative picture of the goals of racial justice and the domains of racial power. Etlins of this introduction, we describe as matters both of institutional politics and intellectual inquiry how we have come to these kinds of conclusions. In his essay on the Angelo Herndon case, Kendall Thomas describes and pursues a central project of critical race scholarship, the use of critical historical method to show that the contemporary structure of civil rights rhetoric is not the natural or inevitable meaning of racial justice but, instead, a collection of strategies and discourses born of and deployed in particular political, cultural, and institutional conflicts and negotiations. Our goal here is similar. We hope to situate the strategies and discourses of critical race theory within the broader intellectual and social currents from which we write, as well as within the specific workplace and institutional positions where we are located and from which we struggle. The emergence of critical race theory in the 80s, we believe, marks an important point in the history of racial politics in the legal academy and, we hope, in the broader conversation about race and racism in the nation as a whole. As we experienced it, mostly as law students or beginning law professors, the boundaries of acceptable race discourse had become suddenly narrowed, in the years from the late 60s to the late 70s and early 80s, both in legal institutions and in American culture more generally. In the law schools we attended, there were definite liberal and conservative camps of scholars and students. While the debate in which these camps engaged were clearly important, for example, how the law should define and identify illegal racial power, the reigning discourse seemed, at least to us, ideologically impoverished and technocratic. In constitutional law, for example, it was well settled that government-sanctioned racial discrimination was prohibited, and that legally enforced segregation constituted such discrimination. That victory was secured in Brown v. Board of Education and its progeny. In the language of the 14th Amendment, race is a suspect classification which demands judicial strict scrutiny. Race relations thus represent an exception to the general deference that mainstream constitutional theory accords democratically elected institutions. Racial classifications violate the Equal Protection Clause unless they both serve a compelling governmental interest and further, are no broader than necessary to achieve that goal. Within the conceptual boundaries of these legal doctrines, mainstream scholars debated whether discrimination should be defined only as intentional government action, or whether the tort-like de facto test should be used when government actions had predictable, racially skewed results, or whether the racial categories implicit in affirmative action policy should be legally equivalent to those used to burden people of color and therefore also be subject to strict scrutiny. And then whether remedying past social discrimination was a sufficiently compelling and determinate goal to survive strict scrutiny. And so on. In all these debates we identified, of course, with the liberals against the intent requirement established in Washington v. Davis, the affirmative action limitations of Bakke, and later Croson, the curtailment of the state action doctrine resulting in the limitation of sites where constitutional anti-discrimination norms would apply, and so on. Yet the whole discourse seemed to assume away the fundamental problem of racial subordination whose examination was at the center of the work so many of us had spent our college years pursuing in Afro-American studies departments, community mobilizations, student activism, and the like. The fact that affirmative action was seen as such a dilemma or a necessary evil was one symptom of the ultimately conservative character of even liberal mainstream race discourse. More generally, though, liberals and conservatives seem to see the issues of race and law from within the same structure of analysis, namely, a policy that legal rationality could identify and eradicate the biases of race consciousness in social decision-making. Liberals and conservatives as a general matter differed over the degree to which racial bias was a fact of American life. Liberals argued that bias was widespread where conservatives insisted it was not. Liberals supported a disparate effects test for identifying discrimination, where conservatives advocated a more restricted intent requirement. Liberals wanted an expanded state action requirement, whereas conservatives wanted a narrow one. The respective visions of the two factions differed only in scope. They defined and constructed racism the same way, as the opposite of colorblindness. In any event, however compelling the liberal vision of achieving racial justice through legal reform overseen by a sympathetic judiciary may have been in the 60s and early 70s, the breakdown of the national consensus for the use of law as an instrument for racial redistribution rendered the vision far less capable of appearing even merely pragmatic. By the late 70s, traditional civil rights lawyers found themselves fighting, and losing, rearguard attacks on the limited victories they had only just achieved in the prior decade, particularly with respect to affirmative action and legal requirements for the kinds of evidence required to prove illicit discrimination. An increasingly conservative judiciary made it clear that the age of ever-expanding progressive law reform was over. At the same time that these events were unfolding, a predominantly white left emerged on the law school scene in the late 70s, a development which played a central role in the genesis of critical race theory. Organized by a collection of neo-Marxist intellectuals, former New Left activists, ex-counterculturalists, and other varieties of oppositionists in law schools, the Conference on Critical Legal Studies established itself as a network of openly leftist law teachers, students, and practitioners committed to exposing and challenging the ways American law served to legitimize an oppressive social order. Like the later experience of critical race writers vis-a-vis race scholarship, crits found themselves frustrated with the presuppositions of the conventional scholarly legal discourse. They opposed not only conservative legal work but also the dominant liberal varieties. Crits contended that liberal _ conservative Tegel scholarship operated in the narrow ideological economy within which law was understood as qualitatively different from politics. The faith of liberal lawyers in the gradual reform of American law through the victory of the superior rationality of progressive ideas depended on law/politics distinction, namely, that legal institutions employ a rational, apolitical, and neutral discourse with which to mediate the exercise of social power. This, in essence, is the role of law as understood by liberal political theory. Yet politics was embedded in the very doctrinal categories with which law organized and represented social reality. Thus the deeply political character of law was obscured in one way by the obsession of mainstream legal scholarship with technical discussions about standing, jurisdiction, and procedure, and the political character of judicial decision-making was denied in another way through the reigning assumptions that legal decision-making was or could be determined by pre-existing legal rules, standards, and policies, all of which were applied according to professional craft standards encapsulated in the idea of reasoned elaboration #law_was, in the conventional wisdom, distinguished from politics because politics was open-ended, subjective, discretionary, and ideological, whereas law was determinate, objective, bounded and neutral. GFE This conception of law as rational, apolitical, and technical operated as an institutional regulative principle, defining what was legitimate and illegitimate to pursue in legal scholarship, and symbolically defining the professional, business-like culture of day-to-day life in mainstream law schools. This generally centrist legal culture characterized the entire post-war period in legal education, with virtually no organized dissent. Its intellectual and ideological premises had not been seriously challenged since the legal realist movement of the 20s and 30s, a body of scholarship that mainstream scholars ritually honored for the critique of the formalism of turn-of-the-century legal discourse but marginalized as having gone too far in its critique of the very possibility of a rule of law. Writing during the so-called liberty of contract period, characterized by the Supreme Court's invalidation of labor reform legislation on the grounds that it violated the liberty of workers and owners to contract with each other over terms of employment, the legal realists set out to show that the purportedly neutral and objective legal interpretation of the period was really based on politics, on what Oliver Wendell Holmes called the hidden and often inarticulate judgments of social policy. The critics unearthed much of the legal realist work that mainstream legal scholars had ignored for decades, and they found the intellectual and theoretical basis for launching a full-scale critique of the role of law in helping to rationalize an unjust social order. While the realist critique of American law's pretensions to neutrality and rationality was geared toward the right-wing libertarianism of an old order of jurists, critics redirected it at the depoliticized and technocratic assumptions of legal education and scholarship in the 70s. Moreover, in the 60s tradition from which many of them had come, they extended the intellectual and ideological conflict they engendered to the law school culture to which it was linked. By the late 70s, critical legal studies existed in a swirl of formative energy, cultural insurgency, and organizing momentum. It had established itself as a politically, philosophically, and methodologically eclectic but intellectually sophisticated and ideologically left movement in legal academia, and its conferences had begun to attract hundreds of progressive law teachers, students, and lawyers. Even mainstream law reviews were featuring critical work that reinterpreted whole doctrinal areas of law from an explicitly ideological motivation. Moreover, in viewing law schools as workplaces, and thus as organizing sites for political resistance, closers actively recruited students and left-leaning law teachers from around the country to engage in the construction of left legal scholarship and law school transformation. CLS quickly became the organizing hub for a huge burst of left legal scholarly production and for various oppositional political challenges in law school institutional life. Several left scholars of color identified with the movement, and, most important for the eventual genesis of critical race theory a few years later, CLS succeeded in at least one aspect of its frontal assault on the depoliticized character of legal education. By the late 70s, explicitly right-wing legal scholarship had developed its own critique of the conventional assumptions, just as the national mood turned to the right with the election of Ronald Reagan. The law school as an institution was, by then, an obvious site for ideological contestation as the apolitical pretensions of the non-ideological center began to disintegrate. Critical race theory emerged in the interstices of this political and institutional dynamic. Critical race theory thus represents an attempt to inhabit and expand the space between two very different intellectual and ideological formations. Critical race theory sought to stage a simultaneous encounter with the exhausted vision of reformist civil rights s one hand, and the emergent critique scent of left legal scholarship c on the other. Critical race theory's engagement with the discourse of civil rights reform stemmed directly from our lived experience as students and teachers in the nation's law schools. We both saw and suffered the concrete consequences that followed from liberal legal thinkers' failure to address the constrictive role that racial ideology plays in the composition and culture of American institutions, including developing critique of law, racism, and social power. In identifying the liberal civil rights tradition and the critical legal studies movement as key factors in the emergence of critical race theory, we do not mean to offer an oversimplified genealogy in which critical race theory appears as a simple hybrid of the two. We view liberal civil rights scholarship and the work of the critical legal theorists not so much as rudimentary components of critical race theory, but as elements in the conditions of its possibility. In short, we intend to evoke a particular atmosphere in which progressive scholars of color struggled to piece together an intellectual identity and a political practice that would take the form both of a left intervention into race discourse and a race intervention into left discourse. To better capture the dynamics of these trajectories, we now turn to two key institutional events in the development of critical race theory as a movement. The first is the student protest, boycott, and organization of an alternative course on race and law at Harvard Law School in 1981, an event that highlights the significance of Derek Bell and the critical legal studies movement to the ultimate development of critical race theory, and symbolizes critical race theory's oppositional posture vis-a-vis the liberal mainstream. The second is the 1987 Critical Legal Studies National Conference on Silence and Race, which marked the genesis of an intellectually distinctive critical account of race on terms set forth by race-conscious scholars of color, and the terms of contestation and coalition with CLS. As Richard Delgado states in the 8/Scholar, quite bluntly, the study of civil rights and anti-discrimination law in the mainstream law schools in which we found ourselves in the 80s was dominated by a group consisting the American Law School. Our engagement with almost entirely of white male constitutional law / progressive left legal academics stemmed from _ professors. Derek Bell was one of the few. Our sense that their focus on legal ideology, JEG scholarship and the politics of the American law school provided a language and a practice for viewing the institutions in which we studied and worked both as sites of and targets for our exceptions. He went to Harvard after a distinguished record as a litigator in the civil rights movement, becoming one of only 2 African American professors on the large Harvard faculty. In his course and book Race and Racism, Land American Law, Bell developed and taught legal doctrine from a race-conscious viewpoint, implicitly repudiating the reigning idea of the colorblindness of law, pedagogy, and scholar in concept for scholarly study. It is important to understand the centrality of Bell's course ebook and his opposition to the traditional liberal approach to racism for the eventual development of the critical race theory movement. A symbol of his influence is his inclusion as the first page of his book of a photograph of Thomas Smith and John Carlos accepting their Olympic trophies at the 1968 Mexico City Summer Games. In the foreground are balding white men in suits, apparently Olympic officials of some kind. Rising behind them are Smith and Carlos, standing on the raised platforms in sleek warm-up suits, at the height of their competitive achievement. In one hand, the victorious athletes hold their gold and silver medals. Smith and Carlos defiantly hold their other hand over their heads in the clenched fist of the Black Power salute. This symbolic action, staged during the playing of the national anthem, spawned an enormous controversy in the United States. Patriots charged that Smith and Carlos embarrassed the country and privileged their racial identity over their more important identity as Americans. To those of us who were then law students and beginning law teachers, Bell's inclusion of the Smith-Carlos photograph as a visual introduction to his law school casebook suggested a link between his work and the Black Power movements that most of us really identified with, whose political insights and aspirations went far beyond what could be articulated in the reigning language of the legal profession and the legal studies we were pursuing. Although we could not then fully articulate the nature and basis of this connection, we were able to recognize that Derek Bell's position within legal study bore a family resemblance to the oppositional stance that Smith and Carlos had taken in Mexico City. Just as Carlos and Smith participated on behalf of their nation in the Olympic competition, Bell had chosen to ship. He used racial politics rather than the formal structure of legal doctrine as the organize. Enter the arena of American legal scholarship instead of eschewing it and taking the path of total separation. Similarly, just as Carlos and Smith refused to allow American nationalism to subsume their racial identity, Bell insisted on placing race at the center of his intellectual inquiry rather than marginalizing it as a subclassification under the formal rubric of this or that legal doctrine. In a subtle way, Bell's position within the legal academy, an arena that defined itself within the conventional legal discourse as neutral to race, was akin to putting up his fist in the Black Power salute. As his articles in the first part of this volume demonstrate, Bell provided some of the earliest theoretical alternatives to the dominant civil rights vision we have described. In the face of the hegemony of racial integration as the ideal of reform in the 70s, he argued in Syrian Two Masters, the essay that opens this collection, that the exclusive focus on the goal of school integration responded to the ideals _O of elite liberal public interest lawyers, rather than to the actual interests of black communities and children. In the Interest Co. one Nadifi lemma, Bell sketched a full-scale theory to account for the ebb and flow of civil rights reform in America, according to the political machinations of whites themselves. In 1980, Bell left Harvard to become dean of the University of Oregon Law School and one of the first African Americans to head a mainstream American law school. Student activists, particularly students of color, demanded that Harvard hire a teacher of color to replace him and to teach his courses in constitutional law and minority issues. The liberal white Harvard administration responded to student protests, demonstrations, rallies, and sit-ins, including a takeover of the dean's office, by asserting that there were no qualified black scholars who merited Harvard's interest. Harvard's response was structured around 2 points produced from within liberal race discourse which critical race theory would ultimately contest. First, they asked why the students wouldn't prefer an excellent white professor over a mediocre black one. That is, at a conceptual level, they posited the particular liberal epistemology that XXI aided colorblindness with intellectual merit. Second, the Harvard administration, skeptical about the pedagogical value of a course devoted to racial topics, asserted that no special course was needed when those issues were already covered in classes devoted to constitutional law and employment discrimination, thus, to our minds, failing to comprehend the significance of Bell's projects. Instead, Jack Greenberg and Julius Chambers, both important and distinguished civil rights litigators, were hired to teach a 3-week mini-course on civil rights litigation. It was in the midst of this kind of institutional struggle, played out in one form or another at mainstream law schools around the country, that many of us now writing in the critical race theory genre began to elaborate what we took to be the limitations of traditional race analysis and argument. After all, in a context such as Harvard, administrators saw themselves as racially enlightened. They were liberals who were against racial discrimination. Indeed, Harvard wanted to honor a heroic litigator of the school desegregation era with a visiting professorship. Clearly, the cool, technocratic and business-like culture of mainstream law schools was hostile at all points to raw prejudice. These were not institutions in which a hardcore, Bull Connor-type racist would receive a warm welcome. Although those of us who were agitating for hiring teachers of color knew we didn't accept the kinds of justifications the Harvard administrators offered, we also knew that we lacked an adequate critical vocabulary for articulating exactly what we found wrong in their arguments. It was out of this intellectual void that the impetus for a new conceptual approach to race and law was based. Our critique of ideas like colorblindness, formal legal equality, and integrationism are linked to their institutional manifestations as a rhetoric of power in the schools we attended and the workplaces we now occupy. In the local Harvard confrontation, student organizers decided to boycott the mini-course offered by the administration and organized instead the alternative course, a student-led continuation of Bell's course which focused on American law through the prism of race. Taught by scholars of color from other schools who were each asked to speak about topics loosely organized to trace the chapters of Bell's Race, Racism, and American Law book, the course simultaneously provided the means to develop a framework to understand law and racial power and to contest Harvard's deployment of meritocratic mythology as an instance of that very power. The alternative course was in many ways the first institutionalized expression of critical race theory. With the aid of outside funding and sympathetic Harvard teachers, many of them white crits who provided encouragement, strategic advice, and independent study credit to enable students to attend the classes, the course brought together a critical mass of scholars and students, and focused on the need to develop an alternative account of racial power and its relation to law and anti-discrimination reform. Among the guest speakers were Charles Lawrence, Linda Green, Neil Gotanda, and Richard Delgado, all of whom were already in law teaching. Mari Matsuda, then a graduate law student, was a participant in the alternative course, and Kimberly Crenshaw one of its main organizers. The alternative course is a useful point to mark the genesis of critical race theory for many reasons. First, it was one of the earliest attempts to bring scholars of color together to address the law's treatment of race. From a self-consciously critical perspective. There had been some race equals conscious organizing in law schools in the preceding years. For example, within the Association of American Law Schools, AALS, the Professional Association of Law Teachers, a minority section had been established which Ralph Smith of the University of Pennsylvania and Denise Cardi-Benia of Northeastern University used as a vehicle for intellectual development. However, the AALS group neither provided a basis for sustained dialogue, nor openly identified itself within the profession as intellectually oppositional and politically left progressive. Recognizing these inherent institutional limitations, legal academics of color created an informal network of support for law students. XXII. And teachers of color, whose existence was enormously important in developing a critical mass of law teachers of color. These were efforts, though, that carried no direct implications for scholarship and theory. Second, the alternative course exemplified another important feature of the critical race theory movement, namely, the view shared with the critical legal studies movement that it is politically meaningful to contest the terrain and terms of dominant legal discourse. In one sense, the importance of mainstream law school discourse to critical race theorists flows from the view that power is implicated in, say, the privileging of certain topics and viewpoints as worthy of being curricular entries at mainstream law schools. The idea here, in essence, is that knowledge and politics are inevitably intertwined. As an influential site for indoctrination and propagation, the ideology of law schools helps in turn to shape and give substance to the broader legal and social ideologies about race and legitimacy. In another sense, the focus on the law school and legal scholarship as a terrain worth contesting is based on a view of law schools in left terms as workplaces in which we find ourselves as part of a productive enterprise, the production of knowledge. This perspective helps to explain an important difference with earlier conceptions of race reform, which looked to law schools and other legal institutions as places to gather tools to deploy in political struggles that occurred out there in the South, the ghetto, or some other place besides law schools or courtrooms themselves. Against this view, we take racial power to be at stake across the social plane not merely in the places where people of color are concentrated but also in the institutions where their position is normalized and given legitimation. The alternative course reflected as well as helped to create the sense that it was meaningful to build an oppositional community of left scholars of color within the mainstream legal academy. Finally, the alternative course embodied one of the key markers of critical race theory, the way in which our intellectual trajectories are rooted in a dissatisfaction with and opposition to liberal mainstream discourses about race such as those presented by the Harvard administration. We turn now to the critical legal studies conferences of the mid-80s and the general engagement with the white left in and outside of the legal academy, both of which were crucial in the development of the critical race theory project. If the alternative course symbolizes the trajectory of critical race theory as a left intervention in conventional race discourse, then the critical legal studies conferences during the mid-80s can be equally useful in situating critical race theory as a race-conscious intervention on the left. At its inception in the late 70s, Critical Legal Studies, CLS, was basically a white and largely male academic organization. By the mid-80s, there was a small cadre of scholars of color who frequented CLS conferences and summer camps. Most were generally conversant with critical legal theory and sympathetic to the progressive sensibilities of critical legal studies as a whole. Unlike the law school mainstream, this cadre was far from deterred by CLS critique of liberal legalism. While many in the legal community were, to put it mildly, deeply disturbed by the CLS assault against such ideological mainstays as the rule of the law, to scholars of color who drew on a history of colored communities' struggle against formal and institutional racism, the crits' contention that law hardly seemed inconceivable. Indeed, we believed that this critical perspective formed the basic building blocks of any serious attempt to understand the relationship between law and white supremacy. However, while the emerging race crits shared the starting position with CLS, significant differences between us became increasingly apparent during a series of conferences in the mid-80s. Our discussions during the conferences revealed that while we shared with crits the belief that legal consciousness functioned to legitimize social power in the United States, race crits also understood that race and racism likewise functioned as central pillars of hegemonic power. Because CLS scholars had not by arid trademark large, developed and incorporated a critique of apsoist young and sometimes indistinguishable those of the dominant institutions they were otherwise contesting. As race moved from the margins to the center of discourse within critical legal studies, or, as some would say, critical legal studies took the race-turn institutional and theoretical disjunctures between critical legal studies and the emerging scholarship on race eventually manifested themselves as central themes within critical race theory. One of the most significant institutional manifestations of CLS's underdeveloped critique of racial power occurred during the 1986 CLS conference. The 1986 conference, organized by a group of women who worked in feminist legal theory, marked the zenith of the feminist turn within CLS. Having placed feminism and its critique of patriarchy squarely within the discourse of and about CLS, the FemCrit conference organizers asked scholars of color to facilitate several concurrently held discussions about race. Drawing on a central CLS tenet that power is not, ultimately, out there, but in the very institutions and relationships that shape our lives, the handful of scholars of color attending this conference designed the workshop to uncover and discuss various dimensions of racial power as manifested within critical legal studies. Though the practice of uncovering and contesting power within law school institutions was a standard feature of CLS politics, the attempt to situate this practice within CLS as a white institution drew a surprisingly defensive response. The pitched and heated exchange that erupted in response to our query, "What is it about the whiteness of CLS that discourages participation by people of color?" revealed that CLS's hip, cutting-edge irreverence toward establishment practices could easily disintegrate into hand-wringing hysteria when brought back home. Of course, not all crits were resistant to this dialogue, and it is only fair to point out that those who did find the query to be unnecessarily adversarial probably held a good faith belief that CLS marked a sphere of activity completely distinct from both XXIII. Racial power into their analysis, their practices, politics, and theories regarding to law schools and society at large. Since we were joined as allies rather than adversaries within the law school arena, crits troubled by our workshop no doubt believed that critical energies would be best directed at tearing down institutional practices at our workplace rather than bringing these disruptive interventions home. But feminists had already problematized the conceptualization of home that seemed to ground this view, revealing such spaces to be a site of hierarchy and power as well. Moreover, as the race crits experienced it, despite some points of convergence, some of the racial dynamics of CLS as an institution were not entirely distinct from the law school cultures we had set out to transform. Another point of conflict and difference between white crits and scholars of color revolved around the widely debated critique of _ites. According to other scholars of color at the 1987 conference, another dimension of the failure of CLS to reflect the lived experience of people of color could be glimpsed in the CLS critique of rights. Crits tended to view the idea of legal rights as one of the ways that law helps to legitimize the social world by representing it as rationally mediated by the rule of law. Crits also saw legal rights like those against racial discrimination as indeterminate and capable of contradictory meanings, and as embodying an alienated way of thinking about social relations. Crits of color agreed to varying degrees with some dimensions of the critique, for instance, that rights discourse was indeterminate. Yet we sharply differed with critics over the normative implications of this observation. The emerging race crits, rights discourse held a cessile and transformative value in the context of racial subordination that transcended the narrower question of whether reliance on rights could alone bring about any determinate results. Race crits realized that the very notion of a subordinate people exercising rights was an important dimension of black empowerment during the civil rights movement, significant not simply because of the occasional legal victories that were garnered, but because of the transformative dimension of African Americans' reimag. /E. XXIV. Inning themselves as full, rights-bearing citizens within the American political imagination. We wanted to acknowledge the centrality of rights discourse, and even as we recognized that the use of rights language was not without risks. The debate that ensued in light of this different orientation engendered an important CRT theme: the absolute centrality of history and context in any attempt to theorize the relationship. A third ideological emerged in a series of critiques of early attempts by scholars of color to articulate how law reflects and produces racial power. Most of these critiques were articulated at the next 1987 CLS conference, The Sounds of Silence, sponsored by Los Angeles area law schools. Although the terms of the debate were not fully clear, and at the time, there were few key words or concepts on which our analysis could then focus, we have come to articulate the central criticism by crits to be that of racialism. By /racialism, we refer to theoretical accounts of racial power that explain political decisions which are adverse to people of color as mere reflections of underlying white interest. To phrase this critical model in more contemporary terms, we might say that racialism is to power what essentialism is to identity, a narrow, and frequently unsatisfying theory in which complex phenomena are reduced to and presented as a simple reflection of some underlying facts. Specifically, the sin of racialism is that it presumes that racial interests or racial identity exists somewhere outside of or prior to law and is merely reflected in subsequent legal decisions adverse to non-whites. Such an approach struck crits as far too instrumental to be a useful account of race and power. During the 80s, crits had been debating the issue of instrumentalist and irrationalist accounts of law, most agreed with the problematic character of what came to be called vulgar Marxism. Briefly stated, in traditional Marxist analysis, law appears as merely an instrument of class interests that are rooted outside of law in some concrete social reality. In sum, law is merely an ideological reflection of some class interest rooted elsewhere. Many critics echoing the late 60s New Left sought to distinguish themselves from these instrumentalist accounts on the grounds that they embodied a constricted view of the range and sites of the production of social power, and hence of politics. By defining class in terms of one's position in the material production process, and viewing law and all other superstructural phenomena as merely reflections of interests rooted in social class identification, vulgar Marxism, crits argued, ignored the ways that law and other merely superstructural arenas help to constitute the very interests that law was supposed merely to reflect. Crits such as Freeman, Duncan Kennedy, and Carl Clare, to name a few, developed non-instrumentalist accounts of law and its relationship to power that focused on legal discourse as a crucial site for the production of ideology and the perpetuation of social power. First, critical legal theorists developed a genealogical account of the relationship between law and social interests. Noting the degree, for example, to which political struggles in the U.S. are conducted in the language and logic of the law, critics argued that social interests, and the weight they are accorded, do not exist in advance of or outside the law, but depend on legal institutions and ideology for both their content and form. Second, the critics provided a detailed inventory of the ideological practices by which the legal order actively seeks to persuade those who are subject to it that the law's uneven distribution of social power is nonetheless just. Third, in their account of legal consciousness, critical legal theorists demonstrated the precise mechanisms by which legal institutions and ideology obscure and thus legitimize their productive, constitutive social role. The critics argued that the law does not passively adjudicate questions of social power, rather, the law is an active instance of the very power politics it purports to avoid and stand above. In brief, the critics revealed in often dizzying detail the cunning complexity of legal texts which traditional Marxists simply dismissed as capitalist ideology. One consequence of this particular intellectual genealogy is that in their engagement with orthodox and scientistic forms of Marxist XXV thought on the left, CLS scholars had already developed a critique of the kinds of instrumentalist analyses that were presented in the language of race. To critics of racialism, prevailing theorizations of race and law seemed to represent law as an instrumental reflection of racial interests in much the same way that vulgar Marxists saw the legal arena as reflecting class interests. Just as the white left had learned, by the 80s, that a one-dimensional class account was too simplistic for legal analysis, they interpreted racialist accounts as analogous to class reductionism. To be sure, some of the foundational essays of CRT could be vulnerable to such a critique, particularly when read apart from the context and conditions of their production. Yet, when read as interventions against a liberal legalist tradition that viewed law as an apolitical mediator of racial conflict, it becomes clear that by articulating a structural relationship between law and white supremacy, these essays dislodged an entrenched pattern of viewing racial outcomes as merely the random consequences of racial legal processes. These early essays thus constituted a critical first step in identifying the operation of racial power within discursive traditions that had been widely accepted as neutral and apolitical. By legitimizing the use of race as a theoretical fulcrum and focus in legal scholarship, so-called racialist accounts of racism and the law grounded the subsequent development of critical race theory in much the same way that Marxism's introduction of class structure and struggle into classical political economy grounded subsequent critiques of social hierarchy and power. At the same time, the critique of racialism did help clarify what was critical about our race project. As we noted earlier, their dissatisfaction with the narrow instrumentalist view of law had moved CLS scholars to elaborate a theory of the constitutive form of legal ideology. The critics challenged the understanding of social and political interests that instrumentalist portrayals of law had viewed as simply given. The critics' more dynamic and dialectical model revealed the constitutive force of law, the ways legal institutions constructed the very social interests and relations that cruder instrumentalist accounts of law thought it merely regulated and ratified. For our purposes, the chief theoretical advantage of this anatomy of the constitutive dimensions of law was that it made possible to argue that the legal system is not simply or mainly by SCTEESD political conflict whose origins and effects occur elsewhere. On this account, the law is shown to be thoroughly involved in constructing the rules of the game, in selecting the eligible players, and in choosing the field on which the game must be played. For drawing on these premises, we began to think of our project as uncovering how law was constitutive element of race itself, in other words, how law constructed race, racial power, re-se in our view, was not simply or trademark even primarily a product of biased decision-making on the part of judges, but instead, the sum total of the pervasive ways in which law shapes and is race_relations. Across the social plane, laws produced racial power not simply through narrowing the scope of anti-discrimination remedies, nor through racial lobbyist decision-making, but instead, through myriad legal rules, many of them having nothing to do with rules against discrimination, that continued to reproduce the structures and practices of racial domination. In short, we accepted the crit emphasis on how law produces and is the product of social power, and we cross-cut this theme with an effort to understand this dynamic in the context of race and racism. With such an analysis in hand, critical race theory allows us to better understand how racial power can be produced even from within a liberal discourse that is relatively autonomous from organized vectors of racial power. If the foregoing critique clarified at least one dimension of our project that grew from a shared theoretical investment with CLS, it also revealed subtle, but crucial theoretical divergences between CLS and CRT. Despite the sophistication of the crit's understanding of how law constituted social interests and legal identity, they were, for the most part, unable to transpose these insights into an analysis of racial power and ta. Our point here is not that the crits committed the typical Marxist error of subsuming race under class. Rather, our dissatisfaction with CLS stemmed from its failure to come to terms with the particularity of race, and with the specifically racial character of social interests in the racialized state. For some, their lack of critical thinking about race was a reflection of intellectual interest. With respect to other crits, however, our divergence produced a much sharper conflict. While we were straining to strengthen our understanding of racial power, it appeared to us that some crits were deploying racialist critiques from a position on race that was close if not identical to the liberalism we were otherwise joined in opposing. To be sure, these crits positioned themselves in a discourse far removed from liberalism, a certain postmodern critique of identity. Yet the upshot of their position seemed to be the same, an abiding skepticism, if not outright disdain, toward any theoretical or political project organized around the concept of race. Where classical liberalism argued that race was irrelevant to public policy, these crits argued that race simply didn't exist. The position is one that we have come to call vulgar anti-essentialism. By this we seek to capture the claims made by some critical theorists that since racial categories are not real or natural but instead socially constructed, it is theoretical and politically absurd to center race as a category of analysis or as a basis for political action. This suggested to us that underlying at least some of the critiques from the left was not simply a question about the way we represented racial power, but instead, a more fundamental attack on the very possibility of our project. In short, this position constituted an attack on color consciousness which differed from the conservative assault only in its rhetorical politics. Many of us did, of course, accept the more complicated notions of power and identity implicated by both the anti-instrumentalist and anti-essentialist positions. Yet in our view, neither was inconsistent with the project of mapping the domain of law and racial power. It was obvious to many of us that although race was, to use the term, 1. Socially constructed, the idea of biological race is false, race was nonetheless real in the sense that there is a material dimension and weight to the experience of being raised in American society, a materiality that in significant ways has been produced and sustained by law. Thus, we understood our project as an effort to construct a race-conscious and at the same time anti-essentialist account of the processes by which law participates in raising American society. Perhaps prophetically, the conference was also occasioned by a prototype of an assault launched against critical race theory from a position firmly situated within the very paradigm we sought to criticize. The highlight of the 1987 conference was a plenary in which numerous scholars of color articulated how institutional practices and intellectual paradigms function to silence insurgent voices of people of color. Responding to the critique, another scholar of color shared with the audience his impression that the absence of much of minority scholarship was attributable to its poor quality, and to the lack of productivity of minority scholars. Scholars of color were urged to stop complaining and simply to write. Of course, the discussion that followed was animated. But more important than what was said was what was assumed, namely, that the arena of academic discourse was functionally open to any scholar of merit who sought to enter it. Yet the very point that the speakers were trying to reveal, perhaps too subtly, in retrospect, was that the notions of merit that were glibly employed to determine access and status within the intellectual arena were themselves depositories equals racial power. This exchange, and the subsequent incarnation of this conflict in the pages of the Harvard Law Review provides one of the clearest points of demarcation between critical and liberal race discourses. The 1986 and 1987 CLS conferences thus mark significant points of alignment and departure, and should be considered the final step in the preliminary development of CRT as a distinctively progressive critique of legal discourse on race. As a political and intellectual matter, the upshot of this engagement with CLS can best be characterized as coalition as we see CLS and CRT as aligned in radical XXVII. Left opposition to mainstream legal discourse. But CRT is also different from CLS. Our focus on race means that we have addressed quite different concerns, with distinct methodologies and traditions that we honor. We have argued that the institutional and ideological antecedents of CRT can be usefully grounded in two historical sites, the Harvard boycott, and the CLS conferences of the mid-80s. These roughly parallel the duality of CRT as both a progressive ion in race discourse and a race intervention on the left. Yet, while we have identified these moments and will trace the trajectory of these themes into the writings that appear in this volume, it would be remiss for us to leave the impression that CRT subsequently developed as a disembodied, abstracted, and autonomous intellectual formation. In the first place, we believe that this image of scholarship is simply false. Intellectual work is always situated, reflective to varying degrees of the cultural, historical, and institutional conditions of its production. Second, and most importantly, this view of scholarship obscures the shared difficulties that insurgent scholars must negotiate and the importance of developing collective strategies to write about racial power from within the institutions central to its reproduction. A thorough mapping of critical race theory, then, must include a discussion of the role of community building among the intellectuals who are associated with it, particularly in light of the challenging conditions under which insurgent scholarship is produced. During the mid-80s, many of us met in smaller groups, before and after larger law school conferences and conventions, first at the fringes of and then as a caucus within critical legal studies meetings, and so on. Shared experiences at the margins of liberal institutional policies and critical legal studies provided some basis for a collective identity. Yet the process of recognizing ourselves as a group with a distinct intellectual project was gradual. Our ad hoc meetings prior to and during various conferences provided an occasional opportunity to discuss our views. However, the key formative event was the founding of the Critical Race Theory Workshop. Principally organized by Kimber Crenshaw, Neil Gotanda, and Stephanie Phillips, the workshop drew together 35 law scholars who responded to a call to synthesize a theory that, while grounded in critical theory, was responsive to the realities of racial politics in America. Indeed, the organizers coined the term critical race theory to make it clear that our work locates itself in intersection of critical theory and race, racism, and the law. To be sure, while we have emphasized throughout the liberal and critical poles against which critical race theory developed, in experience, such dialectical relations produce less of a sharp break, and more of a creative and contestatory engagement with both traditions. This is true not only of the content of critical race theory, but is true as well of the workshop's participants. Indeed, both liberal race theorists and critical legal theorists have been deeply engaged in critical race discourse. For example, among the range of scholars who were attracted to the workshop and who contributed to the development of critical race theory were scholars who had written squarely within the liberal paradigm. The workshop itself was underwritten by a grant provided by David Trebek, a founding member of the Critical Legal Studies Conference and a law professor at the University of Wisconsin, Madison. Finally, as this volume attests, we consider the work of members of CLS Conference to represent a crucial contribution to the critical race theory literature. In the opening pages of this introduction, we argued that critical race theory does not simply seek to understand the complex condominia of law, racial ideology, and political power. We believe that our work can provide a useful theoretical vocabulary for the practice of progressive racial politics in contemporary America. The need for an oppositional vision of racial justice becomes particularly acute in light of the Supreme Court's radical movement toward a jurisprudence which not only accepts but affirms the current racial regime. As this volume goes to press, the U.S. XXVIII Supreme Court has issued a series of decisions which effectively repeal the ideological settlement struck during the Civil Rights era. In Adarant Constructors v. Pena, the Supreme Court extended its 1989 decision in City of Richmond v. J.A. Croson to categorically require strict judicial scrutiny whenever government, at any level, considers race in its decision-making process. In the last few years, the Supreme Court had all but foreclosed the adoption of race-conscious responses to racial inequity by state and local governments. In a cramped conception of the scope of national power under the 14th Amendment, the Adarant Court has pressed further and formally forbidden even the federal government from taking race explicitly into account in addressing societal-wide discrimination. In Missouri v. Jenkins, the Supreme Court held that racially concentrated public schools could no longer be deemed presumptively unconstitutional, even in the presence of a history of formal segregation. As to any continuing racial segregation in these schools, the Jenkins opinion concluded that the courts could not address the problem of racial concentration if it could plausibly be said that a public school district was making a good faith effort to achieve desegregation to the extent practicable. The court has thus effectively mandated the withdrawal of the federal judiciary from continued involvement in the effort to achieve racial desegregation in the nation's public schools. Finally, in Miller v. Johnson, the Supreme Court retreated from its long-standing enforcement of the historic Voting Rights Act, erecting rigid new barriers to the federal government's effort to increase the participation and representation of racial minorities in the political process. Reading these decisions, one cannot help but notice the degree to which they deploy traditional liberal racial principles. The current court has effectively conscripted liberal theories of race and racism to wage a conservative attack on governmental efforts to address the persistence of societal-wide racial discrimination. This harsh reality confirms the need for a critical theory of racial power and an image of racial justice which reject classical liberal visions of race as well as conservative visions of equal citizenship. We believe that core concepts from critical race theory can be productively used to expose the irreducibly political character of the current court's general hostility toward policies which would take race into account in redressing historic and contemporary patterns of racial discrimination. We might, for example, draw on critical race theory's deconstruction of colorblindness to show that the current Supreme Court's expressed hostility toward Tate's etinel degree anti-Miseousness must be deemed a form of Ta consciousness in and of itself. As Neil Gotanda has cogently argued, one cannot heed the newly installed constitutional rule that forbids race-conscious approaches to racial discrimination without always first taking race into account. Similarly, critical race theory helps us understand how race consciousness implicitly informs the current court's paradoxical insistence that the norm of colorblindness requires a voting rights regime which effectively deprives racial minorities of political advantages that are accorded to other organized social interests. Critical race theory indicates how and why the contemporary jurisprudence of colorblindness is not only the expression of a particular color consciousness, but the product of a deeply politicized choice. The current court would have us believe that these decisions are the product of an ineluctable legal logic. Critical race theory tells us rather that the court's rulings with respect to race may more plausibly be deemed a result of a tactical political choice among competing doctrinal possibilities, any one of which could have been legally defensible. The appeal to colorblindness can thus be said to serve as part of an ideological strategy by which the current court obscures its active role in sustaining hierarchies of racial power. We believe that critical race theory offers a valuable conceptual compass for mapping the doctrinal mystifications which the current court has developed to camouflage its conservative agenda. The preceding discussion has focused on the possible uses to which critical race theory might be put in understanding and intervening in the politics of racial jurisprudence. However, since discussions about race and rights in the US have always overrun the narrow institutional confines of the law, we want to conclude this introduction to critical race theory by suggesting some of the implications our work as legal scholars holds for broader national conversations about racial politics. In our history of the development of critical race theory, we have highlighted the ways in which our work is a record of our engagement with what we saw as limitations of liberal, leftist and racialist accounts of racial power in law. The similar limitations of recent liberal defenses of affirmative action, left liberal discourses on globalization, and racialist responses to post-civil rights retrenchment suggest that critical race theory may provide new and much-needed ways to think about, and challenge, the contemporary politics of racial domination. We turn first to the vexed question of liberal discourse in the current national disputations regarding affirmative action. Earlier in this introduction we noted how the liberal defense of affirmative action has been stymied from its inception by a decidedly ambivalent attitude toward the matters of race and racial power. To be sure, liberals are generally willing to concede that racism continues to be an obvious and boring fact of American life, as the liberal pundit Michael Kinsley rather remarkably put it in a recent article. What liberal proponents of affirmative action seem unwilling to do is to move toward a direct critique of the hidden racial dimensions of the meritocratic mythology that their conservative opponents have so deftly used to control the terms of the current debate. This ambivalence toward race consciousness is best understood as a symptom of liberalism's continued investment in meritocratic ideology and its unacknowledged resistance to reaching any deep understanding of the myriad ways racism continues to limit the realization of goals such as equal opportunity. This liberal ambivalence is particularly manifested in today's debates, particularly about affirmative action. But it is also reflected in the lukewarm liberal defense of the Great Society programs of the 1960s and other policies which were adopted to address contradictions between American ideals and historical realities. Like the Harvard Law School administration's response to the demand for a course focused on race and the law, the liberal position reflects an abiding uncertainty about the value of such projects, and a lingering, wistful sense that if we could just agree to abandon race consciousness, racism and racial power would somehow recede from the American political imagination. Critical race theory is instructive here in that it uncovers the ongoing dynamics of racialized power, and its embeddedness in practices and values which have been shorn of any explicit, formal manifestations of racism. Critical race theory thus provides a basis for understanding affirmative action as something other than racial preference, a notion whose implicit premise is that affirmative action represents a deviation from an otherwise non-racial neutrality. Critical race theory understands that, claims to the contrary notwithstanding, distributions of power and resources which were racially determined before the advent of affirmative action would continue to be so if affirmative action is abandoned. Our critiques of racial power reveal how certain conceptions of merit function not as a neutral basis for distributing resources and opportunity, but rather as a depository of hidden, race-specific preferences for those who have the power to determine the meaning and consequences of merit. We have shown that the putatively neutral baseline from which affirmative action is said to represent a deviation is in fact a mechanism for perpetuating the distribution of rights, privileges, and opportunity established under a regime of uncontested white supremacy. Critical race theory recognizes accordingly that a return to that so-called neutral baseline would mean a return to an unjust system of racial power. Finally, critical race theory fully comprehends that the aim of affirmative action is to create enough exceptions to white privilege to make the mythology of equal opportunity seem at least plausible. In fact, a defense of affirmative action premised upon CRT rather than liberal ambivalence would neither apologize for affirmative action nor assume it to be a fully adequate POC's political response to the persistence of white supremacy. Rather, critical race theory supports affirmative action as a limited approach which has achieved a meaningful, if modest measure of racial justice. A second discussion to which we believe critical race theory might bring a useful perspective is, liberal and left debate in the U.S. over the proliferation of economic, political, social relations across national borders which has come to be known as globalization. Like critical legal studies in the mid-1980s, the left liberal approach to globalization has yet to generate an adequate account of the connections between racial power and political economy in the New World Order. Instead, generalized references to the North and South figure as a metaphorical substitute for serious and sustained attention to the racial and ethnic character of the massive distributive transformations that globalization has set in motion. Abstract allusions to rich and poor nations simply fail to yield an adequate vocabulary for analyzing the precise processes that produce globalized racial stratification. As the Nigerian scholar Claude Ake has argued, globalization enacts a hierarchization of the world and the crystallizing of a domination. While that domination may be essentially constituted by economic power, it is essentially legitimized by racial power or, to use Ake's term, by ideologies of political ethnicity. Critical race theory would thus focus on the degree to which the effects of globalization in the, so-called, Third World demand analysis as an instance of what Arjun Makayani calls economic apartheid. This general indifference to questions of racial ideology and power also informs liberal and left efforts to explain the political significance of global economic processes within the U.S. For the most part, liberal and left analysis of this question has focused on the impact of globalization on U.S. class structure and politics. To the extent these debates do consider the role of race in the age of globalization, they do so only in the context of conversations about the cultural pathologies of the underclass, in liberal circles, or, on the left, in terms of a class of subordinated racial groups whose vulnerable economic position is the product of past, but not current, dynamics of racial power. The particularities of race and its persistent presence as an explicit rationalization of structural stratification in the current economy seem hardly to warrant discussion. One would think that the racial composition of the communities which have been chosen to bear the sharp edge of economic dislocation is altogether irrelevant. However, even a cursory review of current national discourses about public education, unemployment, education, immigration, and welfare reform, to take a few examples, demonstrates the degree to which questions of race and racial ideology stand at the very center of today's debates. These developments defy explanation in terms of liberal accounts of poverty and social equality, on the one hand, or leftist formulations about the historical class relations between labor and capital, on the other. A CRT-grounded response to these developments would intersect contemporary critical discourses concerning the domestic social transformations wrought by globalization and critical theories of race and power to better understand the racial economy of this transition. This CRT-informed investigation of the South in the North would examine the way a certain brand of racial politics has been mobilized to buffer the massive upward distribution of resources and opportunity within the United States, or explore the way racial ideologies have been used to justify relatively open border policies toward our northern neighbors, even as we close off our borders to those from the South. Just as critical race theory introduced racial ideology as a necessary component of hegemony in the wake of the critical legal studies' emphasis on legal consciousness, so too must contemporary social theory fully incorporate notions of racial power as a way of understanding and contesting changing economic relations. A third and final aspect of content politics on which critical race MRB brought to bear is the struggle within communities of color over the future direction of anti-racist politics. The difficulties critical race scholars faced in attempting to push the analysis of law and racial politics beyond the narrow good boundaries of racialism may all be seen at work in contemporary political debates among people of color. The emergence of powerful voices of racialism is particularly evident within the African American community, in which contemporary racial crisis is frequently represented as a reflection of unmediated white power. Although the message of racialist politics speaks to a broad range of disaffected African American social power and struggle lies in the tendency to essentialize the racial communities with which it represents the social world. In black racialist circles, the felt necessity to articulate a stable vision of group identity and interest has underwritten a representational politics in which the experience of one segment of Black America is taken to be representative of Black experience tout court. As a result, Black racialism yields a cans, it is also the source of debilitating flat, fixed image of racial identity experience dictions within black political life. Indeed, as a mode of political analysis and action, racialism has ironically facilitated ideological attacks on Black America that are now simplistically represented as coming from out there, that is, from outside the African American community. To take one example, racialists rightly identify the right-wing decisions of the current Supreme Court as part of the panoply of assaults directed against Black Americans. What they all too often fail to note is that this same racialist politics helped secure the radical right's crucial fifth vote on the Supreme Court, in the person of Clarence Thomas. At the time of his nomination, Thomas had left little doubt about his political commitments. Despite a clearly manifested ideological agenda from which one could fully predict his role in consolidating the conservative wing of the Supreme Court, Thomas was nonetheless able to garner crucial support across the spectrum of African American political formations. Narrow notions of racial solidarity led African Americans to rally behind a figure who, though black, had been and would continue to be an eager participant in the evisceration of the post-civil rights coalition. Another dimension of the racialism that led Black Americans to support the Thomas nomination was deeply gendered in its determination. The erroneous view that racial interests would be advanced by the appointment of any American to the Supreme Court was compounded by a misguided racialist belief that questions of gender power were irrelevant, if and one of antagonistic, to the interests of the larger Black American community. During our earlier discussion of racialism, we argued that one of the chief problems with the racialist account of an interest, which fails to capture the complex, constantly changing realities of racial domination in the contemporary U.S. The concrete implications of this crude essentialism became painfully apparent in the subordinating gender politics to which Black racialist support for the Thomas nomination gave rise. As Kimberly Crenshaw has argued, the Black racialist account proffers a vision of racism which portrays racial power primarily through its impact on African American males. Because it is unwilling or unable to apprehend the ways in which racial identities are lived within and through gendered identities, racial essentialism renders the particular experiences of Black females invisible. Black racialist politics thus effectively denies the struggle against racialized gender oppression a place on its anti-racist agenda. A final recent example will suffice to show how Black America continues to be held hostage to racialism's essentialist politics. Although much of the rhetoric supporting a proposed million-man march is grounded in the need for a Black American response to Supreme Court decisions, the march's proponents not only fail to problematize the racialist politics that installed Clarence Thomas, but effectively reproduce those politics by promoting gender exclusivity, with its concomitant subordination of the irreducibly gendered dimensions of Black women's racial oppression. Because there is no currently viable alternative to an ambivalent liberal vision of race, on the one hand, and an inadequate vision of racialism, on the other, many progressive voices in the Black community tend to gravitate toward the racialist view. For all its faults, racialism at least acknowledges the persistence of racism, albeit in an essentialist and exclusionary way. XXII. Without a counter-vision of race that does not fall into the nebulous world of liberal ambivalence and apology, the dangers of racialist politics for communities of color will continue to go unheeded, even in light of the deep contradictions that such politics produces. Historians of American racial politics may rightly remember the final years of the 20th century as the age of repudiation. All the evidence suggests that the 1990s marked the rejection of the always fragile civil rights consensus and the renunciation of by federal, state and city authorities, indeed, of the American people themselves, that government not only can but must play an active role in identifying and eradicating racial injustice. The ideological offensive against civil rights reform, not to mention deeper social change, has consolidated what we have called a new common sense regarding race and racism in the United States. Although the new racial common sense defies both reason and contemporary reality, This fact has not deterred makers of public policy and public opinion in the post-reform era from using it to justify their indifference or outright hostility toward those who continue to struggle for racial justice and multicultural democracy in the United States. In the 1980s, the architects of the new racial common sense provided an ideological foundation for dismantling many of the key reforms and programs adopted during the civil rights period. In the 1990s, the apologists for racial reaction have deepened and extended their attack to include the very principle of racial anti-discrimination. Emboldened by the successes of the 1980s, right-wing legal academics such as Richard A. Epstein now openly decry laws forbidding racial discrimination on the grounds that they are economically inefficient and morally indefensible. And in a deliberate distortion of the 1954 Brown decision, Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas has cynically described the Brown Court's historically based claim that racial segregation was inherently unequal as itself an example of white racism. The power of new racial common sense may be seen, too, in the felt necessity of Democratic President Bill Clinton to qualify his already compromised defense of affirmative action with a neoliberal nod toward the angry white males who, against all the evidence, have positioned themselves as the chief victims of contemporary racial politics. The task of critical race theory is to remind its readers how deeply issues of racial ideology and power continue to matter in American life. Questioning regnant visions of racial meaning and racial power, critical race theorists seek to fashion a set of tools for thinking about race that avoids the traps of racial thinking. Critical race theory understands that racial power is produced by and experienced within numerous vectors of social life. Critical race theory recognizes, too, that political interventions which overlook the multiple ways in which people of color are situated, and resituated, as communities, subcommunities, and individuals will do little to promote effective resistance to, and counter-mobilization against, today's newly empowered right. It is our hope that the writings collected here will prove to be a useful critical compass for negotiating the treacherous terrain of American racial politics in the coming century. Part 1. Intellectual Precursors, Early Criticism of Conventional Civil Rights Discourse. 1. Intellectual Precursors, Early Critique of Conventional Civil Rights Discourse. We begin with two of Derek Bell's essays from the late 1970s. The first, Serving Two Masters, appropriately sets the stage for the eventual development of critical race theory. Perhaps there is no more sacred text for what we have described as the liberal civil rights consensus than the Supreme Court's opinion in Brown v. Board of Education. In fact, by the mid-1970s, when Bell was writing, the norms of racial integration had become so powerful that they were taken to define the difference between being enlightened and being backward. In other words, only racists both black and white. Of a quality education against integration in the 1970s, he risked being branded, at best, an apologist for segregated education, and at worst, an accomplice to racist resistance to integration. As Bell illustrates, however, one need not share any sympathies with segregationists to question the utility of a singular focus on integrating schools. All that was necessary was a race-conscious perspective that focused on the effect of integration on the black community. That change in perspective is the intellectual starting point of critical race theory. Bell's second essay, The Interest Can Could Possibly Oppose Brown. Bell was already a notable figure as one of the first African Americans to be tenured at Harvard Law. Gent's Dilemma reflects an early attempt to sketch out a structural theory of what he implicitly suggested in Serving Two Masters that, school, it was thus dramatic that he would take on the liberal ideology of the mainstream civil rights movement by criticizing the effect of the enforcement of Brown on the black community. As Bell argued, the Brown strategy was being pursued by public interest lawyers who were driven by a commitment to integration as the appropriate solution to black children's educational needs. The problem, according to Bell, was that the lawyers' commitment to integration often flew in the face of what was best for the African American communities they legally represented, or what those communities themselves desired. For a black scholar to pose values law is an undependable ally in the struggle for racial liberation. According to Bell, the traditional liberal image of law as the neutral, impersonal mediator of group conflict masks its function in producing and insulating white dominance. Legal decisions reflect the balance of racial power and any anxiety that exists in the larger social order. From this initial starting point, Bell develops a provocative, overtly instrumental account of the ebb and flow of legal decisions about race which explicitly ties each important stage of civil rights reform to the long-term interests of whites. Alan Freeman is a founding member of the Conference on Critical Legal Studies. His article is both a classic example of a critical legal studies approach and an important intellectual precursor to critical race theory. Freeman focuses on Brown and the other important civil rights decisions of the Supreme Court during the 1960s and 1970s. He identifies tensions in the civil rights doctrine between cases that identify discrimination through the perpetrator perspective, on the one hand, and through the victim perspective, on the other. In direct challenge to the reigning idea of civil rights discourse as a rational and neutral development of uncontroversial norms of justice, Freeman presents the Supreme Court doctrine as evoking two competing, and starkly contrasting, ideologies for representing racism, the narrower, perpetrator perspective. He argues, has been privileged over the more expansive vision. In contrast to Bell's instrumental approach within which doctrinal developments are seen to reflect fairly directly the relative balance of social interests, Freeman contends that legal doctrine must be understood as part of an ideological narrative about how race is understood, a narrative that can underscore legitimate racial power by representing it as neutral and objective. As he argues, the legal adoption of the perpetrator perspective is part of an ideological process through which forms of racial power that do not register on the perpetrator framework get implicitly represented as not racism and, thus, are pushed beyond the scope of remediation. Under the dominant understanding of civil rights in the late 1970s and early 1980s, enlightened people were not committed simply to Brown but to a particular understanding of the insignificance of race in all sorts of realms, including perhaps most particularly, intellectual work. An unstated assumption was that the race of a scholar didn't matter, just the merit of his or her ideas. Richard Delgado dramatically shattered that silent assumption with the publication of The Imperial Scholar in 1984. Delgado conducted an empirical analysis of civil rights commentary in the scholarly literature and found that the legal literature consisted of white scholars writing for and citing each other, a closed circle of civil rights experts from which scholars of color were excluded. Like Bell and Freeman, Delgado signaled a neatly and important break with the reigning antipathy toward race consciousness in conventional civil rights discourse. He openly and explicitly charged that the race of a scholar matters to perspective and ideology. Part 1. Intellectual Precursors. Early criticism of conventional civil rights discourse. Serving two masters, integration. Ideals and client interests in school desegregation litigation. Derek A. Bell, Jr. In the name of equity, we seek dramatic improvement in the quality of the education available to our children. Any steps to achieve desegregation must be reviewed in light of the black community's interest in improved pupil performance as the primary characteristic of educational equity. We define educational equity as the absence of discriminatory pupil placement and improved performance for all children who have been the objects of discrimination. We think it neither necessary, nor proper to endure the dislocations of desegregation without reasonable assurances that our children will instructionally profit. Coalition of Black Community Groups in Boston. At espousal of educational improvement as the appropriate goal of school desegregation efforts is out of phase with the current state of the law. Largely through the efforts of civil rights lawyers, most courts have come to construe Brown v. Board of Education as mandating equal educational opportunities through school desegregation plans aimed at achieving racial balance, whether or not those plans will improve the education received by the children affected. To the extent that instructional profit accurately defines the school priorities of black parents in Boston and elsewhere, questions of professional responsibility are raised that can no longer be ignored. How should the term client be defined in school desegregation cases that are litigated for decades, determine critically important constitutional rights for thousands of minority children, and usually involve major restructuring of a public school system? How should civil rights attorneys represent the often diverse interests of clients and class in school suits? Do they owe any special obligation to class members who emphasize educational quality and probably cannot obtain counsel to advocate their divergent views? Do the political, organizational, and even philosophical complexities of school desegregation litigation justify a higher standard of professional responsibility on the part of civil rights lawyers to their clients or more diligent oversight of the lawyer-client relationship by the bench and bar? As is so often the case, a crisis of events motivates this long-overdue inquiry. The great crusade to desegregate the public schools has faltered. There is increasing opposition to desegregation at local and national levels, not all of which can now be simply condemned as racist, while the once vigorous support of federal courts is on the decline. New barriers have arisen. Inflation makes the attainment of racial balance more expensive, the growth of black populations in urban areas renders it more difficult, an increasing number of social science studies question the validity of its educational assumptions. Civil rights lawyers dismiss these new obstacles as legally irrelevant. Having achieved so much by courageous persistence, they have not wavered in their determination to implement Brown using racial balance measures developed in the hard-fought legal battles of the last 2 decades. This stance involves great risk for CLI. 6 intellectual precursors. Ants whose educational interests may no longer accord with the integration ideals of their attorneys. Indeed, muffled but increasing criticism of unconditional integration policies by vocal minorities in black communities is not limited to Boston. Now that traditional racial balance remedies are becoming increasingly difficult to achieve or maintain, there is tardy concern that racial balance may not be the relief actually desired by the victims of segregated schools. This article will review the development of school desegregation litigation and the unique lawyer-client relationship that has evolved out of it. It will not be the first such inquiry. During the era of massive resistance, Southern states charged that this relationship violated professional canons of conduct. A majority of the Supreme Court rejected those challenges, creating in the process constitutional protection for conduct that, under the circumstances, would contravene basic precepts of professional behavior. The potential for ethical problems in these constitutionally protected lawyer-client relationships was recognized by the American Bar Association's Code of Professional Responsibility, but it is difficult to provide standards for the attorney and protection for the client where the source of the conflict is the attorney's ideals. The magnitude of the difficulty is more accurately gauged in a much older code that warns: no servant can serve 2 masters, for either he will hate the one, and love the other, or else he will hold to one, and despise the other. A behind-the-scenes view. A. The strategy. Although Brown was not a test case with a result determined in advance, the legal decisions that undermined and finally swept away the separate but equal doctrine of Plessy v. Ferguson were far from fortuitous. Their genesis can be found in the volumes of reported cases stretching back to the mid-19th century, cases in which every conceivable aspect of segregated schools was challenged. By the early 30s, the NAACP, with the support of a foundation grant, had organized a concerted program of legal attacks on racial segregation. In October 1934, Vice Dean Charles H. Houston of the Howard University Law School was retained by the NAACP to direct this campaign. According to the NAACP annual report for 1934, the campaign was a carefully planned one to secure decisions, rulings, and public opinion on the broad principle instead of being devoted to merely miscellaneous cases. These strategies were intended to eliminate racial segregation, not merely in the public schools but throughout society. The public schools were chosen because they presented a far more compelling symbol set of the evils of segregation and a far more vulnerable target than segregated railroad cars, restaurants, or restrooms. Initially, the NAACP school litigation was aimed at the most blatant inequalities in facilities and teacher salaries. The next target was the obvious inequality in higher education evidenced by the almost total absence of public graduate and professional schools for blacks in the South. Thurgood Marshall succeeded Houston in 1938 and became Director Counsel of the NAACP Legal Defense and Educational Fund, LDF, when it became a separate entity in 1939. Jack Greenberg, who succeeded Marshall in 1961, recalled that the legal program built precedent, treating each case in a context of jurisprudential development rather than as an isolated private lawsuit. Of course, it was not possible to plan the program with precision. How and when plaintiffs sought relief and the often unpredictable course of litigation were frequently as influential as any blueprint in determining the sequence of cases, the precise issues they posed, and their outcome. But as lawyer-publisher Lauren Miller observed of Brown and the 4 other school cases decided with it, there was more to this carefully stage-managed selection of cases for review than meets the naked eye. In 1955, the Supreme Court rejected the NAACP's request for a general order requiring desegregation in all school districts, issued the famous all-deliberate speed mandate, and returned the matter to the district courts. It quickly became apparent that most school districts would not comply with Brown voluntarily. 7. Rather, they retained counsel and determined to resist compliance as long as possible. By the late 50s, the realization by black parents and local branches of the NAACP that litigation would be required, together with the snail's pace at which most of the school cases progressed, brought about a steady growth in the size of school desegregation dockets. Because of their limited resources, the NAACP and LDF adopted the following general pattern for initiating school suits. A local attorney would respond to the request of a NAACP branch to address its members concerning their rights under the Brown decision. Those interested in joining a suit as named plaintiffs would sign retainers authorizing the local attorney and members of the NAACP staff to represent them in a school desegregation class action. Subsequently, depending on the facts of the case and the availability of counsel to prepare the papers, a suit would be filed. In most instances, the actual complaint was drafted or at least approved by a member of the national legal staff. With few exceptions, local attorneys were not considered expert in school desegregation litigation and so served mainly as a liaison between the national staff lawyers and the local community. Named plaintiffs, of course, retained the right to drop out of the case at any time. They did not seek to exercise control over the litigation, and during the early years there was no reason for them to do so. Suits were filed, school boards resisted the suits, and civil rights attorneys tried to overcome the resistance. Obtaining compliance with Brown as soon as possible was the goal of clients as well as attorneys. In most cases, though, that goal would not be realized before the named plaintiffs had graduated or left the school system. The civil rights lawyers would not settle for anything less than a desegregated system. While the situation did not arise in the early years, it was generally made clear to potential plaintiffs that the NAACP was not interested in settling the litigation in return for school board promises to provide better segregated schools. Black parents generally felt that the victory in Brown entitled the civil rights lawyers to determine the basis of compliance. There was no doubt that perpetuating segregated schools was unacceptable, and the civil rights lawyers' strong opposition to such schools had the full support of the named plaintiffs and the class they represented. Charges to the contrary initiated by several southern states were malevolent in intent and premature in timing. B. The theory. The rights vindicated in school litigation literally did not exist prior to 1954. Despite hundreds of judicial opinions, these rights have yet to be clearly defined. This is not surprising. Desegregation efforts aimed at lunchrooms, beaches, transportation, and other public facilities were designed merely to gain access to those facilities. Any actual racial mixing has been essentially fortuitous, it was hardly part of the rights protected, to eat, travel, or swim on a non-racial basis. The strategy of school desegregation is much different. The actual presence of white children is said to be essential to the right in both its philosophical and pragmatic dimensions. In essence, the arguments are that blacks must gain access to white schools because equal educational opportunity means integrated schools, and because only school integration will make certain that black children will receive the same education as white children. This theory of school desegregation, however, fails to encompass the complexity of achieving equal educational opportunity for children to whom it so long has been denied. The NAACP and the LDF, responsible for virtually all school desegregation suits, usually seek to establish a racial population at each school that, within a range of 0 to 15%, reflects the percentage of whites and blacks in the district. However, in a growing number of the largest urban districts, the school system is predominantly black. The resistance of most white parents to sending their children to a predominantly black school, combined with the accessibility of a suburban residence or a private school to all but the poorest, renders implementation of such plans extremely difficult. Although many whites undoubtedly perceive a majority black school as ipso facto a poor. 8 Intellectual precursors. School. The schools can be improved and white attitudes changed. All too little attention has been given to making black schools educationally effective. Furthermore, the disinclination of white parents to send their children to black schools has not been lessened by charges made over a long period of time by civil rights groups that black schools are educationally bankrupt and unconstitutional per se. NAACP policies nevertheless call for maximizing racial balance within the district as an immediate goal while supporting litigation that will eventually require the consolidation of predominantly white surrounding districts. The basic civil rights position that Brown requires maximum feasible desegregation has been accepted by the courts and successfully implemented in smaller school districts throughout the country. The major resistance to further progress has occurred in the large urban areas of both the South and North, where racially isolated neighborhoods make school integration impossible without major commitments to the transportation of students, often over long distances. The use of the school bus is not a new phenomenon in American education, but the transportation of students over long distances to schools where their parents do not believe they will receive a good education has, predictably, created strong opposition in white and even in black communities. The busing issue has served to make concrete what many parents long have sensed and what new research has suggested. Court orders mandating racial balance may be, depending on the circumstances, educationally advantageous, irrelevant, or even disadvantageous. Nevertheless, civil rights lawyers continue to argue, without regard to the educational effect of such assignments, that black children are entitled to integrated schools. This position might well have shocked many of the justices who decided Brown, and it hardly encourages those judges asked to undertake the destruction and resurrection of school systems in our large cities, which this reading of Brown has come to require. Troubled by the resistance and disruptions caused by busing over long distances, those judges have increasingly rejected such an interpretation of Brown. They have established new standards that limit relief across district lines which reject busing for intradistrict desegregation when the time or distance of travel is so great as to either risk the health of children or significantly impinge on the educational process. Litigation in the large cities has dragged on for years and often culminated in decisions that approve the continued assignment of large numbers of black children to predominantly black schools. Il. Lawyer-client conflicts. Sauer RCES and rationale. A. Civil rights rigidity surveyed. Having convinced themselves that Brown stands for desegregation, and not for education, the established civil rights organizations steadfastly refuse to recognize reverses in the school desegregation campaign, reverses that, to some extent, have been precipitated by their rigidity. They seem to be reluctant to evaluate objectively the high risks inherent in a continuation of current policies. The Boston case. The Boston school litigation provides an instructive example of what, I fear, is a widespread situation. Early in 1975, I was invited by representatives of Boston's black community groups to meet them and NAACP lawyers over plans for Phase 2 of Boston's desegregation effort. Implementation of the 1974 plan had met with violent resistance that received nationwide attention. Even in the lulls between the violent incidents, it is unlikely that much in the way of effective instruction was occurring at many of the schools. NAACP lawyers had retained experts whose proposals for the 1975-76 school year would have required even more busing between black and lower-class white communities. The black representatives were ambivalent about the busing plans. They did not wish to back away after years of effort to desegregate Boston's schools, but they wished to place greater emphasis on upgrading the school's educational quality, to maintain existing assignments at schools which were already integrated, and to minimize busing to the poorest and most violent white districts. In response to a proposal filed by the Boston School Committee, they sent a lengthy statement of their position directly to District Judge W. Arthur Garrity. At the meeting I attended, black representatives hoped to convince the lawyers to incorporate their educational priorities into the plaintiff's Phase 2 desegregation plan. The lawyers assigned by the NAACP to the Boston case listened respectfully to the views of the black community group, but they made clear that a long line of court decisions would limit the degree to which those educational priorities could be incorporated into the desegregation plan the lawyers were preparing to file. That plan contained far more busing to balance the racial populations of the schools than was eventually approved by the federal court. Acting on the recommendations of appointed masters, Judge Garrity adopted several provisions designed to improve the quality of the notoriously poor Boston schools. However, these provisions were more the product of judicial initiative than of civil rights advocacy. To the Detroit case, the determination of NAACP officials to achieve racial balance was also tested in the Detroit school case. Having failed in efforts to obtain an inter-district metropolitan remedy in Detroit, the NAACP set out to achieve a unitary system in a school district that was over 0% black. The district court rejected an NAACP plan designed to require every school to reflect, within a range of 15% in either direction, the ratio of whites to blacks in the school district as a whole, and it approved a desegregation plan that emphasized educational reform rather than racial balance. The NAACP General Counsel, Nathaniel R. Jones, reportedly called the decision an abomination and a rape of the constitutional rights of black children, and he indicated his intention to appeal immediately. 3. The Atlanta case. Prior to Detroit, the most open confrontation between NAACP views of school integration and those of local blacks who favored plans oriented toward improving educational quality occurred in Atlanta. There, a group of plaintiffs became discouraged by the difficulty of achieving meaningful desegregation in a district which had gone from 32% black in 1952 to 82% black in 1974. Lawyers for the local NAACP branch, who had gained control of the litigation, worked out a compromise plan with the Atlanta School Board that called for full faculty and employee desegregation, but for only limited pupil desegregation. In exchange, the school board promised to hire a number of blacks in top administrative positions, including a black superintendent of schools. The federal court approved the plan. The court's approval was apparently influenced by petitions favoring the plan's adoption, which were signed by several thousand members of the plaintiffs' class. Nevertheless, the National NAACP office and LDF lawyers were horrified by the compromise. The NAACP ousted the Atlanta branch president who had supported the compromise. Then, acting on behalf of some local blacks who shared their views, LDF lawyers filed an appeal in the Atlanta case. The appeal also raised a number of procedural issues concerning the lack of notice and the refusal of the district court to grant hearings on the compromise plan. These issues gave the Fifth Circuit an opportunity to remand the case to the district court without reaching the merits of the settlement agreement. Undaunted, LDF lawyers again attacked the plan for failing to require busing of whites into the predominantly black schools, in which a majority of the students in the system were enrolled. However, the district court's finding that the system had achieved unitary status was upheld by the same Fifth Circuit panel. As in Detroit, NAACP opposition to the Atlanta Compromise Plan was not deterred by the fact that local leaders, including black school board members, supported the settlement. Defenders the Compromise Plan, Dr. Benjamin E. Mays, one of the most respected black educators in the country, stated, "We have never argued that the Atlanta Compromise Plan is the best plan, nor have we encouraged 10 intellectual precursors. Any other school system to adopt it? This plan is the most viable plan for Atlanta, a city school system that is 82% black and 18% white and is continuing to lose whites each year to 5 counties that are more than % white. More importantly, black people must not resign themselves to the pessimistic view that a non-integrated school cannot provide black children with an excellent educational setting. Instead, black people, while working to implement Brown, should recognize that integration alone does not provide a quality education, and that much of the substance of quality education can be provided to black children in the interim registered B. Alternatives to the rigidity of racial balance. Dr. May's thoughtful statement belies the claim that Brown can be implemented only by the immediate racial balancing of school populations. Nevertheless, civil rights groups refuse to recognize what courts in Boston, Detroit, and Atlanta have now made obvious: where racial balance is not feasible because of population concentrations, political boundaries, or even educational considerations, there is adequate legal precedent for court-ordered remedies that emphasize educational improvement rather than racial balance. The plans adopted in these cases were formulated without the support, indeed, often over the objection of the NAACP and other civil rights groups. They are intended to upgrade educational quality, and like racial balance, they may have that effect, but neither the NAACP nor the court-fashioned remedies are sufficiently directed at the real evil of pre-Brown public schools, the state-supported subordination of blacks in every aspect of the educational process. Racial separation is only the most obvious manifestation of this subordination. Providing unequal and inadequate school resources and excluding black parents from meaningful participation in school policy making are at least as damaging to black children as enforced separation. Whether based on racial balance precedents or compensatory education theories, remedies that fail to attack all policies of racial subordination almost guarantee that the basic evil of segregated schools will survive and flourish, even in those systems where racially balanced schools can be achieved. Low academic performance and large numbers of disciplinary and expulsion cases are only two of the predictable outcomes in integrated schools where the racial subordination of blacks is reasserted in, if anything, a more damaging form. Although some of the remedies fashioned by the courts themselves have been responsive to the problem of racial subordination, plaintiffs and courts seeking to implement such remedies are not assisted by counsel representing plaintiff classes. Much more effective remedies for racial subordination in the schools could be obtained if the creative energies of the civil rights litigation groups could be brought into line with the needs and desires of their clients. See the organization and its ideals. Civil rights lawyers have long experience, unquestioned commitment, and the ability to organize programs that have helped to bring about profound changes in the last 2 decades. Why, one might ask, have they been so unwilling to recognize the increasing futility of total desegregation, and, more important, the increasing number of defections within the black community? A few major factors that underlie this unwillingness can be identified. Racial balance as a symbol. For many civil rights workers, success in obtaining racially balanced schools seems to have become a symbol of the nation's commitment to equal opportunity not only in education, but in housing, employment, and other fields where the effects of racial discrimination are still present. As Dean Ernest Campbell has observed, the busing issue has acquired meanings that seem to have little relevance for the education of children in any direct sense. In his view, proponents of racial balance fear that the failure to establish busing as a major tool for desegregation will signify the end of an era of expanding civil rights. For them, the busing debate symbolizes a major test of the country's continued commitment to civil rights progress. Any retreat on busing will be construed as an abandonment of this commitment and a return to segregation. Indeed, Dr. Camp, Xr. Bell has suggested that some leaders see busing as a major test of black political strength. Under a kind of domestic domino theory, these leaders fear that failure on the busing issue would trigger a string of defeats, ending a long line of major judicial and administrative decisions that substantially expanded the civil rights and personal opportunities of blacks in the post-World War II period. Degree. To clients and contributors, the hardline position of established civil rights groups on school desegregation is explained in part by pragmatic considerations. These organizations are supported by middle-class blacks and whites who believe fervently in integration. At their socio-economic level, integration has worked well, and they are certain that once whites and blacks at lower economic levels are successfully mixed in the schools, integration also will work well at those levels. Many of these supporters either reject or fail to understand suggestions that alternatives to integrated schools should be considered, particularly in majority black districts. They will be understandably reluctant to provide financial support for policies they think unsound, possibly illegal, and certainly disquieting. The rise and decline of the Congress of Racial Equality, CORE, provides a stark reminder of the fate of civil rights organizations relying on white support while espousing black self-reliance. School expert Ron Edmonds contends that civil rights attorneys often do not represent their clients' best interests in desegregation litigation because they answer to a minuscule constituency while serving a massive clientele. Edmonds distinguishes the clients of civil rights attorneys, the persons on whose behalf suit is filed, from their constituents, those to whom the attorney must answer for his actions. He suggests that in class action school desegregation cases the mass of lower-class black parents and children are merely clients. To define constituents, Edmonds asks, to what class of Americans does the civil rights attorney feel he must answer for his professional conduct? The answer can be determined by identifying those with whom the civil rights attorney confers as. He defines the goals of the litigation. He concludes that those who currently have access to the civil rights attorney are whites and middle-class blacks who advocate integration and categorically oppose majority black schools. Edmonds suggests that, more than other professionals, the civil rights attorney labors in a closed setting isolated from most of his clients. No matter how numerous, the attorney's clients cannot become constituents unless they have access to him before or during the legal process. The result is the pursuit of metropolitan desegregation without sufficient regard for the probable instructional consequences for black children. In sum, he charges, a class action suit serving only those who pay the attorney fee has the effect of permitting the fee-paying minority to impose its will on the majority of the class on whose behalf suit is presumably brought. 3. Client counsel merger. The position of the established civil rights groups obviates any need to determine whether a continued policy of maximum racial balance conforms with the wishes of even a minority of the class. This position represents an extraordinary view of the lawyer's role. Not only does it assume a perpetual retainer authorizing a lifelong effort to obtain racially balanced schools, it also fails to reflect any significant change in representational policy from a decade ago when virtually all blacks assumed that integration was the best means of achieving a quality education for black children to the present time, when many black parents are disenchanted with the educational results of integration. This malady may afflict many idealistic lawyers who seek, through the class action device, to bring about judicial intervention affecting large segments of the community. The class action provides the vehicle for bringing about a major advance toward an idealistic goal. At the same time, prosecuting and winning the big case provides strong reinforcement of the attorney's sense of his or her abilities and professionalism. Dr. Andrew Watson has suggested that, class actions, have the capacity to provide 12 intellectual precursors. Large sources of narcissistic gratification, and this may be one of the reasons why they are such a popular form of litigation in legal aid and poverty law clinics. The psychological motivations that influence the lawyer in taking on a fiercer dragon through the class action may also underlie the tendency to direct the suit toward the goals of the lawyer rather than the client. 3. Civet Rickuts litigation and the regulation of professional ethics. A. NAACP v. Button. The questions of legal ethics raised by the lawyer-client relationship in civil rights litigation are not new. The Supreme Court's 1963 treatment of these questions in NAACP v. Button, *, however, needs to be examined in light of the emergence of lawyer-client conflicts, which are far more serious than the premature speculations of a segregationist legislature. The challenge. As the implementation of Brown began, Southern officials looking for every possible means to eliminate the threat of integrated schools soon realized that the NAACP's procedure for obtaining clients for litigation resembled the traditionally unethical practices of barotray, and running and capping. Attempting to exploit this resemblance, a majority of Southern states enacted laws defining NAACP litigation practices as unlawful. In Virginia, though unethical and unprofessional conduct by attorneys had been regulated by statute since 1849, NAACP legal activities had been carried on openly for many years. No attempt was made to use these regulations to proscribe NAACP activities until 1956. In that year, during an extra session called to resist school integration, the Virginia legislature amended its criminal statutes barring running and capping to forbid the solicitation of legal business by an agent for an individual or organization which retains a lawyer in connection with an action to which it is not a party and in which it has no pecuniary right or liability. An attorney accepting employment from such an organization was subject to disbarment. The NAACP sued to restrain enforcement of these new provisions, claiming that the statute was unconstitutional. The Virginia Supreme Court of Appeals found that the statute's purpose was to strengthen the existing statutes to further control the evils of solicitation of legal business. The court held that the statute's expanded definition of improper solicitation of legal business did not violate the Constitution in proscribing many of the legal activities of civil rights groups such as the NAACP. To the Supreme Court response, the U.S. Supreme Court reversed, holding that the state statute as construed and applied abridged the First Amendment rights of NAACP members. Justice William Brennan, writing for the majority, reasoned that the activities of the NAACP, its affiliates, and legal staff shown on this record are modes of expression and association protected by the First and 14th Amendments which Virginia may not prohibit, under its power to regulate the legal profession, as improper solicitation of legal business. 13 Justice Brennan placed great weight on the importance of litigation to the NAACP's civil rights program. He noted, with obvious approval, that blacks rely on the courts to gain objectives which are not available through the ballot box and said, "We cannot close our eyes to the fact that the militant Negro civil rights movement has engendered the intense resentment and opposition of the politically dominant white community of Virginia. Litigation assisted by the NAACP has been bitterly fought." The court deemed NAACP's litigation activities a form of political expression protected by the First Amendment. Justice Brennan conceded that Virginia had a valid interest in regulating the traditionally illegal practices of barotray, maintenance, and champerty, but noted that the malicious intent which constituted the essence of these common law offenses was absent here. He also reasoned that because the NAACP's efforts served the public rather than a private interest, and because no monetary stakes were involved, there is no danger that the attorney will desert or subvert the paramount interests of his client to enrich himself. Or 13. Or an outside sponsor. And the aims and interests of NAACP have not been shown to conflict with those of its members and non-member Negro litigants. 1 degree to meet Virginia's criticism that the court was creating a special law to protect the NAACP, the majority found the NAACP's activities constitutionally irrelevant to the ground of our decision. Even so, Justice William Douglas noted in a concurring opinion that the Virginia law prohibiting activities by lay groups was aimed directly at NAACP activities as part of the general plan of massive resistance to the integration of the schools. Although the issue was raised by the state, the majority did not decide whether Virginia could constitutionally prohibit the NAACP from controlling the course of the litigation sponsored, perhaps because the NAACP consistently denied that it exercised such control. Justice Byron White, concurring in part and dissenting in part, cautioned, "If we had before us, which we do not, a narrowly drawn statute proscribing only the actual day-to-day management and dictation of the tactics, strategy, and conduct of litigation by a lay entity such as the NAACP, the issue would be considerably different, at least for me, for in my opinion neither the practice of law by such an organization nor its management of the litigation of its members or others is constitutionally protected. Justice White feared that the majority opinion would also strike down such a narrowly drawn statute. 3. Justice Harlan's dissent joined by Justices Tom Clark and Potter Stewart, Justice Harlan expressed the view that the Virginia statute was valid. In support of his conclusion, Harlan carefully reviewed the record and found that NAACP policy required what he considered serious departures from ethical professional conduct. First, NAACP attorneys were required to follow policy directives promulgated by the National Board of Directors or lose their right to compensation. Second, these directives to staff lawyers covered many subjects relating to the form and substance of litigation. Third, the NAACP not only advocated litigation and waited for prospective litigants to come forward but also, in several instances and particularly in school cases, specific directions were given as to the types of prospective plaintiffs to be sought, and staff lawyers brought blank forms to meetings for the purpose of obtaining signatures authorizing the prosecution of litigation in the name of the signer. Degree. Fourth, the retainer forms signed by prospective litigants sometimes did not contain the names of the attorneys retained, and often when the forms specified certain attorneys as counsel, additional attorneys were brought into the action without the plaintiff's consent. Justice Harlan observed that several named plaintiffs had testified that they had no personal dealings with the lawyers handling their cases and were not aware until long after the event that suits had been filed in their names. Taken together, Harlan felt these incidents justified the corrective measures taken by the state of Virginia. Justice Harlan was not impressed by the fact that the suits were not brought for pecuniary gain. The NAACP attorneys did not donate their services, and the litigating activities did not fall into the accepted category of aid to indigents. However, he deemed more important than the avoidance of improper pecuniary gain the concern shared by the profession, courts, and legislatures that outside influences not interfere with the uniquely personal relationship between lawyer and client. In Justice Harlan's view, when an attorney is employed by an association or corporation to represent a client, two problems arise. The lawyer becomes then subject to the control of a body that is not itself a litigant and that, unlike the lawyers it employs, is not subject to strict professional discipline as an officer of the court. In addition, the lawyer necessarily finds himself with a divided allegiance to his employer and to his client, which may prevent full compliance with his basic professional obligations. He conceded that the NAACP may be no more than the sum of the efforts and views infused in it by its members, but he added a prophetic warning that the totality of the separate interests of the members and others whose causes the petitioner champions, even in the 14 intellectual precursors field of race relations, may far exceed in scope and variety that body's views of policy, as embodied in litigating strategy and tactics. Justice Harlan recognized that it might be in the association's interest to maintain an all-out, frontal attack on segregation, even sacrificing small points in some cases for the major points that might win other cases. Yet he foresaw that it is not impossible that after authorizing action in his behalf, a Negro parent, concerned that a continued frontal attack could result in schools closed for years, might prefer to wait with his fellows a longer time for good faith efforts by the local school board than is permitted by the centrally determined policy of the NAACP. Or he might see a greater prospect of success through discussions with local school authorities than through the litigation deemed necessary by the association. The parent, of course, is free to withdraw his authorization, but is his lawyer, retained and paid by petitioner and subject to its directions on matters of policy, able to advise the parent with that undivided allegiance that is the hallmark of the attorney-client relation? I am afraid not. For NAACP v. Button. In retrospect, the characterizations of the facts in Button by both the majority and the dissenters contain much that is accurate. As the majority found, The NAACP did not solicit litigants but rather systematically advised black parents of their rights under Brown and collected retainer signatures of those willing to join the proposed suits. The litigation was designed to serve the public interest rather than to enrich the litigators. Not all the plaintiffs were indigent, but few could afford to finance litigation intended to change the deep-seated racial policies of public school systems. On the other hand, Justice Harlan was certainly correct in suggesting that the retainer process was often performed in a perfunctory manner, and that plaintiffs had little contact with their attorneys. Plaintiffs frequently learned that suit had been filed and kept abreast of its progress through the public media. Although a plaintiff could withdraw from the suit at any time, he could not influence the primary goals of the litigation. Except in rare instances, policy decisions were made by the attorneys, often in conjunction with the organizational leadership and without consultation with the client. The Button majority obviously felt that the potential for abuse of clients' rights in this procedure was overshadowed by the fact that Virginia enacted the statute to protect the citadel of segregation rather than the sanctity of the lawyer-client relationship. As the majority pointed out, litigation was the only means by which blacks throughout the South could effectuate the school desegregation mandate of Brown. The theoretical possibility of abuse of client rights seemed a rather slender risk when compared with the real threat to integration posed by this most dangerous weapon in Virginia's arsenal of massive resistance. B. The ABA response. Button's recognition of First Amendment rights in the conduct of litigation led to subsequent decisions broadening the rights of other lay groups to obtain legal representation for their members. In so doing, these decisions posed new problems for the organized bar. The American Bar Association, faced with the reality of group practice, which it had long resisted, has attempted to adopt guidelines for practitioners, but the applicable provisions of its new Code of Professional Responsibility provide only broad and uncertain guidance on the issues of control of litigation and conflict of interest as they affect civil rights lawyers. The Code of Professional Responsibility again and again admonishes the lawyer to disregard the desires of others that might impair his free judgment. But the suggestions assume the classical commercial conflict or a third-party intermediary clearly hostile to the client. Even when the code seems to recognize more subtle economic, political, or social pressures, the protection needed by civil rights clients is not provided, and the suggested remedy, withdrawal from representation of the client, is hardly desirable if the client has no available alternatives. The market system mentality of the drafters of the code surfaces in another provision which suggests that problems of control are less likely to exist where the lawyer is compensated directly by his client. Solving the problems of control by relying on the elimination of compensation from a source other than the client was rejected in Button. All that remains is the warning that a person or group furnishing lawyers may be far more concerned with establishment or extension of legal principles than in the immediate protection of the rights of the lawyer's individual client. The code approach, urging the lawyer to constantly guard against erosion of his professional freedom and requiring that the decline to accept direction of his professional judgment from any layman, is simply the wrong answer to the right question in civil rights offices, where basic organizational policies such as the goals of school desegregation are often designed by lawyers and then adopted by the board or other leadership group. The NAACP's reliance on litigation requires that lawyers play a major role in basic policy decisions. Admonitions that the lawyer make no important decisions without consulting the client, and that the client be fully informed of all relevant considerations, are, of course, appropriate, but they are difficult to enforce in the context of complex, long-term school desegregation litigation, in which the original plaintiffs may have left the system and the members of the class whose interests are at stake are numerous, generally uninformed, and if aware of the issues divided in their views. Current ABA standards thus appear to conform with Button and its progeny in permitting the representation typically provided by civil rights groups. They are a serious attempt to come to grips with and provide specific guidance on the issues of outside influence and client primacy which so concerned Justice Harlan. However, they provide little help where, as in school desegregation litigation, the influence of attorney and organization are mutually supportive, and both are so committed to what they perceive as the long-range good of their clients, that they do not sense the growing conflict between those goals and the client's current interests. Given the cries of protest and the charges of racially motivated persecution that would probably greet any ABBA effort to address 15. This problem more specifically, it is not surprising that the conflict which, in any event, will neither embarrass the profession ethically nor threaten it economically has not received a high priority for further attention. Idealism, though perhaps rarer than greed, is harder to control. Justice Harlan accurately prophesied the excesses of derailed benevolence, but a retreat from the group representational concepts set out in Button would be a disaster, not an improvement. State legislatures are less likely than the ABBA to draft standards that effectively guide practitioners and protect clients. Even well-intentioned and carefully drawn standards might hinder rather than facilitate the always difficult task of achieving social change through legal action. Furthermore, too stringent rules could encourage officials in some states to institute groundless disciplinary proceedings against lawyers in school cases, which in many areas are hardly more popular today than they were during the era of massive resistance. Client involvement in school litigation one's more likely to increase if civil rights lawyers themselves come to realize that the special status accorded them by the courts and the bar demands in return an extraordinary display of ethical sensitivity and self-restraint. The divided allegiance between client and employer which Justice Harlan feared would interfere with the civil rights lawyer's full compliance with his basic professional obligation has developed in a far more idealistic and thus a far more dangerous form. For it is more the civil rights lawyer's commitment to an integrated society than any policy directives or pressures from their employers that leads to their assumptions of client acceptance and their condemnations of all dissent. 4 Tuesday Crass Action Barrier to Expression of Dissent. When IG civil rights lawyers were highly responsive to the wishes of the named plaintiffs in school desegregation suits, a major source of lawyer-client conflict would remain. In most such suits, the plaintiffs bring a class action. 16 Intellectual precursors. On behalf of all similarly situated black students and parents, the final judgment will be binding on all members of the class. As black disenchantment with racial balance remedies grows, the strongest opposition to civil rights litigation strategy may come from unnamed class members. However, even when black groups opposed to racial balance remedies overcome their ambivalence and obtain counsel willing to advocate their positions in court, judicial interpretations of the federal class action rule make it difficult for dissident members of the class to gain a hearing in pending school litigation. Ironically, the interpretations of Rule 23 of the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure which now hinder dissent derive from early school desegregation cases in which the court sought to further plaintiffs' efforts to gain compliance with Brown. Typical of the early solicitude for plaintiffs in school desegregation cases was Potts v. Flax *. Defendants maintained at trial that the suit was not a class action because neither of the two plaintiffs had affirmatively indicated that they sought class relief. The district court found first that the suit properly presented the question of the constitutionality of defendants' dual school system. The court then determined that although the suit was instituted only by individuals, the right sued upon was a class right, the right to a termination of the system-wide policy of racial segregation in the schools and thus affected every black child in the school district. The Fifth Circuit, approving the lower court's reasoning, doubted that relief formally confined to specific black children either could be granted or could be so limited in its effect. Viewing the suit as basically an attack on the unconstitutional practice of racial discrimination, the court held that the appropriate relief was in order that it be discontinued. Moreover, the court suggested, to require a school system to admit the specific successful plaintiff Negro child while others, having no such protection, were required to attend schools in a racially segregated system, would be for the court to contribute actively to the class discrimination. At one time, expressions of disinterest and even disapproval of civil rights litigation by portions of the class may have been motivated by fear and by threats of physical and economic intimidation. Yet events in Atlanta, Detroit, and Boston provide the basis for judicial notice that many black parents oppose total reliance on racial balance remedies to cure the effects of school segregation. As one federal court of appeals judge has put it, almost predictably, changing circumstances during those years of litigation have dissolved the initial unity of the plaintiff's position. 7° Black parents who prefer alternative remedies are poorly served by the routine approval of plaintiffs' requests for class status in school desegregation litigation. Basic principles of equity require courts to develop greater sensitivity to the growing disagreement in Black communities over the nature of school relief. Existing class action rules provide ample authority for broadening representation in school cases to reflect the fact that views of the Black community are no longer monolithic. One aspect of class action status requiring closer scrutiny is whether the representation provided by plaintiffs will fairly and adequately protect the interests of the class. Because every person is entitled to be adequately represented when his rights and duties are being adjudicated, it is incumbent upon the courts to ensure the fairness of proceedings that will bind absent class members. The failure to exercise such care may violate due process rights guaranteed by the 5th and 14th Amendments. These problems can be avoided if, instead of routinely assuming that school desegregation plaintiffs adequately represent the class, courts will carefully apply the standard tests for determining the validity of class action allegations and the standard procedures for protecting the interests of unnamed class members. The failure to monitor carefully class status in accordance with the class action rules can frustrate the purposes of those rules and intensify the danger of attorney-client conflict inherent in class action litigation. To a measurable degree, the conflict can be traced to the civil rights lawyers' idealism and commitment to school integration. Such motivations do not become unprofessional because they are subjected to psychological scrutiny, rather, they help to explain the drive that enables the civil rights lawyer to survive discouragement and defeat and to renew the challenge for change. However, when challenges are made on behalf of large classes unable to speak effectively for themselves, courts should not refrain from making those inquiries under the federal rules which cannot fail, when properly undertaken, to strengthen the position of the class, the representative, and the counsel who serve them both. V. Tuesday Resolution of Lawyer-Client. Here is nothing revolutionary in any of the suggestions in this article. They are controversial only to the extent that they suggest that some civil rights lawyers, like their more candid poverty law colleagues, are making decisions, setting priorities, and undertaking responsibilities that should be determined by their clients and shaped by the community. It is essential that lawyers lawyer and not attempt to lead clients and class. Commitment renders restraint more, not less, difficult, and the inability of Black clients to pay handsome fees for legal services can cause their lawyers, unconsciously perhaps, to adopt an attitude of "we know what's best" in determining legal strategy. Unfortunately, clients are all too willing to turn everything over to the lawyers. In school cases, perhaps more than in any other civil rights field, the attorney must be more than a litigator. The willingness to innovate, organize, and negotiate and the ability to perform each with skill and persistence are of crucial importance. In this process of overall representation, the apparent and sometimes real conflicts of interest between lawyer and client can be resolved. Finally, commitment to an integrated society should not be allowed to interfere with the ability to represent effectively parents who favor education-oriented remedies. Those civil rights lawyers, regardless of race, whose commitment to integration is buoyed by doubts about the effectiveness of predominantly Black schools should reconsider seriously the propriety of representing Blacks, at least in those school cases involving heavily minority districts. 17. This seemingly harsh suggestion is dictated by practical as well as professional considerations. Lacking more viable alternatives, the Black community has turned to the courts. After several decades of frustration, the legal system, for a number of complex reasons, responded. Law and lawyers have received perhaps too much credit for that response. The quest for symbolic manifestations of new rights and the search for new legal theories have too often failed to prompt an assessment of the economic and political conditions that so influence the progress and outcome of any social reform improvement. In school desegregation, Blacks have a just cause, but this cause can be undermined as well as furthered by litigation. A test case can be an important means of calling attention to perceived injustice. More important, School litigation presents opportunities for improving the weak economic and political position that renders the black community vulnerable to the specific injustices the litigation is intended to correct. Litigation can and should serve lawyer and client as a community organizing tool, an educational forum, a means of obtaining data, a method of exercising political leverage, and a rallying point for public support. However, even when directed by the most resourceful attorneys, civil rights litigation remains an unpredictable vehicle for gaining benefits, such as quality schooling, which a great many whites do not enjoy. The risks involved in such efforts increase dramatically when civil rights attorneys, for idealistic or other reasons, fail to consider continually the limits imposed by the social and political circumstances under which clients must function even if the case is won. In the closest of lawyer-client relationships this continual re-examination can be difficult. It becomes much harder where much of the representation takes place hundreds of miles from the site of the litigation. Leroy Clark has written that the black community's belief in the efficacy of litigation inhibited the development of techniques involving popular participation and control, that might have advanced school desegregation in the South. He feels that civil rights lawyers were 18 intellectual precursors, partly responsible for this unwise reliance on the law. They had studied cases in which the conflict involved easily identifiable adversaries, a limited number of variables, and issues that courts could resolve in a manageable way. A lawyer seeking social change, Clark advises, must make clear that the major social and economic obstacles are not easily amenable to the legal process and that vigilance and continued activity by the disadvantaged are the crucial elements in social change. For reasons quite similar to those which enabled blacks to win in Brown in 1954 and caused them to lose in Plessy in 1896, even successful school litigation will bring little meaningful change unless there is continuing pressure for implementation from the black community. The problem of unjust laws, as Gary Bello has noted, is almost invariably a problem of distribution of political and economic power. The rules merely reflect a series of choices by the society made in response to these distributions. Our rule change, without a political base to support it, just doesn't produce any substantial result because rules are not self-executing, they require an enforcement mechanism. 7 degrees in the last analysis, blacks must provide an enforcement mechanism that will give educational content to the constitutional right recognized in Brown. Simply placing black children in white schools will seldom suffice. Lawyers in school cases who fail to obtain judicial relief that reasonably promises to improve the education of black children serve poorly both their clients and their cause. In 1935, W.E.B. Du Bois, in the course of a national debate over the education of blacks, a debate that has not been significantly altered by Brown, expressed simply but eloquently the message of the coalition of black community groups in Boston with which this article began. He Negro needs neither segregated schools nor mixed schools. What he needs is education. What he must remember is that there is no magic, either in mixed schools or in segregated schools. A mixed school with poor and unsympathetic teachers, with hostile public opinion, and no teaching of truth concerning black folk, is bad. A segregated school with ignorant placeholders, inadequate equipment, poor salaries, and wretched housing, is equally bad. Other things being equal, the mixed school is the broader, more natural basis for the education of all youth. It gives wider contacts, it inspires greater self-confidence, and suppresses the inferiority complex. But other things seldom are equal, and in that case, sympathy, knowledge, and the truth, outweigh all that the mixed school can offer. Du Bois spoke neither for the integrationalist nor the separatist, but for poor black parents unable to choose, as can the well-to-do of both races, which schools will educate their children. Effective representation of these parents and their children presents a still unmet challenge for all lawyers committed to civil rights. Brown v. Board of Education N. The Interest Convergence Dilemma. Derrick A. Bell, Jr. In 1954, the Supreme Court handed down the landmark decision Brown v. Board of Education, in which the court ordered the end of state-mandated racial segregation of public schools. Now, more than 25 years after that dramatic decision, it is clear that Brown will not be forgotten. It has triggered a revolution in civil rights law and in the political leverage available to blacks in and out of court. As Judge Robert L. Carter put it, Brown transformed blacks from beggars pleading for decent treatment to citizens demanding equal treatment under the law as their constitutionally recognized right. Yet today most black children attend public schools that are both racially isolated and inferior. Demographic patterns, white flight, and the inability of the courts to effect the necessary degree of social reform render further progress in implementing Brown almost impossible. The late Alexander Bickel warned that Brown would not be overturned but, for a whole array of reasons, may be headed for dreadword irrelevance. Bickel's prediction is premature in law where the Brown decision remains viable, but it may be an accurate assessment of its current practical value to millions of black children who have not experienced the decision's promise of equal educational opportunity. Shortly after Brown, Herbert Wexler rendered a sharp and nagging criticism of the decision. Registered though he welcomed its result, he criticized its lack of a principled basis. Wexler's views have since been persuasively refuted. Yet within them lie ideas that may help to explain both the disappointment of Brown and also what can be done to renew its promise. In this comment, I plan to take a new look at Wexler within the context of the subsequent desegregation campaign. By doing so, I hope to offer an explanation of why school desegregation has in large part failed and what can be done to bring about change. I pre-SE Wexler's search for neutral principles in Brown. Year was 1959, 5 years after the Supreme Court's decision in Brown. If there was anything the hard-pressed partisans of the case did not need, it was more criticism of a decision ignored by the President, condemned by much of Congress, and resisted wherever it was sought to be enforced. Certainly, civil rights adherents did not welcome adding to the growing list of critics the name of Professor Herbert Wexler, an outstanding lawyer, a frequent advocate for civil rights causes, and a scholar of prestige and influence. Registered nevertheless, Wexler chose that time and an invitation to deliver Harvard Law School's Oliver Wendell Holmes lecture as the occasion to raise new questions about the legal appropriateness and principled shortcomings of Brown and several other major civil rights decisions. Here was an attack that could not be dismissed as after-the-fact fault-finding by a conservative academician using his intellect to further a preference for keeping blacks in their separate but equal place. Wexler began by saying that he had welcomed the result in Brown. He noted that he had joined with the NAACP's Charles Houston in litigating civil rights cases in the Supreme Court. He added that he was not offended because the court failed to uphold earlier decisions approving segregated schools, nor was he persuaded by the argument that the issue should have been left to Congress because the court's judgment might not be honored. Wexler did not align himself with the realists, who perceive in law only the element of fiat, in whose conception of the legal cosmos reason has no meaning or no place. Nor with the formalists, who frankly or covertly make the test of virtue in interpretation whether its result in the immediate decision seems to hinder or advance the interests or the values they support. Wexler instead saw the need for criteria of decision that could be framed and tested as an exercise of reason and not merely adopted as an act of willfulness or will. He believed, in short, that courts could engage in a Brown v. Board of Education and the interest convergence dilemma AR. Principal appraisal of legislative actions that exceeded a fixed historical meaning of constitutional provisions without, as Judge Learned Hand feared, becoming a third legislative chamber. Courts, Wexler argued, must be genuinely principled, resting with respect to every step that is involved in reaching judgment on analysis and reasons quite transcending the immediate result that is achieved. Applying these standards, which included constitutional and statutory interpretation. The subtle guidance provided by history, and appropriate but not slavish fidelity to precedent, Wexler found difficulty with Supreme Court decisions where principled reasoning was, in his view, either deficient or, in some instances, non-existent. He included the Brown opinion in the latter category. Wexler reviewed and rejected the possibility that Brown was based on a declaration that the 14th Amendment barred all racial lines in legislation. He also doubted that the opinion relied upon a factual determination that segregation caused injury to black children, since evidence as to such harm was both inadequate and conflicting. Rather, Wexler concluded, the court in Brown must have rested its holding on the view that racial segregation is, in principle, a denial of equality to the minority against whom it is directed, that is, the group that is not dominant politically and, therefore, does not make the choice involved. Yet Wexler found this argument untenable as well, because, among other difficulties, it seemed to require an inquiry into the motives of the legislature, a practice generally foreclosed to the courts. After dismissing these arguments, Wexler then asserted that the legal issue in state-imposed segregation cases was not one of discrimination at all but, rather, of associational rights, the denial by the state of freedom to associate, a denial that impinges in the same way on any groups or races that may be involved. Wexler reasoned that if the freedom of association is denied by segregation, integration forces an association upon those for whom it is unpleasant or repugnant. Concluding with a question that has challenged legal scholars. Wexler asked, given a situation where the state must practically choose between denying the association to those individuals who wish it or imposing it on those who would avoid it, is there a basis in neutral principles for holding that the Constitution demands that the claims for association should prevail? In suggesting that there was a basis in neutral principles for holding that the Constitution supports a claim by blacks for an associational right, Wexler confessed that he had not yet written an opinion supporting such a holding. To write it is for me the challenge of the school segregation cases. 4. Il. The search for a neutral principle, racial equality and interest convergence. Scholars who accepted Wexler's challenge had little difficulty finding a neutral principle on which the Brown decision could be based. Indeed, from the hindsight of a quarter-century of the greatest racial consciousness raising the country has ever known, much of Wexler's concern seems hard to imagine. To doubt that racial segregation is harmful to blacks, and to suggest that what blacks really sought was the right to associate with whites, is to believe in a world that does not exist now and could not possibly have existed then. Charles Black, therefore, correctly viewed racial equality as the neutral principle that underlay the Brown opinion. In Black's view, Wexler's question is awkwardly simple, 7 degrees, and he states his response in the form of a syllogism. Black's major premise is that the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment should be read as saying that the Negro race, as such, is not to be significantly disadvantaged by the laws of the states. His minor premise is that segregation is a massive intentional disadvantaging of the Negro race, as such, by state law. 8. The conclusion, then, is that the Equal Protection Clause clearly bars racial segregation because segregation harms blacks and benefits whites in ways too numerous and obvious to require citation. Logically, the argument is persuasive, and 22-degree intellectual precursors. Black has no trouble urging that the directive of equality cannot be followed without displeasing the white S, then something that can be called a freedom of the white S must be impaired. It is precisely here, though, that many whites part company with Professor Black. Whites may agree in the abstract that blacks are citizens and are entitled to constitutional protection against racial discrimination, but few are willing to recognize that racial segregation is much more than a series of quaint customs that can be remedied effectively without altering the status of whites. The extent of this unwillingness is illustrated by the controversy over affirmative action programs, particularly those where identifiable whites must step aside for blacks they deem less qualified or less deserving. Whites simply cannot envision the personal responsibility and the potential sacrifice inherent in blacks' conclusion that true equality for blacks will require the surrender of racism-granted privileges for whites. This sober assessment of reality raises concern about the ultimate import of Black's theory. On a normative level, as a description of how the world ought to be, the notion of racial equality appears to be the proper basis on which Brown rests, and Wexler's framing of the problem in terms of associational rights thus seems misplaced. Yet on a positivistic level, how the world is, it is clear that racial equality is not deemed legitimate by large segments of the American people, at least to the extent it threatens to impair the societal status of whites. Hence, Wexler's search for a guiding principle in the context of associational rights retains merit in the positivistic sphere, because it suggests a deeper truth about the subordination of law to interest group politics with a racial configuration. Although no such subordination is apparent in Brown, it is possible to discern in more recent school decisions the outline of a principle, applied without direct acknowledgement, that could serve as the positivistic expression of the neutral statement of general applicability sought by Wexler. Its elements rely as much on political history as legal precedent and emphasize the world as it is rather than how we might want it to be. Translated from judicial activity in racial cases both before and after Brown, this principle of interest convergence provides, the interest of blacks in achieving racial equality will be accommodated only when it converges with the interests of whites. However, the 14th Amendment, standing alone, will not authorize a judicial remedy providing effective racial equality for blacks where the remedy sought threatens the superior societal status of middle and upper-class whites. It follows that the availability of 14th Amendment protection in racial cases may not actually be determined by the character of harm suffered by blacks or the quantum of liability proved against whites. Racial remedies may instead be the outward manifestations of unspoken and perhaps subconscious judicial conclusions that the remedies, if granted, will secure, advance, or at least not harm societal interests deemed important by middle and upper-class whites. Racial justice or its appearance may, from time to time, be counted among the interests deemed important by the courts and by society's policymakers. In assessing how this principle can accommodate both the Brown decision and the subsequent development of school desegregation law, it is necessary to remember that the issue of school segregation and the harm it inflicted on black children did not first come to the court's attention in the Brown litigation. Blacks had been attacking the validity of these policies for 100 years plus, yet, prior to Brown, black claims that segregated public schools were inferior had been met by orders requiring merely that facilities be made equal. 3 * what accounted, then, for the sudden shift in 1954 away from the separate but equal doctrine and toward a commitment to desegregation? I contend that the decision in Brown to break with the court's long-held position on these issues cannot be understood without some consideration of the decision's value to whites, not simply those concerned about the immorality of racial inequality, but also those whites in policy-making positions able to see the economic and political advances at home and abroad that would follow abandonment of segregation. Brown v. Board of Education and the Interest Convergence Dilemma. 23. First, the decision helped to provide immediate credibility to America's struggle with communist countries to win the hearts and minds of emerging Third World people. At least this argument was advanced by lawyers for both the NAACP and the federal government. The point was not lost on the news media. Time magazine, for example, predicted that the international impact of Brown would be scarcely less important than its effect on the education of black children. In many countries, where U.S. prestige and leadership have been damaged by the fact of U.S. segregation, it will come as a timely reassertion of the basic American principle that all men are created equal. Second, Brown offered much-needed reassurance to American blacks that the precepts of equality and freedom so heralded during World War II might yet be given meaning at home. Returning black veterans faced not only continuing discrimination but also violent attacks in the South which rivaled those that took place at the conclusion of World War I. *. Their disillusionment and anger were poignantly expressed by the black actor, Paul Robeson, who in 1949 declared, "It is unthinkable, that American Negroes would go to war on behalf of those who have oppressed us for generations, against a country, the Soviet Union, which in one generation has raised our people to the full human dignity of mankind." It is not impossible to imagine that fear of the spread of such sentiment influenced subsequent racial decisions made by the courts. Finally, there were whites who realized that the South could make the transition from a rural plantation society to the Sun Belt with all its potential and profit only when it ended its struggle to remain divided by state-sponsored segregation. Thus, segregation was viewed as a barrier to further industrialization in the South. These points may seem insufficient proof of self-interest leverage to produce a decision as important as Brown. They are cited, however, to help assess and not to diminish the Supreme Court's most important statement on the principle of racial equality. Here, as in the abolition of slavery, there were whites for whom recognition of the racial equality principle was sufficient motivation. As with abolition, though, the number who would act on morality alone was insufficient to bring about the desired racial reform. 8 Thus, for those whites who sought an end to desegregation on moral grounds or for the pragmatic reasons outlined above, Brown appeared to be a welcome break with the past. When segregation was finally condemned by the Supreme Court, however, the outcry was nevertheless great, especially among poorer whites who feared loss of control over their public schools and other facilities. Their fear of loss was intensified by the sense that they had been betrayed. They relied, as had generations before them, on the expectation that white elites would maintain lower-class whites in a societal status superior to that designated for blacks. In fact, there is evidence that segregated schools and facilities were initially established by legislatures at the insistence of the white working class. Today, little has changed. Many poorer whites oppose social reform as welfare programs for blacks, although, ironically, they have employment, education, and social service needs that differ from those of poor blacks by a margin that, without a racial scorecard, is difficult to measure. Unfortunately, poorer whites are now not alone in their opposition to school desegregation as well as to other attempts to improve the societal status of blacks. Recent decisions, most notably by the Supreme Court, indicate that the convergence of black and white interests that led to Brown in 1954 and influenced the character of its enforcement has begun to fade. In Swan v. Charlotte Mecklenburg Board of Education, Chief Justice Warren Burger spoke of the reconciliation of competing values in desegregation cases. If there was any doubt that competing values referred to the conflicting interests of blacks seeking desegregation and whites who prefer to retain existing school policies, then the uncertainty was dispelled by Milliken v. Bradley, and Dayton Board of Education v. Brinkman, Dayton I*. In both cases, the court elevated the concept of local autonomy to a vital national tradition. No single 24 intellectual precursors tradition in public education is more deeply rooted than local control over the operation of schools. Local autonomy has long been thought essential both to the maintenance of community concern and support for public schools and to quality of the educational process. Local control, however, may result in the maintenance of a status quo that will preserve superior educational opportunities and facilities for whites at the expense of blacks. As one commentator has suggested, it is implausible to assume that school boards guilty of substantial violations in the past will take the interests of black school children to heart. Registered as a result of its change in attitudes, the court has increasingly erected barriers to achieving the forms of racial balance relief it earlier had approved. Plaintiffs must now prove that the complaint of segregation was the result of discriminatory actions intentionally and individuously conducted or authorized by school officials. It is not enough that segregation was the natural and foreseeable consequence of their policies. Even when this difficult standard of proof is met, moreover, courts must carefully limit the relief granted to the harm actually proved. Judicial second thoughts about racial balance plans with broad-range busing components, the very plans that civil rights lawyers have come to rely on, is clearly evident in these new proof standards. There is, however, continuing if unpredictable concern in the Supreme Court about school boards whose policies reveal long-term adherence to overt racial discrimination. In many cases, trial courts exposed to exhaustive testimony regarding the failure of school officials to desegregate or to provide substantial equality of schooling for minority children become convinced that school boards are violating Brown. Thus far, unstable Supreme Court majorities have upheld broad desegregation plans ordered by these judges. but the reservations expressed by concurring justices and the vigor of those justices who dissent *degree caution against optimism in this still controversial area of civil rights law degree at the very least. These decisions reflect a substantial and growing divergence in the interests of whites and blacks. The result could prove to be the realization of Wexler's legitimate fear that, if there is not a change of course, the purported entitlement of whites not to associate with blacks in public schools may yet eclipse the hope and the promise of Brown. Interest convergence remedies. UNPER Brown. Further progress to fulfill the mandate of Brown is possible to the extent that the divergence of racial interests can be avoided or minimized. Whites in policy-making positions, including those who sit on federal courts, can take no comfort in the conditions of dozens of inner-city school systems where the great majority of non-white children attend classes that are as segregated and ineffective as those so roundly condemned by Chief Justice Warren in the Brown opinion. Nor do poorer whites gain from their opposition to the improvement of educational opportunities for blacks. As noted earlier, the needs of the two groups differ little. Hence, over time, all will reap the benefits from a concerted effort toward achieving racial equality. The question still remains as to the surest way to reach the goal of educational effectiveness for both blacks and whites. I believe that the most widely used programs mandated by the court's anti-defiance, racial balance plans may in some cases be inferior to plans focusing on educational components, including the creation and development of model all-black schools. A short history of the use of the anti-defiance strategy would be helpful at this point. By the end of the 50s, it was apparent that compliance with the Brown mandate to desegregate the public schools would not come easily or soon. In the 17 border states and the District of Columbia, fewer than 200,000 blacks were actually attending classes with white children. Registered. The states in the Deep South had not begun even token desegregation, and it would take Supreme Court action to reverse the years-long effort of the Prince Edward County School Board in Virginia to abolish rather than desegregate its. Brown v. Board of Education and the Interest Convergence Dilemma. Public schools. Supreme Court orders registered. And presidential action had already been required to enable a handful of black students to attend Central High School in Little Rock, Arkansas. Opposition to Brown was clearly increasing, its supporters were clearly on the defensive, as was the Supreme Court itself. For blacks, the goal in school desegregation suits remained the effective use of the Brown mandate to eliminate state-sanctioned segregation. These efforts received unexpected help from the excesses of the massive resistance movement that led courts to justify relief under Brown as a reaffirmation of the supremacy of the judiciary on issues of constitutional interpretation. Brown, in the view of many, might not have been a wise or proper decision, but violent and prolonged opposition to its implementation posed an even greater danger to the federal system. The Supreme Court quickly recognized this additional basis on which to ground school desegregation orders. As this case reaches us, the court began its dramatic opinion in Cooper v. Aaron. It raises questions of the highest importance to the maintenance of our federal system of government. Reaching back to Marbury v. Madison. The court reaffirmed Chief Justice John Marshall's statement that it is emphatically the province and duty of the judicial department to say what the law is. There were few opponents to this stand, and Professor Wexler was emphatically not one of them. His criticism of Brown concluded with a denial that he intended to offer comfort to anyone who claims legitimacy in defiance of the courts. Those who accept the benefits of our constitutional system, Wexler felt, cannot deny its allegiance when a special burden is imposed. Defiance of court orders, he asserted, constituted the ultimate negation of all neutral principles. Copyright. For some time, then, the danger to federalism posed by the secessionist-oriented resistance of Southern state and local officials provided courts with an independent basis for supporting school desegregation efforts. In the lower federal courts, the perceived threat to judicial status was often quite personal. Surely, I was not 25. The only civil rights attorney who received a favorable decision in a school desegregation case less by legal precedent than because a federal judge, initially hostile to those precedents, my clients and their lawyer, became incensed with school board litigation tactics that exhibited as little respect for the court as they did for the constitutional rights of black children. There was a problem with school desegregation decisions framed in this anti-defiance form, which was less discernible then than now. While a prerequisite to the provision of equal educational opportunity, condemnation of school board evasion was far from synonymous with that long-promised goal. Certainly, it was cause for celebration when the court recognized that some pupil assignment schemes, freedom of choice plans, and similar desegregation plans were in fact designed to retain constitutionally condemned dual school systems. When the court, in obvious frustration with the slow pace of school desegregation, announced in 1968 what Justice Lewis Powell later termed the Green/Swan doctrine of affirmative duty, which placed on school boards the duty to establish their dual school systems, the decisions were welcomed as substantial victories by civil rights lawyers. Yet the remedies set forth in the major school cases following Brown, balancing the student and teacher populations by race in each school, eliminating single-race schools, redrawing school attendance lines, and transporting students to achieve racial balance have not in themselves guaranteed black children better schooling than they received in the pre-Brown era. Such racial balance measures have often altered the racial appearance of dual school systems without eliminating racial discrimination. Plans relying on racial balance to foreclose evasion have not eliminated the need for further orders protecting black children against discriminatory policies, including resegregation within desegregated schools, the loss of black faculty and administrators, suspensions and expulsions at much higher rates than white students, degree and varying forms of racial harassment ranging from exclusion from extracurricular activities to physical violence. Anti-defiance remedies. 26 Intellectual precursors. Then, while effective in forcing alterations in school system structure, often encourage and seldom shield black children from discriminatory retaliation. The educational benefits that have resulted from the mandatory assignment of black and white children to the same schools are also debatable. If benefits did exist, they have begun to dissipate as whites flee in alarming numbers from school districts ordered to implement mandatory reassignment plans. Registered degree. In response, civil rights lawyers sought to include entire metropolitan areas within mandatory reassignment plans in order to encompass mainly white suburban school districts, where so many white parents sought sanctuary for their children. Thus, the anti-defiance strategy was brought full circle from a mechanism for preventing evasion by school officials of Brown's anti-segregation mandate to one aimed at creating a discrimination-free environment. This approach to the implementation of Brown, however, has become increasingly ineffective. Indeed, it has in some cases been educationally destructive. A preferable method is to focus on obtaining real educational effectiveness, which may entail the improvement of presently desegregated schools as well as the creation or preservation of model black schools. Civil rights lawyers do not oppose such relief, but they clearly consider it secondary to the racial balance remedies authorized in the Swan Registered and Keyes cases. Those who espouse alternative remedies are deemed to act out of suspect motives. Brown is law, and racial balance plans are the only means of complying with the decision. The position reflects courage, but it ignores the frequent and often complete failure of programs that concentrate solely on achieving a racial balance. Desegregation remedies that do not integrate may seem a step backward toward the Plessy separate but equal era. Some black educators, however, see major educational benefits in schools where black children, parents, and teachers can utilize the real cultural strengths of the black community to overcome the many barriers to educational achievement. As Lawrence Tribe has argued, judicial rejection of the separate but equal talisman seems to have been accompanied by a potentially troublesome lack of sympathy for racial separateness as a possible expression of group solidarity. This is not to suggest that educationally oriented remedies can be developed and adopted without resistance. Policies necessary to obtain effective schools threaten the self-interest of teacher unions and others with vested interests in the status quo. However, Successful magnet schools may provide a lesson that effective schools for blacks must be a primary goal rather than a secondary result of integration. Many white parents recognize a value in integrated schooling for their children, but they quite properly view integration as merely one component of an effective education. To the extent that civil rights advocates also accept this reasonable sense of priority, some greater racial interest conformity should be possible. Is this what the Brown opinion meant by equal educational opportunity? Chief Justice Warren said the court could not turn the clock back to 1868 when the 14th Amendment was adopted, or even to 1896 when Plessy v. Ferguson was written. The change in racial circumstances since 1954 rivals or surpasses all that occurred during the period that preceded it. If the decision that was at least a catalyst for that change is to remain viable, those who rely on it must exhibit the dynamic awareness of all the legal and political considerations that influenced those who wrote it. Professor Wexler warned us early on that there was more to Brown than met the eye. At one point, he observed that the opinion is often read with less fidelity by those who praise it than by those by whom it is condemned. Registered, most of us ignored that observation openly and quietly raised a question about the sincerity of the observer. Criticism, as we in the movement for minority rights have every reason to learn, is a synonym for neither cowardice or capitulation. It may instead bring awareness, always the first step toward overcoming still another barrier in the struggle for racial equality. Brown v. Board of Education and the Interest Convergence Dilemma. Legitimizing racial discrimination through anti-discrimination law, a critical review of Supreme Court doctrine. Alan David Freeman. Tuesday, perpetrator perspective. The concept of racial discrimination may be approached from the perspective of either its victim or its perpetrator. From the victim's perspective, racial discrimination describes those conditions of actual social existence as a member of a perpetual underclass. This perspective includes both the objective conditions of life, lack of jobs, lack of money, lack of housing, and the consciousness associated with those objective conditions, lack of choice and lack of human individuality in being forever perceived as a member of a group rather than as an individual. The perpetrator perspective sees racial discrimination not as conditions but as actions, or series of actions, inflicted on the victim by the perpetrator. The focus is more on what particular perpetrators have done or are doing to some victims than on the overall life situation of the victim class. The victim, or condition, conception of racial discrimination suggests that the problem will not be solved until the conditions associated with it have been eliminated. To remedy the condition of racial discrimination would demand affirmative efforts to change the condition. The remedial dimension of the perpetrator perspective, however, is negative. The task is merely to neutralize the inappropriate conduct of the perpetrator. In its core concept of the violation, anti-discrimination law is hopelessly embedded in the perpetrator perspective. Its central tenet, the anti-discrimination principle, is the prohibition of race-dependent decisions that disadvantage members of minority groups, and its principal task has been to select from the maze of human behaviors those particular practices that violate the principle, outlaw the identified practices, and neutralize their specific effects. Anti-discrimination law has thus been ultimately indifferent to the condition of the victim, its 30 intellectual precursors. Demands are satisfied if it can be said that the violation has been remedied. The perpetrator perspective presupposes a world composed of atomistic individuals whose actions are outside of and apart from the social fabric and without historical continuity. From this perspective, the law views racial discrimination not as a social phenomenon but merely as the misguided conduct of particular actors. It is a world in which, but for the conduct of these misguided ones, the system of equality of opportunity would work to provide a distribution of the good things in life without racial disparities, and a world in which deprivations that did correlate with race would be deserved by those deprived on grounds of insufficient merit. It is a world in which such things as vested rights, objective selection systems, and adventitious decisions, all of which serve to prevent victims from experiencing any change in conditions, are matters of fate, having nothing to do with the problem of racial discrimination. Central to the perpetrator perspective are the twin notions of fault and causation. Under the fault idea, the task of anti-discrimination law is to separate from the masses of society those blameworthy individuals who are violating the otherwise shared norm. The fault idea is reflected in the assertion that only intentional discrimination violates the anti-discrimination principle. In its pure form, intentional discrimination is conduct accompanied by a purposeful desire to produce discriminatory results. One can thus evade responsibility for ostensibly discriminatory conduct by showing that the action was taken for a good reason or for no reason at all. The fault concept gives rise to a complacency about one's own moral status. It creates a class of innocents who need not feel any personal responsibility for the conditions associated with discrimination, and who therefore feel great resentment when called upon to bear any burdens in connection with remedying violations. This resentment accounts for much of the ferocity surrounding the debate about so-called reverse discrimination, for being called on to bear burdens ordinarily imposed only upon the guilty involves an apparently unjustified stigmatization of those led by the fault notion to believe in their own innocence. Operating along with fault, the causation requirement serves to distinguish those conditions that the law will address from the totality of conditions that a victim perceives to be associated with discrimination. These dual requirements place on the victim the nearly impossible burden of isolating the particular conditions of discrimination produced by and mechanically linked to the behavior of an identified blameworthy perpetrator, regardless of whether other conditions of discrimination, caused by other perpetrators, would have to be remedied for the outcome of the case to make any difference at all. The causation principle makes it clear that some objective instances of discrimination are to be regarded as mere accidents, or caused, if at all, by the behavior of ancestral demons whose responsibility cannot follow their successors in interest over time. The causation principle also operates to place beyond the law discriminatory conduct, action taken with a purpose to discriminate under the fault principle, that is not linked to any discernible discriminatory effect. The perpetrator perspective has been and still is the only formal conception of a violation in anti-discrimination law. Strict adherence to that form, however, would have made even illusory progress in the quest for racial justice impossible. The challenge for the law, therefore, was to develop, through the usual legal techniques of verbal manipulation, ways of breaking out of the formal constraints of the perpetrator perspective while maintaining ostensible adherence to the form itself. This was done by separating violation from remedy, and doing through remedy what was inappropriate in cases involving only identification of violations. However, since one of the principal tenets of the perpetrator perspective is that remedy and violation must be coextensive, it was necessary both to state this tenet and violate it, no mean task even for masters of verbal gamesmanship. For a while, the remedial doctrine seemingly undermined the hegemony of the perpetrator form, threatening to replace it with a victim perspective. In the end, however, form triumphed, and the 31 perpetrator perspective, always dominant in identifying violations, was firmly reasserted in the context of remedies as well. 1954 to 1965, the era of uncertainty, or the jurisprudence of violations, and the first era of modern anti-discrimination law, commencing with the Supreme Court's decision in Brown v. Board of Education, Brown I, there was little occasion to consider the limits of the perpetrator perspective. For the most part, the court concerned itself with identifying violations rather than with remedying them, and it was therefore able to remain within the perpetrator perspective tradition of merely declaring the illegality of specific practices. Although it was obvious that school desegregation was going to require something more than a statement of illegality, the court in its subsequent opinion in Brown v. Board of Education, Brown II, chose to relegate the problem to lower courts, leaving ambiguous the scope of the remedial obligation. The Brown I opinion offers no clear statement of the perpetrator perspective, however, rather, it contains within its inscrutable text a number of possible anti-discrimination principles that explain the result in the case. A. Brown v. Board of Education. There are a number of different ways of looking at Brown, all of which permeate the subsequent evolution of anti-discrimination law. I shall discuss 5 such: the colorblind constitution theory, the equality of educational opportunity theory, the white oppression of blacks theory, the freedom of association theory, and the integrated society theory. I. Colorblind constitution. To explain Brown by invoking the slogan that the Constitution is colorblind reflects a means-oriented view of the Equal Protection Clause. On this view, the failure of school segregation was the government's use of an irrational classification race. This approach, however, does not explain why it was irrational to classify people by race if the purpose was to prevent blacks and whites from going to school together. How else could one rationally achieve segregation by race in public schools? One answer is that the purpose itself is illegitimate, that it is no business of government to seek to segregate by race in public schools. If that is the answer, however, the colorblind constitution theory is not a means-oriented approach at all, but rather one that collapses into substantial equal protection. If that is the case, however, one must consider not legislative rationality, but, as I suggested above, particular relationships between blacks and whites in the context of American history. A ploy that avoids the quick collapse into substantive equal protection is to bootstrap the means-oriented principle into its own substantive principle. This is done by starting with the means-oriented assumption that racial classifications are almost always unrelated to any valid governmental purpose, purpose here being the wholly abstract world of possible purposes. Since such classifications are likely to be irrational, they should be treated as suspect, and subjected to strict scrutiny, which they will survive only if found to satisfy a compelling governmental interest. If the degree of scrutiny is so strict and the possibility of a sufficiently compelling governmental interest so remote that the rule operates as a virtual per se rule, we then seem to have a means-oriented principle that explains the Brown case. The problem with this second formulation of the colorblind theory is that it still contains a substantive assumption, to wit, racial classifications are almost always unrelated to any valid governmental purpose. As an abstract matter, this is hardly intuitively obvious. One could easily envision a society in which racial or other ethnic classifications are unrelated to any pattern of oppression or domination of one group by another and, on the contrary, promote feelings of group identity. Thus, the initial assumption cannot be made except in the context of a particular historical situation, and the source of the assumption that underlies the colorblind theory can easily be found in American history by taking a brief glance at relationships between 32 intellectual precursors, whites and blacks. Accordingly, the colorblind theory must originate in a notion of substantive equal protection. Despite this fact, the colorblind theory has tended to become a reified abstraction, to gain a life of its own, and finally to turn back on its origins. Thus, a pure form of the colorblind theory would outlaw any use of racial classifications no matter what the context, thereby providing easy answers to questions like whether a black community can refuse to participate in an integration plan or whether black students at a public university can establish their own housing units from which whites are excluded. The answers remain easy only so long as the theory remains divorced from its origins in the actuality of black-white relations. By abstracting racial discrimination into a myth world where all problems of race or ethnicity are fungible, the colorblind theory turns around and denies concrete demands of blacks with the argument that to yield to such demands would be impossible since every other ethnic group would be entitled to make the same demand. The colorblind theory has never become the law. The Supreme Court has in fact explicitly upheld the remedial use of racial classifications on a number of occasions. Nevertheless, the theory does share certain features with something that is part of the law: the perpetrator perspective. Among these features is the emphasis on negating specific invalid practices rather than affirmatively remedying conditions, with a consequent inability to deal with ostensibly neutral practices. In addition, the colorblind theory exerts an insistent pressure on anti-discrimination law to produce special justifications for deviations from its norm, as well as to limit their duration in order to facilitate a quick return to the comfortable, abstract world of colorblindness. 2. Equality of educational opportunity. Brown can also be viewed as a case concerned with equality of educational opportunity. This approach corresponds with the fundamental right concept of equal protection. Under this view, Brown did not merely outlaw segregation in public schools, it also guaranteed that black children would have an affirmative right to a quality of education comparable to that received by white children. The court's opinion stressed the importance of education, calling it the very foundation of good citizenship and a principal instrument in awakening the child to cultural values, in preparing him for later professional training, and in helping him to adjust normally to his environment. The court added that where a state undertakes to provide public education, it is a right which must be made available to all on equal terms. By way of hindsight, the case stood for both more and less than a guarantee of equal educational quality. It came to stand for more insofar as its holding was quickly extended to other forms of state-imposed segregation, yet it came to stand for a great deal less insofar as black children today have neither an affirmative right to receive an integrated education nor a right to equality of resources for their schools, which, ironically, was a litigable claim under the regime of de jure segregation. While there is no way to prove objectively what the opinion in Brown meant with respect to a right to educational equality, both a claim for equal resources and a claim for the choice of an integrated education can be supported from the text of the opinion. The court assumed for its opinion that the black and white schools in the cases under review have been equalized, or are being equalized, with respect to buildings, curricula, qualifications, and salaries of teachers, and other tangible factors. With respect to the fact of integration, the court quoted a finding of one of the lower courts: segregation of white and colored children in public schools has a detrimental effect upon the colored children. The impact is greater when it has the sanction of the law, for the policy of separating the races is usually interpreted as denoting the inferiority of the Negro group. Registered to the extent the text suggests that the detrimental effect, with its attendant denotation of inferiority, would persist even in the absence of state sanction, the case may be read as addressing not the practice but the fact of racial separation. Were the court to have recognized affirmative claims to resources or integrated class rooms, it would have adopted explicitly a victim perspective on racial discrimination. Essential to this perspective is the conferral upon the members of the formerly oppressed group a choice that is real and not merely theoretical with respect to conditions over which they had no control under the regime of oppression. Instead, though, under the perpetrator perspective, the court recognizes only the right of the black children to attend schools that are not intentionally segregated by the jurisdiction that runs them. This right, it is argued, is all that Brown stands for anyway, since all the case did was outlaw de jure segregation. 3. White oppression of blacks. On this view, the Brown case was a straightforward declaration that segregation was unlawful because it was an instance of majoritarian oppression of black people, a mechanism for maintaining blacks as a perpetual underclass. This approach, which begins and ends with historical fact instead of trying to find a neutral abstraction from which one can deduce the invalidity of segregation, was eloquently stated by Charles Black in 1960. First, the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment should be read as saying that the Negro race, as such, is not to be significantly disadvantaged by the laws of the states. Secondly, segregation is a massive intentional disadvantaging of the Negro race, as such, by state law. There is no subtlety at all. Yet I cannot disabuse myself of the idea that that is really all there is to the segregation cases. That this was the explanation for the segregation cases was self-evident to Black on the basis both of American history and of his own boyhood experience in Texas. The striking feature of his approach is that it makes sense not as the presentation of another neutral principle that can be separated from its factual context and given a life of its own but, rather, as a method for taking a hard look at the truth and describing it as one knows it to be. It is the same method that the Supreme Court used, in a more candid opinion than Brown, To outlaw Virginia's criminal miscegenation statute, there is patently no legitimate overriding purpose independent of invidious racial discrimination. 33 Which justifies this classification. The fact that Virginia prohibits only interracial marriages involving white persons demonstrates that the racial classifications must stand on their own justification, as measures designed to maintain white supremacy. As method, the white oppression of blacks approach would ask in each case whether the particular conditions complained of, viewed in their social and historical context, are a manifestation of racial oppression. Such an approach would reflect adoption of the victim perspective. It is not an approach congenial to a system of law that wishes to rationalize continued discrimination just as much as it wants to outlaw it. That goal, if it is to be accomplished through a practice that can be convincingly described as law, requires a gap between social reality and legal intervention, with that gap mediated by an abstract, objective principle against which particular instances of discrimination can be tested and upheld or struck down depending on the results. Regarded as a principle, Charles Black's formulation is ambiguous, however, and can lead just as easily to a perpetrator perspective. One can argue that he said nothing more than that Southern segregation is illegal, that the violation is simply the practice of intentional, de jure segregation. So formulated, the principle does not speak to the problem of remedying that practice, nor does it indicate which other practices or conditions might be regarded as sufficiently similar to Southern segregation to be deemed unlawful. That the version of substantive equal protection described by Black is the explanation for Brown seems obvious, but it took some years to transform his method into an abstraction, largely under the influence of the colorblind theory. For freedom of association, the freedom of association view sees Brown not as an equal protection case at all but, rather, as a case dealing with people's due process right to associate with one another free of state interference. While it is clear that this was not the actual rationale of the Brown opinion, as the court specifically eschewed reliance on any due. 34 Intellectual precursors. Process theory and later cases specifically rejected the freedom of association viewpoint, it nevertheless seems worth discussing. For one thing, the freedom of association theory may be a more accurate explanation of the limits of Brown in its historical context. For another, it exemplifies the rationalization that serves to legitimize discrimination and therefore provides an early model for the contemporary perpetrator perspective. Also, it is still a living principle, although one operating in a narrow context, that does serve to explain some contemporary decisions. Finally, the theory shares some significant features with the colorblind theory, and it further exposes the abstract worldview associated with colorblindness. The freedom of association theory is as much a statement about the right to discriminate as it is about the right not to be discriminated against. All that it outlaws is state action. The autonomous individual remains free to discriminate, or not, according to personal preference. Racial discrimination is thus wrenched from its social fabric and becomes a mere question of private, individual taste. This theory serves to explain a few Supreme Court interventions against racial discrimination during the otherwise racist hegemony of Plessy v. Ferguson. Yet it also sheds light on Brown, since the ethical norm reflected in national anti-discrimination law at the time of the Brown decision was one that recognized the legitimacy of private discrimination. Because of the constraints of the state action principle, there was nothing illegal, as a matter of national law, about blatant and explicit discrimination in employment, housing, or public accommodations, so long as such practices were private. The freedom of association theory legitimizes that tolerance of racial discrimination by transforming it into a freedom to discriminate. It thus speaks directly to the needs of an era that had not yet fully developed even the perpetrator perspective, inasmuch as only one perpetrator the state could be held accountable for racial discrimination. On its own terms, the theory became moot with the subsequent demise of the state action doctrine through legislation and constitutional decisions expanding the list of responsible perpetrators. It serves to explain only those contemporary decisions that do affirm a right to discriminate in the limited areas that are still beyond the reach of the perpetrator principle. However, the presence of even those few areas of permissible discrimination does keep alive the idea that racial discrimination is ethically proper, as long as it is restricted to private life. Where it does apply, the freedom of association theory implies a notion of racial equivalence similar to the colorblind theory's idea that blacks and whites have equal grounds for complaint about instances of racial discrimination. In this sense, the two theories share a worldview, the abstract utopia where racial discrimination has never existed and where, ironically, both theories would probably be irrelevant. The only way that discriminations by whites against blacks can become ethically equivalent to discriminations by blacks against whites is to presuppose that there is no actual problem of racial discrimination. It is just like saying today that the principles of freedom of association and colorblindness govern relationships between long and short-ear-lobed people. 5. The integrated society. This view is not so much another way of explaining the Brown decision as it is an additional perspective from which to regard all of the other theories and explanations. It begins with the assumption that a decision such as Brown, which merely outlaws a particular practice, nevertheless implies that the practice is being outlawed in order to achieve a desired end state in which conditions associated with the outlawed practice will no longer be evident. If particular practices are to be outlawed as deviations from a norm, then the norm must include within it a vision of society in which there would not be such deviations. It should then be possible to test current conditions against the desired end state to decide whether progress is being made. The end state usually associated with anti-discrimination law is some version of the integrated society. This ambiguous phase, however, contains within it a number of possibilities as to the content of the end state, the extent to which it has already been achieved, and whose interest is served by achieving it. The most complete version of the integrated society can be found in a science fiction story in which it is the year 2200 and everybody is a creamy shade of beige. Race has not merely become irrelevant but has disappeared altogether under the guiding hand of genetic entropy. A second and slightly less extreme version of the utopia posits a society in which racial identification is still possible, but no longer relevant to anyone's thinking or generalizations about anyone else. In this world of racial irrelevance, the sensory data employed in making a racial identification, though still available, would have returned to the domain of other similar human identification data in such a way as to obliterate the cultural concept of race. Race would have become functionally equivalent to eye color in contemporary society. In yet a third version of the integrated society, racial identification persists as a cultural unifying force for each group, equivalent to an idealized model of religious tolerance. Each group respects the diverse character of every other group, and there are no patterns of domination or oppression between different groups. Each of these visions of the future reflects the achievement of a casteless, if not classless, society in which there is no hierarchy of status corresponding with racial identification. The essential defect in the colorblind theory of racial discrimination is that it presupposes the attainment of one of these futures. It is a doctrine that both declares racial characteristics irrelevant and prevents any affirmative steps to achieve the condition of racial irrelevance. The freedom of association theory, to the extent that it is anti-discrimination at all, also presupposes an already existing future, but it is the tolerance model that it contemplates. These theories are not alone in presupposing the goal that one is purportedly working toward. Suppose one were to visit the future society of racial irrelevance and discover conditions that in any other society might be regarded as corresponding with a pattern of racial discrimination. Among such conditions might be that one race 35 seems to have a hugely disproportionate share of the worst houses, the most demeaning jobs, and the least control over societal resources. For such conditions to be fair and accepted as legitimate by the disfavored race in future society, they would have to be perceived as produced by accidental, impartial, or neutral phenomena utterly dissociated from any racist practice. Otherwise the future society would fail to meet its claim of racial irrelevance and would not be a future society at all. Any theory of anti-discrimination law which legitimizes as non-discriminatory substantial disproportionate burdens borne by one race is effectively claiming that its distributional rules are already the ones that would exist in future society. From the perspective of a victim in present society, where plenty of explicitly racist practices prevail, the predictable and legitimate demand is that those ostensibly neutral rules demonstrate themselves to be the ones that would in fact exist in future society. The legitimacy of the demand is underscored by the fact that those very rules appealed to by the beneficiaries to legitimize the conditions of the victims were created by and are maintained by the dominant race. From the perpetrator perspective, however, those practices not conceded to be racist are held constant, they are presumed consistent with the ethics of future society, and the victims are asked to prove that such is not the case. This is a core difference between the victim and perpetrator perspectives. A vision of the future also bears on the question of who will benefit from the attainment of the integrated society. To introduce this issue more precisely, one might ask whether the integrated society is an end in itself or just a symbolic measure of the actual liberation of an oppressed racial group from the conditions of oppression. To say that the integrated society is an end in itself, apart from the interest of the oppressed group in its own liberation, is basically to say that the goal is in the interest of society at large or in the interest of the dominant group as well as of the oppressed one. It is hardly controversial to contend that integration is for everyone's benefit, or even that it is in some sense for the benefit of the dominant. 36 Intellectual precursors. Group registered. However, problems arise when interests diverge and the dominant group's desire for integration supersedes the victim group's demand for relief. Although rarely litigated, this issue did arise in Otero v. New York City Housing Authority degree. The Second Circuit there upheld in principle the notion of a benign integration quota to be imposed on black residents of a housing project so as to limit their numbers. The purpose of such a quota is to keep the number of black people below the level at which, according to social scientists, a tipping point will be reached and the white majority, presumably motivated by racism, will leave the area. The net result of this approach is both to keep the black group as a small minority within the project and to deny the benefit to blacks otherwise eligible for it, all for the sake of producing an integrated result. In such a situation, it is really unclear whose interests the integrated result serves. The potential conflict of interest raised by the integration quota problem is a powerful metaphor for some of the deeper problems of anti-discrimination law. Such a quota admits a token number of black people to a more desirable condition of existence, thereby illustrating progress toward the integrated society, while making sure that they remain outnumbered by the whites so as to be powerless and non-threatening. At the same time, the deprivation imposed on those blacks who are denied admission is rationalized as being in everybody's interest since an integrated society is the goal to be attained. B. Post-Brown developments. The remainder of the era of uncertainty offered almost no occasions for resolving any of the ambiguities of Brown or for exposing the difference between the perpetrator and victim perspectives. Instead, the major task for that era, which put off the question of remedy, was to increase the list of perpetrators against whom anti-discrimination law might be directed. Strict adherence to the perpetrator form makes results irrelevant, a concern with results violates the form. For a time, in the next era of anti-discrimination law, the Supreme Court violated the form even as it pretended not to do so to produce some results. In the third and present era, the court returns to strict adherence, pretending never to have deviated from it, while pretending to have produced some results in the interim. 1965 to 1974, the era of contradiction, or the jurisprudence of remedy. A. An overview. A growing tension between the concepts of violation and remedy characterized the second era of modern anti-discrimination law. While the form of the law, with one possible exception, remains squarely within the perpetrator perspective, its content began to create expectations associated with the victim perspective. The perpetrator perspective remained the basic model for a violation, without which there could be no occasion for remedy. Given that finding, however, remedial doctrine took over, and, in so doing, subtly changed the concept of violation by addressing itself to substantive conditions beyond the scope of the original violation. One problem case is the no results situation. Suppose that for many years a community maintained a blatant de jure system of school segregation according to race which was finally declared unconstitutional. Further, suppose that despite the ruling of unconstitutionality, no remedial efforts occurred or were required for a number of years, with the result that when those efforts were finally undertaken, the resultant school system looked like one that was still substantially segregated. Why? Because the new basis of school assignment, neighborhood, for example, while itself not a manifestation of discriminatory purpose, nevertheless amplified an existing pattern of pervasive discrimination. The problem here is embarrassment. It is difficult to call these schools desegregated because there has been substantially no change since the era of explicit segregation. To cover the embarrassment requires some integrated schools, even though, under the perpetrator perspective, there is no affirmative right to have 37 such schools, nor is it the condition of segregation, as opposed to the practice, that is the violation. By going after the conditions, ostensibly in order to remedy the original violation, the victim perspective is incorporated, and one wonders whether the very same conditions are equally remediable elsewhere regardless of the remote presence of a no longer existent violation. Another example is the case of the ostensibly neutral and rational practice. Suppose an employer for years simply refused to hire any black workers at all, then suddenly, in response to recently enacted anti-discrimination law, adopts an aptitude test for prospective employees that just happens to exclude all black applicants. There is an inescapable inference that the employer is trying to do implicitly what can no longer be done explicitly, but there is no plausible evidentiary link between the prior practice and the current one. If one wants either to remedy what looks like a continuation of the earlier violation or to avoid the no results dilemma, the neutral practice must be the target of inquiry. At that point, however, the analysis again shifts to the victim perspective, demanding that the neutral practices producing conditions of discrimination at the very least justify themselves in terms of their own claims to rationality. Here again the plausible contention arises that the very same practices, as well as a lot of similar ones, should be required to justify themselves wherever they appear. The patterns illustrated by these typical cases, occurring either singly or in combination, are characteristic of the era of contradiction. The following sections will describe the appearance and operation of these patterns in two substantive areas, education and employment. B. Employment, the Griggs case. Griggs v. Duke Power Co., the Supreme Court's first substantive decision under Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, is as close as the court has ever come to formally adopting the victim perspective. It is the centerpiece of the era of contradiction. One tribute to its importance is the amount of effort currently being made to repudiate it. While the actual decision in Griggs may be explained in at least two ways that are consistent with the perpetrator principle, the case seems to go beyond that perspective to the extent that it requires neutral practices to justify themselves, radically alters the concept of intention in anti-discrimination cases, and implies a demand for results through affirmative action. The court posed the issue in Griggs as whether an employer is prohibited by the Civil Rights Act of 1964, Title VII, from requiring a high school education or passing of a standardized general intelligence test as a condition of employment in or transfer to jobs when, a. neither standard is shown to be significantly related to successful job performance, b. both requirements operate to disqualify Negroes at a substantially higher rate than white applicants, and c. the jobs in question formerly had been filled only by white employees as part of a long-standing practice of giving preference to whites. Registered. A unanimous court, speaking through Chief Justice Warren Burger, answered that question in the affirmative. That the case was rooted firmly in the perpetrator perspective may be inferred from the behavior of the employer in the case. Prior to July 1965, the employer had blatantly discriminated against black workers, permitting them to work in only one of its 5 departments, where the highest paying job paid less than the lowest paying job in any of the other 4 departments. In 1965, the employer abandoned its policy of explicit discrimination. In the same year, however, the employer added a high school diploma requirement for transfer out of the previously black department and a requirement that a person had to register satisfactory scores on 2 professionally developed aptitude tests, as well as have a high school education for placement in any department except the previously black one. These newly imposed requirements operated to limit severely the opportunities available to black employees and applicants. Thus, the case posed the problem of the ostensibly neutral practice introduced as a substitute for blatant racial discrimination and achieving substantially the same results. By making its rationale dependent on the prior explicit discrimination, the court could 38 intellectual precursors have stayed within the perpetrator perspective, but doing so would have been somewhat disingenuous. For one thing, the prior discriminatory conduct in Griggs was legal when it occurred and could not by itself have given rise to a violation. Moreover, to have made the illegality of the test and diploma requirements dependent upon the prior discrimination would have meant that, absent such a history, the very same practices would be valid, however disproportionate their impact. In any event, the court chose to sever its rationale from any dependence on the prior discrimination, and in so doing left the perpetrator perspective as explaining at most why but not how the court intervened in Griggs. Alternatively, the court in Griggs might have remained closer to the perpetrator perspective, while not clearly within it, by straying no further than it had in Gaston County v. United States. On this view, the tests and diploma requirements were not violations in and of themselves but, rather, only to the extent that they penalized blacks for the inferior educations they had received in segregated schools. Some language in Griggs even supports this view. Basic intelligence must have the means of articulation to manifest itself fairly in a testing process. Because they are Negroes, petitioners have long received inferior education in segregated schools, and this court expressly recognized these differences in Gaston County v. United States. Had this rationale emerged as the dominant one in Griggs, the case would have been just another school desegregation case, with the formal violation not the employee selection procedures invalidated but the pre-existing system of de jure segregated schools. The Gaston County rationale, however, while supportive of the result in Griggs, could not be easily transferred to the Griggs circumstances. A straightforward application of Gaston County to Griggs would have invalidated all test and diploma requirements until the day when black applicants no longer suffered the residual effects of inferior education. However, while the court was willing to say that all citizens could vote regardless of literacy, they were not equally willing to say that all applicants should be hired regardless of qualifications. The court clearly needed a rationale that would describe the instances where tests or other job qualifications could be validly applied even against black applicants who had suffered inferior educations. To develop such standards, the court had to take a look at tests on their merits. Almost inadvertently, then, the opinion switched from blaming the victim to scrutinizing the neutral practices themselves with respect to their claims of rationality. At that point, the background of segregated schools became irrelevant, since standards addressed solely to the merits of the neutral practices limit the issue to whether, under Title VII, a particular employee selection procedure that disproportionately excludes black applicants is valid, regardless of the educational experience of the applicants. Thus, the central rationale of Griggs is that selection procedures, even ostensibly neutral ones, which disadvantage minority applicants are not valid unless they can demonstrate themselves to be rational. The Act proscribes not only overt discrimination but also practices that are fair in form, but discriminatory in operation. The touchstone is business necessity. If an employment practice which operates to exclude Negroes cannot be shown to be related to job performance, the practice is prohibited. The standard of rationality set by the court seemed to be a tough one, demanding a showing of job-relatedness, the removal of artificial, arbitrary, and unnecessary barriers, and standards that measure the person for the job and not the person in the abstract. In short, the opinion amounts to a demand that the myth of a meritocratic scheme of equality of opportunity be transformed into a reality. Plus, thus for the first time the court held that a neutral practice, not purposefully discriminatory, that nevertheless failed to admit blacks to jobs had to justify itself or else be declared invalid. Although the opinion was decided under Title VII, its logic did not seem easily confined. The court even took one general swipe at the workings of meritocracy. The facts of this case demonstrate the inadequacy of broad and general testing devices as well as the L39 infirmity of using diplomas or degrees as fixed measures of capability. History is filled with examples of men and women who rendered highly effective performance without the conventional badges of accomplishment in terms of certificates, diplomas, or degrees. 3. Since the case was concerned not with remedy but with the meaning of violation under Title VII, it seemed reasonable to conclude that a discriminatory practice under Title VII would also be a discriminatory practice under the 14th Amendment in areas not subject to Title VII. Read this way, the case becomes a generalized demand that all objective selection procedures under the coverage of some anti-discrimination law be required to justify themselves as consistent with the notion of equality of opportunity. Griggs in no way contradicts the meritocratic model but, rather, assumes that it can be made to work, that those who are deserving can be objectively separated from those who are not. In addition to legitimizing the assertion of an affirmative claim directed at a systemic practice, Griggs changed the notion of intentional in anti-discrimination law. This aspect of the opinion derives from the court's severance of its rationale from the prior discriminatory practices of the defendant employer. The opinion makes it clear that good intent or absence of discriminatory intent does not redeem employment procedures or testing mechanisms that operate as built-in headwinds for minority groups, and that Congress directed the thrust of the Act to the consequences of employment practices, not simply the motivation. Under the notion of intention that emerges from the opinion, then, one is intentionally discriminating if one continues to use a practice or maintains a condition that disadvantages a minority group without being able to justify the rationality of the practice or condition. This idea, too, did not seem easily confined within the employment area to tests alone, nor easily within the employment area at all. When applied to ostensibly rational practices, the Griggs notion of intention merely demands a showing of rationality. When applied to non-rational practices, such as school or voter districting, jurisdictional boundaries, or zoning decisions, all of which are inherently arbitrary, the Griggs notion becomes a demand for results and, therefore, an adoption of the victim perspective. If, for example, there are a number of ways to divide a community into districts for school assignment purposes, and the one currently employed produces a great deal of racial concentration in schools, to perpetuate the existing scheme with the knowledge of the racial concentration produced becomes intentional discrimination unless there is a sufficiently good reason for having chosen that scheme. To follow out the analogy to Griggs, such a reason would have to be one that tells the black children, who are confined to schools segregated in fact, why it is legitimate that they be so confined. Absent such a reason, the children would have the right to a redistricting that did not produce racial concentration. The third outstanding feature of Griggs is that it virtually coerces employers, and others affected by its rationale, into adoption of affirmative action programs. The Griggs rationale, with its attendant demand for justification, is not even triggered unless the practice complained of produces a disproportionate impact on a minority group. A potential defendant who wishes to avoid litigation, or who wishes to avoid the adoption of different or more cumbersome selection procedures, need only negate the disproportionate impact by adopting different procedures for the minority groups disproportionately excluded. While such an approach in no way legitimizes the original procedure under the rationale of Griggs, it does at least neutralize its illegitimacy by offering an alternative. Thus, Griggs implicitly offers a choice: either make the meritocracy work on its own terms or make up for its flaws through affirmative efforts. That choice also suggests a way of looking at the so-called reverse discrimination issue. See Education Revisited, Swan, Wright, and Keyes in Education. The era of contradiction most thoroughly realized itself in 3 cases decided during the 3 years following the Griggs decision: Swan v. Charlotte Mecklenburg Board. 40 Intellectual Precursors of Education, Wright v. Council of Emporia, and Keyes v. School District 1. Each of these cases may be explained by, and remains formally within, the perpetrator perspective, but each, especially when read in light of Griggs, creates expectations more consistent with the victim perspective. All three cases involved explicit findings of de jure segregation. Swan and Wright involved Southern school systems in which the de jure systems were pre-existing and remote in time from the actual conditions being litigated. Keyes involved a northern city, Denver, where the district court had found de jure segregation in one part of the city. In addition, all three cases involved challenges to neutral practices that operated to produce racially concentrated schools. In Swan and Keyes, the practice was the neighborhood school. In Wright, it was deconsolidation of a combined city-county school system. In each case, the court retained formal adherence to the perpetrator perspective by linking the current condition under attack to the actual de jure violation. Thus, in Swan, while invoking the magic phrase that the nature of the violation determines the scope of the remedy, the court proceeded to show how by inference alone one could conclude either that the prior system of segregation produced segregated neighborhoods, which in turn produced the current condition of segregation, or that the residential segregation led to school siting decisions that continued to produce racial concentration, despite the abolition of de jure segregation. Having linked the current condition to the past violation, the court was able to conclude that although a prescription of racial balance is not ordinarily within the authority of a federal district court, both an awareness of the racial composition of the whole school system and the use of mathematical ratios were appropriate to remedy the current violation. In Wright, the court could have tied its reasoning to the perpetrator perspective, since the city involved had decided to sever its relationship with the county school system only 2 weeks after a federal court had ordered pairing of schools. That severance would have changed the racial composition of the system from 66% black and 34% white to 72% black and 28% white, county, and 52% black and 48% white, city. While stressing the factual history and emphasizing that the case involved desegregation rather than lack of racial balance, the court nevertheless based its decision on the effect of deconsolidation. Thus, we have focused upon the effect, not the purpose or motivation of a school board's action in determining whether it is a permissible method of dismantling a dual system. The existence of a permissible purpose cannot sustain an action that has an impermissible effect. In Keyes, the court made a similar effort to tie the condition of segregation to the identified violation. The court held that proof of a violation with respect to one area of a city, plus racial concentration elsewhere in the system, raised by evidentiary inference, prior similar acts or causal spread, a prima facie case of de jure segregation throughout the system. The school board was thereupon obligated to show that the racial concentration elsewhere was not adventitious, a burden that was not met by a neighborhood school assignment policy. In all three cases, the court permitted challenges to neutral practices that produced racial concentration in schools. In none of the cases did it demand proof that the original violation caused the challenged racial concentration. In fact, by indulging in causation analysis at least as plausible as that utilized by the court, one might easily conclude that the real villain in all three cases was discrimination in housing, which produced segregated residential patterns. In both Swan and Keyes, racially concentrated neighborhoods produced the racially concentrated schools. In Wright, the relative racial composition of county and city produced the result. Thus regarded, the cases suggest that the de jure segregation merely served as a backdrop for challenges to conditions of segregation produced by generalized patterns of discrimination. They further suggest that those same conditions should be equally subject to attack wherever they can be ascribed to patterns of discrimination, which would be anywhere other than the future society. This conclusion gains much greater force from the fact that the three cases followed the decision in Griggs, for two aspects of Griggs explain the results in Swan, Wright, and Keyes much more convincingly than the formal reasoning used in those opinions. One is the notion that ostensibly neutral practices producing racially disproportionate results must justify themselves or be regarded as violations. Alternatively, by employing the Griggs corollary, one might conclude that the intentional violation in the three cases was adherence to a practice, the neighborhood schools, or a decision, the deconsolidation, that produced results associated with segregation. Under this view, retention of the practice in the face of its known results becomes a prima facie case of discrimination, again giving rise to a demand for rational justification. Under either approach, the rational justification would have to be one that not only explains the action taken but also makes the condition of discrimination legitimate. Neither the neighborhood school assignments in Swan and Keyes nor the deconsolidation in Wright satisfied those requirements. Thus, by the end of the era of contradiction, the court, while remaining within the perpetrator perspective, had nevertheless managed to offer to black people expectations of proportional racial political power, a working system of equality of opportunity, if not actual jobs, and integrated schools. In the next era, these expectations were systematically defeated and only the perpetrator perspective was preserved. 4.1974, the era of rationalization, or the jurisprudence of cure. A. An overview. The typical approach of the era of rationalization is to declare that the war is over, to make the problem of racial discrimination go away by announcing that it has been solved. This approach takes many forms. Its simplest and L4R. Most direct version is the declaration that, despite the discriminatory appearance of current conditions, the actual violation has already been cured, or is being remedied, regardless of whether the remedy prescribed can be expected to alleviate the condition. A more sophisticated approach is to declare that what looks like a violation, based on expectations derived from the era of contradiction, is not a violation at all. Central to the era of rationalization is the pretense associated with the colorblind theory of racial discrimination that but for an occasional aberrational practice, future society is already here and functioning. The contradictions implicit in the earlier cases are thus resolved largely by pretending they were never there. This resolution has in turn facilitated a quick and easy return to the comfortable and neat world of the perpetrator perspective. As a result, the actual conditions of racial powerlessness, poverty, and unemployment can be regarded as no more than conditions, not as racial discrimination. Those conditions can then be rationalized by treating them as historical accidents or products of a malevolent fate, or, even worse, by blaming the victims as inadequate to function in the good society. B. Education. The era of rationalization began in the same substantive area as modern anti-discrimination law: school desegregation. In Milliken v. Bradley, Milliken I, the court for the first time applied anti-discrimination law to rationalize a segregated result in a case where a constitutional violation had been found to exist. Despite extensive de jure segregation in the city of Detroit, the court refused to approve a remedy that would consolidate Detroit schools with those of surrounding suburbs for the purpose of achieving an integrated result. In so holding, the court rendered irrelevant the district court's conclusion that absent such a remedy, the schools of Detroit would become all black within a few years. Coupled with the decision a year earlier in San Antonio Independent School District v. Rodriguez, which rejected a claim of resource equalization among school districts. 42 Intellectual precursors. Without regard to ability to pay, the message of Milliken I is stark and clear: if whites can find a way to leave the inner city, they may legally insulate their finances and schools from the demands of blacks for racial equality. The only additional requirement for that sense of security is the availability of easily manipulated restrictive land use practices, which the court has graciously provided in other cases. To achieve this result, the court had to emphasize the form of Swan and Keyes over their substance, make results irrelevant, refuse to recognize the implications of Griggs, and renew its insistence on proof of causation. Citing Swan, the court pointed out that the controlling principle consistently expounded in our holdings is that the scope of the remedy is determined by the nature and extent of the constitutional violation. The district court's mistake had been in proceeding on the erroneous assumption that the Detroit schools could not be truly desegregated. Unless the racial composition of the student body of each school substantially reflected the racial composition of the population of the metropolitan area as a whole. That the district court so assumed is hardly surprising, however, if one reads Swan and Keyes in light of Griggs's concept of intentional violation or its treatment of neutral practices. Even if one takes a narrower view and simply analogizes the neighborhood school policy, which seemed to be the real cause of the segregation in Swan and Keyes, to the district boundaries in Milliken, the district court's assumption again seems sensible. It is not clear why the court thought district boundaries were sacrosanct while neighborhood school assignments were not. The court offered no comparative judgment, merely announcing that the boundary lines were a manifestation of the sacred principle of local autonomy. No single tradition in public education is more deeply rooted than local control over the operation of schools. Local autonomy has long been thought essential both to the maintenance of community concern and support for public schools and to the quality of the educational process. Yet it was not even the principle of local autonomy that the court was exalting in Milliken, it was the precise fact of the district boundaries existing in the Detroit metropolitan area that served to facilitate the operation of virtually all white suburban schools. The principle of local autonomy may be a fine one as applied to an area of relative equality, in the usual suburb-city context where it is invoked. However, local autonomy is a code word for rationalizing and protecting the prior appropriation of financial resources, environmental amenity, and, in this case, racial homogeneity. In short, it is a principle of vested rights. Moreover, the local autonomy discussion, although central to the historical meaning of Milliken I, was not even relevant to the rationale of the case. Since the court refused to advance the implicit thrust of Griggs Swan Keyes, which would have made the conditions of racial concentration produced by the boundary lines at least a prima facie violation, there was no occasion to demand that the boundary lines be justified as either rational or innocently non-rational. The only practice deemed to be a violation at all was the de jure segregation of the city of Detroit. Here, the crucial step toward the result was to narrow the concept of violation. To accomplish that step, the court had to return to the secure world of the perpetrator perspective, before the boundaries of separate and autonomous school districts may be set aside by consolidating the separate units for remedial purposes or by imposing a cross-district remedy. It must first be shown that there has been a constitutional violation within one district that produces a significant segregative effect in another district. Specifically, it must be shown that racially discriminatory acts of the state or local school districts, or of a single school district have been a substantial cause of interdistrict segregation. Thus an inter-district remedy might be in order where the racially discriminatory acts of one or more school districts caused racial segregation in an adjacent district, or where district lines have been deliberately drawn on the basis of race. In such circumstances an interdistrict remedy would be appropriate to eliminate the interdistrict segregation directly caused by the constitutional violation. 1 Copyright. Under the strict causation requirements of Milliken I, the law does not offer a feeble presumption that the extensive ghettoization of the city of Detroit in relation to its surrounding suburbs has anything to do with racial discrimination. Having rejected the implications of Swan and Keyes that results mattered, and that school desegregation remedies would be used to counter the effects of residential segregation, the court ensured that residential racial concentration will be subject to scrutiny, if at all, only in the difficult to litigate and virtually impossible to remedy domain of housing discrimination. Under the combined force of Rodriguez and Milliken, black city residents are thus worse off in terms of legal theory than they were under the separate but equal doctrine of pre-Brown Southern school litigation, where a claim of equivalent resources for black schools was at least legally cognizable. And even if it makes sense within the narrow world of the perpetrator perspective to say that school desegregation should not be a remedy for housing discrimination, the effect of Milliken I is far worse than neutral with respect to housing. By offering the lure of suburban isolation, the decision invites white flight, thereby stimulating even greater racial concentration in housing. That the Supreme Court had become indifferent to results became clear 2 years after Milliken I. In Pasadena City Board of Education v. Spangler, the court completed the task of rationalizing into obscurity the remaining victim perspective implications of Swan and Keyes. Pasadena involved a single jurisdiction that had been previously adjudged to have maintained segregated schools. The court ordered remedial plan, which went into effect for the 1970-71 school year, mandated a set of pupil assignment practices that would ensure that no school in the system had a majority of minority students. The remedial plan produced that result for only 1 year, however, and by 1974, 5 of the 32 schools in the system again had black majorities. The court attributed this change to a normal pattern of human migration that had resulted in some changes in the demographics of Pasadena's residential patterns, and decided that despite the maldistribution in fact, Pasadena had achieved a uni. 43. Terry school system within the meaning of Swan. Whether or not the actual behavior that produced the demographic changes in Pasadena should be deemed white flight, the message of the case on that point is as clear as it was in Milliken I. If the only obligation imposed by desegregation is to produce racially balanced schools for a year, intrajurisdictional white flight becomes as attractive an escape as the interjurisdictional variety offered by Milliken I. In another sense, however, Pasadena was just a logical corollary of Milliken I. If the court had ordered further racial balance in Pasadena's schools, it would likely have accomplished no more than to stimulate further the kind of white flight already legitimized by Milliken I. Pasadena marks the full restoration of the perpetrator perspective in school desegregation cases, with the substance of Swan subdued by its form. If it was a concern for lack of results that permitted the victim perspective to creep into the jurisprudence at all, it is a brazen indifference to results that has facilitated the current doctrinal restoration. Only from the perpetrator perspective does it make sense to say that segregated schools are caused by the badness of particular actors, that the ephemeral negation of the conditions associated with that badness neutralizes the badness itself, and that the reappearance of the very same conditions is as irrelevant as if it were to occur in future society. See employment. If Griggs was the most important case of the era of contradiction, the only one offering a genuine threat to the hegemony of the perpetrator perspective, then the major task of the era of rationalization must be the obliteration of Griggs. And so it is in the area of employment that one finds the case likely to become the centerpiece of the era of rationalization, Washington v. Davis. While not quite obliterating Griggs, the court has so undermined it that it has ceased to be a credible threat. This overall result has been achieved in 3 discrete steps, Griggs's apparent implications for all of Antides. 44 Intellectual precursors. Crimination law have been squelched by limiting its doctrine to Title VII, its forceful assault on the system of equality of opportunity from within the structure of Title VII has been blunted by softening the scrutiny required, and its apparent application to analogous Title VII problems has been denied by refusing to extend it to the other major substantive area where it had been applied by the lower courts for some time. Seniority. The first 2 of these steps appear in Washington v. Davis, the third required an additional case. As noted above, Griggs was apparently significant for other than Title VII cases insofar as it found that neutral practices producing racially disproportionate results would have to be justified, that, for the purposes of anti-discrimination law, intent would mean no more than voluntary conduct producing racially disproportionate results, and that the best way to avoid or at least defer the impact of the first 2 was to initiate a voluntary affirmative action program. In Washington v. Davis, the court explicitly rejected the first 2 implications, thereby removing any suggestion of obligation from the third and relegating it to the easier world of voluntary tokenism. Washington v. Davis involved a test that purported to measure verbal ability, vocabulary, reading, and comprehension. The test was challenged in its role as a criterion for admission to the training program for District of Columbia police officers. Given a failure rate that was 4 times as high for blacks as for whites, the plaintiffs asserted, in an action commenced before Title VII became applicable to governmental employment, that the test was prima facie unconstitutional. The court held that absent direct or inferential proof that the test was employed with a design to produce racially disproportionate results, the disproportionate failure rate was not itself significant enough to create a prima facie case, and that there was no requirement that the test demonstrate any rationality at all. Using an intriguing kind of inside-out reasoning, the court quickly rebutted the common-sense notion that racial discrimination under the 5th or 14th Amendments meant the same thing as racial discrimination under Title VII. Justice Byron White's terse offering was, "We have never held that the constitutional standard for adjudicating claims of invidious racial discrimination is identical to the standards applicable under Title VII, and we decline to do so today." To support its position, the court offered a parade of horribles argument that would be embarrassing in a first-year law class. A contrary rule would raise serious questions about, and perhaps invalidate, a whole range of tax, welfare, public service, regulatory, and licensing statutes that may be more burdensome to the poor and the average black than to the more affluent white. Thus, with quiet efficiency, the court eliminated all extra Title VII implications of Griggs. The alternative holding of Washington v. Davis went a step further, softening the severe scrutiny thought to be required by Griggs to the point where Griggs is no longer much of a threat even in Title VII cases. Griggs itself had never reached the question of degree of rationality demanded from the tests, since the case offered a strong inference of purposeful discrimination, and since the employer declined to offer any proof concerning the validity of the test. Griggs, however, did use strong language in its insistence on job-relatedness, business necessity, and the elimination of built-in headwinds to minority employment. In addition, it cited with approval the tough stance on job-relatedness taken by the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, EEOC, and paid homage to the EEOC as deserving of deference in its administrative interpretations of the statute. This strict insistence on proof of job-relatedness seemed doctrinally secure as late as 1975, when the court in Albemarle Paper Co. v. Moody insisted on genuine proof of job-relatedness and again relied on the EEOC guidelines. In three respects, the court in Washington v. Davis dropped any pretense of strictness with respect to job-relatedness and simultaneously abandoned its posture of deference to the EEOC. The test was ultimately validated by nothing more than intuitive generalization. 45. There may have been evidence that the challenge test correlated, with some degree of significance, with another test given to trainees at the end of the training program, but there was no evidence that either the entrance test or the final test in any way related to qualities or abilities relevant to being a police officer. In fact, there was no proof that the test given at the end of the training program measured anything taught in that program, even assuming that the program was related to future performance as a police officer. The most that was established was that the test correlated with another test, which in itself is hardly surprising. However, that other test may or may not measure something, which something, even if measured, may or may not have anything to do with the job for which the training program is supposed to prepare those who pass the initial test. In this context, the court's conclusion, shared with the district court, that some minimum verbal and communicative skill would be very useful, if not essential, to satisfactory progress in the training regimen seems little more than an assumption of the desired conclusion. Conclusion. In this article, I have attempted to describe, with an emphasis on what I have called the victim perspective, the major developments in anti-discrimination law from the Brown case through the present. I do not think the why of this development can be answered with reference to legal doctrine, nor do I think that it is satisfactory merely to invoke the rules that would be appropriate in a future color-blind society. Despite any implications to the contrary, the preceding pages have not been a critique of the Burger Court, at least not in the sense that I hold that institution responsible for failing to legislate the victim perspective into being. I do believe that the decisions of the era of contradiction created expectations that were subsequently frustrated by Burger Court decisions, but I cannot regard the court as autonomous and separate from the society that orchestrates it, and I therefore cannot regard that one institution as the villain of the tale. Intellectual precursors. The Imperial Scholar, Reflections on a Review of Civil Rights Literature. Richard Delgado *. I civet regut scholarship. Identifying a tradition. When I began teaching law in the mid-70s, I was told by a number of well-meaning senior colleagues to play things straight in my scholarship to establish a reputation as a scholar in some mainstream legal area and not get too caught up in civil rights or other ethnic subjects. Being young, impressionable, and anxious to succeed, I took their advice to heart and, for the first 6 years of my career, produced a steady stream of articles, book reviews, and the like, impeccably traditional in substance and form. The dangers my friends warned me about were averted, the benefits accrued. Tenure securely in hand, I turned my attention to civil rights law and scholarship. Realizing I had a great deal of catching up to do, I asked my research assistant to compile a list of the 20 or so leading law review articles on civil rights. I gave him the criteria you would expect: frequent citation by courts and commentators, publication in a major law review, theoretical rather than practical focus, and so on. When he submitted the list, I noticed that each of the authors was white. Each was also male. I checked his work myself, with the same result. Further, a review of the footnotes of these articles disclosed a second remarkable coincidence: the works cited were also written by authors who were themselves white and male. I was puzzled. I knew that there are about 100 black, 25 Hispanic, and 10 Native American law professors teaching at American law schools. Many of them are Charles Inglis Thompson, Professor of Law, University of Colorado. J.D., University of California, Berkeley, 1974. The reader who wishes to read an updated version of this article should see The Imperial Scholar Revisited, How to Marginalize Outside Writing, 10 years later, 140 PAL Revelation, 1349, 1992. The Imperial Scholar. Writing in areas about which they care deeply: anti-discrimination law, the equality principle, and affirmative action. Much of that scholarship, however, seems to have been consigned to oblivion. Courts rarely cite it, and the legal scholars whose work REA//Y counts almost never do. The important work is published in 8 or 10 law reviews and is written by a small group of professors who teach in the major law schools. Most of this latter work, to be sure, seems strongly supportive of minority rights. It is all the more curious that these authors, the giants in the field, only infrequently cite a minority scholar. My assistant and I prepared an informal sociogram, a pictorial representation of who cites whom in the civil rights literature. It is fascinating. Paul Brest cites Lawrence Tribe, Lawrence Tribe cites Paul Brest and Owen Fiss cites Bruce Ackerman, who cites Paul Brest, and Frank Michelman, who cites Owen Fiss and Lawrence Tribe and Kenneth Karst. It does not matter where one enters this universe, one comes to the same result: an inner circle of about a dozen white, male writers who comment on, take polite issue with, extol, criticize, and expand on each other's ideas. It is something like an elaborate minuet. The failure to acknowledge minority scholarship extends even to non-legal propositions and assertions of fact. W.E.B. Du Bois, deceased black historian, receives an occasional citation. Aside from him, little else rates a mention. Higginbotham's monumental in the matter of color registered might as well not exist. The same is true of the work of Kenneth Clark, black psychologist and past president of the American Psychological Association, and of Alvin Toussaint, Harvard Medical School professor and authority on the psychological impact of race. One searches in vain for references to the powerful book by physicians Greer and Cobbs, Black Rage, or to Frantz Fanon's The Wretched of the Earth Registered, or even to writings of or about Martin Luther King, Jr., one Cesar Chavez, and Malcolm X. Degree when the inner circle writers need an authority for a factual or social scientific pro. 47. Position about race. They generally cite reports of the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights * or else each other. A single anecdote may help to illustrate what I mean. Recently, a law professor who writes about civil rights showed me, for my edification, a draft of an article of his. It is, on the whole, an excellent article. It extols the value of a principle I will call equal personhood, the notion, implicit in several constitutional provisions and much case law, that each human being, regardless of race, creed, or color, is entitled to be treated with equal respect. To treat someone as an outsider, a non-member of human society, violates this principle and devalues the self-worth of the person so excluded. I have no quarrel with this premise, but, on reading the 100+ footnotes of the article, I noticed that its author failed to cite black or minority scholars, an exclusion from the community of kindred souls as glaring as any condemned in the paper. I pointed this out to the author, citing as illustration a passage in which he asserted that unequal treatment can cause a person to suffer a withered self-concept. Having just written an article on a related subject, I was more or less steeped in withered self-concepts. I knew who the major authorities were in that area. The professor's authority for the proposition about withered self-concepts was Frank Michelman, writing in the Harvard Law Review. I pointed out that although Michelman may be a superb scholar and teacher, he probably has relatively little first-hand knowledge about withered self-concepts. I suggested that the professor add references to such works as Kenneth Clark's Dark Ghetto and Greer and Cobb's Black Rage, and he agreed to do so. To justify his selection of Michelman for the proposition about withered self-concept, the author explained that Michelman's statement was so elegant. Could inelegance of expression explain the absence of minority scholarship from the text and footnotes of leading law review articles about civil rights? Elegance is, without question, a virtue in writing, in conversation, or 48. In anything else in life. If minority scholars write inelegantly and Frank Michelman elegantly, then it would not be surprising if the latter were read and cited more frequently, and the former less so. However, minority legal scholars seem to have less trouble being recognized and taken seriously in areas of scholarship other than civil rights theory. If elegance is a problem for minority scholars, it seems mainly to be so in the core area of civil rights, affirmative action, the equality principle, and the theoretical foundations of race relations law. In 1971, Judge Skelly Wright wrote an article entitled, Professor Bickel, the Scholarly Tradition, and the Supreme Court. Judge Wright took a group of scholars to task for their bloodless carping at the Warren Court's decisions in the areas of racial justice and human rights. He accused the group of missing the central point in these decisions, their moral clarity and passion for justice, and labeled the group's excessive preoccupation with procedure and institutional role, and its insistence that the court justify every element of a decision under general principles of universal application, a scholarly tradition. I think I have discovered a second scholarly tradition. It consists of white scholars' systematic occupation of, and exclusion of minority scholars from, the central areas of civil rights scholarship. The mainstream writers tend to acknowledge only each other's work. It is even possible that, consciously or not, they resist entry by minority scholars into the field, perhaps counseling them, as I was counseled, to establish their reputations in other areas of law. I believe that this scholarly tradition exists mainly in civil rights. Non-white scholars in other fields of law seem to confront no such tradition. Il. Directs in imperial scholarship. This point, I have been making an empirical claim. A person who disagreed with my thesis could attempt to show that some white inner circle authors do cite non-white scholars appropriately, perhaps by introducing a intellectual precursors sociogram of his or her own. My examination of the literature in the field, while admittedly not a scientific study, leads me to believe that this is a vain task. A second response would assert that the exclusion of minority viewpoints from white scholarship about civil rights is, as they say, harmless error. It doesn't matter who advocates freedom and equality, so long as they are advocated by someone. In one sense, this assertion echoes the holding of Traffic anti-v. Metropolitan Life Insurance Co. 7*, which gave white tenants standing to challenge a building owner's racially discriminatory renting practices on the grounds that these rendered the building a white ghetto and deprived the tenants of interracial contacts. Everyone, not just minorities, has an interest in achieving a racially just society, so why should not anyone be free to advocate it in print? Does a contrary policy not deny free speech and constitute a gratuitous rejection of a helping hand? Put in simple terms, what difference does it make if the scholarship about the rights of Group A is written by members of Group B? Although Derek Bell, Jr., raised this question in a footnote, no one seems to have addressed it directly. There are, however, legal doctrines and case law that may suggest answers by way of analogy. Relevant doctrines include standing * degree real party in interest, and jus tertii, 8 doctrines that in general insist that B does not belong in court if he or she is attempting, without good reason, to assert the rights of or redress the injuries to A. We also have rules pertaining to joinder of parties, intervention, degree and representation in class suits, all of which serve to assure that the appropriate parties are before the court. On a more general level, our political and legal values contain an anti-paternalistic principle that forbids B from asserting A's interest if A is a competent human being of adult years, capable of independently deciding upon and asserting that interest. Abstracting from these principles, it is possible to compile an a priori list of reasons why we might look with concern on a situation in which the scholarship about Group A is written by members of Group B. First, members of Group the imperial scholar. B may be ineffective advocates of the rights and interests of persons in Group A. They may lack information, more important, perhaps, they may lack passion, or their passion may be misdirected. The B scholarship may tend to be sentimental, diffusing passion in useless directions or wasting time on unproductive breastbeating. Second, while the BS might advocate effectively, they might advocate the wrong things. Their agenda may differ from that of the As, they may pull their punches with respect to remedies, especially where remedying A's situation entails uncomfortable consequences for B. Despite the best of intentions, BS may have stereotypes embedded deep in their psyches that distort their thinking, causing them to balance interests in ways inimical to As. Finally, domination by members of Group B may paralyze members of Group A, causing the As to forget how to flex their legal muscles for themselves. A careful reading of the Inner Circle article suggests that many of the above-mentioned problems and pitfalls are not simply hypothetical but do in fact occur. A number of the authors were unaware of basic facts about the situation in which minority persons live or ways in which they see the world. From the viewpoint of a minority member, the assertions and arguments made by non-minority authors were sometimes so naive as to seem incomprehensible, hardly worthy of serious consideration. For example, some writers took seriously the reductio ad absurdum argument about an infinitude of minorities: if blacks and Hispanics, why not Belgians, Swedes, and Italians? What about an individual who is 1/2 black, or 3/4 Hispanic, or worried about whether a white citizen forced to associate with blacks has his or her freedom of association violated as much as does a black compelled to attend segregated schools? One author reasoned that Caroline Product's footnote 4 analysis is no longer fully applicable to American blacks, because they have ceased to be an insular minority in need of heightened judicial protection. Another placed the burden on proponents of preferential admissions to show that no non-racial alternative exists, because today's minority may become tomorrow's majority and vice versa. Degree in addition to factual ignorance or naivete, some of the writing suffered from a failure of empathy, an inability to share the values, desires, and perspectives of the population whose rights are under consideration. In his article, Serving Two Masters, Integration Ideals and Client Interests in School Desegregation Litigation, Derek Bell, Jr., pointed out that litigators in school desegregation cases have often seemed unaware of what their clients really wanted, or have pursued one remedy, for example, integration, out of ideological commitment, even though the client wanted something different, for example, better schools. Point 3 registered a similar distancing of the scholar from the community he writes about was visible in the civil rights commentaries. The authors in the core group tended to be very concerned about procedure. Many of the articles were devoted, in various measures, to scholarly discussions of the standard of judicial review that should be applied in different types of civil rights suits degree. Others were concerned with the relationship between federal and state authority in anti-discrimination law, or with the respective competence of a particular decision-maker to recognize and redress racial discrimination. Degree 1 could easily conclude that the question of who goes to court, what court they go to, and with what standard of review are the burning issues of American race relations law. Perhaps the emphasis on procedure and judicial role is harmless, just a peculiar kink lawyers get in law school, but, as I will argue later in this essay, there is more to it than that. Other peculiarities of perspective surfaced in connection with choosing a principle on which to base, or oppose, affirmative action. Measures to increase minority representation in education and the workforce have been justified in three broad ways: reparations, or retribution, social utility or distributive justice. The reparations argument emphasizes that white society has mistreated blacks, Native Americans, and Hispanics, and that it now must make amends for that mistreatment. Utility-based arguments justify affirmative action on the grounds that 50 intellectual precursors. Increased representation of minorities will be useful to society. The distributive justice rationale says that there is a certain amount of wealth available and argues that everyone is entitled to a minimum share of it. Many of the minority scholars emphasize the reparations argument and stress the inherent cost to whites. The authors of the Inner Circle articles generally make the case on the grounds of utility or distributive justice. Degree emphasizing utility or distributive justice as the justification for affirmative action has a number of significant consequences. It enables the writer to concentrate on the present and the future, and to overlook the past. There is no need to dwell on unpleasant matters like lynch mobs, segregated bathrooms, bracero programs, migrant farm labor camps, race-based immigration laws, or professional schools that, until recently, were lily white. The past becomes irrelevant, one just asks where things are now and where we ought to go from here, a straightforward social engineering inquiry of the sort that law professors are familiar with and good at. However, just as the adoption of either of the two present-oriented perspectives renders the investigation comfortably safe, it robs affirmative action programs of their moral force in favor of a sterile theory of fairness or utility. Degree no doubt, there is a great social utility to affirmative action, but to base it solely on that ground ignores the right of minority communities to be made whole and the obligation of the majority to render them whole. Moreover, what if the utility calculus changes in the future, so that the programs no longer appear useful to the majority? Can society then ignore those who still suffer the effects of past discrimination? Distributive justice is a somewhat less objectionable ground for justifying affirmative action, but it too ignores history and makes for a rather weak, pallid case. It also invites the neutral principles response. If the idea is to start playing fair now, how can we achieve fairness by discriminating against whites? Moreover, the remedies espoused under both the social utility and distributive justice rationales are often justified because they have been voluntarily created by legislatures, employers, or schools. A Wethe analysis, espoused by several of the commentators. Degree justifies a disadvantage that we, the majority, want to impose on ourselves to favor them, the minority. This type of thinking, however, leaves the choice of remedy and the time frame for that remedy in the hands of the majority. It converts affirmative action into a benefit, not a right. It neglects the possibility that a disadvantaged minority may have a moral claim to a particular remedy. The Inner Circle commentators rarely deal with issues of guilt and reparation. When they do, it is often to attach responsibility to a scapegoat, someone of another time or place, and almost certainly of another social class than that of the writer. These writers tend to focus on intentional and determinable acts of discrimination inflicted on the victim by some perpetrator and to ignore the more pervasive and invidious forms of discriminatory conditions inherent in our society. This perpetrator perspective deflects attention from the victim class, the blacks, Native Americans, Chicanos, and Puerto Ricans who lead blighted lives for reasons directly traceable to social and institutional injustice. A corollary of this perspective is that racism need not be remedied by means that encroach too much on middle or upper class prerogatives. If racial inequality is mainly the fault of the isolated redneck, outmoded ritual violence, or even long abrogated governmental actions, then remedies that would encroach on simple conditions of life, middle-class housing patterns, for example, or the autonomy of local school boards are unnecessary. Many persons of minority race see racism as including institutional components that extend far beyond lynch mobs, segregated schools, or epithets such as nigger or spick. For self-interest, mixed with inexperience, may make it difficult for the privileged white male writer to adopt this perspective or to face up to its implications. The uniformity of life experience of the inner circle of writers may color not only the way they conceptualize and frame problems of race, but also the solutions or remedies they devise. Remedies pursued at all deliberate speed. Or the Imperial Scholar 51. Couched in terms of vague targets and goals entered the law when the legal system turned in earnest to problems of race. Their appearance is probably related to a utility-based perspective that ignores past injustices and simply seeks to engineer a solution with the most utility to society as a whole and the minimal amount of disruption. If the issue is not one of simple injustice requiring immediate correction but, rather, merely an unfortunate and abstractly created problem requiring remedy, that leisurely treatment is not surprising. Moreover, regardless of the scope and time frame of racial remedies, their costs are generally imposed disproportionately on minorities and lower-class whites. Most university affirmative action programs, for example, pit minorities against each other and against low-income whites. The programs generate hostility among these groups, while exempting from such unpleasantness the high-achieving white product of a private prep school and Ivy League college, who can remain aloof from these battles. There is an alternative: an overhaul of the admissions process and a rethinking of the criteria that make a person a deserving law student and future lawyer. It would be possible to devise admission standards that would result in a proportionate number of minorities, whites, and women gaining admission. Minority commentators have suggested such an approach, but it has been often ignored and never instituted. Despite the potential bias of mainstream scholarship, it might be argued that law review writing is basically harmless. The reviews are almost never read by anyone outside a narrow readership and rarely have an impact on the real world. Since the genre is essentially innocuous, why get excited if the authors of certain articles play by odd rules? The game is not harmless. Courts do cite law review articles. Judges, even when they do not rely on an article expressly, may still read and be informed by it. What courts do clearly matters in our society. Moreover, what law professors say in their elegant articles contributes to a legal climate, a culture. Their ideas are read and discussed by legislators, political scientists, and their own students. They affect what goes on in courts, law classrooms, and legislative chambers. Ideologies, perspectives, ways of looking at the world are powerful. They limit discourse. They also enable the dominant class to maintain and justify its own ascendancy. Law professors at the top universities are part of this dominant class, and their writings contribute to the ideologies that this class creates and subscribes to. These writings are not harmless, they have clout. My conclusion to this point is that there is a second scholarly tradition, that it consists of the exclusion of minority writing about key issues of race law, and that this exclusion does matter. The tradition causes blunting, skewings, and omissions in the literature dealing with race, racism, and American law. What accounts for, what sustains this tradition? Can it be defended or justified? 3. I'm per RIAL scholarship. Explaining the tradition. Studied indifference to minority writing on issues of race would be justified if the writing were second-rate, inelegant, unscholarly, or unimaginative. As was mentioned earlier, though, minority writers have had little trouble gaining recognition outside the core areas of civil rights. Poor quality of the writing therefore seems an unlikely explanation. It could also be argued that minority authors who write about racial issues are not objective, that passion and anger render them unfit to reason rigorously or express themselves clearly, while white authors are above self-interest and thus capable of thinking and writing objectively. Yet this too seems implausible, for it presupposes that white writers have no vested interest in the status quo. Moreover, common experience suggests that most persons, including minorities, perform better, not worse, at tasks they care deeply about. Even if minority authors were offering one-sided views, their suggestions are at least data, material that deserves mention for what it discloses. One would not expect such telling data to be completely ignored. When discussing women's issues, white male elite. 52 intellectual precursors. Writers more often seem to cite at least some white female writers, such as K. Weitzman and Ginsberg. Degree. These women write with passion and commitment, qualities that evidently do not render them unfit to be taken seriously. Lack of objectivity on the part of minority authors, then, seems an inadequate explanation for their treatment at the hands of leading white scholars. In explaining the strange absence of minority scholarship from the text and footnotes of the central arenas of legal scholarship dealing with civil rights, I reject conscious malevolence or crass indifference. I think the explanation lies at the level of unconscious action and choice. It may be that the explanation lies in a need to remain in control, to make sure that legal change occurs, but not too fast. The desire to shape events is a powerful human motive, one that could easily account for much of the exclusionary scholarship I have noted. The moment one makes such a statement, however, one is reminded that it is these same liberal authors who often have been the strongest supporters of affirmative action in their own university communities, and who have often been prepared to take chances, as they see it, to advance the goal of an integrated society. Perhaps the two behaviors can be reconciled by observing that the liberal professor may be pleased to have minority students and colleagues serve as figureheads, ambassadors of goodwill, and future community leaders, but not necessarily happy with the thought of a minority colleague who might go galloping off in a new direction. Once, early in my career, I co-authored a law review article about Mexican Americans, as they were called then, as a legally cognizable class, one that can sue in its own name for injuries to its members. This was in the mid-70s when the results of Chicano activism were just reaching the courts. At that time, a few decisions, notably Lopez Tirena v. Henry registered degree had held that Chicanos could not sue collectively because of problems with class definition. Some Chicanos speak Spanish, some do not, some have Spanish surnames, some do not, some trace their ancestors to Mexico, some do not. Chicanos were thus held too amorphous a group to be permitted to sue for class-based relief. Registered. My article explained several valid ways of getting around the class definition problem and gave several reasons why this should happen. Shortly after the article appeared, I received a long letter from a white litigator at a public interest law firm that concerns itself with the legal problems of Mexican Americans. The letter told me, in clear, terse language, of the disservice I had done to the cause of Chicano legal rights. Its essence was that the writers' organization had been successfully finessing the class definition problem, and my article had instead focused attention on it, making matters worse. I suffered terrible remorse until the Supreme Court decided in the following term that Mexican Americans are a legally cognizable class for the purpose of civil rights suits. Had the litigator, a former professor at a major law school, simply made a mistake in judgment? Or was there more behind the letter and its insistence that I stay out of the picture and leave things to persons who know better? I think many civil rights activists and scholars derive a sense of personal satisfaction from being at the forefront of a powerful social movement. Command and influence are heady things. It takes an alert person to realize when to step back, to know when his or her efforts have begun to interfere with the intended beneficiary's effective engagement in their own affairs. The inner circle author's strong identification with their own role may prevent them from understanding when it is time for them to begin to leave it behind. Another closely related motive is fear. Most of the white scholars who make up the inner circle spent some of their formative years of teaching during the late 60s and early 70s, when a number of extraordinary things were happening in our society. Lawyers, and especially law professors, are deeply committed to the rule of law, but during those years the rule of law seemed to mean relatively little, events were out of control, and law seemed powerless to stop the popular tides that surged: the civil rights movement, inner-city riots, draft resistance. The professors who now, the imperial scholar, dominate legal scholarship and dictate legal styles saw what the excesses of passion can do. Perhaps, scarcely knowing it, they came to emphasize scholarship that is controlled, incremental, and seemingly non-ideological, and to resist that of a more tempestuous, change-oriented nature. The fear of losing control would explain a number of things: the emphasis on procedure and role, the downplaying of substance. It would explain inattention to the reparations argument, and avoidance of issues of guilt and complicity. It would explain the treatment of racism and discrimination as vestigial aberrant behavior not connected by any common thread, much less as illustrating an implied social compact. It would explain the lack of citation to minority writers, who have drawn attention to some of the thornier problems and conflicts in the area of race relations. Whatever the explanation of the phenomenon, it has not gone unnoticed. Derrick Bell, Jr., once observed that the exclusion of minority participants from litigation and scholarship about black issues reminds him of traditional families of former years in which parents would tell their children, "Keep quiet. We are talking about you, not to you." What should be done? As a beginning, minority students and teachers should raise insistently and often the unsatisfactory quality of the scholarship being produced by the inner circle, its biases, omissions, and errors. Its presuppositions and worldviews should be made explicit and challenged. That feedback will increase the likelihood that when a well-wishing white scholar writes about minority problems, he or she will give minority viewpoints and literature the full consideration due. That consideration may help the author avoid the types of substantive error catalogued earlier. While no one could object if sensitive white scholars contribute occasional articles and useful proposals, after all, there are many more of the mainstream scholars. Must these scholars make a career of it? The time has come for white liberal authors who write in the field of civil rights to redirect their efforts and to encourage their colleagues to do so as well. There are many other important subjects that could and 53 should engage their formidable talents. As these scholars stand aside, nature will take its course. I am reasonably certain that the gap will quickly be filled by talented and innovative minority writers and commentators. The dominant scholars should affirmatively encourage their minority colleagues to move in this direction, as well as simply to make the change possible. Only such a transformation will end the incongruity of one group's maintenance of a failed ideology for another, an irony that Judge Wiesanski saw as clearly as anyone. To leave non-whites at the mercy of whites in the presentation of non-white claims which are admittedly adverse to the whites would be a mockery of democracy. Suppression, intentional or otherwise, of the presentation of non-white claims cannot be tolerated in our society. In presenting non-white issues, non-whites cannot, against their will, be relegated to white spokesmen, mimicking black men. The day of the minstrel show is over. The day of the minstrel show is, indeed, over. Part 2. Critical Race Theory and Critical Legal Studies, Contestation and Coalition. 2. Critical Race Theory and Critical Legal Studies, Contestation and Coalition. The articles in this section reflect some of the diverse ways that critical race scholars have engaged with the leftist movement known as critical legal studies. Founded in 1976, the Conference on Critical Legal Studies, CLS, is the name of a group of law teachers, students, and some practitioners, crits, closers, who are loosely organized as leftist intellectuals and activists. Like critical race theory, CLS includes a wide diversity of methodology and approach. As these articles indicate, most critical race theorists acknowledge a close connection with CLS, particularly in terms of the critical methodology employed in examining Tegel discourse. At the same time, the articles reflect an extended set of intellectual and theoretical disagreements between CLS and the emerging critical race theory movement. Harlan Dalton's The Clouded Prism echoes Richard Delgado's complaints about liberal constitutional law scholars. Dalton contends that closers have also engaged in exclusionary or exploitive conduct with respect to minority scholars. He argues that any coalition between white scholars and scholars of color must deal with the divergent cultural backgrounds that each is bringing to the dialogue. Dalton's work is notable for quite bluntly expressing some of the traditional problems that progressive people of color have encountered when they have engaged white leftists. Written at the inception of critical race theory as an organized movement, Dalton challenges white leftists to make this coalition different than those of the past. In The Reconstructive Theology of Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., Anthony Cook criticizes CLS work for failing to move beyond critique to reconstruction. He first provides a useful introduction to, and summary of, CLS jurisprudential work. He argues that the CLS critique of liberalism is correct but incomplete because it is not grounded in the experiences of people struggling against oppression. Cook argues that reconstructive efforts require more than simply the application of thought, but rather, they need an experiential basis for commitment in the world. He relates the predicament of CLS in the difficulty of moving beyond critique to the issues that King faced as he strategized on various fronts about how to resist white racial power. Weaving together jurisprudence, political theory, and a description of the historic role of theology in black community life, Cook points to King's image of the organic intellectual as the basis for understanding the role that progressive scholars of color can play, as well as to King's image of the beloved community as the normative orientation for critical and reconstructive work. Mari Matsuda's article is an attempt to find useful common ground between interests of progressive scholars of color and critics. According to Matsuda, CLS has developed effective critiques of dominant legal ideology. But it has become abstract and theoretical, divorced from any grounding in real-world experience. She suggests the jurisprudential one method of looking to the bottom to improve upon the work of critical legal studies. In turn, she argues that CLS has a great deal to contribute to the reconstructive work of scholars of color. Using the possibility of a legal claim of reparations for Japanese American victims of the American policy of detention during World War II as an extended concrete example, Matsuda shows how ideas developed through critical thinking about law help to imagine the basis for ways to articulate the interests of people of color. Kimberly Crenshaw's article Race, Reform, and Retrenchment is an important window into the intellectual issue that provided the framework for the first several years of engagement and contestation between white crits and progressive scholars of color. The issue of rights. CLS writers had developed a critique of the concept of legal rights on the grounds that rights are necessarily indeterminate and contradictory, one person's right is another's duty, and that thinking in terms of rights embodied an alienated way of thinking about the social world, in terms of unrelated individuals approaching each other as rights-bearing units. Much CLS work claimed that the idea of rights was part of the legitimation function of liberal legal ideology in presenting the world as equal and free because everyone has their rights. Crenshaw traces the ways that the civil rights gains of the 1960s were curtailed in the 1970s and 1980s. She criticizes the neoconservative commitment to formal equality for being contradictory and for denying the continuing realities of racial power. While agreeing with much of the CLS approach, she criticizes CLS work for failing to engage with the actual experience of people of color and the reality of race consciousness as an element of social power. In particular, Crenshaw argues that the left's critique of rights ignores the particular role that the struggle for rights has played in black liberation politics and the practical possibilities given the mainstream ideologies against which civil rights proponents worked. Finally, using strands of postmodern analysis, she develops a theoretical frame for understanding the relation between legal doctrine and the exercise of racial power. She concludes by sketching the need for reform ideologies that are sensitive both to the dangers of co-optation and of utopianism. Part 2. Critical Race Theory and Critical Legal Studies, Contestation and Coalition. Looking to the bottom, Critical Legal Studies and Reparations. Mari Matsuda. Introduction. Hen, you are on trial for conspiracy to overthrow the government for having taught the deconstruction of law. Your lawyer will want black people on your jury. Why? Because black jurors are more likely to understand what your lawyer will argue, that people in power sometimes abuse law to achieve their own ends, and that the prosecution's claim to neutral application of legal principles is false. Point 1. This article discusses the similar perspectives and goals of people of color and critical legal scholars. It also suggests that the failure of the two groups to develop an alliance is tied to weaknesses of the critical legal studies movement. The central problem facing critical legal scholars, and indeed all thoughtful legal scholars, is the search for a normative source. Arthur Leff, in an oft-cited article, asked, "Who among us ought to be able to declare law that ought to be obeyed?" Although post-realist legal thinkers left, right, and center are often ready to proffer a specific perspective, they also conclude that no external, universally accepted normative source exists to resolve conflicts of value. Critical legal scholars disparage traditional sources of norms such as the market system, the pluralist tradition, and classical liberalism, yet they hesitate to proclaim new sources of norms. Speak, God. The cry goes forth, but as yet no voice has answered, at least not in the pages of the law reviews. This article suggests that those who have experienced discrimination speak with a special voice to which we should listen. Looking to the bottom, adopting the perspective of those who have seen and felt the falsity of the liberal promise can assist critical scholars in the task of fathoming the phenomenology of law and defining the elements of justice. The method of looking to the bottom is analogous to but different from the method of legal philosophers such as Rawls and Ackerman, who have proposed moral theories that call for special attention to the needs of the least advantaged. What is suggested here is not abstract consideration of the position of the least advantaged. The imagination of the academic philosopher cannot recreate the experience of life on the bottom. Instead, we must look to what Gramsci called organic intellectuals, e.g. grassroots philosophers who are uniquely able to relate theory to the concrete experience of oppression. The technique of imagining oneself black and poor in some hypothetical world is less effective than studying the actual experience of black poverty and listening to those who have done so. When notions of right and wrong, justice and injustice, are examined not from an abstract position but from the position of groups who have suffered through history, moral relativism recedes and identifiable normative priorities emerge. This article, then, suggests a new epistemological source for critical scholars, the actual experience, history, culture, and intellectual tradition of people of color in America. Looking to the bottom for ideas about 64 law will tap a valuable source previously overlooked by legal philosophers. It is evident that all reforms have their beginning with ideas and that for a time they have to rely solely on the tongue and pen for progress. Frederick Douglass II. He movement known as critical legal studies is characterized by skepticism toward the liberal vision of the rule of law, by a focus on the role of legal ideas in capturing human consciousness, by agreement that fundamental change is required to attain a just society, and by a utopian conception of a world more communal and less hierarchical than the one we know now. This movement is attractive to minority scholars because its central descriptive message that legal ideals are manipulable, and that law serves to legitimate existing maldistributions of wealth and power rings true for anyone who has experienced life in non-white America. Frederick Douglass realized this truth about law before Oliver Wendell Holmes ever picked up a pen. The sophistication of CLS description is also attractive and useful to minority scholars. It is one thing to suspect that law is indeterminate, but it is quite another to grasp exactly how that indeterminacy works in specific contexts. In particular, the development of the concepts of the relative autonomy of law and of legal consciousness degree has reached unprecedented heights in critical legal scholarship. Knowing when doctrine sticks, when it doesn't, and why, and suggesting why knowing why is important are major intellectual contributions of the CLS movement. Long before CLS discovered the thought of Antonio Gramsci, Frederick Douglass said, "Find out just what any people will quietly submit to, and you have found out the exact measure of injustice and wrong which will be imposed upon them." The additional contribution of CLS is the detailed study of legal consciousness in a myriad of technical legal contexts. This descriptive work of critical legal scholars is liberating. To those who believe that law is a cage within which radical social transformation is impossible, the critical legal scholar can respond with the sophisticated confidence born of a significant body of scholarship. This is why we read Duncan Kennedy as well as Frederick Douglass. CLS is a legitimation process for outsiders. The critical legal studies movement's prescriptive power is also valuable to people of color. The willingness at least to consider the utopian prospect and the passionate criticism of existing conditions of racism and poverty attract non-white readers to CLS. Moreover, an elevated understanding of the traditional legal concepts of neutral principles and rights helps to protect victims of oppression from the unsophisticated rights thinking that can be a seductive trap for those on the bottom. VT. Andred critique, incoherency, as used here is the expressiati of extreme skepticism that law can produce determinate results free from reference to value, politics, or historical conditions. While no CLS scholar suggests pure incoherency, the highly developed method of trashing, or exposing standard liberal legalisms as incoherent, emphasizes the indeterminate elements of law. Incoherency, critics contend, is an inadequate and inaccurate description of law which fails to account for the lawyer's experience that, given a specific doctrinal query, certain outcomes are inevitable and technically correct as a matter of law, even when such results challenge existing power. Those who characterize the law as incoherent are also criticized for portraying those who use legal doctrine, legal principles, and liberal theory for positive social ends as co-opted fools or cynical instrumentalists. Looking to the bottom can help to form a response to the critique of the incoherency description. Looking to the bottom 65. The dissonance of combining deep criticism of law with an aspirational vision of law is part of the experience of people of color. These people have used duality as a strength, and have developed strategies for resolving this dissonance through the process of appropriation and transformation. W.E.B. Du Bois noted long ago the resiliency of the consciousness of black folk. The consciousness he described includes both mainstream American consciousness and the consciousness of the outsider. Applying the double consciousness concept to rights rhetoric allows us to see that the victim of racism can have a mainstream consciousness of the Bill of Rights as well as a victim's consciousness. These two viewpoints can combine powerfully to create a radical constitutionalism that is true to the radical roots of this country. The strands of republicanism that legal historians are reviving with the feather-brush care of an archaeologist are alive and well in the constitutional discourse of non-white America. Frederick Douglass's interpretive work is an example of dual conceptions. Garrisonian abolitionists in the 1840s argued that the Constitution was a corrupt document that endorsed slavery. As a Garrison protege, Douglass at first accepted this interpretation and its corollary, that reformist political action was an ineffectual means to abolish slavery. Douglass later split from the Garrisonians and argued that the Constitution, including the preamble and the Bill of Rights, contained a ringing indictment of slavery. Douglass stated in his widely disseminated writings and public lectures that slavery was unconstitutional, un-American, and inconsistent with the basic values necessary for the survival of the nation. Douglass's skill in transforming the standard text of American political life into a blueprint for fundamental social change is instructive. He chose to believe in the Constitution but refused to accept a racist constitution. In his hands, the document grew to become greater than some of its drafters had intended. Douglass's reconstructed Constitution inspired his black readers to endure the tremendous personal costs of resistance. Martin Luther King, Jr.'s reconstructed Constitution produced the same effect in the 20th century. This ability to adopt and transform standard OE texts and mainstream consciousness is an important contribution of those on the bottom. Black Americans, the paradigmatic victim group of our history, have turned the Bible and the Constitution into texts of liberation, just as John Coltrane transformed the popular song My Favorite Things into a jazz fugue of extraordinary power. This and other examples of the tendency to trope, appropriate, signify, and otherwise draw transformative power out of the dry wells of ordinary discourse is discussed by Henry Louis Gates in his important article on Black Language and Literary Theory, The Blackness of Blackness, a critique of the sign and the signifying monkey. Gates sees this transforming skill in jazz composition, in Black English, in the Black Church, and in Black writers' adaptive uses of standard literary forms. This transformative skill, Gates suggests, is a direct result of the experience of oppression. Those who lack material wealth _or political power still have access to thought and language, and their development of those tools will differ from that of the more privileged. Erline Stetson realized this distinction when, in her essay on Black women poets, she wrote, "Creativity has often been a survival tactic." Studying the centuries-old tradition of American Black women's poetry reveals, according to Stetson, three major elements: a compelling quest for identity, a subversive perception of reality, and subterfuge and ambivalence as creative strategies. In poetry, the most concentrated form of language, Black women have employed words to criticize and transform existing assumptions. Poetry to Black women has never been merely aesthetic. It has, first and foremost, been a tool of social change. Gwendolyn Brooks opened one 1949 sonnet, First Fight. Then Fiddle, registered Black musicians see fiddling as part of the fight. Objecting to the detransformation of Black jazz for white audiences and also to the commodification of Black musicians. Bebop artists such as Thelonious Monk vowed to create something they can't steal because they can't play it. Black musicians resist co-option by 66. Asserting their moral claim to the jazz form. 7. The Black artists' fight to establish progressive language and music is relevant to the legal theorist because the fight over the body and soul of American law is part of the same struggle. The law, as critical scholars recognize, consists of language, ideals, signs, and structures that have material and moral consequences. Transforming this kind of system into one's own has a long tradition in the Black community. Non-white lawyers have passionately invoked legal doctrine, legal ideals, and liberal theory in the struggle against racism. Their success is attributable in part to the passionate response that conventional legalisms can at times elicit. These lawyers recited the Bill of Rights and demanded their participatory share of the American polity. At the same time, however, they maintained disrespect for claims of legality that accompanied oppressive acts. Such lawyers needed no reminder that the Constitution is merely a piece of paper in the face of the monopoly on violence and capital possessed by those who intend to keep things just the way they are. How could anyone believe both of the following statements? 1. I have a right to participate equally in society with any other person. 2. Rights are whatever people in power say they are. One of the primary lessons CLS can learn from the experience of the bottom is that one can believe in both of those statements simultaneously, and that it may well be necessary to do so. This duality is evident in the thought of those Japanese Americans who have described their bitterness and outrage at being incarcerated by their own government during World War II. They acknowledge that they were powerless to resist the government's repressive actions. The Constitution, they found, offered no protection from the guns of military police or from the orders of racist generals. Yet the victims nevertheless maintained their belief in constitutional democracy. From behind barbed wire in America's concentration camps, many young Meisei, second-generation Japanese Americans, volunteered to fight in World War II. They spilled their blood on the beaches of Italy and in the forests of France because of their faith in American constitutionalism and their demand for recognition as citizens. 7. It is important to understand how claims to equality, procedural fairness and political participation prove so compelling that human beings are willing to die for them. Consistent with the tradition of belief in constitutional principles, Samse, third-generation Japanese-American, lawyers who are successfully battling to delegitimize the infamous Korematsu decision, base their arguments upon the Bill of Rights. CLS theorists might ask, have such rights-based, legalistic claims so muddled the thinking of Japanese Americans that they can no longer conceive of radical social change? Such a question evokes two responses. First, the memory of the internment, the separated families, the infants lost to lack of medical care, the machine gun towers, the primitive facilities, and smell of horse manure in the racetrack holding camps remains a part of Japanese American consciousness. Such recollections prod a mainstream liberal organization such as the Japanese American Citizens League, JACL, the Japanese American equivalent of the NAACP, to rise in vigorous protest at any hint of government bigotry. During the Iranian hostage crisis, for example, JACL members were among the few to condemn the persecution of Iranians in America. Today they support the Big Mountain people facing relocation from their homeland, and they oppose federal immigration authorities' proposals for a Louisiana detention camp for suspected undesirable aliens. This active involvement with unpopular issues indicates a radicalizing influence of the internment experience, one that enables Japanese Americans to resist co-option. An alternative response questions the assumption that rights rhetoric is co-opting. If trust in the Constitution sustains Japanese Americans in their uphill battle against racist oppression, then the Constitution for them has become a radical document. Their consciousness, legal consciousness, if you will, of the ultimate legitimacy of their fight against racism allows them to hold unpopular and ultimately looking to the bottom 67 transformative opinions with confidence, and to risk retribution from powerful opponents. Critical legal scholars have recognized the lock grip of legal consciousness as a primary impediment to radical social change, just as they have recognized that constitutional interpretation in the traditional sense is simply not possible. The non-white tradition of constitutional interpretation, one that draws upon the experience of suffering racism and reads the Constitution as a text of liberation, suggests a critical response to the limited mainstream version of legal consciousness. The desire for a rule of law which is determinate and committed to the end of oppression exists, it is said, within all of us. The minority experience of dual consciousness accommodates both the idea of legal indeterminacy as well as the core belief in a liberating law that transcends indeterminacy. The strength CLS can derive from the experience of people of color is the realization that apparent logical inconsistency in intellectual argument is not inconsistency in the real world. Intellectual arguments may be paradoxical, real experiences cannot be. Love it or leave it is not a valid critique of CLS, for the criticism, transformation, and validation of law are all part of the same project. 2. Reparations as a critical legalism, an example of law derived from the bottom. The challenge facing critical legal scholars is the development of new norms and new laws that will achieve and maintain their utopian vision. Following the methodology suggested in parts I and II of this article, this part suggests a new, reconstructed legalism that attempts to meet that challenge. Reparations is a legal concept generated from the bottom. It arises not from abstraction but from experience. This discussion begins by summarizing the factual basis for two reparations claims that are presently under consideration by the United States government. Whether this concept of reparations is consistent with standard liberal legal thought is then considered, with emphasis on the minority perspective. This part concludes with a consideration of the power of a theory of reparations to withstand corruption. A. Japanese American claims for redress. Japanese Americans have organized the redress movement to obtain compensation for their internment during World War II. This internment, now recognized as a constitutional violation, was initiated without any reasonable cause to believe the Japanese Americans posed a threat to national security, as recently revealed documents confirm registered the government's own conclusion that Japanese Americans were loyal citizens was withheld from the Supreme Court in an act of fraud so egregious that federal judges have seen fit to use the extraordinary writ of error coram nobis to set aside the convictions of internment. Resistors some 40 years after the fact. The internment was the result of racist hysteria fueled in part by the vicious Hearst newspapers and the long-standing resentment of Japanese Americans' modest economic success on the West Coast. Many interned families lost homes and possessions in bargain basement evacuation sales, while others lost property in racially motivated cheat trials promoted by the California government. Farm families that had spent generations reclaiming unusable land lost the fruits of their toil. Even more devastating than the loss of property was the loss of opportunity. Many of the Jisei, or first-generation immigrants, were deprived of their most productive years, the period when their hard work, experience, and careful investments might have yielded the financial security that many were never able to achieve after internment. Nisei internees report the end of promising careers, businesses, and educational opportunities as a result of their incarceration. Internees endured physical suffering during the dusty desert days and freezing nights. Degree families were crammed into tiny one-room, tar-papered units, and they shared communal toilet and dining facilities, making normal family living impossible. Food supplies were erratic. Special meals and facilities required for infants, diabetics, and others with medical needs were 68. Non-existent. Inadequate health facilities could not address problems suffered by a camp population ranging from newborns to the frail elderly. Death and permanent injury resulted from lack of medical care. These physical and economic deprivations, though significant, were not the greatest harms inflicted upon internees. These victims have expressed their greatest bitterness and anger over the betrayal by a government they supported and believed in. The Japanese Americans on the West Coast were predominantly assimilationist. Degree 7 They shared the tastes and aspirations of the non-Japanese. The Msei, in particular, excelled academically, fully absorbing the rhetoric of American liberal ideals. They followed baseball and big bands, and considered themselves full-fledged Americans. Many disparaged and ridiculed Japan. The shock of the un-American label to those who knew no other culture wounded deeply. The Nisei struggled to reconcile patriotism with the fact of internment. One woman recalls planning a 4th of July program while imprisoned at the Fresno Fairgrounds. We decided to recite the Gettysburg Address as a verse choir. We had an artist draw a big picture of Abraham Lincoln with an American flag behind him. Some people had tears in their eyes, some people shook their heads and said it was so ridiculous to have that kind of thing recited in a camp. It didn't make sense, but it was our heart's cry. We wanted so much to believe that this was a government by the people and for the people and that there was freedom and justice. These betrayed Americans have made it their cause to seek redress for the illegal evacuation and incarceration. B. The Native Hawaiian claim for reparations. Native Hawaiians are also seeking reparations from the United States for the overthrow of Native Hawaiian rule and loss of native lands. Native Hawaiians are unique among indigenous Americans in that, prior to annexation, they lived under a Western-style constitutional government, whose sovereignty was recognized internationally as well as by the United States. That sovereignty ceased, however, with the overthrow of the Hawaiian monarchy, an overthrow in which the United States participated. The Hawaiians' claim for loss of their government as well as of their land forms a unique basis for reparations. The Hawaiians were descended from Polynesian voyagers who settled in the Hawaiian Islands and established a communal, agrarian society governed by a regime of custom and ruled by hierarchical leadership. The Hawaiian leaders, who governed the islands for over 1,000 years before the arrival of Captain Cook, proved adept at responding to the influx of outside influence during the 19th century period of Pacific exploration and trade. King Kamehameha used Western military devices to consolidate control of the islands, and his royal descendants instituted a Western-style constitutional monarchy in order to establish Hawaiian sovereignty in Western eyes. The major international powers, including the United States, formally recognized Hawaiian sovereignty. The Hawaiian monarchy quickly adopted Western laws and acquired Western tastes in royal accoutrements. The missionary-educated native Hawaiian population, while sometimes critical of royal expenditures and the favors granted to Western advisors, generally supported the monarchy. Commoners in particular favored those monarchs who promoted Hawaiian culture and nationalism. However, white Americans, a growing economic presence in the islands, began to resent the Hawaiian leadership. These planters, merchants, and traders desired annexation by the United States. They accused the Hawaiian monarchy of incompetence, waste, and anti-democratic rule. Dissatisfaction came to a head in 1893, when a handful of foreigners and white subjects of the kingdom carried out a revolution. Native Hawaiians, the overwhelming majority of the population, together with white loyalists, opposed the quest for annexation. U.S. government representatives, however, saw the threatened revolution as an opportunity to wrest the islands from indigenous control. United States Minister for Hawaii John L. Stevens had written earlier to the State Department, looking to the bottom. Hawaiian pear is now fully ripe, and this is the golden hour for the United States to pluck it. The self-appointed revolutionaries were a small band of poorly armed merchants and planters. Alone, they were no match for Queen Liliuokalani's military forces. However, Stevens landed U.S. troops on the islands to secure the Queen's surrender. The Queen, desiring to avoid bloodshed and trusting that the U.S. government would adhere to its treaties respecting Hawaiian sovereignty, temporarily surrendered and appealed to the President to restore her to the throne. Stevens later asserted that his intent had been merely to protect American citizens in Hawaii. His correspondence, however, made no pretense that his goal was anything other than an overthrow of the monarchy. Newly installed President Grover Cleveland dispatched an emissary to investigate the U.S. involvement. He determined that the takeover was indeed a result of U.S. military intervention against the will of the majority of Hawaiian citizens, in violation of international law and American foreign policy. The government's commitment to legality, however, faltered in the face of powerful political considerations, including strategic and economic benefits, which favored annexation. The Hawaiian government was never restored to power, and after a 5-year congressional standoff between anti-imperialists and annexationists, Hawaii became a U.S. territory in 1898. Native Hawaiians never voted in any plebiscite on either the overthrow or annexation. In fact, the highly literate and politically astute Hawaiians overwhelmingly supported their native government and mourned the U.S. takeover. In the process of the takeover, the United States obtained vast acreages of land that had belonged to the kingdom and had been held in trust for the Hawaiian people. Some of this land remains in federal hands today, as vast military bases, national parks, and open spaces. The remainder was returned to the state of Hawaii, which agreed to hold the land in trust for the native Hawaiian people. The state, however, has never complied with the trust mandate. Proceeds from trust land are commingled. 69 with other revenue, not targeted to benefit the indigenous Hawaiian community. While the state's own legislative auditor recognizes the state's questionable record of upholding trust responsibilities, courts have ruled that individual Hawaiians lack standing to sue for these violations. Many native Hawaiians seek reparations for the overthrow of the Hawaiian government and loss of land. They request a formal recognition of the illegal destruction of Hawaiian sovereignty and an apology from the United States. They also seek resumption of Hawaiian rule, return of at least part of the lands presently held by the federal and state governments, and monetary compensation. In one survey of Hawaiian opinion, a majority of respondents favored reparations in the form of land and programs benefiting Hawaiians collectively, as well as individual monetary awards. Non-Hawaiian opponents of reparations argue that the American takeover was a historical inevitability, and that present-day taxpayers are not responsible for the wrongdoing of government officials a century ago. Yet the recent judicial and congressional recognition of moral and legal obligations for treaty violations and uncompensated expropriation of the land of Native North Americans has encouraged Hawaiians to press their claims. A study commission established by Congress, with commissioners appointed by a Republican administration, concluded that reparations were not due the Hawaiians. A minority of the commissioners, however, filed a strong dissenting report. The Native Hawaiian and Japanese American claims for reparations each represent emerging norms and social movements generated from the bottom. Sympathetic academics can now develop the concept. The following section attempts to use CLS methodology in conjunction with the method of looking to the bottom to develop a theory of reparations. See reparations claims within the context of liberal legalism. This section considers standard objections to reparations and suggests critical responses that can be strengthened by looking to the bottom. 70. Standard doctrinal objections to reparations. A. Identification of victims and perpetrators. The problem of specific identification of wrongdoers and victims is a common objection to reparations. This reservation reflects a penchant for horizontal and vertical logic in legal doctrine. Privity, standing, and nexus are typical conceptual expressions of this compulsion for close and ordered relations between individual disputants. Reparations challenges this rigid order by suggesting new connections between victims and perpetrators. The standard legal claim resembles plaintiff A, individual victim; v. defendant B, perpetrator of recent wrongdoing. In contrast, a claim in reparations looks like this: plaintiff Class A, victim group members; v. defendant Class B, perpetrator descendants and current beneficiaries of past injustice. Several components of the standard legal claim are not part of the second illustration. First, the horizontal, intra-group connections are absent. Not all members of the victim group are similarly situated. Some are rich, some poor, some feel betrayed, others do not, some are easily identifiable as group members, others have weak claims to membership. Camp internees, for example, include the All-American veteran carrying deep psychological scars from internment, the wealthy retired capitalist who recovered easily from internment, and anti-American protesters. Native Hawaiians have intermarried and assimilated so that native ancestry is found both among those who continue to live within the Hawaiian culture and those who left it long ago. Non-Hawaiian loyalist citizens of the Hawaiian Kingdom also lost land, status, and power in the U.S. takeover, yet proof of past loyalty seems an unworkable and awkward criterion for victim identification. Similarly, of those taxpayers who must pay the reparations, some are direct descendants of perpetrators while others are merely guilty by association. Under a reparations doctrine, the working-class whites whose ancestors never harbored any prejudice or ill will toward the victim group are taxed equally with the perpetrator's direct descendants for the sins of the past. However, looking to the bottom helps to refute the standard objections to reparations. In response to the problem of horizontal connection among victims and perpetrators, a victim would note that because the experience of discrimination against the group is real, the connections must exist. The hierarchical relationship that places white people over people of color was promoted by the specific wrongs of the past. The destruction of Hawaiian sovereignty and the internment of Japanese Americans are tied to the idea of white dominance and non-white difference. Each specific act of oppression against a minority group reinforces, entrenches, and promotes the assumption that non-whites are different and properly treated as different. Victims necessarily think of themselves as a group, because they are treated and survive as a group. The wealthy black person still comes up against the color line, the educated Japanese still comes up against the assumption of Asian inferiority. The wrongs of the past cut into the heart of the privileged as well as the suffering degree. The continuing group damage engendered by past wrongs ties victim group members together, satisfying the horizontal unity sought by the legal mind. Indigenous Hawaiians, for example, are on the bottom of every demographic indicator of social survival. They have lower birth weights, higher infant mortality, and, if they survive, higher rates of disease, illiteracy, imprisonment, alcoholism, suicide, and homelessness. Hawaiians realize therefore, looking to the bottom 71, gotten status in their own land. Poor and rich, Democrat and Republican, commoner and royalty native Hawaiians largely agree that they have been robbed. Japanese Americans, as well, bear the continued burdens of racism. Though on the whole successful by standard indicators, many former internees still have not recovered from the economic setback of the evacuation. The Japanese American elderly frequently live below the poverty line. Even those who are younger and more affluent continue to face various forms of discrimination. University administrators are under attack for excluding Japanese American applicants on the basis of a myth that Asians are overrepresented in the professions. The myth of Asian success fails to confront the crucial question of costs of conventional success. Japanese Americans are often overeducated for the jobs they hold, and, like white women, they frequently report that they must be twice as good in order to receive half the recognition. Many whites hold stereotypes of Japanese as passive or good with numbers, and they resent Japanese who exhibit assertiveness or verbal skills. Japanese Americans are often passed over for leadership positions and are patronized by whites, who are surprised to find out, for example, that an educated Japanese surnamed person can write well-crafted English prose. Exploring the experience of Japanese American life shows that the surface success has had significant internal costs. Japanese Americans live with the suppressed rage of knowing that their success comes at greater personal cost and in the face of pervasive discrimination. Added to this subtle bigotry is the overt racism of epithets, slurs, and stereotypes pervading popular discourse, which are revived every December 7th by ignorant Americans who have not yet learned to distinguish between Japanese Americans and Japanese nationals. Finally, the recent upsurge of physical attacks on Asians increases the threat of racist violence. In short, the experience of the Hawaiians and Japanese Americans as members of a victim group is raw, close, and real. A horizontal connection exists as well within the perpetrator group. Members of the dominant class continue to benefit from the wrongs of the past and the presumptions of inferiority imposed upon victims. They may decry this legacy and harbor no racist thoughts of their own, but they cannot avoid their privileged status. Any non-native resident of Hawaii, for example, benefits from the loss of Hawaiian sovereignty and the demise of the Hawaiian land ownership. If Hawaiians had not lost their land, others would not be living on it. If the Hawaiians had not been pushed to the bottom of the socio-economic pile, non-natives would not hold as many positions of power and influence. Beneficiaries who are not required to prove their intelligence, responsibility, and worth to the same extent that victim group members must are protected by a subtle magic they may not notice because they have never experienced life without it. In addition, the abundance of material comforts in this nation has resulted in part from the labor of the non-white workers, a group that includes black slaves, Chinese railroad workers, Chicano miners, and legions of today's undocumented toilers in factory and field who have been relegated to some of the hardest, most dangerous, and least compensated work. One cannot be detached from privilege while enjoying the benefits of this country's high standard of living. In that sense, we are all part of the beneficiary class. Victims and perpetrators belong to groups that, as a matter of history, are logically treated in the collective sense of reparations rather than the individual sense of the typical legal claimant. Looking to the bottom, we can expand our narrow vision of what a legal relationship should look like, addressing the historical reality before us. B. Linkage between act and present claim. The linkage of victims and perpetrators for acts occurring in the immediate past is another trait of standard legal claims. Concepts such as the time bar, proximate cause, and laches ensure that claims are fresh, capable of factual determination, and reasonably connected in time and space to the acts of an individual wrongdoer. These rules promote efficiency by allowing PEO 72 PLE to go about their business without waiting for the acts of the long-gone past to fall. They also satisfy a sense of fairness. The sins of the past should not forever burden the innocent generations of the future, nor should the consequences of one false step create disproportionate fault into eternity. At what point should we lay to rest the sins of the past and concede to these classical legal doctrines? Traditional discourse limits these doctrines through standard exceptions. Plaintiffs operating under a disability are not required to press their claims until the disability is removed. A continuing wrong does not start the clock running under a statute of limitation until the wrong culminates in an act of finality. Fraud in concealing the availability of, or grounds for, an action is another standard exception. All of these exceptions apply to claims for reparations. Indeed, the need for reparations arises precisely because it takes a nation so long to recognize historical wrongs against those on the bottom. Thus, something other than a rigid conception of timeliness is required. Reparations claims are based on continuing stigma and economic harm. The wounds are fresh and the action timely given ongoing discrimination. Furthermore, the injuries suffered deprivation of land, resources, educational opportunity, personhood, and political recognition are disabilities that have precluded successful presentation of the claim at an earlier time. Outright fraud and factual misrepresentation have also delayed presentation of claims. The question of causal connection in tort law is typically bifurcated into actual and legal, or proximate cause. On the question of whether the wrongs of the past actually caused any harm, the record is available to a finder of fact and will show the requisite but for causation. The more significant causation question concerns whether the wrong and the harm are so closely connected that the imposition of damages is fair. In the case of reparations, the vertical gap of time is particularly troublesome. Even mainstream jurists, however, recognize that the proximate cause question is essentially political. They have suggested that more egregious wrongs, such as intentional torts, justify reaching across wider gulfs of time and space to connect act and injury. Proximate cause analysis is typically reduced to consideration of the innocence of the victim, the culpability of the wrongdoer, the foreseeability and magnitude of the harm, and the weight of the broad social goals of fair compensation, deterrence, and retribution. An act of racism against a powerless victim is a classic case justifying imposition of a proximate causal connection. The typical reparations claim involves powerless victims in no way capable of contributing to the illegal acts. These situations involve the gross imbalance of moral claim between the innocent and guilty to which the law is peculiarly sensitive. In determining foreseeability, the classical legal mind typically considers whether a reasonable person contemplating the consequences of a particular act would have imagined the harm that in fact occurred. It would have required no clairvoyant skill to predict the harm that would befall Hawaiians from the loss of their nation and land or the Japanese Americans taken abruptly from their homes to the desert relocation centers. What a reasonable person would have predicted would occur did in fact occur, thus satisfying one classic test for proximate causal connection. Deterrence is particularly advanced by reparations doctrine. The very process of determining the validity of claims will force collective examination of the historical record. The discovery and acknowledgement of past wrongs will educate us and help us to avoid repeating the same errors. Acknowledging and paying for the wrong of the World War II relocation, for example, would help us to analyze current proposals for preventive detention. Victim consciousness, including an acute awareness of threats to freedom, could become part of mainstream consciousness. The reparations concept also serves the goal of retribution. The decision to award reparations is an act of contrition and humility that can ease victims' bitterness and alienation. A classic legal justification for imposing public liability avoiding the chaos of individual, private revenge seeking is advanced, thereby strengthening the social order. Looking to the bottom. Still, opponents might argue that some outer limit is required lest claims trace back to the beginning of time, requiring compensation for such past events as the Norman Conquest. The victim's perspective provides an alternative time bar. The outer limit should be the ability to identify a victim class that continues to suffer a stigmatized position enhanced or promoted by the wrongful act in question. Thus, in a European context, the Norman Conquest would not be compensable, because those victims no longer constitute an identifiable and disadvantaged class, while the conquest of identifiable indigenous groups that continue to suffer a degraded position, such as the Sami people of Scandinavia, might be. See relief. Finally, the impossibility of a fair damage assessment is a standard doctrinal objection to reparations. How can we attach a monetary figure to the loss of a right? Amorphous ideas such as sovereignty, dignity, personhood, and liberty are incapable of uniform valuation. We risk undervaluing the right to avoid bankrupting the government, or, conversely, overvaluing it in relation to actual economic losses. This objection should carry little weight. Judges and juries calculate non-quantifiable damages all the time. As Richard Delgado points out, the refusal to formulate compensation for racial hate messages is in itself racist degree given a tort law system that calculates damages for loss of such intangibles as privacy, reputation, and mental tranquility. Similarly, the selective choice to refuse to quantify damages for reparations claimants is suspect. Damages are also inappropriate, it is charged, because distribution might include the undeserving. In other contexts, however, courts tolerate inexact distribution. The Cypress doctrine in trust law and commercial law, for example, allows such inexactitude. If named trust beneficiaries are absent, a court will determine alternative beneficiaries. The problem of identification is not a sufficient reason to abandon other legal goals and obligations. The courts will attempt to achieve the goals of the law to the extent possible, accepting a certain level of misallocation. If actual victims of a rate-making violation cannot be identified, the court may 73. Award damages to the next best class. Similarly, in price-fixing cases, a future price rollback is an appropriate remedy even though some victims have ended their market participation and some beneficiaries are newcomers to the market. Exactitude is less important than other social goals of the law. Better a windfall to non-victims than to wrongdoers, better rough justice than no justice at all. A requirement of scientific precision in reparations claims would set a higher standard for reparations claimants. Minorities have often sought to disassociate from the negative stereotypes attributed to their group, only to find that others refuse to think of them as individuals. To be then deprived of benefits because they lack sufficient evidence of group coherency is a double insult. Group members themselves are in the best position to identify those entitled to relief. Deference to victims respects their rights to personhood and self-determination. Some native Hawaiians, for example, have suggested that a willingness to take an oath of loyalty to the Hawaiian government could be a prerequisite to membership in the beneficiary class. CLS method reveals the flexibility of legal doctrine and invites new consciousness of what law can be. This method complements the demands for reparations made by those on the bottom. Given the doctrinal basis for reparations thus revealed, the question becomes one of whether, given our conception of justice and our social goals, we wish to exercise that doctrinal option. The following section considers the concept of reparations from the standpoint of restructured liberal ideals and from the standpoint of critical legal thought, with both views informed by non-white experience. Detraining reparations as transformed liber. The preceding section suggests the doctrinal door for reparations, the next question is whether we should open that door. Just as John Coltrane could train standard melodies into sounds so unique that no mainstream musician could ever appropriate them, radical lawyers hope to transform standard constitutionalism into something their own that no mainstream attorney can exploit. This section, Alism 74, considers the transformation of standard liberal and constitutional values to include reparations. Also considered is whether such a transformed consciousness has true critical power, or whether it is fair game for reappropriation. 2. The refrain of reparations within the victim's constitution. In interpreting the Constitution and distilling its values, those on the bottom have found the inspiration for a new order. Constitutional interpretation, whether originalist, intentionalist, or pluralist, is expanded by considering the version of the document supported by people of color at Concord, Appomattox, Anzio, and Selma. For those Americans, the constitutional promise of liberty holds special meaning. Liberty, viewed from the bottom, has encompassed physical liberty from constraint of the person. It has encompassed life itself, freedom from life-threatening abuse, as well as the right to seek the nurturance and livelihood human beings need for survival. Liberty has meant personhood and participation, the recognition of one's existence as a human being, free and equal, with power and control over the political processes that govern one's life. The promise of liberty, for those on the bottom, has meant freedom from public and private racism, freedom from inequalities of wealth distribution, and freedom from domination by dynasties. This interpretation of liberty, implicit in the founding document of this nation, is the interpretation that has convinced so many on the bottom to work for, rather than against, the Constitution. That so many have believed in this version of the Constitution, and fought to establish and preserve the Union on the basis of that belief, lends historical support to the victim's interpretation. This interpretation supports a doctrine of reparations. Reparations recognizes the personhood of victims. Lack of legal redress for racist acts is an injury often more serious than the acts themselves, because it signifies the political non-personhood of victims. The grant of reparations declares, you exist. Your experience of deprivation is real. You are entitled to compensation for that deprivation. This nation and its laws acknowledge you. This recognition is an important prerequisite to the victim's political participation. Classic democratic theory holds that broad participation invigorates and informs the process of governance, and yet the United States tolerates one of the lowest voter participation rates of all the nominally democratic countries. Affirming the legitimacy of victims' claims could bring back into the polity those who had concluded that this government has nothing to offer them. This in turn would bring new legitimacy to the government. The price of a continuing failure to recognize the experience of those at the bottom is the social dislocation and violence that follow when outsiders conclude they can gain nothing by participating in existing governmental processes. Further, discrimination that is officially condoned or ignored can lead to increasingly violent attacks on the victims of that discrimination. All of us, in this sense, are victims. We suffer from the deep divisions between races, the bitter prejudices maintained by both victim and perpetrator groups, and the inability to form community which comes when old wounds go unsalved. Reparations also begins to address the substantive barriers to liberty. Money for education, housing, medical care, food, job training, cultural preservation, recreation, and other pressing needs of victim communities will raise the standard of living of victim groups, promoting their survival and participation. In addition, the transferal of resources alleviates in part the destabilizing inequities in wealth distribution. 3. Into the Cage, the critical choice to adopt the concept of reparations. Ishmael Reed captured the outsider's wary approach to mainstream consciousness in his poem Dualism, in Ralph Ellison's Invisible Man. I am outside of history. I wish I had some peanuts, it looks hungry there in its cage. I am inside of history. It's hungrier than I thought. *8. Reparations is a critical legalism, a legal concept that has transformative power and, looking to the bottom, avoids the traps of individualism, neutrality, and indeterminacy which plague many mainstream concepts of rights or legal principles. Reparations avoids standard liberal pitfalls because, first, it is a concept directed at remedying wrongs committed against the powerless. Unlike free speech or due process, payment for past injustice is a one-way value. Those on the bottom, minority group members, political outsiders, the exploited, will receive reparations. Second, reparations doctrine supports group rights rather than individual rights and thus escapes some of the ideological traps of traditional rights thinking. Finally, reparations is at its heart transformative. It recognizes the crimes of the powerful against the powerless. It condemns exploitation and adopts a vision of a more just world. The reparations concept has the aspirational, affirming, idealistic attraction of rights rhetoric, without the weak backbone. While rights rhetoric turns to dust time and again, reparations theory, should we accept and internalize it, may prove more dependable. This progressive tilt of reparations, however, can mask lurking dangers. Some detect a certain commodifying vulgarity in throwing money at injured people. Richard Abel raises this point in his objection to tort damages for accidental property damage or for negligent infliction of emotional distress. Reparations, one could argue, promotes the idea that everyone has a price, that every wound is salved by cash, that success merely means more money. The practical shortage of resources in the injured communities weighs against this risk of commodification. Monetary grants will not compensate for the terrible losses sustained. No sum can make up for loss of freedom or sovereignty. The award serves a largely symbolic function, much as the passing of a pig in a Pacific Island apology ceremony. The judgment states, "Something terrible has happened for which we are responsible. While no amount can compensate for your loss, we offer here a symbol of our deep regret and our continuing obligation." Resistance to commodification is important. 75. If reparations are viewed as an equivalent exchange for past wrongs, continuing claims are terminated. Any obligation to victim groups would end, because their injury is transformed into a commodity and the price paid. A reparations claim would become a dangerous gamble for victims, and a welcome residential judicata opportunity for perpetrators. One generation could sell away their claim at bargain basement prices, to the detriment of future generations, in an effort to cash in at the earliest opportunity. Commodification must be resisted if reparations is to be more than a coercive quit-claim mechanism. A related and indeed troubling objection to reparations comes from looking to the bottom. Some thoughtful victim group members are inclined to reject reparations because of the political reality that any reparations award will come only when those in power decide it is appropriate. Hayden Burgess, a native Hawaiian nationalist lawyer, suggests that any award of cash reparations is inadequate, for it ignores the Hawaiians' primary need: restoration of the Hawaiian government and removal of the U.S. presence in Hawaii. Rather than a top-down model of reparations granted by the United States, Burgess prefers negotiations between the Hawaiians and the United States as equals, perhaps mediated by a neutral third party in an international forum, to determine an appropriate remedy for the overthrow of the Hawaiian government. Burgess suggests that self-determination for the Hawaiian people is guaranteed by international law, and that self-determination includes the right to negotiate with the United States for the return of the Hawaiian Islands. Reparations, on the other hand, would merely enforce the role of the United States as lawgiver and patron. Reparations awards, in this view, portray the government as benign and contrite. Reparations buys off protest, assuages white guilt, and throws responsibility for continued racism upon the victims. "We paid you, why are you still having problems? It must be in your genes." To avoid this corruption, victims must define the remedies, and the obligation of reparations must continue until all vestiges of past injustice. 76. Are dead and buried. Reparations is not, then, equivalent to a standard legal judgment. It is the formal acknowledgement of historical wrong, the recognition of continuing injury, and the commitment to redress, looking always to victims for guidance. Finally, there is the difficult problem of the effect of reparations to one group upon other victim groups that remain uncompensated. Just as affirmative action in employment and college admission, a form of reparations, may negatively affect the white underclass, monetary reparations to one victim group may result in a new group slipping to the bottom. Reparations will result in a new form of disadvantage only if they are made outside of a broader consciousness that always looks to the needs of the bottom. A critical theory of reparations recognizes economic as well as racial injustice. It looks to human experience to guide compensation to those in need. Such an approach would view each reparations award to a successful claimant group as a step forward in the long journey towards substantive equality. Thus, progressive Hawaiians view awards already made to Native Americans on the mainland United States not as a chunk taken out of a limited fund, leaving less for Hawaiians, but as a symbol of the possibility of reparations for Hawaiians as well. The arguments that victims will have to make and perpetrators will have to accept before any reparations are awarded will raise consciousnesses about the obligation and need to correct past wrongs. Each separate commitment to the concept of reparations thus internalizes new norms and moves us closer to the end of all forms of victimization. A theory of reparations formulated in consideration of both a victim's consciousness and the insights of critical legal theorists provides a critical legalism, moving us away from repression and toward community. The Clouded Prism, Minority. Critique of the Critical Legal Studies Movement. Harlan L. Dalton. D. Like to begin by discussing some remarks that Bob Gordon made in a sensitive essay entitled New Developments in Legal Theory. Professor Gordon begins by assaying the relationship between theorists and practitioners, or, more precisely, the tendency of people who attend critical legal studies conferences to sort themselves into two categories: theorists and practitioners. As you listen to the passage, I want you to substitute mentally the phrase people of color for the term practitioners. I ask this of you for two reasons. First, most minority scholars are, by virtue of our life circumstances, practitioners in one way or another, people committed to pursuing an active program to change the situation of our people. I will return to this point in a moment. Second, it seems to me that in any event the position of practitioners and that of people of color, vis-a-vis the tastemakers of CLS, are much the same. After acknowledging the practitioner/theorist split, Gordon observes, it is not at all that the practitioners are against theory. Remember, practitioners equals people of color. They are hungry for theory that would help make sense of their practices, that would order them meaningfully into larger patterns of historical change or structures of social action, that would help to resolve the perpetual dilemma of whether it is or is not a contradiction in terms to be a radical lawyer, whether one is inevitably corrupted by the medium in which one works, whether one's victories are in the long run defeats or one's defeats victories, or that would suggest what tactics, in the boundless ocean of meanness and constraint that surrounds us, to try next. I want to affirm that Gordon's is a fair and accurate description both of practitioners and of people of color. We hunger for theory. But, as Gordon goes on to point out, there is the lingering and widespread suspicion within the CLS movement that the theorists do not hunger for praxis. And it is this absence of a positive program on the part of many in CLS, with some quite notable exceptions, and indeed the disdain for program by some, that is one of the central difficulties that people of color have with the critical legal studies movement. I think that this difficulty is rooted in biography, in specific history, in what Cornel West refers to as genealogy. The black, brown, red, and yellow folks who have circled around CLS's door in fluctuating numbers for the last 10 years are always invited in for tea, but rarely invited to stay for supper, lest we use the wrong intellectual fork. No matter how smart or bookish we were, we could not retreat from the sights, sounds, and smells of the communities from which we came. We learned from life as well as from books. We learned about injustice, social cruelty, political hypocrisy, and sanctioned terrorism from the mouths of our mothers and fathers and from our very own experiences. Books sometimes confirmed that reality, more often they misrepresented or were indifferent to our reality. And from the beginning we learned, not as an article of political faith but rather as a simple fact of life, that our fate and that of all persons of similar hue were inseparably intertwined. That fundamental connectedness, together with our distinctive subcultures, nourished and sustained us, created in us an unshakable sense of community. The lucky ones among us reveled in that community, fed on it, others of us resented it, or tried to hide from it. But escape was not possible, for the community was within us and we were branded forever. Part of the reality of that community, at least in our time and space, was that the life of the mind as an overriding and singular commitment was not possible. Not only would putting on airs not win us many friends, but neither would it position us to influence people. As Malcolm X used to ask, what do you call a black man with a PhD? And, as every person of color in this room knows, the answer is nigger. A thoroughgoing familiarity with Foucault, Derrida, Habermas, and Gramsci will _EE. The Clouded Prism 81. Not save us from the fishy stare on the bus. And so, whether out of social concern or self-preservation, we learned from the start to harness our brains to the problems of the day. We felt the freedom to play with mind puzzles only after the practical intellectual work of the day was done. I think that the genealogical differences between classic closers on the one hand, and us pretenders, on the other, helps to explain why CLS patriarchs, again with some notable exceptions, feel no need to articulate a positive program, and in some cases even glory in the absence of one, whereas people of color cannot be satisfied unless and until a program emerges. Similarly, the quite distinct social circumstance of white males has led to a rights critique that is oblivious to, and potentially disruptive of, the interests of people of color. The failure or refusal to develop a positive program and the dismissive critique of rights seen the most significant theoretical divides between classic CLS and progressive people of color. There are, however, other points of tension that exist wholly apart from any particular theoretical concern. Two thoughts come primarily to mind. One is our sense of having been silenced by CLS, and the second I sense of having been appropriated or used. How have we been silenced? One way, the existence of high barriers to entry into discussion *T am not familiar with the CLS version of talking that talk and it don't mean a thing if it ain't got that swing, but there's a sense in which if you don't talk that talk, you won't be heard. Fortunately, there are several signs that this mental lockstep is breaking down. As the kinetic discussion at the plenary session of this conference demonstrated, there is a fair amount of discontent with the trap of prescribed language. A second silencing mechanism is especially insidious. My favorite form of it is, don't want to be made to feel like a guilty white is conversation stopper has really sapped the energy of the caring people white, black, brown, and yellow who worked hardest. At putting together this conference. And it has threatened to derail those of us who were never too sure we were welcome on this train in the first place. A third silencing mechanism, the one MENA. Most frequently at the minority caucus, I think, the simplest, exclusion from all in John Powell put it, T feel spoken for and I feel spoken about, but rarely do I feel spoken to. To see this phenomenon in action we need look no further than the way in which this conference was initially planned. White folk decided to have a conference about the concerns of colored folk and set an agenda that focused solely on what CLS could do for us. It apparently did not occur to the original organizers that the objects of the conference might also serve in a more creative, more constructive, more personal, and less reified role. Nor did it occur to them, as best I can tell, that a central focus of any such conference should be what we can do for CLS. In what way is the work of CLS impoverished by our absence from the dinner table? We do have a hell of a lot to offer. For example, I take it that everyone drawn to CLS is interested in specifying in concrete LRF terms the dichotomy between autonomy and community. If so, talk to us. Talk to us. Listen to us. We have lots to say, out of the depths of our own experiences. For many of us, our sense of community is a strength, a resource, something we struggle to hang on to, sometimes in the most peculiar ways, especially when the pull of autonomy is strongest. The day that I am awarded tenure, should that happy event occur, any pleasure that I experience will be more than offset by the extreme panic that I'm sure will set in. I will worry that I have been propelled, or, more honestly, that I have wittingly, selfishly, and self-destructively propelled myself, 2 steps further away from so much that has nurtured me for so long. Even for those of us who have reveled in the sense of connectedness that, paradoxically, racial oppression has conferred upon us, there is a kicker: we don't have any choice in the matter. We can't choose to be a part of the community, we can't choose not to. IA 82. Be a part of the community. It's not like deciding whether to go to CLS summer camp this year. Not only do we have much to offer that persons with a different genealogy cannot otherwise apprehend, but what we have to offer is important, as Bell Hooks so beautifully demonstrated. With creativity and an open mind, we can, she informs us, use information from the margin to transform how we think about the whole. Registered. Let me turn briefly to the other tension between classical closers and us pretenders, which is not specifically rooted in differences over theory, the feeling or fear of many people of color that even as we are being silenced or ignored, our concerns are being appropriated. Let me offer just one simple anecdote to illustrate. A couple of days ago I described to a once lost, now found friend, Trina Grillo, an article I had recently read that was in the form of a dialogue between Duncan Kennedy and Peter Gable. The piece, entitled Roll Over Beethoven, uses as an epigraph the chorus of Chuck Berry's song of the same name. Roll over Beethoven. Tell Tchaikovsky the news. I got the rockin' pneumonia. Need a shot of rhythm and blues. Trina's response was characteristically passionate, funny, and insightful. Her second reaction was, gee, isn't it appropriate that they would identify themselves as rock stars? Her first reaction had been, how dare they appropriate our music in that way? That remark instantly resonated for me, but it was a bit of a surprise coming from Trina. When I first met her in college 22 years ago, she terrorized me into paying attention to Bob Dylan, despite my loudly voiced protest that I didn't want to listen to any music by that white boy who, in any event, can't even sing. Trina disarmed me by agreeing with both of my assessments, but pronouncing them irrelevant. And I learned that she was right. Dylan can't sing but he sure can preach, and he may be white but he is universal as well. So it seemed unlikely that Trina was objecting in principle to white folks listening to Chuck Berry, and as we talked it became clear that her concern, and mine, was deeper and more specific. The employment, or deployment if you prefer, of Roll Over Beethoven as the title and epigraph for a dialogue between two classic closer suggested a deep concern for the needs of black folk and a heightened sensitivity to our culture and history. Yet nothing in the 50-plus pages that followed the Chuck Berry chorus fulfilled that promise. Nor indeed did the piece provide a shot of rhythm and blues Mantovani perhaps, or at best Windham Hill. Let me end on a somewhat more positive note. At the Minority Caucus, we discussed not only our alienation from CLS but also our attraction to it. The latter subject produced a quite rich and full conversation. As Kimberly Crenshaw observed, one of the nice things about dealing with closers is that you don't have to start from scratch in a conversation. You can start at step 5 or so, and then have an argument. We are not unmindful of the fact that there are, within the CLS literature and in practice as well, instances of concern for the needs of people of color *, albeit usually without recourse to our own take on those needs. Questions of race aside, there is some terrific writing in the now quite voluminous CLS literature. And there are many wonderful people among the members of the conference, a list that overlaps but is not necessarily coextensive with the list of folks I like to read. Furthermore, there are some quite wonderful scholars and human beings among the people who classify themselves as fellow travelers, the category in which most progressive people of color place ourselves. Finally, I am quite drawn, intellectually and spiritually, to the work of many femcrits. Indeed, the only reason I did not place some of them on my illustrative list of CLS favorites is that I'm not sure of the extent to which they have been included as part of the CLS family by those with the power to recognize kinship. That said, I suspect that one of the likely outcomes of this conference will be a deepening of solidarity between people of color and others. The Clouded Prism. In the fellow traveler category, and between people of color and femcrits. More broadly, I hope that this conference results in a sense of deepened solidarity among all of us here, regardless of race or gender, who have on occasion felt silenced, or at least stifled, who have felt devalued or undervalued, who have felt a bit manipulated, or at least pulled along in a direction we weren't sure we wanted to follow. Beyond Critical Legal Studies. Beyond Critical Legal Studies, the Reconstructive Theology of Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. Anthony E. Cook. In recent years, criticism of the critical legal studies movement by minority legal scholars has intensified the controversy surrounding this body of non-traditional scholarship. Although initially inspired by the zeal with which CLS's adherents questioned the legitimacy and exposed the oppressiveness of legal ideology, Some minority scholars are troubled by CLS's reluctance to acknowledge the unique relationship between law and the history of American racism. These scholars assert that CLS's critique of the liberal state, and this critique's implicit constructive vision, fail to appreciate the role the state can play in neutralizing and eradicating ubiquitous racial oppression. Furthermore, minority scholars have criticized the failure of the CLS movement to acquaint itself with the history and perspective of those who have, in different contexts, endured the problems of most concern to CLS, problems associated with hierarchy, powerlessness, and legitimating ideologies. Given this context, this article has two goals. First, by focusing on the African American Church and its role in the struggle for African American liberation, I hope to foster a greater knowledge of, and appreciation for, the concrete experiences of the powerless and oppressed. I contend that such knowledge and appreciation is indispensable to CLS's primary project of deconstruction. Second, I wish to point out the particular relevance of the critical theology of Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., for the increasing numbers of legal scholars who have begun to look to religion as a potential source for alternative conceptions of community. As the towering organic intellectual of 20th century American life, King integrated theory, experience, and transformative struggle to create a rich and effective form of critical activity. In his attempt to reconcile the contradictions of various theological perspectives, King undertook a project similar to that of CLS to stand the hegemony of repressive ideologies and to deconstruct the limits they appear to set on the possibilities of change. Moreover, King was deeply committed to the reconstruction of a social reality based on a radically different assessment of human potential, a vision he often referred to as the beloved community. As a result, a closer examination of King's intellectual odyssey may provide valuable insight to those CLS scholars interested in not merely explicating an unjust social order, but in reconstructing a just community. The limits of the CLS project. A. The project and the problem. CLS has unabashedly challenged the accepted values of classical liberalism by undermining the interpretations of private property, individual rights, equality of opportunity, meritocracy, and governmental power which have sustained and reproduced oppressive hierarchies of wealth and power. Although liberalism purports to effect a neutral reconciliation between individual freedom and the collective constraints needed to preserve that freedom, CLS suggests that such neutrality is inherently illusory. Through structured argumentation based on manipulable legal categories, the legal system legitimates a status quo characterized by vast inequalities of wealth and power. One of the goals of the CLS project is to understand why people acquiesce in the social systems that oppress them. CLS asks how the backdrop values, which are in fact indeterminate, find their way into mass consciousness as conventional wisdom, thereby limiting the range of acceptable or even conceivable social arrangements. CLS scholars purport to show that our social political world, from which law is inseparable, is of our own making. We can choose to structure our institutions in hierarchy and dominance, and limit our understanding of others and ourselves to the distorted roles and images generated by social rules and laws, or we can choose to alleviate the alienation and loneliness that stifle our societal needs and impulses, by restructuring those institutions and practices which distance us from others and NNNNNEEEEEESEEC 86. Cause us to perceive others with trepidation and suspicion. None of what we now experience and blindly accept is carved in stone. If we despair over our present social order, and CLS believes that many of us do, whether we realize it or not, we can hew out of the mountain of despair a stone of hope. But how do we begin this reconstructive enterprise? What use do we make of our newfound liberation? If we are free to define collectively our existence and to transcend our present context, are we any better equipped to act than before? How do we know that the community to which we aspire is better than the social order we transcend? How do we know that a world of love, understanding, and mutual trust awaits us, rather than a world of greater oppression and alienation, filled with the uncertainties born of the knowledge that all that separates civility from brutality is our faith in the goodness of humankind? In short, what values and concerns will guide us in this reconstructive moment? The failure to address these important questions constitutes the most significant shortcoming of the CLS project, which is in part explained by the fact that the answers can only develop, tentatively and in fits and starts, through the concrete experiences of struggle and survival. Yet CLS consistently de-emphasizes the individual and institutional experiences of those who are subjugated. Thus CLS's theoretical deconstruction of liberalism fails to explain or even ask why subordinated individuals, those most disadvantaged by hierarchies of wealth and power, place such faith in the liberal state. There are at least three possible explanations for this faith on the part of subordinated peoples. The first possibility is false consciousness. The rhetoric of liberalism has duped those at the bottom of the social and economic hierarchy. Liberalism's protestations of equality, fairness, and neutrality have convinced them that their disadvantages are somehow just, perhaps because other results have given them advantages in the past or may do so in the future. The second possibility is denial. People want to believe that the system is working as it claims, although they know it is not. Continued faith in the disproven values of neutrality and objectivity may allow us to avoid the onerous reality that life is what we make of it, no more and no less. Finally, individuals may suffer from neither false consciousness nor denial, but may simply be ostracized or marginalized, limited by the existential constraints of enslavement, apartheid, intimidation, or poverty, which make meaningful social struggle difficult if not impossible. The kind of deconstruction to which CLS is methodologically committed, what I characterize as theoretical deconstruction with a limited experiential deconstruction, may indeed liberate the first grouping, people duped by the rhetoric of liberalism. Such individuals have not perceived the contradictions of their belief systems and have not confronted the harsh realities of their existence. Thoughtful discussion and examination may liberate them from the mental constructs that limit their self-actualization. People in the second grouping do not suffer from false consciousness. Although theoretical deconstruction can serve as a catalyst to generate a sense of empowerment, these people are most in need of constructive goals of social struggle and practical strategies of mobilization. They lack a sense of community with those who share their feelings and who are willing to engage in various forms of collective social struggle to transform existing conditions. The knowledge that they are not alone in their pain and isolation is often enough to shake these people from the stupor of their self-denial and encourage them both to formulate the goals of social struggle and to adopt viable strategies for securing those goals. People in the third grouping suffer neither from false consciousness nor self-denial. Rather, the dominant power's use of various methods of coercion and social control simply does not provide much space for substantive struggle. Critical activity must focus here on alleviating these existential constraints as well as on exposing the role of ideology in maintaining them. Theorists in search of alternative foundations. Beyond critical legal studies. For human community, those seeking to replace one kind of faith with another, must embrace a form of critical activity that deals with the problems of those suffering from false consciousness, denial, and existential subjugation. By themselves, theoretical deconstruction and an experiential deconstruction preoccupied with the oppression of liberalism cannot achieve this objective. Although theoretical deconstruction is important, the ultimate goal of critical theory should be the reconstruction of community from the debris of theoretical deconstruction, a project capable of reaching each of the groupings outlined above. I suggest that the prophetic Christianity of Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., as well as the most enabling assumptions of liberal theory provide sturdy ground for this reconstructive endeavor. B. Critical legal studies and reconstructive vision. In this section, I examine the relationship between a limited conception of deconstruction and the deficient reconstructive project found in the CLS critique. I. Critical legal studies, a summary. What happens is people start translating their political feelings into unconscionability arguments or right to privacy arguments without realizing that there is a weird dissociation taking place. Without even knowing it, they start talking as if we were rights-bearing citizens who are allowed to do this or that by something called the state, which is a passivizing illusion, actually a hallucination that establishes the presumptive political legitimacy of the status quo? Many CLS scholars see the liberal conception of community as heavily dependent on the faith that the state can and does set community-defining boundaries that establish the limits of collective action through the neutral application of objective and determinate principles. Although sovereignty is theoretically vested in the people, the specific nature and conditions of that sovereignty are the subject of a legal text and subject to the interpretation of a judicial aristocracy of federal judges. CLS asks. 87. On what grounds can the people be legitimately robbed of this sovereignty? One response is that the courts must enforce the boundaries articulated by the Constitution that define the spheres of privacy within which the collective cannot intrude. This enforcement requires a delicate balance between individual rights and duties. The apparatus of liberal rights mediates the relationship between ourselves and others whose cooperation both threatens, and is indispensable to, our survival. Under liberal theory, the process of mediation requires the establishment of private spheres of autonomy into which others are not permitted to intrude. A liberal discourse of abstract rights and duties purports to map out the borders of these private spheres of autonomy and to set the conditions under which they may justifiably be disregarded. The most troubling aspect of this story of neutrality and dispassionate adjudication is that those in power draw the line between public and private so as to preserve the distributions of wealth and power which limit transformative change and preserve hierarchies directly or indirectly benefiting them. How does CLS respond to this problem? One way is by showing the inherent indeterminacy of line drawing. Another way is by offering an alternative vision of community, a new way of drawing the lines between rights and duties. CLS has not done very much of this, although its negative critique implies such a vision, and its analysis occasionally supports such alternatives. The alternative vision begins with a different conception of the self. Because liberal theory is thought to legitimize its social order by deducing it from specific conceptions of human nature, some have thought it necessary to posit a different conception of human nature in order to deduce a different conception of community, one that transcends the limitations of liberalism. This alternative conception of human nature rejects the conceptions offered by classical and contemporary liberal theory. It implies that liberal theory has mistaken the symptoms of the individual's condition for its causes. That is, what Thomas Hobbes and John Locke describe as natural merely reflects the individual's alienation from his true nature. 88. The individual is not, by nature, an autonomous and acquisitive being who desires to dominate others and appropriate property. Rather, her alienation and loneliness are socially produced. Individuals long for a genuine connection with others, a mutual acknowledgement of their humanity and need for empowerment. However, socially imposed roles temper their desires for connection with fears of rejection. The regime of liberal rights establishes many of these roles through the distribution of abstract rights and duties that distance us from ourselves and from others whom we long to experience in more meaningful ways than our present social existence permits. We are lonely because our relationships with each other are distorted by these abstractions, and thus the potential for genuine connection is always limited by the socially contrived roles we adopt. Landlord/tenant, employer/laborer, professor/student, bank teller/customer, and judge/lawyer are all roles that distance us, diminish our intersubjectivity, and decrease the likelihood of a sustained sense of community. The liberal state, however, provides us with an alternative community that really is no community at all. To mediate the threat posed by others to ourselves, the state fosters an illusion of a community consisting of rights-bearing citizens said to be equal before the law and thus members of a community of equals. This is problematic because at one level we perceive others as the bearers of rights, as equals in a community of equals, while at a different level, that of the market for instance, we perceive others as a threat, something to be dominated or neutralized in the acquisitive world of dog-eat-dog. The day-to-day realities of our private loneliness and alienation belie the image of our communitarian existence as equal political citizens. The illusory liberal community is held together by the manipulation of political symbols by elites through their access to the mass media, and by our utter need to believe in community, even when it is utterly absent. That is, we long for community so desperately that a chief executive's invasion of a small island, bombing of an African country, and general rhetoric of American patriotism shape our conception of community and fill the emptiness we experience daily. Given the pervasive sense of alienation which characterizes individuals' interactions with others, then, they place great faith in the capacity of the state to define the nature of community. Part of that definition consists of the state's ability to articulate and enforce neutral boundaries defining the liberal equality of individuals, their equal freedom within private spheres of autonomy, protecting them from the arbitrary incursion of private and collective forces. When a careful trashing of legal doctrine reveals, however, that all things are infused with both public and private qualities, there no longer exists any supposed objective criterion by which to logically characterize all things as either public or private. Under the weight of this analysis, the private/public dichotomy collapses, and with it the artificial limitations imposed upon the possibilities of collective action needed to create alternative forms of community. We need not maintain faith in a state, proven incapable of objectively mediating the contradiction between public and private life. The prescription of some, therefore, is to eliminate the state as we know it and, along with it, the artificially generated social roles that limit the possibilities of our communitarian impulses. In short, some call for a type of decentralized socialism, where one need not hide behind the private for either protection or self-aggrandizement. Communities where relationships might be just us, you and me, and the rest of us, deciding for ourselves what we want, without the alienating third of the state. In that setting, we might even make group decisions about reproduction, replacing our pervasive alienation and fear of one another with something more like mutual trust, or love*. The implications for social struggle are clear. Activist lawyers must recognize that every time they bring a case and win a right, that right is integrated within an ideological framework that has as its ultimate aim the maintenance of collective passivity. That doesn't mean. Beyond Critical Legal Studies 89. You don't bring the case, it means you keep your eye on power and not on rights. By focusing on the role of law as power, critics constantly remind us that the liberal discourse of rights is just one among many systems of meaning that people construct in order to deal with one of the most threatening aspects of social existence, the danger posed by other people, whose cooperation is indispensable to us. Therefore, nothing about law or our present social order is sacrosanct or compelled by forces independent of our own capacities to envision and construct alternative forms of community. Deconstruction that demonstrates the indeterminacy both of legal doctrine and of the political assumptions undergirding legal doctrine emphasizes that the kind of community in which we live remains a matter of choice, the important question being who will make those choices. 2. Critical Legal Studies, a critique. The CLS emphasis on the legitimating role of liberalism and the dynamics of power is accurate but dangerously incomplete. It is incomplete for several reasons. First, theoretical deconstruction does not tell the complete story. We need to know the full range of conditions that lead people to believe, or act as if they believe, that authority is legitimate. Second, we must realize that there are some liberating as well as legitimating aspects of the line-drawing or boundary-setting enterprise that we critique. Democratic socialism, the American Revolution, the African American Civil Rights Movement, and other social movements were based, in part, on the liberating dimensions of liberal theory. Failing to recognize this, some scholars unwittingly fall into an overly simplistic analysis of the problem and its possible solutions. When we appreciate the liberating dimension of ideology, revealed by experiential deconstruction, we might conclude that there are many dimensions of the present system that are good and quite enabling. Thus, although I share critical methods, I question the conclusions of CLS. The CLS critique rightly points out that we need not accept oppressive institutions and practices as unalterable expressions of truth, because the premises on which they are based are contradictory and indeterminate at best. The critique suggests, therefore, that we are free to envision and construct alternative forms of community which represent a more accurate or at least more plausible conception of human nature, one believed to be fundamentally good, which may replace our pervasive alienation and fear of one another with something more like mutual trust. Degree. From this optimistic view, one might envision a quite oppressive community emerging, one in which groups, behind the guise of love and mutual dependency, legitimate behavior that is even more oppressive. Thus, when CLS proponents argue that liberalism's public/private dichotomy undermines a society's transformative potential, we should also ask, how and when does it advance those efforts? Indeed, if CLS's primary concern is one of legitimation and power, it is important to ask under what conditions the liberal discourse of rights may be strategically delegitimizing and substantively empowering. The third problem with the CLS critique is that it threatens to conflate the unique histories of the various forms of alienation and oppression engendered by the subconscious acceptance and assimilation of liberal ideology. The experiences of racism and sexism, to name but two, are certainly related to the way individuals experience liberalism as oppressive but cannot be reduced to that experience. Therefore, exploration of the various histories of oppression, often ignored by CLS's account, can provide an essential basis for any reconstructed community. Finally, deconstruction should ultimately lead to a reconstructive vision, which will involve some line drawing and boundary setting. CLS should not only explain why liberalism's boundary setting is problematic, it must also suggest how to redraw those boundaries to satisfy other goals. One believes CLS too often falls victim to a myopic preoccupation with the limited role of theoretical deconstruction and a too narrowly tailored experiential deconstruction that focuses exclusively on how individuals experience liber. 90. Alism. Hegemonic ideologies are never maintained by logical consistency alone. Knowledge of how people experience oppression, or knowledge of the full range of conditions under which they remain oppressed, exposes new problems and possibilities. When one begins to contemplate how alternative visions of community might look and be implemented, one must consider carefully the view from the bottom 7, not simply what oppressors say but how the oppressed respond to what they say. The view from the bottom may offer insights into why individuals accept their subordinate status in society despite the illogic and inconsistency of the dominant ideology. It may also provide the basis and catalyst for transformative social change. This is the case with African American prophetic religion. Two kinds critical theology. The difference between the writings and works of Martin Luther King, Jr., and much CLS thought can be seen in King's understanding of the possibilities and limitations of theoretical deconstruction, his use of experiential deconstruction, his articulation of an alternative vision of community, and his development of strategies to realize that vision. King's demonstration of the theoretical indeterminacy of political and religious theories reinforcing oppression drew on a knowledge of the specific histories and experiences of oppression. This engagement with history guided his theoretical project and informed his struggles to reform American society. With the benefit of both theoretical and experiential deconstruction, he committed his life to mobilizing people of conscience into organizations and movements capable of transforming the theories, institutions, and practices of oppression that his critiques exposed as incoherent, historically situated, and indeterminate. This project required a normative vision of community encapsulated in his conception of the beloved community. A. King as an organic intellectual. Because King appreciated the dialectic of theory and the broad-based confrontational strategies of socially transformative action, King stands as the paradigmatic organic intellectual of 20th-century American life. His method and practice offer direction to progressive scholars concerned about the exclusionary, repressive, and non-communal dimensions of American life. Gramsci's conception of the organic intellectual provides a useful framework for understanding the thought of King and what it has to offer CLS. The organic intellectual brings philosophy to the masses, not for the merely instrumental purposes of unifying them, but precisely in order to construct an intellectual moral block which can make politically possible the intellectual progress of the mass and not only of small intellectual groups. Registered Gramsci's organic intellectual struggles to transform those who are oppressed as a means of transforming the conditions under which they are oppressed. Gramsci understands domination in terms of both coercion and consent, the latter constituting what he refers to as hegemony. Under his formulation, hegemony consists, then, of it spontaneous consent given by the great masses of the population to the general direction imposed on social life by the dominant fundamental group. Gramsci argues that this consent is historically caused by the prestige, and consequent confidence, which the dominant group enjoys because of its position and function in the world of production. Thus, oppression is not only physical and psychological but also cultural. King, like Gramsci's organic intellectual, empowered his community through a practical effort to bridge the gap between theory and lived experience. First, he used theoretical deconstruction to free the mind to envision alternative conceptions of community. Second, he employed experiential deconstruction to understand the liberating dimensions of legitimating ideologies such as liberalism and Christianity, dimensions easily ignored by the abstract, ahistorical, and potentially misleading critiques that rely exclusively on theoretical deconstruction. Third, he used the insights gleaned from the first two activities to postulate an alternative social vision intended to transform the kindi. Beyond critical legal studies lore of oppression under which people struggle. Drawing from the best of liberalism and the best of Christianity, King forged a vision of community that transcended the limitations of each and built upon the accomplishments of both. Finally, he created and implemented strategies to mobilize people to secure that alternative vision. I refer to this multidimensional critical activity as philosophical praxis. King filtered his theoretical deconstruction of hegemonic theologies through his knowledge of the history and experience of oppression, and thereby made that theoretical deconstruction richer, more contextual, and ready to engage the existential realities of oppression. The interplay between King's theoretical and experiential deconstruction is best illustrated by reference to the African American Church, the institution providing the organic link between philosophy and the masses, theory and praxis. B. The role of the African American Church in the American slave experience. African American religion was vital to the community-building enterprise necessitated by the social disintegration and chaos of the American slavery experience. Confronted by practices of social control that suppressed their West African heritage, language, and traditions, Africans were expected to conform to a community created by their slave masters. Slave masters attempted to refashion the African's identity through the eradication of collective memory. In the void created by the socially imposed atomization of the African community, the African American Church served both to legitimate and delegitimate the moral authority of a slave-owning society. The role of religion in the legitimation of authority. Slave masters believed Christianity had a stabilizing and disciplining influence on the slave's disposition, and they thought it would foster consent by Africans to the legal and extra-legal devices of slavery. The conservative evangelicalism, degree of slave society was premised on 5 basic assumptions. The first was the fallen nature of human beings, the pervasiveness of human depravity and sin. The second was contrition, a period of mourning characterized by feelings of personal guilt and sorrow for sins. The third was conversion, an intensely personal experience with God in which the burdens of sin are lifted and the soul cleansed and made fit for the kingdom of God. The fourth was the separation of believers, the sometimes physical but most times psychological separation of the community of believers from sinful worldly concerns and pursuits. And the last was the separation of church and state, the extreme deference to the existing social order and dependence on the state for the laws and rules necessary to constrain the sinful nature of earthly beings. These features of conservative evangelicalism were considered rooted in an infallible scripture representing the untainted Word of God. They legitimate slave masters' authority in several ways. Southern evangelicals elaborated the scriptural justifications for slavery and invoked the will of God to reconcile slaves to their subordinate status. Slavery could not be sin, they reasoned, because God sanctioned it in His infallible word. Evangelicals frequently cited the Old Testament story of Noah's son, Ham, whose progeny God supposedly condemned to a legacy of servitude for his indiscretion. These and other scriptural evidences were, to the evangelicals, conclusive proof of God's authorization of the enslavement of Africans. Having provided the moral justification for slavery through Scripture, evangelicals constructed an argument designed so as to avert any effort by the Church to transform the institution. Because the Scripture supported slavery, and secular authority established and protected it under state law, the Church, mindful of its commitment to the separation of church and state, could not condemn slavery. Because slavery did not constitute sin, God's law did not contradict the civil law, slavery fell under the latter, and the Scriptures dictated obedience to secular authority. Moreover, conservative evangelicalism dictated that because God would deal with the evil of Southern slavery and apartheid in his own way and time, the eradication of those institutions should await his divine deliverance as 92. Evidenced by the changed hearts and minds of women and men. Thus, patience and the implicit acceptance of one's subordinate status were exalted as the highest of Christian virtues. 2. The role of religion in the delegitimation of authority. Although the use of religion as an instrument of social control often necessitated oversight by white masters, strict enforcement was not maintained, and slaves often met separately for religious services, including weekly and Sunday evening services. It was within the freedom provided for religious worship that Africans began to assert some control over how the void created by the disintegration of their historical identity and community would be filled. In this small space of freedom, an alternative conception of community was defined and the history of a new American people began to emerge. African American religion and its primary vehicle of expression, the African American Church, supplied the needed catalyst for the reconstruction of community destroyed by slavery. To the surprise and fear of many whites, slaves transformed an ideology intended to reconcile them to a subordinate status into a manifesto of their God-given equality. This deconstruction was both revolutionary and pragmatic in nature. The Africans' appropriation of conservative evangelicalism as a bulwark against the degradation and countless microaggressions of slavery proved that there were alternate interpretations of the text that supposedly justified their subjugation. Slaves demonstrated that Scripture was subject to an alternative interpretation that called for the eradication of the very social structure evangelicals sought to legitimate. In short, slaves deconstructed ideology through their struggles against oppression. Although slave masters and evangelicals attempted to limit the transmission of counter-hegemonic interpretations of Scripture, their efforts met with limited success. African gospel preachers and slaves who learned to read against their masters' wishes, and, many times, against state law as well, were determined to read the Bible in light of their own experiences. Many slaves realized that the message of submission, docility, and absolute obedience to the master was a distorted picture of the Bible's eternal truths. Many slaves found in Christianity, and particularly in Jesus, a call to revolutionary action. They read of a Jesus who proclaimed that God had anointed him to preach the gospel to the poor, to preach deliverance to the captives, and to set at liberty them that are bruised, who commanded those who would follow him to care for the least of these, the hungry, naked, sick, and those in prison, who entered Jerusalem to the revolutionary cry of Hosanna, and who defiantly asserted, "Think not that I am come to send peace on earth, I came not to send peace, but a sword." Denmark Vesey and Nat Turner, for example, recognized the revolutionary potential of Christianity. Since God is on our side, we strike for freedom, confident in his protection. The Reverend Henry Highland Garnet contended, to such degradation as slavery it is sinful in the extreme for you to make voluntary submission. Brethren, arise, arise. Strike for your lives and liberties. Now is the day and the hour. Rather die freemen than live to be slaves. Those unwilling to act on the revolutionary impulses of the Bible found scriptural support for a more patient and pragmatic opposition to slavery, which still fostered and preserved a healthy sense of self-worth. Conservative evangelicalism taught that slavery was a divinely ordained practice instituted by the master race for the benefit of morally deficient Africans, but slaves read of Moses, the Hebrew children, and God's mighty deliverance from the hardships of Egyptian slavery. The story provided proof of God's intolerance of American slavery and his intention someday to divide the Red Sea of southern oppression and lead his people out of Pharaoh's land. Against the formidable oppression of slavery, segregation, and contemporary forms of subjugation, this deconstructed, pragmatic evangelicalism provided the means by which African Americans could survive their daily travails. Its emphasis on personal faith nurtured a forward-looking people who could sing with. Beyond critical legal studies. Conviction. The words "I'm so glad that trouble won't last always." Its emphasis on love bolstered a sense of self-esteem diminished by the debilitating and degrading practices of a culture that relegated them to the status of objects. It nurtured an inward-looking people who could sing with reassurance the words "The trumpet sounds within my soul. I know Jay ain't got long to stay here." The disparity between what slaves read and heard from their own preachers, on the one hand, and the practices of whites in the slave system, on the other, had two important consequences. First, it preserved and enhanced the self-esteem of the slaves. The realization that some whites were not faithful to the word provided them with a sense of moral superiority. Even in slavery, slaves could be the light unto the sinner's path. Second, it provided a standard against which they could measure whites individually, rather than collectively by their social status as master race. It provided a framework for understanding the differences between cruel white overseers and whites who worked on the Underground Railroad to freedom. Even when the institutions of oppression seemed most intractable, understanding their oppression as the sin of unfaithful whites maintained for the Africans a sense of sanity and hope tempered only by the revolutionary focus on power and immediate liberation. In short, the appropriation of Christian ideology by the African Americans provided the basis for their survival through slavery's many brutalities and indignities. Although this appropriation helped to restore the dignity of the African slave, it also had paradoxical effects. Pragmatic evangelicalism admirably served the cause of survival, but its eschatological and inward orientation simultaneously served the function of social control. It saved black Christians from a debilitating hatred that, if permitted to fester, would have created a pervasive sense of despair and hopelessness that would have substantially impaired the moral will to survive. However, it also promoted as virtues patience and tolerance of the social institutions of oppression. Viewing morality in terms of individual character thus undermined the possibilities of a sustained 93 Christian radicalism against what was perhaps the most debilitating and sustained system of subordination known to the modern world, American slavery. 3. The role of religion in the shaping of alternative conceptions of community. The revolutionary and pragmatic faith drawn from conservative evangelicalism represented the beginnings of what Cornel West has called prophetic Christianity. It drew heavily on the interplay between the individualist orientation of pragmatic Christianity and the collectivist orientation of revolutionary Christianity, encouraging an intensely personal relationship with God while nurturing the possibilities of collective defiance and transformation. The African American Church rejected white Christianity's claim that the law and order of an oppressive secular authority were necessary to constrain the evil proclivities of human nature. Many slaves never accepted the view that slavery was justified because the human nature of Africans necessitated African enslavement and white superiority. For these slaves, the spiritual freedom and sense of equality that accompanied the conversion of the soul threw into question the morality of the social order in which they lived. One student of this period writes, contradicting a system that valued him like a beast for his labor, conversion experientially confirmed the slave's value as a human person, indeed attested to his ultimate worth as one of the chosen of God. M. Giddings encouraged participants to include references to individual misfortunes and problems in their prayers and songs, so that they might be shared by all. This type of consolation was the answer to the crucial need of individuals for community. The religious experience of conversion was central to the belief system of slaves. The process of conversion in African American religion involved a period of sustained mourning in which the contrite sinner would assemble with worshippers in prayer for as many successive meetings as required to bring the sinner through, a phrase used to express the sinner's completion of a rite of passage from the alienated existence of sinner to the bonds of Christian fellowship. 94. And community. The process of conversion often resulted in a cataclysmic seizure of the person by the Holy Spirit which catapulted all into a rapture of ecstatic joy and praise. The experience was collectively cathartic. In the slave community, uninhibited shouting and praise temporarily obliterated secular distinctions in status between the slaves. It was a process in which personalities disintegrated by the social chaos of oppression found meaning and commonality by fusing with others in a collective act of self-affirmation and even defiance. The prophetic Christianity that resulted from this synthesis between revolutionary and pragmatic Christianity offered the alternative conception of community which would inspire King to develop his notion of a beloved community and struggle to transform American society. King's objective to rebuild community from the social death of slavery and segregation paralleled the conversion experience in slavery. A sense of individual self-worth was essential to any social struggle. Segregation laws and impoverished conditions that diminished self-worth had to be challenged and abolished. Although the ideal was to break down the barriers of hatred and misunderstanding which prevented individuals from seeing and respecting the God-given humanity of all, King knew that only collective action and organized defiance could achieve the destruction of such barriers. Redistribution of wealth and power through the collectively cathartic experience of social conversion was a necessary part of this conception of community. Law and the power of the state would have to assist in the obliteration and amelioration of many of the secular distinctions founded on race, class, and gender which were created and reinforced by public and private forces. Seeking and theoretical deconstruction. Deconstructing first principles, the incoherency critique. During the Birmingham demonstrations of 1963, the white clergy criticized King for the breach of law and order precipitated by his untimely, nonviolent direct action protests to desegregate the city. In his famous letter from Birmingham City Jail, King responded that he had almost reached the regrettable conclusion that the Negro's great stumbling block in the stride toward freedom is not the white citizen's counselor or the Ku Klux Klaner, but the white moderate who is more devoted to order than to justice, who paternalistically feels that he can set the timetable for another man's freedom. I had hoped that the white moderate would understand that law and order exist for the purpose of establishing justice, and that when they fail to do this they become dangerously structured dams that block the flow of social progress. Registered. King examined and exposed the mutual dependence of order and freedom. He understood that the primary difference between the two was that a belief in the primacy of order assumed that human nature was fundamentally evil and in need of restraint, while a belief in the primacy of freedom assumed that it was fundamentally good and capable of autonomy. The privileging of order over freedom assumed that the latter was only possible within the constraints imposed by sovereign authority, otherwise, civil society would degenerate into a Hobbesian war of all against all. The white clergy of Birmingham privileged the conception of human nature as fundamentally evil over the conception of human nature as fundamentally good. Thus, the ordinances and injunctions prohibiting demonstrations in the city were necessary restraints on freedom needed to maintain order in the face of the human capacity for evil. King's incoherency critique exposed the white clergy's preference of order over freedom and evil over good, and it demonstrated that this preference lacked an objective foundation. The hierarchy could easily be inverted. If freedom presupposes order, as the white clergy contended, it is no less true that order presupposes freedom, for if humans are not also capable of substantial good, no social order is possible, because individuals would by definition be ungovernable. In this way, the social order beyond critical legal studies, supposedly necessitated by human evil presupposes the freedom and human goodness it denies. 2. Deconstructing first principles, the universality critique. Even if the privileging of order over freedom and the conception of human nature as fundamentally evil over its opposite conception were not seen as incoherent, King realized that these privileged conceptions need not be accepted as universally valid. They might be viewed as historically contingent and conditioned, and thus subject to change if individuals are willing to engage in transformative struggles to alter the conditions under which these conceptions appear coherent. The Evangelicalism of Dr. George Washington Davis, King's professor of theology at Crozer Seminary, and the Social Gospel of Walter Roskenbus. gave King the theological perspectives to challenge conservative evangelicalism's conception of human nature and its debilitating dichotomy between the spiritual and the secular, as well as between order and freedom. Evangelical liberalism turned conservative evangelicalism's conception of human nature on its head and called into question the universality of that theology's assumptions. Evangelical liberalism posited the goodness of human nature, as reflected in and resulting from human moral reasoning, and it conjectured that evil institutions had limited people's efforts to pursue the ideal of the kingdom of value, what King would later call the beloved community. Evangelical liberalism, from its theory of human nature, deduced a new role for the Church and for Christians. Given intrinsic human goodness, social institutions could and should be transformed to reflect more accurately the ideals of universal kinship and cooperation. An infallible scripture reflecting the static will of God could not justify social institutions like slavery and segregation. In addition, oppressive institutions could no longer seek justification by invoking the need to restrain the evil nature of persons. Such institutions were themselves the source of evil and thus in need of reform. L95. A second important source of King's universality critique is the social gospel of Walter Roskenbus. Consistent with evangelical liberalism, Roskenbus saw humans as intrinsically good. Evil, he argued, was the product of an evil society, in America's case, the greed and selfish individualism of a spawning industrialism trampled the Christian values of kinship and love, created gross inequities of wealth, and relegated thousands to abject poverty. Roskenbus called for the abandonment of capitalism and the creation of a new social order that would socialize economic resources and allow people to inhabit a sinless Christian commonwealth based on love, cooperation, and solidarity. By closing the chasm between the individual and the society, between religion and ethics, and between spirituality and everyday existence, Roskenbus avoided the limitations of conservative evangelicalism. Social justice constituted the telos of the Christian faith in his view, and he evaluated Christian discipleship in terms of its commitment to this moral end. Thus, unlike the dichotomy of conservative evangelicalism, there was a necessary relationship between the sacred and the secular, the church and social issues. Evidence of a person's love for God, he contended, must be the fruits of love for suffering humanity. Such love necessitated the conversion of all social institutions and practices that maintain and reproduce poverty, racial oppression, and other social ills. The social gospel turned Christian attention from the glories of the kingdom to come to the injustices of the kingdom at hand. It premised individual salvation on the transformation of the world's evil social institutions. Evangelical liberalism and the social gospel repudiated the traditional conception of human nature. They replaced that traditional conception with an antithetical view and reached a different conclusion about the relationships between church and state as well as between Christians and the evil world in which they lived. King used these two strands of theology to challenge the view of human nature which counseled 96 African Americans to be patient in the face of oppression. 3. Deconstructing first principles. The indeterminacy critique. In addition to challenging conservative evangelicalism by positing an alternative conception of human nature, King argued that even if conservative evangelicalism's conception of human nature were valid, that conception would not necessitate any one vision of community. For example, when white ministers claimed that the civil rights protests resulted in a loss of law and order in Birmingham, and that King was primarily responsible for the tension and deteriorated relations that then pervaded the community, King responded with an indeterminacy critique. Conservative evangelicalism assumed that Scripture required the Church's deference to the authority of the state ordained by God, but King pointed out that order must serve the end of justice. Even assuming that we each must defer to the state, King maintained, we must respect the law of God. A just law is a man-made code that squares with the moral law or the law of God. An unjust law is a code that is out of harmony with the moral law, not rooted in eternal and natural law. Any law that uplifts human personality is just. Any law that degrades human personality is unjust. All segregation statutes are unjust because segregation distorts the soul and damages the personality. It gives the segregator a false sense of superiority, and the segregated a false sense of inferiority. So segregation is not only politically, economically, and sociologically unsound, but it is morally wrong and sinful. King held that disobeying human law, even unjust law, must be done out of love and with a willingness to suffer the penalty for its breach. Through this unjust suffering, the transgressor evidences the highest respect for law and order while remaining true to his higher Christian duty. King realized that even when first principles were accepted, they did not mechanically determine specific visions of community. How we live in community remains a matter of choice that implicated a host of competing values. What, then, could be deduced from the presupposition that human nature is fundamentally evil and deference to the laws of social order essential? Segregationists deduced that King should cease all protests because they were illegal activities, and that he should accept African American subjugation as the best of all possible worlds. Moderates deduced that King should cease all protests and pursue more peaceful and orderly avenues for desegregating the city, a goal surely to be achieved in due time. For King, it meant respecting the law and the need for social order through a willingness to suffer the penalty for breaching unjust laws. Each deduction is logical, although none are compelled. What one finds persuasive largely depends on other values related to human potential and social relations, power, and community. For synthesizing first principles, the incoherency, universality, and indeterminacy critiques gave King the intellectual freedom to posit a radically different conception of human nature, one that focused more on reconstructive struggle than theoretical deconstruction. Although initially he rejected conservative evangelicalism and its pessimistic view of human nature, King later realized that the optimistic view of human nature upon which evangelical liberalism and the social gospel constructed their utopias posed significant dangers. The indeterminacy critique suggested, and historical experience made clear, that evil and oppression could follow as easily from an optimistic faith in human nature as from a more orthodox conception of human depravity. Evangelical liberalism stressed the power of human reason to discern the moral good of life, and it possessed an inexorable optimism concerning human capacity for goodness. However, the more King observed the tragedies of history and man's shameful inclination to choose the low road, the more he came to see the depths and strength of sin. His experiences convinced him that evangelical liberalism had been all too sentimental concerning human nature and that it leaned toward a false idealism, one that failed to see that reason is darkened by sin and is little more than an beyond critical legal studies L97 instrument to justify man's defensive ways of thinking. At the other extreme from evangelical liberalism was the neo-orthodoxy of Karl Barth, which emphasized the intractable nature of sin and evil and the relative futility of utopian aspirations. Barth maintained that many of the social injustices of the world were necessary evils which could only be rectified by the apocalyptic return of the kingdom of God. Although he recognized the insights of neo-orthodoxy, King could not fully accept this view. It cast too dark a shadow upon the possibilities of social change. King searched for a philosophical middle ground that saw human nature as a struggle between good and evil, a philosophy that conceded humanity's finiteness yet acted on the faith that God could use finite creatures to establish a beloved community based on love and justice. He found this philosophical common ground in a Christian existentialism influenced by his study of Søren Kierkegaard, Friedrich Nietzsche, Karl Jaspers, Martin Heidegger, and Jean-Paul Sartre. Like the existentialists, King believed that liberalism failed to give serious consideration to humanity's finite freedom, our existential estrangement in an evil world from our essential nature of goodness as creatures of God. King described as perilous the assumption by some liberal theologians that sin was but a mere lag of nature that can be progressively eliminated as man climbs the evolutionary ladder. For King, the estrangement from perfection was fundamental. The individual was always in the process of becoming and could never fully realize the ideal of the beloved community in history. Nevertheless, he believed that the struggle to actualize the ideal in history could transform social relations. Only the struggle to achieve the beloved community allows us to experience our essential nature and to change our limited knowledge and understanding of the world. King's use of theory to deconstruct oppressive and hegemonic theologies was guided by the historic mission of the African American Church to rebuild community from the socially imposed amnesia and atomization of slavery and segregation. Seeing the individual as incorrigibly evil would make societal reform impossible. Similarly, viewing the individual as purely good would make coerced societal reform unnecessary because reasoned deliberation could simply usher in the beloved community. Instead, King understood that individuals were both good and evil, and that mind must be met with mind and power with power. King and experiential deconstruction. The incoherency, universality, and indeterminacy critiques illustrate the open-ended character of organizing principles. Such critiques supply the intellectual courage to think differently. They demystify theories of their natural law-like image and free the mind to envision new conceptions of community. But this alone is insufficient, because these critiques are abstract and ahistorical. They do not provide the rich historical contextuality essential to an understanding of the actual operation of power. They may miss conditions of great importance that explain legitimacy in ways that logic and reason cannot. Furthermore, experiential deconstruction may provide insights into the ways in which marginalized groups transform powerless conditions into powerful possibilities, thereby informing a broader reconstructive vision than previously existed. King realized that very few African Americans probably ever believed that the assumptions of conservative evangelicalism logically compelled their submission to authority. Their submission was not based on consent to a social order they believed to be legitimate, rather, coercion and its constant threat of death, injury, humiliation, or impoverishment compelled their submission. Individuals may have fully agreed with King's incoherency, universality, and indeterminacy critiques, and yet been constrained by existential limitations that made collective struggle to attain alternative conceptions of community difficult if not impossible. King eloquently describes these existential limitations through experiential deconstruction. When you have seen vicious mobs lynch your mothers and fathers at will and drown your sisters and brothers at whim, when you have seen hate. 98. Filled policemen curse, kick, brutalize and even kill your black brothers and sisters with impunity, when you see the vast majority of your 20 million Negro brothers smothering in an airtight cage of poverty in the midst of an affluent society, when you take a cross-country drive and find it necessary to sleep night after night in the uncomfortable corners of your automobile because no motel will accept you, when you are humiliated day in and day out by nagging signs reading white and colored, when your first name becomes nigger and your middle name becomes boy, however old you are, and your last name becomes John, and when your wife and mother are never given the respected title Mrs. When you are harried by day and haunted by night by the fact that you are a Negro, living constantly at tiptoe stance never quite knowing what to expect next, and plagued with inner fears and outer resentments, when you are forever fighting a degenerating sense of nobodiness, then you will understand why we find it difficult to wait. King saw the world and evaluated the theories marshaled in support of it through the lens of these experiences of oppression. These experiences necessitated his eclectic appropriation of various theologies and philosophies, which he constantly revised in light of his growing understanding of the problems of American life. King drew inspiration and instruction from the history of African American religion and the Church for dealing with these existential limitations. The history and experiences of African Americans under oppression taught King several valuable lessons. First, submission to illegitimate authority did not derive exclusively from a hegemonic ideology like conservative evangelicalism or political liberalism. Public and private brute force and coercion played a significant role in maintaining submission. Second, far from being duped by the political and religious ideologies intended to oppress them, African Americans had often successfully turned those ideologies on their heads and used them as instruments of survival and liberation. Third, within the space created by the interplay of coercion and hegemony, African Americans articulated and implemented conceptions of community important to broader visions of a reconstructed society. King's Christian existentialism was significantly informed by experiential deconstruction, the past and present experiences of African American people. The tension between pragmatic and revolutionary evangelicalism suggested a profoundly personal relationship between the individual and God, with implications for the community as a whole. King maintained that although God was indeed working to change the sinful hearts and minds of white oppressors, collective organization through nonviolent direct action would be his instrument of salvation. King saw this as an empowering synthesis of the Old Testament's concern for justice and the New Testament's emphasis on love. Greater love has no man than this, that a man lay down his life for his friends. One, justice and love were inseparable. It was a necessary expression of one's love for God, then, to lead souls blinded by the darkness of sin to the light, to raise consciousness, and to challenge the injustice anywhere that threatened justice everywhere. King's synthesis of pragmatic and revolutionary evangelicalism was most powerfully expressed in his letter from Birmingham City Jail. Conservative evangelicalism's dichotomy between the spiritual and the secular caused many religious leaders, as it had in the days of slavery, to continue to oppose any interpretation of Christianity demanding that equality before God in the spiritual realm also be embodied in the legal and social relations defining the secular realm. These leaders still offered patience as a panacea for the pain of persecution and the joys of an afterlife as an answer for the sufferings of this life. If integration was the will of God, He and not humans would change people's hearts in His own way and time. Be patient, they urged, and wait on the Lord. King discerned the hegemonic role of this theology and boldly challenged the injustice to which it gave rise wherever he encountered it. To those who urged that nonviolent, direct action was unwise and untimely, King sharply retorted, "We know through painful experience that freedom is never voluntarily given by the oppressor, it must be demanded by the oppressed. Frankly, I have never yet engaged in a direct action movement that was well-timed, according to the timetable of those who have not suffered unduly from the disease of segregation. For years now I have heard the words wait. It rings in the ear of every Negro with a piercing familiarity. This wait, beyond critical legal studies 99, has almost always meant never. We must come to see with the distinguished jurist of yesterday, that justice too long delayed is justice denied 74. King expressed his great disappointment with this otherworldly orientation of the white church. In the midst of blatant injustices inflicted upon the Negro, I have watched white churches stand on the sideline and merely mouth pious irrelevancies and sanctimonious trivialities. In the midst of a mighty struggle to rid our nation of racial and economic injustice, I have heard so many ministers say, those are social issues with which the gospel has no real concern, and I have watched so many churches commit themselves to a completely otherworldly religion which made a strange distinction between body and soul, the sacred and the secular. 74. Thus, King spent his life leading African Americans into direct confrontation with oppressive institutions and practices. Through direct action, the African American community exposed the contradictions and violence endemic to American society. In this way, the civil rights movement King led was itself a powerful form of experiential deconstruction, one that provided fertile ground for a new vision of community in America. King and the Reconstructive vision of community. King's reconstructive vision emanated from the interplay of theory and experience, and from the synthesis of rights and duties. Rights represent the pragmatic, individualist orientation focusing on formal equality before the law in the political context. Duties represent the collectivist, revolutionary orientation focusing on justified coercion by the collective to implement alternative conceptions of community. King's reconstructive vision of the beloved community synthesizes both dimensions of this traditional dichotomy. King used the insights of theoretical and experiential deconstruction, to posit a reconstructive vision in which rights limited duties in a socially conscious and egalitarian manner rather than in a manner that preserved a status quo permeated with hierarchy and inequality. Pragmatic rights and revolutionary duty. Many of the communal and cooperative dimensions of King's theory of the state depended on the optimistic view of human nature posited by evangelical liberalism and the social gospel. Individuals could harness the powers of the state to usher in a beloved community here on earth. Conversely, King understood the limitations and dangers of this optimism, that the reality of sin and evil must never be forgotten. This awareness was captured in his commitment to a Christian existentialism that posited a human nature fragmented by an alienated and anxiety-filled existence which severely circumscribed one's ability to know, much less change, the world. Under this existentialist view, individual rights represent a hedge against our imperfect attempts to reconcile our existential and essential selves, and they extend far beyond the traditional litany of liberties and rights against the state espoused by classical and contemporary liberalism. These rights were inherent rights that are God-given and not simply privileges extended by the state. Degree for King, the rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness meant that all individuals everywhere should have 3 meals a day for their bodies, education and culture for their minds, and dignity, equality, and freedom for their spirits. 7 This required that the state affirmatively create the institutions necessary to realize these natural rights. Unlike some CLS scholars, King understood the importance of a system of individual rights. CLS proponents have urged that rights are incoherent and indeterminate reifications of concrete experiences, reifications, moreover, that obfuscate, through the manipulation of abstract categories, disempowering social relations. King, on the other hand, understood that the oppressed could make rights determinate in practice, although law tends to declare rights, it does not deliver them. A catalyst is needed to breathe life experience into a judicial decision. For King, the catalyst was persistent social struggle to transform the oppressiveness of one's existential condition into ever closer approximations of the ideal. The hierarchies of race, gender, and class define those conditions. 100. And the struggle for substantive rights closes the gap between the latter and the ideal of the beloved community. Under the pressures of social struggle, the oppressed can alter rights to better reflect the exigencies of social reality, a reality itself more fully understood by those engaged in transformative struggle. King's beloved community accepted and expanded the liberal tradition of rights. King realized that the liberal vision, notwithstanding its limits, contained important insights into the human condition. For those deprived of basic freedoms and subjected to arbitrary acts of state authority, the enforcement of formal rights was revolutionary. African Americans understood the importance of formal liberal rights, and they demanded the full enforcement of such rights in order to challenge and rectify historical practices that had objectified and subsumed their existence. Although conservatives contended that the emphasis on rights disrupted the gradual moral evolution that would ultimately change white sentiment, King contended that judicial decrees may not change the heart, but they can restrain the heartless. Registered on the other hand, although radicals contended that such rights were mere tokens that created a false sense of security masking continued violence, King understood that the strict enforcement of the rule of law was essential to any struggle for social justice, whether that struggle was moderate or radical in its sentiment and goals. Freedom of dissent and protest, freedom from arbitrary searches, seizures, and detention, and freedom to organize and associate with those of common purpose were necessary rights that no movement for social reconstruction could take for granted. Furthermore, King saw the initial emphasis on civil rights as a necessary struggle for the collective self-respect and dignity of a people whose subordination was, in part, maintained by laws reproducing and reinforcing feelings of inadequacy and inferiority. The civil rights struggle attempted to lift the veil of shame and degradation from the eyes of a people who could then glimpse the possibilities of their personhood and achieve that potential through varied forms of social struggle. King's richer conception of rights provided limitations on collective action while broadening the scope of personal duty to permit movement toward a more socially conscious community. King's conception of duty complemented his conception of rights. It called for individual action, but action consistent with a more humane and contextual rule of law. Although clearly inspired by the revolutionary tradition, King's conception was not as consuming as that of the revolutionary Christians. The orientation toward duty of revolutionary Christianity required individuals to see themselves as part of some larger and similarly situated community. Each had a personal duty that ran to the community at large, thereby subordinating personal welfare to the welfare of the community. One's duty to God could only be understood by reference to one's duty to others, and one's duty to others obligated the individual to be his brothers and sisters' keeper, to meet power with power in the struggle for justice. King, too, called for the immediate transformation of American institutions and practices, but he rejected the use of violence in this transformative struggle. He refused to place the goal of a reconstructed community above the means used to achieve it. Moreover, he believed that nonviolent direct action and mass civil disobedience could secure the revolutionary end of dismantling Jim Crow and winning the war against poverty. Through nonviolent direct action, one could be both moral and revolutionary. It provided oppressors the opportunity to redeem themselves voluntarily from a sinful past while providing the coercive dimension of a disruptive and crisis-packed boycott, march, or protest to urge them along. In this way, King balanced pragmatic and revolutionary Christianity as well as rights and duties. King's prophetic Christianity recognized the importance of both rights and duty as a practical matter. Rights were prerequisites to survival, nonviolent civil disobedience was the heart of duty. Duty was consistent with rights because, through civil disobedience, one could simultaneously demonstrate respect for the rule of law in preserving social order while opposing laws supportive of unjust social orders. Thus, King envisioned a rule of law rooted in experi. Beyond critical legal studies 101. Ins and responsive to the conditions of oppression that denied the humanity of so many. 3. Some MRY and conclusion. In conclusion, I believe the postmodern preoccupation with deconstruction is but a precursor to serious reflection on how we should live in community. Critics, scholars, activists, organizers, and citizens must turn their attention and energies to reconstructive theorizing and struggle. Although theoretical deconstruction provides some with the intellectual freedom to think and act, the more contextual experiential deconstruction discussed in this article illustrates that what we see as plausible solutions to our oppressed existence will largely depend on what we perceive as the problem. In this regard, our assessment of the problems can be no better than the lenses through which we examine those problems. I have argued that those lenses must reflect the different histories and experiences that constitute our community. The process must be deliberative, participatory, and respectful of difference and diversity. Experiential deconstruction tells us that we should pay more attention to the specific kind of community we envision with reference to the specific experiences of oppression which characterize our histories. We must question how that alternative community will better protect African Americans and others from the subjugation of racism, bigotry, sexism, and grave inequalities of wealth and power. This can only be achieved through the detailed examination of American institutions and the systematic development of alternative institutions designed to rectify present oppression and injustice. In this regard, King was ahead of his time, and although there is much we can learn from a study of his life and thought, his assassination in 1968 prevented him from fully developing his alternative vision of community. That task is ours. It is often said that the hottest places in hell are reserved for those who in times of moral crisis remain neutral. Let us not fall victim to the paralysis of neutral analysis. Instead, we must meet and talk together, appreciating our respective histories and experiences of alienation and oppression. We must talk specifically about the kind of community we would fashion and how the rules, laws, and rituals defining the roles we adopt can be mutually empowering and facilitative of a community of equals. We must talk specifically about how we should organize, protest, agitate, and struggle to achieve our objectives, realizing that we are perennially engaged in a dialectic in which the program shapes our practices, which in turn refine and redefine our program. With such mutual respect and openness to each other's pain, suffering, and faith, we must work out more fully and struggle toward King's ideal of the beloved community and thereby hew from our mountain of despair a stone of hope. 103. Race, Reform, and Retrenchment. Transformation and Legitimation. In Anti-Discrimination Law. Kimberla Williams Crenshaw. Introduction. In 1984, President Ronald Reagan signed a bill that created the Martin Luther King, Jr. Federal Holiday Commission. The commission was charged with the responsibility of issuing guidelines for states and localities to follow in preparing their observances of King's birthday. The commission's task would not be easy. Although King's birthday had come to symbolize the massive social movement that grew out of African Americans' efforts to end the long history of racial oppression in America, the first official observance of the holiday would take place in the face of at least two disturbing obstacles. First, a constant, if not increasing, socio-economic disparity between the races, and second, a hostile administration devoted to changing the path of civil rights reforms which many believe responsible for most of the movement's progress. The commission, though, was presented with a more essential difficulty. A focus on the continuing disparities between blacks and whites might call not for celebration but for strident criticism of America's failure to make good on its promise of racial equality. Yet such criticism would overlook the progress that has been made, progress that the holiday itself represents. The commission apparently resolved this dilemma by calling for a celebration of progress toward racial equality while urging continued commitment to this ideal. This effort to reconcile the celebration of an ideal with conditions that bespeak its continuing denial was given the ironic, but altogether appropriate title Living the Dream. The Living the Dream directive aptly illustrates Derek Bell's observation that, most Americans, black and white, view the civil rights crusade as a long, slow, but always upward pull that must, given the basic precepts of the country and the commitment of its people to equality and liberty, eventually end in the full enjoyment by blacks of all rights and privileges of citizenship enjoyed by whites. Registered commentators on both the right and the left, however, have begun to cast doubt upon the continuing vitality of this shop-worn theme. The position of the New Right, articulated by members of the Reagan administration and by neoconservative scholars such as Thomas Sowell, is that the goal of the civil rights movement, the extension of formal equality to all Americans regardless of color, has already been achieved, hence the vision of a continuing struggle under the banner of civil rights is inappropriate. The position of the New Left, presented in the work of scholars associated with the Conference on Critical Legal Studies, also challenges the perception that the civil rights struggle represents a long, steady march towards social transformation. CLS scholars do not significantly disagree with the goal of racial equality, but assert only the basic counterproductivity of seeking that objective through the use of legal rights. Indeed, CLS scholars claim that even engaging in rights discourse is incompatible with a broader strategy of social change. They view the extension of rights, although perhaps energizing political struggle or producing apparent victories in the short run, as ultimately legitimating the very racial inequality and oppression that such extension purports to remedy. This article challenges both the New Left and New Right critiques of the civil rights movement. Il. The New Recut A Tracks, Civil. Rightsias Mlaltics. A. The Neoconservative Offensive. The Reagan administration arrived in Washington in 1981 with an agenda that was profoundly hostile to the civil rights policies of the previous 2 decades. The principal basis of its hostility was a formalistic, colorblind view of civil rights that had developed in the neoconservative think tanks during the 70s. Neoconservative doctrine singles out race-specific civil rights policies as one of the most significant threats to the democratic political system. Emphasizing the need for strictly colorblind policies, this view calls for the repeal of affirmative action and other race-specific remedial 104 policies, urges an end to class-based remedies, and calls for the administration to limit remedies to what it calls actual victims of discrimination. A number of early episodes sent a clear message that the Reagan administration would be inhospitable to the civil rights policies adopted by earlier administrations. For example, the Civil Rights Division of the Justice Department, under Deputy Attorney General William Bradford Reynolds, abruptly changed sides in several cases. Other serious attacks on the civil rights constituency included Reagan's attempt to fire members of the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights, the administration's opposition to the 1982 amendment of the Voting Rights Act, and Reagan's veto of the Civil Rights Restoration Act. These fervent attempts to change the direction of civil rights law generated speculation that the Reagan administration was anti-black and ideologically opposed to civil rights. Yet the administration denied that any racial animus motivated its campaign. Far from viewing themselves as opponents of civil rights, Reagan, Reynolds, and others in the administration apparently saw themselves as true civil rights advocates seeking to restore the original meaning of civil rights. Neoconservative scholar Thomas Sowell perhaps best articulates the philosophy underlying the new right policies on race and law. Sowell presents the neoconservative struggle against prevailing civil rights policies as nothing less than an attempt to restore law to its rightful place and to prevent the descent of American society into fascism. Sowell suggests that the growing popularity of white hate groups is evidence of the instability wrought by improvident civil rights policies. To Sowell, the growth of anti-black sentiment is an understandable reaction to a vision that has threatened to undermine democratic institutions, delegitimize the court system, and demoralize the American people. The culprit in this epic struggle is a political view that Sowell has dubbed the civil rights vision. According to him, this view developed as the leaders of the civil rights movement shifted the movement's original focus on equal treatment under the law to a demand for equal results notwithstanding genuine differences in ability, thereby delegitimizing the movement's claim in a democratic society. The civil rights vision has nothing to do with the achievement of civil rights today, according to Sowell, because in reality the battle for civil rights was fought and won at great cost many years ago. Sowell's central criticism is that the visionaries have attempted to infuse the law with their own political interpretation, which Sowell characterizes as separate from and alien to the true meaning of civil rights. He argues that although these visionaries have struggled and sacrificed in the name of civil rights, they nonetheless merit censure for undermining the stability of American society through their politicization of the law. Sowell singles out the judiciary for especially harsh criticism. Judges, according to Sowell, have ignored the original understanding of Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and imposed their own political views instead. The perversions of the law by federal judges have been especially brazen. 10 judges, he asserts, have participated in a process by which law, plain honesty, and democracy itself have been sacrificed on the altar of missionary self-righteousness. Sowell cautions that when judges allow law to be overridden by politics, the threat of fascism looms ever large. If judges reduce the law to a question of who has the power and whose ox is gored, they can hardly disclaim responsibility or be morally superior when others respond in kind. b. A critique of the critique. The indeterminacy of civil rights discourse equals given the seriousness of his accusations, particularly those against the judiciary, one would expect Sowell's proof of subversion to be substantial. His repeated accusations that the true law has been subverted raise expectations that he will eventually identify some determinate, clearly discernible version of that law. Sowell's true law would presumably stand apart from the politics of race, yet control it, without being influenced by inappropriate political factors. So 105. Wells' only proof that the law has been subverted, however, rests on his assumption that such subversion is self-evident. In the context of voting, for example, Sowell declares simply, the right to vote is a civil right. The right to win is not. Equal treatment does not mean equal results. 15. Sowell fails to substantiate his accusations because he cannot tell us what the real law is or whether it ever existed as he claims. He simply embraces language from anti-discrimination texts, imports his own meaning of its purpose, and ignores contradictory purposes and interpretations. Here Sowell, apparently without realizing it, merely embraces one aspect of a tension that runs throughout anti-discrimination law: the tension between equality as a process and equality as a result. This basic conflict has given rise to two distinct rhetorical visions in the body of anti-discrimination law. I term these the expansive view and the restrictive view. The expansive view stresses equality as a result, and it looks to real consequences for African Americans. It interprets the objective of anti-discrimination law as the eradication of the substantive conditions of black subordination, and it attempts to enlist the institutional power of the courts to further the national goal of eradicating the effects of racial oppression. The restrictive vision, which exists side by side with this expansive view, treats equality as a process, downplaying the significance of actual outcomes. The primary objective of anti-discrimination law, according to this vision, is to prevent future wrongdoing rather than to redress present manifestations of past injustice. Wrongdoing, moreover, is seen primarily as isolated actions against individuals rather than as a social policy against an entire group. Nor does the restrictive view contemplate the courts playing a role in redressing harms from America's racist past, as opposed to merely policing society in order to eliminate a narrow set of proscribed discriminatory practices. Moreover, even when injustice is found, efforts to redress it must be balanced against and limited by competing interests of white workers, even when those interests were actually created by the subordination of blacks. The innocence of whites weighs more heavily than do either the past wrongs committed upon blacks or the benefits that whites derived from those wrongs. In sum, the restrictive view seeks to proscribe only certain kinds of subordinating acts, and then only when other interests are not overly burdened. Although the tension between the expansive and restrictive vision is present throughout anti-discrimination law, Sowell dismisses the full complexity of the problem by simply declaring that equal process is completely unrelated to equal results. Yet it is not nearly as clear as Sowell suggests that the right to vote, for instance, has nothing to do with winning. No measure of a process's effectiveness can be wholly separated from the purpose for which it was initiated. Sowell implicitly acknowledges that voting is related to some notion of actual representation. Having done so, he cannot completely sever that process from its admitted purpose. Depending on how one views society, democracy, and the historic significance of racial disenfranchisement, the appropriate relationship between voting and representation can be defined to require anything from representation at large to full proportional representation. Sowell's attempt to sever voting from winning merely raises the question of process and results, it does not answer it. As the expansive and restrictive views of anti-discrimination law reveal, there simply is no self-evident interpretation of civil rights inherent in the terms themselves. Instead, specific interpretations proceed largely from the worldview of the interpreter. For example, to believe, as Sowell does, that colorblind policies represent the only legitimate and effective means of ensuring a racially equitable society, one would have to assume not only that there is only one proper role for law but also that such a racially equitable society already exists. In this world, once law had performed its proper function of assuring equality of process, then differences in outcomes between groups would not reflect past discrimination but rather real differences between groups competing for social rewards, unimpeded by irrational prejudices. Nim non. 106. Against identifiable groups and unfettered by government-imposed preferences, competition would ensure that any group stratification would reflect only the cumulative effects of employers' rational decisions to hire the best workers for the least cost. The deprivations and oppression of the past would somehow be expunged from the present. Only in such a society, where all other social functions operate in a non-discriminatory way, would equality of process constitute equality of opportunity. This belief in color blindness and equal process, however, would make no sense at all in a society in which identifiable groups had actually been treated differently historically and in which the effects of this difference in treatment continued into the present. If employers were thought to have been influenced by factors other than the actual performance of each job applicant, it would be absurd to rely on their decisions as evidence of true market valuations. Arguments that differences in economic status cannot be redressed, or that they are legitimate because they reflect cultural rather than racial inferiority, would have to be rejected. Cultural disadvantages themselves would be seen as the consequence of historical discrimination. One could not look at outcomes as a fair measure of merit, since one would recognize that not everyone had been given an equal start. It would be apparent that institutions had embraced discriminatory policies in order to produce disparate results, so it would be necessary to rely on results to indicate whether these discriminatory policies have been successfully dismantled. These two visions of society correspond closely to those held by Sowell and the civil rights visionaries. In each vision, all arguments about what the law is in fact are premised upon what the law should be, given a particular worldview. The conflict is not, as Sowell has suggested, between the true meaning of the law and a bastardized version, but rather between two different interpretations of society. Thus, though they attempt to lay claim to an apolitical perch from which to accuse civil rights visionaries of subverting the law to politics, the neoconservatives as well rely on their own political interpretations to give meaning to their respective concepts of rights and oppression. Law itself does not dictate which of various visions will be adopted as an interpretive base. The choice between various visions and the values that lie within them is not guided by any determinate organizing principle. Consequently, Sowell has no basis from which to argue that color-conscious, result-oriented remedies are political perversions of the law, but that his preference, color-blind, process-oriented remedies are not. See the constituency's dilemma. The passage of civil rights legislation nurtured the impression that the United States had moved decisively to end the oppression of blacks. The fanfare surrounding the passage of these acts, however, created an expectation that the legislation would not and could not fulfill. The law accommodated and obscured contradictions that led to conflict, countervision, and the current vacuousness of anti-discrimination law. Because anti-discrimination law contains both the expansive and the restrictive view, equality of opportunity can refer to either. This uncertainty means that the societal adoption of racial equality rhetoric does not itself entail a commitment to end racial inequality. Indeed, to the extent that anti-discrimination law is believed to embrace colorblindness, equal opportunity rhetoric constitutes a formidable obstacle to efforts to alleviate conditions of white supremacy. As Alfred Bloom Rosen observes, it is clear that a colorblind society built upon the subordination of persons of one color is a society which cannot correct that subordination because it can never recognize it. In sum, the very terms used to proclaim victory contain within them the seeds of defeat. To demand equality of opportunity is to demand nothing specific because equality of opportunity has assimilated both the demand and the object against which the demand is made. It is to participate in an abstracted discourse that carries the moral force of the movement as well as the stability of the institutions and interests that the movement opposed. Society's adoption of the ambivalent rhetoric of equal opportunity law has made it that much more difficult for black people to name their 107. Reality. There is no longer a perpetrator, a clearly identifiable discriminator. Company Z can be an equal opportunity employer even though Company Z has no blacks or any other minorities in its employ. Practically speaking, all companies can now be equal opportunity employers by proclamation alone. Society has embraced the rhetoric of equal opportunity without fulfilling its promise. Creating a break with the past has formed the basis for the neoconservative claim that present inequities cannot be the result of discriminatory practices because this society no longer discriminates against blacks. Equal opportunity law may have also undermined the fragile consensus against white supremacy. To the extent that the objective of racial equality was seen as lifting formal barriers imposed against participation by blacks, the reforms appear to have succeeded. Today, the claim that equal opportunity does not yet exist for Black America may fall upon deaf ears deafened by repeated declarations that equal opportunity exists. Even Alfred Bloom Rosen himself, a civil rights visionary, demonstrates how the rhetoric of formal racial equality, by bringing about the collapse of overt obstacles, convinced people that things have changed significantly. The public sympathy for the plight of Black Americans circa 1965 cannot be recreated, because the condition of Black Americans in 1985 is so much improved, as a result of the 1964 legislation. The success of the Civil Rights Act contained the seeds of its loss of public support. Racism alone simply will no longer do as an explanation for the current condition of depressed minorities. The rhetoric of the 60s sounds hollow to Americans of the 80s because it is hollow. Bloom Rosen and others may be correct in pointing out that many things have changed under the political, legal, and moral force of the civil rights movement. Formal barriers have constituted a major aspect of the historic subordination of African Americans. the elimination of those barriers was meaningful. Indeed, equal opportunity rhetoric gains its power from the fact that people can point to real changes that accompanied its advent. However, what at first appears an unambiguous commitment to anti-discrimination conceals within it many conflicting and contradictory interests. In anti-discrimination law, the conflicting interests actually reinforce existing social arrangements, moderated to the extent necessary to balance the civil rights challenge with the many interests still privileged over it. The recognition on the part of civil rights advocates that deeper institutional changes are required has come just as the formal changes have begun to convince people that enough has been done. Indeed, recent cases illustrate that the judiciary's commitment to racial equality has waned considerably. These doctrinal and procedural developments, taken along with the overall political climate, indicate that the policy of redressing discrimination no longer has the high priority it once had. The flagging commitment of the courts and of many whites to fighting discrimination may not be the only deleterious effect of the civil rights reforms. The lasting harm must be measured by the extent to which limited gains hamper efforts of African Americans to name their reality and to remain capable of engaging in collective action in the future. The danger of adopting equal opportunity rhetoric on its face is that the constituency incorporates legal and philosophical concepts that have an uneven history and an unpredictable trajectory. If the civil rights constituency allows its own political consciousness to be completely replaced by the ambiguous discourse of anti-discrimination law, it will be difficult for this constituency to defend its genuine interests against those whose interests are supported by opposing visions that also employ the same discourse. The struggle, it seems, is to maintain a contextualized, specified worldview that reflects the experience of blacks. The question remains whether engaging in legal reform precludes this possibility. 3. The New Lurt Attack. Tuesday Hegemonic function of legal recuts discourse. ARIA scholars connected with the CLS movement have offered critical analyses of law and legal reform which provide a broad framework for explaining how legal reforms help to mask and legitimate continuing racial inequality. The critics present law as a series of ideological constructs that operate to support existing social arrangements by convincing people that things are both inevitable and basically fair. Legal reform, therefore, cannot serve as a means for fundamentally restructuring society. This theory, however, is a general one, and its utility is limited in the context of civil rights by its insufficient attention to racial domination. Removed from the reality of oppression and its overwhelming constraints, the critics cannot fairly understand the choices that the civil rights movement confronted or, still less, recommend solutions to its current problems. A. The critical vision. In broadest terms, CLS scholars have attempted to analyze legal ideology and discourse as social artifacts that operate to recreate and legitimate American society. In order to discover the contingent character of the law, CLS scholars unpack legal doctrine to reveal both its internal inconsistencies, generally by exposing the incoherence of legal arguments, and its external inconsistencies, often by laying bare the inherently paradoxical and political worldviews embedded within legal doctrine. Having thus exposed the inadequacies of legal doctrine, CLS scholars go on to examine the political character of the choices that were made in the doctrine's name. This inquiry exposes the ways in which legal ideology has helped to create, support, and legitimate America's present class structure. The role of legal ideology. Critical scholars derive their vision of legal ideology in part from the work of Antonio Gramsci, an Italian neo-Marxist theorist who developed an approach to understanding domination which transcends some of the limitations of traditional Marxist accounts. In examining domination as a combination of physical coercion and ideological control, Gramsci articulated the concept of hegemony, the means by which a system of attitudes and beliefs, permeating both popular consciousness and the ideology of elites, reinforces existing social arrangements and convinces the dominated classes that the existing order is inevitable. After observing the ability of the Italian system to withstand aggressive challenges in the years preceding the ascent of fascism, Gramsci concluded that when the state trembled, a sturdy structure of civil society was at once revealed. The state was only an outer ditch, behind which there stood a powerful system of fortresses and earthworks. 1. Some close scholars place great emphasis on understanding the fortifying earthworks of American society. The concept of hegemony allows these scholars to explain the continued legitimacy of American society by revealing how legal consciousness induces people to accept or consent to their own oppression. Legal historian Robert Gordon, for example, declares that one should look not only at the undeniably numerous, specific ways in which the legal system functions to screw poor people, but rather at all the ways in which the system seems at first glance basically uncontroversial, neutral, acceptable. This is Antonio Gramsci's notion of hegemony, i.e., that the most effective kind of domination takes place when both the dominant and dominated classes believe that the existing order, with perhaps some marginal changes, is satisfactory, or at least represents the most that anyone could expect, because things pretty much have to be the way they are. According to Gordon, Gramsci directs our attention to the many thoughts and beliefs that people have adopted which limit their ability even to imagine that life could be different and better. 8. Although society's structures of thought have been constructed by elites out of a universe of possibilities, people refit these structures and clothe them with the illusion of necessity. Law is an essential feature in the illusion of necessity because it embodies and reinforces ideological assumptions about human relations which people accept as natural or even immutable. People act out their lives, mediate conflicts, and even perceive themselves with reference to the law. By accepting the bounds of law and ordering their lives according to its categories and relations, people think that they are confirming 109. Reality the way things must be. Yet by accepting the worldview implicit in the law, people are also bound by its conceptual limitations. Thus, conflict and antagonism are contained, the legitimacy of the entire order is never seriously questioned. Relating this idea to the limitations of anti-discrimination law, Alan Freeman argues that the legal reforms that grew out of the civil rights movement were severely limited by the ideological constraints embedded within the law and dictated by needs basic to the preservation of the class structure. These ideological pillars supporting the class structure were at once repositories of racial domination and obstacles to the fundamental reordering of society. For example, Freeman argues, formal equality, combined with the fact that American law does not formally recognize any difference based on wealth, precluded most remedies that would have required the redistribution of wealth. Yet economic exploitation and poverty have been central features of racial domination, and poverty is its long-term result. A legal strategy that does not include redistribution of wealth cannot remedy one of the most significant aspects of racial domination. Similarly, the myths of vested rights and equality of opportunity were necessary to protect the legitimacy of the dominant order, thus they constituted insuperable barriers to the quest for significant redistributive reform. Freeman's central argument is that the severe limitations of legal reform were dictated by the legitimating role of legal discourse. If law functions to reinforce a worldview holding that things should be the way they are, then law cannot provide an effective means to challenge the present order. Some critics see the destructive role of rights rhetoric as another symptom of the law's legitimating function. Mark Tushnet has offered a four-tiered critique of rights. 1. Once one identifies what counts as a right in a specific setting, it invariably turns out that the right is unstable. Significant but relatively small changes in the social setting can make it difficult to sustain the claim that a right remains implicated. 2. The claim that a right is implicated in some settings produces no determinate consequences. 3. The concept of rights falsely converts into an empty abstraction, reifies real experiences that we ought to value for their own sake. 4. The use of rights in contemporary discourse impedes advances by progressive social forces. 7 degrees. Tushnet's first and second arguments crystallize the doctrinal dilemmas faced by the civil rights community. Anti-discrimination doctrine does not itself provide determinate results. To give rights meaning, people must specify the world, they must create a picture of what is that grounds their normative interpretation. Tushnet's third and fourth arguments spell out pragmatic reasons to approach rights with caution. According to Tushnet, the language of rights undermines efforts to change things by absorbing real demands, experiences, and concerns into a vacuous and indeterminate discourse. The discourse abstracts real experiences and clouds the ability of those who invoke rights rhetoric to think concretely about real confrontations and real circumstances. According to Tushnet, the danger that arises from being swept into legal rights discourse is that people lose sight of their real objectives. Their visions and thoughts of the possible become trapped within the ideological limitations of the law. Peter Gable suggests that the belief in rights and in the state serves a hegemonic function through will delusion. Belief in the state is a flight from the immediate alienation of concrete existence into a split-off sphere of people's minds in which they imagine themselves to be a part of an imaginary political community, citizens of the United States of America. And it's this collective projection and internalization of an imaginary political authority that is the basis of the legitimation of hierarchy. It's the mass psychological foundation of democratic consent. Hegemony is reinforced through this state abstraction because people believe in and react passively to a mere illusion of political consensus. The critics assert that these abstractions blind people to the contingent nature of human existence. When people act as if these illusions are real, they actually recreate their own oppressive world moment by moment. To transformation in the critical vision, the vision of change that CLS scholars express flows directly from their focus on ideology as 110. The major obstacle that separates the actual from the possible. Because it is ideology that prevents people from conceiving of and hence from implementing a freer social condition, these critics propose the exposure of ideology as the logical first step towards social transformation. Viewing the structures of legal thought as central to the perception of the world as necessary and the status quo as legitimate, they believe it is crucial to demonstrate the contingency of legal ideology. Once false necessity or contingency is revealed, these critics suggest, people will be able to remake their world in a different way. A critique of the critique. The problem of context. CLS scholars offer an analysis that is useful in understanding the limited transformative potential of anti-discrimination rhetoric. There are difficulties, however, in attempting to use CLS themes and ideas to understand the civil rights movement and to describe what alternatives the civil rights constituency could have pursued, or might now pursue. While these scholars claim that their project is concerned with domination, few have made more than a token effort to address racial domination specifically, and their work does not seem grounded in the reality of the racially oppressed. This deficiency is especially apparent in critiques that relate to racial issues. CLS scholars have criticized mainstream legal ideology for its tendency to portray American society as basically fair, and thereby to legitimate the oppressive policies that have been directed toward racial minorities. Yet these scholars do not sufficiently account for the effects or the causes of the oppression that they routinely acknowledge. The result is that CLS literature exhibits the same proclivities that mainstream scholarship does. It seldom speaks to or about black people. The failure of the CLS scholars to address racism in their analysis also renders their critique of rights and their overall analysis of law in America incomplete. Specifically, this failure leads to an inability to appreciate fully the transformative significance of the civil rights movement in mobilizing black Americans and generating new demands. Further, the failure to consider the reality of those most oppressed by American institutions means that the CLS account of the hegemonic nature of legal thought overlooks a crucial dimension of American life: the ideological role of racism itself. Gordon, Freeman, Tushnet, and Gable fail to analyze racism as an ideological pillar upholding American society, or as the principal basis for black oppression. These and other critics' failure to analyze the hegemonic role of racism also renders their prescriptive analysis unrealistic. CLS scholars often appear to view the trashing of legal ideology as the only path that might lead to a liberated future. Yet if trashing is the only path that might lead to a liberated future, black people are unlikely to make it to the CLS promised land. The commitment of CLS scholars to trashing is premised on a notion that people are mystified by liberal legal ideology and consequently cannot remake their world until they see how contingent such ideology is. However, this version of domination by consent does not present a realistic picture of racial domination. Coercion explains much more about racial domination than does ideologically induced consent. Black people do not create their oppressive worlds moment to moment but rather are coerced into living in worlds created and maintained by others. Moreover, the ideological source of this coercion is not liberal legal consciousness but racism. If racism is just as important as, if not more important than, liberal legal ideology in explaining the persistence of white supremacy, then the CLS scholars' single-minded effort to deconstruct liberal legal ideology will be futile. Finally, in addition to exaggerating the role of liberal legal consciousness and underestimating that of coercion, CLS scholars also disregard the transformative potential that liberalism offers. Although liberal legal ideology may indeed function to mystify, it remains receptive to some aspirations that are central to black demands. It may also perform an important function in combating the experience of being excluded and X11. Oppressed. This receptivity to black aspirations is crucial, given the hostile social world that racism creates. The most troubling aspect of the critical program, therefore, is that trashing rights consciousness may have the unintended consequences of disempowering the racially oppressed while leaving white supremacy basically untouched. See questioning the transformative view, some doubts about trashing. The critic's product is of limited utility to blacks in its present form. The implications for blacks of trashing liberal legal ideology are troubling, even though it may be proper to assail belief structures that obscure liberating possibilities. Trashing legal ideology seems to tell us repeatedly what has already been established, that legal discourse is unstable and relatively indeterminate. Furthermore, trashing offers no idea of how to avoid the negative consequences of engaging in reformist discourse or how to work around such consequences. Even if we imagine the wrong world when we think in terms of legal discourse, we must nevertheless exist in a present world, where legal protection has at times been a blessing, albeit a mixed one. The fundamental problem is that although CLS scholars criticize law because it functions to legitimate existing institutional arrangements, it is precisely this legitimating function that has made law receptive to certain demands in this area. The CLS emphasis on deconstruction as the vehicle for liberation leads to the conclusion that engaging in legal discourse should be avoided because it reinforces not only the discourse itself but also the society and the world that it embodies. Yet CLS scholars offer little beyond this observation. Their focus on delegitimating rights rhetoric seems to suggest that once rights rhetoric has been discarded, there exists a more productive strategy for change, one that does not reinforce existing patterns of domination. Unfortunately, no such strategy has yet been articulated, and it is difficult to imagine that racial minorities will ever be able to discover one. As Francis Fox Piven and Richard C. L. Ward point out in their excellent account of the civil rights movement, popular struggles are a reflection of institutionally determined logic and a challenge to that logic. People can demand change only in ways that reflect the logic of the institutions they are challenging. Demands for change that do not reflect the institutional logic, that is, demands that do not engage and subsequently reinforce the dominant ideology, will probably be ineffective. The possibility for ideological change is created through the very process of legitimation, which is triggered by crisis. Powerless people can sometimes trigger such a crisis by challenging an institution internally, that is, by using its own logic against it. Such crisis occurs when powerless people force open and politicize a contradiction between the dominant ideology and their reality. The political consequences of maintaining the contradictions may sometimes force an adjustment, an attempt to close the gap or to make things appear fair. Yet, because the adjustment is triggered by the political consequences of the contradiction, circumstances will be adjusted only to the extent necessary to smooth the apparent contradiction. This approach to understanding legitimation and change is applicable to the civil rights movement. Because blacks were challenging their exclusion from political society, the only claims that were likely to achieve recognition were those which reflected American society's institutional logic legal rights ideology. Civil rights protesters, articulating their formal demands through legal rights ideology, exposed a series of contradictions, the most important being the promised privileges of American citizenship and the practice of absolute racial subordination. Rather than using the contradictions to suggest that American citizenship was itself illegitimate or false, civil rights protesters proceeded as if American citizenship were real and demanded to exercise the rights that citizenship entailed. By seeking to restructure reality to reflect American mythology, blacks relied upon and ultimately benefited from politically inspired efforts to resolve the contradictions by granting formal rights. Although it is the need to maintain legitimacy which presents powerless groups with the opportunity to wrest concessions from the dominant order, it is the very accomplishment of legitimacy that forecloses greater possibilities. In sum, the potential for change is both created and limited by legitimation. The central issue that CLS scholars fail to address, then, is how to avoid the legitimating effects of reform if engaging in reformist discourse is the only effective way to challenge the legitimacy of the social order. Perhaps the only situation in which powerless people may receive any favorable response is where there is a political or ideological need to restore an image of fairness that has somehow been tarnished. Most efforts to change an oppressive situation are bound to adopt the dominant discourse to some degree. On the other hand, Peter Gable may well be right in observing that the reforms which come from such demands are likely to transform a given situation only to the extent necessary to legitimate those elements of the situation that must remain unchanged. Thus, it might just be the case that oppression means being between a rock and a hard place, in other words, that there are risks and dangers involved both in engaging in the dominant discourse and in failing to do so. What subordinated people need is an analysis that can inform them about how the risks can be minimized and how the rocks and the very hard places can be negotiated. For the context defined, racist ideology and hegemony. Failure of the CLS scholars to consider race in their account of law and legitimacy is not a minor oversight. Race consciousness is central not only to the domination of blacks but also to whites' acceptance of the legitimacy of hierarchy and their identity with elite interest. Exposing the centrality of race consciousness is crucial to identifying and delegitimating beliefs that present hierarchy as inevitable and fair. Moreover, exposing the centrality of race consciousness shows how the options of blacks in American society have been limited, and how the use of rights rhetoric has emancipated blacks from some manifestations of racial domination. A realignment of the CLS project to incorporate race consciousness must begin with beliefs about blacks in American society, and how these beliefs legitimize racial coercion. My purpose here is to examine the deep-rooted problem of racist ideology or white race consciousness and to suggest how this form of consciousness legitimates prevailing injustices and constrains the development of new solutions that would benefit black Americans. A. The hegemonic role of racism, establishing the other in American ideology throughout American history. The subordination of blacks was rationalized by a series of stereotypes and beliefs that made their conditions appear logical and natural. Historically, white supremacy has been premised upon various political, scientific, and religious theories, each of which relies on racial characterizations and stereotypes about blacks which have coalesced into an extensive legitimating ideology. Today, it is probably not controversial to say that these stereotypes were developed primarily to rationalize the oppression of blacks. What is overlooked, however, is the extent to which these stereotypes serve a hegemonic function by perpetuating a mythology about both blacks and whites even today, reinforcing an illusion of a white community that cuts across ethnic, gender, and class lines. As presented by CLS scholars, hegemonic rule succeeds to the extent that the ruling class worldview establishes the appearance of a unity of interests between the dominant class and the dominated. Throughout American history, racism has identified the interests of subordinated whites with those of society's white elite. Racism does not support the dominant order simply because all whites want to maintain their privilege at the expense of blacks, or because blacks sometimes serve as convenient political scapegoats. Rather, the very existence of a clearly subordinated other group is contrasted with the norm in a way that reinforces identification with the dominant group. Racism helps to see RE 113. 8. An illusion of unity through the oppositional force of a symbolic other. Degree the establishment of an other creates a bond, a burgeoning common identity of all non-stigmatized parties whose identity and interests are defined in opposition to the other. According to the philosophy of Jacques Derrida, a structure of polarized categories is characteristic of Western thought. Western thought has always been structured in terms of dichotomies or polarities, good versus evil, being versus nothingness, presence versus absence, truth versus error, identity versus difference, mind versus matter, man versus woman, soul versus body, life versus death, nature versus culture, speech versus writing. These polar opposites do not, however, stand as independent and equal entities. The second term in each pair is considered the negative, corrupt, undesirable version of the first, a fall away from it. In other words, the two terms are not simply opposed in their meanings, but are arranged in a hierarchical order which gives the first term priority. 7. Racist ideology replicates this pattern of arranging oppositional categories in a hierarchical order. Historically, whites have represented the dominant element in the antinomy, while blacks came to be seen as separate and subordinate. This hierarchy is reflected in the list below. Note how each traditional negative image of blacks correlates with a counter-image of whites. Historical oppositional dualities. Wiout Mesa's back images: industrious, lazy, intelligent, unintelligent, moral, immoral, knowledgeable, ignorant, enabling culture, disabling culture, law-abiding, criminal, responsible, shiftless, virtuous / pious, lascivious. The oppositional dynamic exemplified in this list was created and maintained through an elaborate and systematic process. Laws and customs help to create races out of a broad range of human traits. In the process of creating races, the categories came to be filled with meaning. Whites were characterized one way and associated with normatively positive characteristics, whereas blacks were characterized another way and became associated with the subordinate, even aberrational characteristics. The operation of this dynamic, along with the important political role of racial oppositionalism, can be illustrated through a few brief historical references. Edmund Morgan provides vivid illustration of how slaveholders from the 17th century onward created and politicized racial categories in order to maintain the support of non-slaveholding whites. Morgan recounts how the planters lumped Indians, mulattoes, and Negroes in a single slave class, and how these categories became an essential, if unacknowledged, ingredient of the Republican ideology that enabled Virginians to lead the nation. 78. Having accepted a common interest with slaveholders in keeping blacks subordinated, even those whites who had material reasons to object to the dominance of the slaveholding class could challenge the regime only so far. The power of race consciousness convinced whites to support a system that was opposed to their own economic interests. As George Frederickson put it, racial privilege could and did serve as a compensation for class disadvantage. Domination through race consciousness continued throughout the post-Reconstruction period. Historian C. Van Woodward has argued that the ruling plantocracy was able to undermine the progressive accomplishments of the populist movement by stirring up anti-black sentiment among poor white farmers. Racism was articulated as the broader ground for a new democracy. Degree as racism formed the new base for a broader notion of democracy, class differences were mediated through reference to a racial community of equality. A tragic example of the success of such race-conscious political manipulation is the career of Tom Watson, the leader of the progressive populist movement of the 1890s. Watson, in his attempts to educate the masses of poor farmers about the destructive role of race-based politics, repeatedly told black and white audiences, "You are made to hate each other because upon that hatred is rested the keystone of the arch of financial despotism which enslaves you both. You are deceived and blinded that you may not see how this race antagonism perpetuates a monetary system which beggars you both." Yet by 1906, Watson had joined the movement to disenfranchise blacks. According to Woodward, Watson had persuaded himself that only after the Negro was eliminated from politics could populist principles gain a hearing. In other words, the white men would have to unite before they could divide. *8 White race consciousness also played a role in the nascent labor movement in the North. Labor historian Herbert Hill has demonstrated that unions of virtually all trades excluded black workers from their ranks and often entirely barred black employment in certain fields. Immigrant labor unions were particularly adamant about keeping out black workers. Indeed, it was precisely in order to assimilate into the American mainstream that immigrant laborers adopted these exclusionary policies. The political and ideological role that race consciousness continues to play is suggested by racial polarization in contemporary presidential politics. Several political commentators have suggested that many whites supported Ronald Reagan in the belief that he would correct a perceived policy imbalance that unjustly benefited blacks, and some argue further that Reagan made a direct racist appeal to white voters. Reagan received nearly 70% of the white vote, whereas % of black voters cast their ballots for Mondale. Similarly, the vast majority of blacks, 82%, disapproved of Reagan's performance, whereas only 32% of whites did. Even the Democratic Party, which has traditionally relied on blacks as its most loyal constituency, has responded to this apparent racial polarization by seeking to distance itself from black interests. Although some have argued that the racial polarization demonstrated in the 1984 election does not represent a trend of white defections from the Democratic Party, it is significant that, whatever the cause of the party's inability to attract white votes, Democratic leaders have expressed a willingness to moderate the party's stand on key racial issues in an effort to recapture the white vote. *degree. B. The role of race consciousness in a system of formal equality. The previous section has emphasized the continuity of white race consciousness over the course of American history. This section, by contrast, focuses on the partial transformation of the functioning of race consciousness which occurred with the transition from Jim Crow to formal equality in race law. Prior to the civil rights reforms, blacks were formally subordinated by the state. Blacks experienced being the other in two aspects of oppression, which I shall designate as symbolic and material. Symbolic subordination refers to the formal denial of social and political equality to all blacks, regardless of their accomplishments. Segregation and other forms of social exclusion, separate restrooms, drinking fountains, entrances, parks, cemeteries, and dining facilities reinforced a racist ideology that blacks were simply inferior to whites and were therefore not included in the vision of America as a community of equals. Material subordination, on the other hand, refers to the ways that discrimination and exclusion economically subordinated blacks to whites and subordinated the life chances of blacks to those of whites on almost every level. This subordination occurs when blacks are paid less for the same work, when segregation limits access to decent housing, and where poverty, anxiety, poor health care, and crime create a life expectancy for blacks that is 5 to 6 years shorter than for whites. Symbolic subordination often created material disadvantage by reinforcing race consciousness in everything from employment to education. In fact, symbolic and material subordination were generally not thought of separately. Separate facilities were usually inferior facilities, and limited job categorization almost invariably brought lower pay and harder work. Despite the pervasiveness of racism, however, there existed even before the civil rights movement a class of blacks who were educationally, economically, and professionally equal if not superior to many whites, yet even these blacks suffered social and political exclusion as well. It is also significant that not all separation resulted in inferior institutions. School segregation, although often presented as the epitome of symbolic and material subordination, did not always bring about inferior education. It is not separation per se that made segregation subordinating, rather, this result is more properly attributable to the fact that it was enforced and supported by state power, and accompanied by the explicit belief in African American inferiority. The response to the civil rights movement was the removal of most formal barriers and symbolic manifestations of subordination. Thus, whites-only notices and other obvious indicators of the social policy of racial subordination disappeared, at least in the public sphere. The disappearance of these symbols of subordination reflected the acceptance of the rhetoric of formal equality, signaling the demise of white supremacy rhetoric as expressing America's normative vision. In other words, it could no longer be said that blacks were not included as equals in the American political vision. Removal of these public manifestations of subordination was a significant gain for all blacks, although some benefited more than others. The eradication of formal barriers meant more to those whose oppression was primarily symbolic than to those who suffered lasting material disadvantage. Yet despite these disparate results, it would be absurd to suggest that no benefits came from these formal reforms, especially in regard to racial policies, such as segregation, that were partly material but largely symbolic. Thus, to say that the reforms were merely symbolic is to say a great deal. These legal reforms and the formal extension of citizenship were large achievements precisely because much of what characterized black oppression was symbolic and formal. Yet the attainment of formal equality is not the end of the story. Racial hierarchy cannot be cured by the move to facial race neutrality in the laws that structure the economic, political, and social lives of black people. White race consciousness, in a new but nonetheless virulent form, plays an important, perhaps crucial, role in the new regime that has legitimated the deteriorating day-to-day material conditions of the majority of blacks. The end of Jim Crow has been accompanied by the demise of an explicit ideology of white supremacy. The white norm, however, has not disappeared, it has only been submerged in popular consciousness. It continues in an unspoken form as a statement of the positive social norm, legitimating the continuing domination of those who do not meet it. Nor have the negative stereotypes associated with blacks been eradicated. The rationalizations once used to legitimate black subordination based on a belief in racial inferiority have now been reemployed to legitimate the domination of blacks through reference to an assumed cultural inferiority. Thomas Sowell, for example, suggests that underclass blacks are economically depressed because they have not adopted the values of hard work and discipline. He further implies that blacks have not pursued the need to attain skills and marketable education, and have not learned to make the sacrifices necessary for success. Instead, he charges, blacks view demands for special treatment as a means for achieving what other groups have achieved through hard work and the abandonment of racial politics. Sowell applies the same stereotypes to the mass of blacks that white supremacists had applied in the past, but bases these modern stereotypes on notions of culture rather than genetics. Sowell characterizes underclass blacks as victims of self-imposed ignorance, lack of direction, and poor work attitudes. Culture, not race, now accounts for this otherness. Except for vestigial pockets of historical racism, any possible connection between past racial subordination and the present situation has been severed by the formal repudiation of the old race-conscious policies. The same dualities that historically have been used to legitimate racial subordination in the name of genetic inferiority have now been adopted by Sowell as a means for explaining the subordinated status of blacks today in terms of cultural inferiority*. Moreover, Sowell's explanation of blacks' subordinated status also illustrates the treatment of the now unspoken white stereotypes as the positive social norm. His assertion that the absence of certain attributes accounts for the continued subordination of blacks implies that it is the presence of these attributes that explains the continued advantage of whites. The only difference between this argument and the older oppositional dynamic is this: whereas the latter explained black subordination through reference to the ideology of white supremacy, the former explains black subordination through reference to an unspoken social norm. That norm, although no longer explicitly white supremacist, nevertheless remains a white norm. White race consciousness, which includes the modern belief in cultural inferiority, furthers black subordination by justifying all the forms of unofficial racial discrimination, injury, and neglect that flourish in a society only formally dedicated to equality. Indeed, in ways more subtle, white race consciousness reinforces and is reinforced by the myth of equal opportunity, which explains and justifies broader class hierarchies. Race consciousness also reinforces white sense that American society truly is meritocratic, and thus it helps to prevent them from questioning the basic legitimacy of the free market. Believing both that blacks are inferior and that the economy impartially rewards the superior over the inferior, whites see that most blacks are indeed worse off than whites are, which reinforces their sense that the market is operating fairly and impartially. Those who logically should be on the bottom are on the bottom. This strengthening of whites' belief in the system in turn reinforces their beliefs that blacks are indeed inferior. After all, equal opportunity is the rule, and the market is an impartial judge. If blacks are on the bottom, it must reflect their relative inferiority. Racist ideology thus operates in conjunction with the class components of legal ideology to reinforce the status quo, both in terms of class and race. To bring a fundamental challenge to the way things are, whites would have to question not just their own subordinate status but also both the economic and the racial myths that justify the status quo. Racism, combined with equal opportunity mythology, provides a rationalization for racial oppression, making it difficult for whites to see the black situation as illegitimate or unnecessary. If whites believe that blacks, because they are unambitious or inferior, get what they deserve, it becomes that much harder to convince whites that something is wrong with the entire system. Similarly, a challenge to the legitimacy of continued racial inequality would force whites to confront myths about equality of opportunity which justify for them whatever measure of economic success they may have attained. Thus, although CLS scholars have suggested that legal consciousness plays a central role in legitimating hierarchy in America, the otherness dynamic enthroned within the maintenance and perpetuation of white race consciousness seems to be at least as important as legal consciousness in supporting the dominant order. Like legal consciousness, race consciousness makes it difficult at least for whites to imagine the world differently. It also creates the desire for identification with privileged elites. By focusing on a distinct, subordinate other, whites include themselves in the dominant circle, an arena in which most hold not real power but only their privileged racial identity. Consider the case of a dirt poor, Southern white shown participating in a Ku Klux Klan rally in the movie Resurgence, who declared, "Every morning, I wake up and thank God I'm white." Degree for this person, and for others like him, race consciousness manifested by his refusal even to associate with blacks provides a powerful explanation of why he fails to challenge the current social order. See rights discourse as a challenge to the oppositional dynamic. The oppositional dynamic, premised upon maintaining blacks as an excluded and subordinated other, initially created an ideological and political structure of formal inequality against which rights rhetoric proved to be the most effective weapon. Although rights rhetoric may ultimately have absorbed the civil rights challenge and legitimate continued subordination, the otherness dynamic provides a fuller understanding of how the very transformation forward by legal reform itself has contributed to the ideological and political legitimation of the continuing subordination of blacks. Rights discourse provided the ideological mechanisms through which the conflicts of federalism, the power of the presidency, and the legitimacy of the courts could be orchestrated against Jim Crow. Movement leaders used these tactics to force open a conflict between whites, which eventually benefited black people. Casting racial issues in the moral and legal rights rhetoric of the prevailing ideology helped to create the political controversy without which the state's coercive function would not have been enlisted to aid blacks. Merely critiquing the ideology from without or making demands in language outside the rights discourse would have accomplished little. Rather, blacks gained by using a powerful combination of direct action, mass protest, and individual acts of resistance, along with appeals, both to public opinion and to the court, that were couched in the language of the prevailing legal consciousness. The result was a series of ideological and political crises in which civil rights activists and lawyers induced the federal government to aid blacks and triggered efforts to legitimate and reinforce the authority of the law in ways that benefited blacks. Merely insisting that blacks be integrated or speaking in the language of needs would have endangered the lives of those who were already taking risks and with no reasonable chance of success. President Eisenhower, for example, would not have sent federal troops to Little Rock simply at the behest of protesters demanding that black school children receive an equal education. Instead, the successful manipulation of legal rhetoric led to a crisis of federal power that ultimately benefited blacks. Some critics of legal reform movements seem to overlook the fact that state power has made a significant difference, sometimes between life and death, in the efforts of black people to transform their world. Attempts to harness the power of the state through the appropriate rhetorical and legal incantations should be appreciated as intensely powerful and calculated political acts. In the context of white supremacy. 117. Engaging in rights discourse should be seen as an act of self-defense. This was particularly true once the movement had mobilized people to challenge the system of oppression, because the state could not assume a position of neutrality regarding black people. Either the coercive mechanism of the state had to be used to support white supremacy, or it had to be used to dismantle it. We know now, with hindsight, that it did both. Blacks did use rights rhetoric to mobilize state power to their benefit against symbolic oppression through formal inequality and, to some extent, against material deprivation in the form of private, informal exclusion of the middle class from jobs and housing. Yet today the same legal reforms play a role in providing an ideological framework that makes the present conditions facing underclass blacks appear fair and reasonable. However, the eradication of barriers has created a new dilemma for those victims of racial oppression who are not in a position to benefit from the move to formal equality. The race neutrality of the legal system creates the illusion that racism is no longer the primary factor responsible for the condition of the black underclass. Instead, as we have seen, class disparities appear to be the consequence of individual and group merit within a supposed system of equal opportunity. Moreover, the fact that some blacks are economically successful gives credence both to the assertion that opportunities exist and to the backlash attitude that blacks have gotten too far. Psychologically, for blacks who have not made it, the lack of an explanation for their underclass status may result in self-blame and other self-destructive attitudes. Another consequence of the formal reforms may be the loss of collectivity among blacks. Degree the removal of formal barriers created new opportunities for some blacks which were not shared by various other classes of African Americans. As blacks moved into different spheres, the experience of being black in America became fragmented and multifaceted, and the different contexts presented opportunities to experience racism in different ways. The social, economic, and even residential distance. 118. Between the various classes may complicate efforts to unite behind issues as a racial group. Although whites-only signs may have been crude and debilitating, they at least presented a readily discernible target around which to organize. Now, the targets are obscure and diffuse, and this difference may create doubt among some blacks as to whether there is enough similarity between their own life experiences and those of other blacks to warrant collective political action. Formal equality significantly transformed the black experience in America. With society's embrace of formal equality came the eradication of symbolic domination and the suppression of white supremacy as the norm of society. Future generations of black Americans would no longer be explicitly regarded as America's second-class citizens. Yet the transformation of the oppositional dynamic achieved through the suppression of racial norms and stereotypes, and the recasting of racial inferiority into assumptions of cultural inferiority creates several difficulties for the civil rights constituency. The removal of formal barriers, although symbolically significant to all and materially significant to some, will do little to alter the hierarchical relationship between blacks and whites until the way in which white race consciousness perpetuates norms that legitimate black subordination is revealed. This is not to say that white norms alone account for the conditions of the black underclass. It is, instead, an acknowledgement that until the distinct racial nature of class ideology is itself revealed and debunked, nothing can be done about the underlying structural problems that account for the disparities. The narrow focus of racial exclusion, that is, the belief that racial exclusion is illegitimate only where the whites-only signs are explicit, coupled with strong assumptions about equal opportunity, makes it difficult to move the discussion of racism beyond the societal self-satisfaction engendered by the appearance of neutral norms and formal inclusion. Self-conscious ideological struggle. Rights have been important. They may have legitimate racial inequality, but they have also been the means by which oppressed groups have secured both entry as formal equals into the dominant order and also the survival of their movement in the face of private and state repression. The dual role of legal change creates a dilemma for black reformers. As long as race consciousness thrives, blacks will often have to rely on rights rhetoric when it is necessary to protect their interests, but the very reforms brought about by appeals to legal ideology seem to undermine the ability to move forward toward a broader vision of racial equality. In the quest for racial justice, winning and losing have been part of the same experience. CLS scholars are correct in observing that engaging in rights discourse has helped to de-radicalize and co-opt the challenge. Yet they fail to acknowledge the limited range of options presented to blacks in a context where they were deemed other and the unlikelihood that specific demands for inclusion and equality would be heard if articulated in other terms. This abbreviated list of options is itself contingent upon the ideological power of white race consciousness and the continuing role of black Americans as other. Future efforts to address racial domination and class hierarchy must consider the continuing ideology of white race consciousness by uncovering the oppositional dynamic and by chipping away at its premises. Central to this project is the task of revealing the contingency of race and exploring the connection between white race consciousness and the other myths that legitimate both class and race hierarchies. CLS scholars and others whose agendas include challenging hierarchy and legitimation must not overlook the importance of revealing the contingency of race. Optimally, the deconstruction of white race consciousness might lead to a liberated future for both black and whites. Yet until whites recognize the hegemonic function of racism and turn their efforts toward neutralizing it, African American people must develop pragmatic political strategies, self-conscious ideological struggle to minimize the costs of liberal reform while maximizing its utility. A primary step in engaging in self-conscious ideological struggle must be to transcend the Oppo 119 positional dynamic in which blacks are cast simply and solely as white subordinate other. The dual role that rights have played makes strategizing a difficult task. Black people can afford neither to resign themselves to, nor to attack frontally, the legitimacy and incoherence of the dominant ideology. The subordinate position of blacks in this society makes it unlikely that African Americans will realize gains through the kind of direct challenge to the legitimacy of American liberal ideology that is now being waged by CLS scholars. On the other hand, delegitimating race consciousness would be directly relevant to black needs, and this strategy will sometimes require the pragmatic use of liberal ideology. This vision is consistent with the views forwarded by theoreticians such as Francis Fox Piven and Richard Cloward, Antonio Gramsci, and Roberto Unger. Piven and Cloward observe that oppressed people sometimes advance by creating ideological and political crisis, but that the form of the crisis-producing challenge must reflect the institutional logic of the system. The use of rights rhetoric during the civil rights movement created such a crisis by presenting and manipulating the dominant ideology in a new and transformative way. Challenges and demands made from outside the institutional logic would have accomplished little, because blacks, as the subordinate other, were already perceived as being outside the mainstream. The struggle of blacks, like that of all subordinated groups, is a struggle for inclusion, an attempt to manipulate elements of the dominant ideology in order to transform the experience of domination. It is a struggle to create a new status quo through the ideological and political tools that are available. Gramsci called this struggle a war of position, and he regarded it as the most appropriate strategy for change in Western societies. According to Gramsci, direct challenges to the dominant class accomplish little if ideology plays such a central role in establishing authority that the legitimacy of the dominant regime is not challenged. Joseph Femia, interpreting Gramsci, writes, "The dominant ideology in modern capitalist societies is highly institutionalized and widely internalized. It follows that a concentration on frontal attack, on direct assault against the bourgeois state, war of movement or war of maneuver, can result only in disappointment and defeat." Consequently, the challenge in such societies is to create a counter-hegemony by maneuvering within and expanding the dominant ideology to embrace the potential for change. VCONNCLUSION. Or blacks, The task at hand is to devise ways to wage ideological and political struggle while minimizing the costs of engaging in an inherently legitimating discourse. A clearer understanding of the space we occupy in the American political consciousness is a necessary prerequisite to the development of pragmatic strategies for political and economic survival. In this regard, the most serious challenge for blacks is to minimize the political and cultural cost of engaging in an inevitably co-optive process in order to secure material benefits. Because our present predicament gives us few options, we must create conditions for the maintenance of a distinct political thought that is informed by the actual conditions of black people. Unlike the civil rights vision, this new approach should not be defined and thereby limited by the possibilities of dominant political discourse. Rather, it should maintain a distinctly progressive outlook that focuses on the needs of the African American community. Part 3. Toward a critical cultural pluralism. Progressive alternatives to mainstream civil rights ideology. 3. Toward critical cultural pluralism. Progressive alternatives to mainstream civil rights ideology. The articles in this section are linked through their shared opposition to the ideology of colorblindness and their shared commitment to progressive forms of pluralism. In diverse ways, they each confront the ethical consequences of acknowledging rather than one denying cultural difference. A 3 in his article Race Consciousness at 2 Gary Peller traces the roots of contemporary ideologies about race to the 1960s collision between integrationist and black nationalist interpretations of racial domination. Peller argues that the victory of integrationism, based on a coalition of liberal whites and moderate and conservative blacks, included a discourse for rejecting black nationalists as reverse racists. Addressing himself primarily to other white progressives, he urges the adoption of a new, progressive form of race consciousness as the framework for understanding racial justice. In Peller's argument, race-defined historically constructed and distinct communities whose interactions should be conceived in terms of nation-to-nation relations rather than in terms of the integrationist, colorblind model of race which he ascribes to the mainstream liberal conception of racial justice. Duncan Kennedy is also a founder of CLS, and probably the movement's best-known figure. In this essay, A Cultural Pluralist Case for Affirmative Action in Legal Academia, Kennedy, like Peller, writes explicitly as a white leftist. Utilizing Randall Kennedy's attack on race-conscious scholarship as an example of colorblind meritocratic fundamentalism, and using the context of hiring in law schools as the setting for his theoretical speculation, Kennedy develops a critique of each element of conservative race ideology. He proposes that law schools engage in large-scale affirmative action hiring on grounds of the justice of political and cultural pluralism and responds to objections that might be lodged from within colorblind race ideology. Gerald Torres and Catherine Meloon focus on the way that cultural difference can make social realities invisible. In the Mishpee Indian case, one issue was whether a group of Native Americans on Cape Cod constitute a tribe. The essay demonstrates the dissonance between legal definitions, on the one hand, and Native Americans' own conceptions of social organization and community continuity, on the other. The authors use this example to develop an extended analysis of how legal categories help to construct social_utility and, thus, work as important political symbols. In Regrouping in Singular Times, Patricia Williams takes on the task of articulating the possibilities of a legal discourse that would embrace the norms of multiculturalism. She uses the Supreme Court's opinions in Metro Broadcasting, a case upholding the constitutionality of race consciousness in awarding broadcast licenses, as a vehicle for developing a pluralist and group-based understanding of legal justice. Closely analyzing the language and imagery used by the justices, she describes the competing visions of equality which conservatives and progressives promote. Williams concludes that legal discourse can and should adapt to comprehend the reality of a multicultural society. Part 3. Broward: A Critical Cultural Pluralism. Progressive alternatives to mainstream civil rights ideology. Race consciousness. Gary Peller. The entire civil rights struggle needs a new interpretation, a broader interpretation. We need to look at this civil rights thing from another angle, from the inside as well as from the outside. To those of us whose philosophy is black nationalism, the only way you can get involved in the civil rights struggle was to give it a new interpretation. The old interpretation excluded us. It kept us out. Malcolm X, 1963. The commitment to a race-conscious perspective by many critical race theorists is dramatic because explicit race consciousness has been considered taboo for at least 15 years in mainstream American politics, and for far longer within the particular conventions of law and legal scholarship. Instead, race has been understood through a set of beliefs, what I call self-integrationist ideology, which locates racial oppression in the social structure of prejudice and stereotype based on skin color, and which identifies progress with the transcendence of a racial consciousness about the world. In 1963, when Malcolm X asserted that this conventional interpretation of civil rights excluded black nationalists, he could not have foreseen that nationalist activism would revitalize and transform the struggle against racial oppression in the late 60s and early 70s, only to be relegated once more to the cultural margins and the desperate streets in the 80s. But he did identify the basic racial compromise that the incorporation of the civil rights struggle into mainstream American culture would eventually embody, along with the suppression of white racism, which was the widely celebrated aim of civil rights reform. The dominant conception of racial justice was framed in a way which required that black nationalists be equated with white supremacists, and that race consciousness on the part of either whites or blacks be marginalized as beyond the good sense of enlightened American culture. In this essay, I want to explore the ideological roots of this particular political moment in which the repudiation of race consciousness defines conventional civil rights thinking by contrasting integrationist and black nationalist images of racial injustice, and by comparing the ways in which white and black communities have understood race. My argument, in summary form, is that the boundaries of today's dominant rhetoric about race were set in the late 60s and early 70s, in the context of an intense cultural clash between black nationalists on one side, and integrationists, white and black, on the other. Current mainstream race reform discourse reflects the resolution of that conflict through a tacit, enlightened consensus that integrationism, understood as the replacement of prejudice and discrimination with reason and neutrality, is the proper way to conceive of racial justice, and that the price of the national commitment to suppress white supremacists would be the rejection of race consciousness among African Americans. The conflict between nationalists and integrationists in the late 60s and early 70s represented a critical juncture in American race relations. At that time, black nationalism arguably had overtaken integrationism as the dominant. 128. Ideology of racial liberation among African Americans, while virtually all liberal and progressive whites embraced a theory of integration as the ultimate definition of racial justice. Although there has been some refinement since this historical moment, particularly with the development of a national commitment to a limited form of cultural pluralism, the basic boundaries of contemporary mainstream thinking about race were set in the early 70s when a loose coalition of moderate African Americans joined with liberal and progressive whites to resist and equate black nationalists and white supremacists. It is now time to rethink the ways that racial justice has been understood in dominant discourse for the past several decades. Serious limits to the integrationalist vision existed from the beginning. The fact that support for substantively reformist programs such as affirmative action is articulated in the defensive rhetoric of remedy or diversity, posed as counterbalancing factors to lack of merit, is only one manifestation of the deeper ways that civil rights reformism has worked to legitimate the very social relations that originally were to be reformed. The analytics and assumptions of integrationism. A segregated school system isn't necessarily the same situation that exists in an all-white neighborhood. A school system in an all-white neighborhood is not a segregated school system. The only time it's segregated is when it is in a community other than white, but at the same time is controlled by whites. So my understanding of a segregated school system or a segregated community, or a segregated school, is a school that's controlled by people other than those who go there. On the other hand, if we can get an all-black school, one that we can control, staff it ourselves with the type of teacher who has our good at heart, with the type of book that has many of the missing ingredients that have produced this inferiority complex in our people, then we don't feel that an all-black school is necessarily a segregated school. It's only segregated when it's controlled by someone from outside. I hope I'm making my point. I just can't see why, if white people can go to a classroom with no Negroes present and it doesn't affect the academic diet they're receiving, an all-black classroom can be affected by the absence of white children. So, in my opinion, what the integrationists are saying when they say that whites and blacks must go to school together, is that the whites are so much superior that just their presence in a black classroom balances it out. I can't go along with that. Point 3 Malcolm X, 1963. Today the story of the civil rights struggle is commonly told in linear fashion, as if progress in race relations followed a teleological evolution from an ignorant time, when racial status was taken to signify real and meaningful differences between people, to the present enlightened time, when race properly is understood in mainstream culture not to make a difference except as vestiges of unfortunate historical oppression or in terms of a vague and largely privatized ethnic heritage. This sense of linear evolution has lent an aura of inevitability to the story, as if progression from the racial caste system of American slavery to the widespread acceptance of integration and the transcendence of race consciousness as the unquestioned goals of social progress were historically determined. The process has been neither linear nor inevitable. The institution of racial integration as a social norm results from a cultural struggle played out in various theaters of social power over the meaning of racial domination and racial justice in America. The sense of integrationism as the inevitable means to achieve racial enlightenment reflects both the institutionalization of a particular understanding of what racism means and the marginalization not only of white supremacists but also of the opposing analysis, which was represented in the 60s by Malcolm X and other black nationalists. A. The analytic components of integrationism. The goal of racial integration has taken many forms and has been supported by various worldviews. At one time, the idea of racial integration represented a powerful, spiritually rooted social resistance movement that threat race consciousness 129. And to destabilize the status quo of American institutional life in profound ways. Under the banner of integrationism, hundreds of thousands of people mobilized to challenge the political, economic, and cultural power relations in cities and towns across the country, employing tactics that included mass protest, economic boycotts, civil disobedience, sit-ins, and strikes. There is, therefore, nothing intrinsic to the concept of racial integration which demands that it be understood in the way I am about to describe it. What I want to capture here is the general cultural sense which became dominant in the 60s and 70s of what racism consists of and how to overcome it. From this perspective, integrationism should be understood to comprise a set of attitudes and beliefs for perceiving the meaning of racist domination and for identifying the goals of racial justice. The concepts of prejudice, discrimination, and segregation are the key structural elements of this ideology. Each idea embodies a different manifestation of what is seen as the central aspect of racism, the distortion of reason through the prism of myth and ignorance. In the integrationist perspective, racism is rooted in consciousness, in the cognitive process that attributes social significance to the arbitrary fact of skin color. The mental side of racism is accordingly represented either as prejudice, the prejudging of a person according to mythological stereotypes, or as bias, the process of being influenced by subjective factors. The key image here is of irrationalism. The problem with prejudice is that it obscures the work of reason by clouding perception with beliefs rooted in superstition. The paradigmatic manifestation is the white supremacist myth structure that asserts natural, biological differences between blacks and whites, the familiar identification of whites with the qualities of intelligence, industriousness, and piousness, and the corresponding association of blacks with the qualities of dullness, laziness, and lustfulness. The opposite of the ignorance that appears as racism is knowledge gleaned from actual interracial experience rather than mythologies of stereotype. In the integrationist ideology, racism achieves social form when the distortion of prejudice in consciousness subsequently translates into practice. Here racism manifests itself in the practice of discrimination, the disparate treatment of whites and blacks, which the irrational attribution of difference is supposed to justify. The paradigmatic practice of racism in its systematic, social form was the Jim Crow system of de jure segregation, which institutionalized racial apartheid on the basis of an ideology of white supremacy. And just as prejudice is implicitly contrasted with knowledge, discrimination is contrasted with neutrality, the social practice of equal treatment. The solution to segregation, then, is integration, understood as a social vision opposed to racism, in each realm in which racism manifests itself. Within consciousness, integration means overcoming prejudice based on skin color, therefore, reflecting one dimension of integrationist ideology, people began to understand themselves as possible racists to the extent they believed in irrational images of people based on skin color stereotypes. The ideal was to transcend stereotypes in favor of treating people as individuals free from racial group identification registered at the level of practice. The integrationist cure for discrimination is equal treatment according to neutral norms, and at the institutional level, integrationism obviously means an end to the social system of racial segregation. In sum, the cure for racism would be equal treatment on an individual level and integration on an institutional level. In any event, integrationists believed the two would go hand in hand. Once neutrality replaced discrimination, equal opportunity would lead to integrated institutions. Experience in integrated institutions would, in turn, replace the ignorance of racism with the knowledge that actual contact provides. This deep link between racism and ignorance, on the one hand, and integration and knowledge, on the other, helps to explain the initial focus of integrationists on public education. Children who attended integrated schools would learn the truth about each other's unique individuality before they came to believe stereo. On 130. Types rooted in ignorance. And by attending the same schools, children would have equal opportunity at the various roles in American social life. The integrationists' diagnosis of the distortions of the white supremacy ideology focuses on the failure of white supremacists to recognize the universal characteristics shared by whites and blacks. According to the integrationists, white racists perceive the world through a false structure of same and other which utilizes a concept of blacks as other and denies that the attributes characteristic of whites exist in blacks. Thus, the rationality and piousness that supposedly characterize whites are, in racist ideology, denied to blacks. The integrationist proposes to correct this situation by distributing these characteristics across race lines. Blacks can be rational and pious, while whites can be emotional and lustful. In other words, according to integrationist ideology, racists make the mistake of essentializing racial categories and believing that there is some necessary, intrinsic relationship between race and particular social characteristics. Integrationists are committed to the view that race makes no real difference between people, except as unfortunate historical vestiges of irrational discrimination. In an extreme form of the integrationist picture, the hope is that when contact occurs between different groups in society, not only race but all ethnic identity will become a thing of the past. 1 degree. B. Race, universal reason, and liberal progress. Of course, this is a very abstracted model of what I mean by the ideology of integrationism. I assume that these general ideas about race are so familiar that simply evoking them calls to mind the fuller meaning of integrationism in mainstream American culture. At the same time, though, it is important to grasp the integrationist worldview at this level of generality. Integrationists comprehend racism at a high level of abstraction, in part because they wish to transcend the bias of particularity which they see as the root of racist consciousness. Integrationism, in short, links up with a broader set of liberal images that connect truth, universalism, and progress. A commitment to a type of universalism, as well as an association of universalism with truth and particularism with ignorance, forms the infrastructure of American integrationist consciousness. Within this frame for organizing social perception, controversy revolves around how to categorize particular social practices as rational and neutral, or as irrational and biased. Liberals and conservatives can be distinguished by how far they believe the realms of bias or neutrality extend. But to both liberals and conservatives, racism consists of a form of distortion that could be superseded by an racial arena of social understanding. Once we remove prejudice, reason will take its place. Once we remove discrimination, neutrality will take its place, and once we remove segregation, integration will take its place. One way that integrationism's universalizing character manifests itself in perception is that diverse social phenomena begin to appear the same, because they are all viewed through the same analytic lens. From within this structure for cataloging and organizing thinking about social life, racism becomes equivalent to other forms of prejudice and discrimination based on irrational stereotype. Social domination based on race, gender, sexual preference, religion, age, national origin, language, and physical disability, or appearance can all be categorized as the same phenomena, because they all represent bias understood as a deviation from a neutral rational standard. Similarly, the fact that relations between Anglos and African Americans, Asians, and Hispanics are all perceived as presenting the issues of discrimination against racial minorities in legal and political discourse reflects the same structure of abstraction. From this structure, it begins to appear that the social subordination of various groups does not have a complex, particular, and historical context, but rather is a formal, numeric problem of the relations of majorities to minorities, unified under the concept discrimination. Moreover, given this universalist dimension to integrationist thinking, it is plausible to conceive of a category of reverse racism, which is not reverse at all, since racism means a deviation from a universal norm of objectivity. Race consciousness 131. It can be practiced by anyone, and anyone can be its victim, regardless of their particular historical circumstances or power relations. Thus, within the integrationist ideology, a black person who stereotypes whites is racist in the same way as a white person who harbors prejudice against blacks, and blacks who discriminate against whites are guilty of the same kind of racism as whites who discriminate against blacks. Anyone can engage in racism, because we can identify racism from a vantage point of race neutrality, of not making someone's race count for anything. In short, the symmetry of the integrationist picture is rooted in the idea that racism consists of possessing a race consciousness about the world, in thinking that race should make a difference in social relations. Finally, given the idea of immutability common to categories of discrimination, the story of the struggle against racism can be related in a way that follows the basic script of liberal progress more generally. Race consciousness is associated with status-based social coercion, in which individuals are treated in a particular way because of the arbitrary fact of their membership in a social group they did not choose. The transcendence of race consciousness represents a social movement toward the freedom of the individual to choose group identification. Like classical images of common law, the vision underlying integrationist ideology is of American culture purifying itself by overcoming the distortions of various kinds of prejudice in favor of the increasing rationalization of institutional forms, which, free of coercive social power, in turn provides greater individual liberty to choose. Freedom from racial discrimination is but one instance of the historical move from status to contract, from caste to individual liberty. Individualism and universalism are linked together. The aims of racial integration seem self-evident because they are one part of a web of meaning that constitutes the dominant of social progress itself. The meaning of race has been grafted onto other central cultural images of progress, so that the transition from segregation to integration and from race consciousness to race neutrality mirrors move. Ments from myth to enlightenment, from ignorance to knowledge, from superstition to reason, from the primitive to the civilized, from religion to secularism, and, most important, the historical self-understanding of liberal society as representing the movement from status to individual liberty. See integration and legitimation. The image of transcending racial consciousness forms a large part of the deep appeal that the integrationist vision has for many of us. This vision seems to reflect, at the ideological level, the occasional glimpses we attain in personal relations of a deep shared identity as fellow human beings in what are often the very best moments of social life. However, this universalism also marks the narrowing limits of integrationist ideology. As I have described it, integrationism is organized around an image of reason and neutrality which represents the transcendence of bias and prejudice. The liberal discourse of race represented by integrationism actually contains within itself two distinct ways to perceive social practices. On the one hand, the possibility of bias and prejudice constitutes a language of critique and reform that provides a framework to articulate what needs to be changed in society. On the other, this liberal discourse also constitutes a narrative of legitimation, a language for concluding that particular social practices are fair because they are objective and unbiased. This second aspect of liberal discourses embodies a conception of a realm of social life outside the influence of racial history and politics. Take, for example, the debate about affirmative action. In this context, race consciousness is employed by those interested in race reform. The familiar dilemma surrounding affirmative action is that it requires the use of race as a socially significant category, despite the fact that the deepest aims of integrationist ideology point toward the transcendence of race consciousness. The dominant discourse about affirmative action reflects the core categories of the liberal theory of race, which I have described. The issues in the affirmative action debate are orga. 132. Is around the same structural opposition between reason and bias. Here, the category of merit represents the universal, impersonal side of integrationist perception. The use of race-conscious means to distribute social goods is problematic because it represents a deviation from the impersonality of merit. Thus, liberal support of affirmative action has always been defensive because its proponents themselves experience it, at least in part, as dissonant with their most fundamental convictions. Affirmative action has been characterized as merely an exceptional remedy for past injustice, rather than an affirmative right rooted in present social circumstances. It has been characterized as temporary and necessary only to achieve integration, at which time equal opportunity can take over. And affirmative action has been defended on the grounds that its beneficiaries have suffered from a deprived background, so that putting a thumb on the minority's side of the scales of social decision-making helps to even out the otherwise rationalized competition for social goods. Alternatively, affirmative action has been defended on the grounds of promoting diversity, an approach that challenges the notion of merit as the sole basis on which to distribute social opportunities. According to this justification, merit is only one value to be vindicated in determining admission to various institutions. Alongside merit is the value of having a racially diversified society, a justification that can be used to counterbalance merit as a criterion. Whether articulated in terms of remedy or diversity, this discourse assumes that minority applicants are less qualified on neutral, impersonal, and objective criteria. Thus, to integrate institutions, we must compromise meritocratic standards either temporarily, in order to break the cycles of institutional life that racial domination entailed, or permanently, by diffusing merit with other ends such as diversity. Today, conservative integrationists preach a principled commitment to color blindness in institutional practices, even if it results in segregated institutions, and liberal integrationists advocate limited, effects-oriented race consciousness in order to ensure that some integration actually takes place. Yet from within the discourse through which they perceive the issues, both commit to the premise that the category of merit itself is neutral, impersonal, and somehow developed outside the economy of social power with its significant currency of race, class, and gender that marks American social life. Given integrationists' view of the pervasive nature of American racism, at least in the recent past, it is conceivable that they might have demanded a radical transformation of social practices before they assumed the existence of merit-based decision-making. Instead, though, integrationists assumed that fair, impersonal criteria simply would be what remained once the distortion of race consciousness was removed. One manifestation of this assumption was that the purportedly broad social transformation reflected in the national struggle against racism resulted in hardly any change in administrative personnel. The transformation from a Jim Crow to an integrationist racial regime was thought to require only a change in the rules of social decision-making. Yet the same whites who once carried out the formal program of American apartheid actually kept their jobs as the decision-makers charged with evaluating merit in the employment offices of companies and in the admissions offices of schools in the post-segregation world. In institution after institution, progressive reformists have found themselves struggling over the implementation of racial integration with the former administrators of racial segregation, many of whom soon constituted an old guard concerned over the deterioration of standards. Even more dramatic than the continuity of personnel, since the particular people in power eventually age, retire, and die, the same criteria that defined the standards during the period of explicit racism continue to be used, as long as they cannot be linked directly to racially factors. Within liberal integrationism, racism, seen to consist of a deviation from neutral, impersonal norms, focused on the exclusion of people of color, with the idea that all the rest of the cultural practices of formerly segregated institutions would stay the same. From within race consciousness, the integrationist ideology of neutral standards, no conceptual base existed from which integrationists could question whether standards, definitions of merit, and the other myriad features of the day-to-day aspects of institutional life constructed or maintained during segregation might have reflected deeper aspects of a culture within which the explicit exclusion of blacks seemed uncontroversial. And integrationists, organizing their perception of racial justice around images of objectivity, rationality, and neutrality, never considered whether this language for distinguishing the worthy from the unworthy itself might serve to help justify racial domination, if not to its victims then at least to white beneficiaries who need to believe that their social positions result from something more than the brute fact of social power and racial domination. Liberal integrationist ideology is structured so that some social practices are taken out of the economy of race relations and understood to be undistorted by racial power. To be sure, there is no analytically necessary point from within the terms of the integrationist view of race at which the line between racial discrimination and neutral meritocracy must be drawn. One can imagine that the very definition of what constitutes the qualifications to attend law school, to work as a police officer, to own a home, to live in a particular neighborhood, or to have a particular income could be challenged as either directly rooted in the distortions of race consciousness or more indirectly dependent on a rhetoric through which the powerful generally justify their share of the distribution of social benefits. And, in some contexts, reform within the integrationist tradition followed this path. But integrationism also labels the distribution of social goods as impersonal and neutral once we remove distortions such as race consciousness. Integrationists tend to understand racism as a particular, identifiable deviation from an otherwise rational decision-making process that itself is not based in the history of social struggle between groups and worldviews. This narrow image of the domain of racial power characterizes the tendency of liberal integrationism to become part of a self-justifying ideology of privilege and status. The realm of neutral social practices from which to identify bias and deviation constitutes a whole realm of institutional characteristics removed from critical view as historical, contingent, and rooted in the particularities of culture, which itself is a manifestation of group power, of politics. De-integrationism in social form, public schools. Integrationist assumptions do not manifest themselves solely in self-conscious legal and political argument about race. Instead, they provide the filter for how we experience, perceive, and construct a broad range of social relations and institutional practices. Seeing integrationism as the race component of a wider cultural ideology reflects our sense that a wide array of social practices and programs for reform hang together not as implicated by analytic necessity, but nevertheless recognizable as a particular discourse in our culture. Consider the program for reform of Southern public schools in which integrationism played a central part in the 60s. Public education, at least in the South, embodied the most realized attempt to institutionalize the cultural assumptions of the liberal Enlightenment ideology underlying integrationism. Integrationists put tremendous energy and effort into the struggle over Southern schools. Here, the universalism of liberal race ideology appeared as a commitment to centralism in institutional culture and a corresponding opposition to local control. Moreover, the terms of the cultural compromise, reflected in the national embrace of integrationism, were clearest. In liberal education reform, the definition of what constitutes enlightened good sense was drawn in negative contrast to an image of the backward and ignorant whites who opposed the racial integration of Southern public schools, and whose lack of enlightenment was further symbolized by their embrace of the mythologies of fundamentalist religion. Liberal integrationism entailed a trade-off of this redneck culture with African American culture, in consideration for the suppression of white, Southern working-class culture in schools. Blacks were expected to toward a critical cultural pluralism, accede to the suppression of African American culture as well. Instead, school life would be characterized by the particular culture of technocracy and professionalism, presented as the racial, neutral face of quality in education, and as the transcendence of localism and particularity. Racial integration of Southern schools represented only one aspect of the liberal reform of public education, though roughly simultaneous with the constitutional prohibition of racial segregation in public education. School prayer was also declared an unconstitutional violation of the norm of state neutrality. There was a deep link between these two major reforms. The logic of the joint rejection of school segregation and school prayer was contained in the sense that each reform reflected a progressive move from ignorance and parochialism to enlightenment and equality, from the particular and biased to the universal and objective. Just as school segregation represented the bias of the primitive beliefs of white supremacists, school prayer represented the bias of local, primitive religious beliefs. Just as school segregation formed one manifestation of the social face of racial discrimination, compulsory school prayer was the social face of religious intolerance, of discrimination according to theology. And just as school integration substituted universal and neutral norms for the particularities of white supremacist myth, the ban on school prayer substituted a neutral secular discourse for the particularities of religious belief. The similarity in the way that segregation and prayer were understood is one manifestation of the deep connections between integrationism as an ideology and centralism as an institutional norm. Today's culture of public education is marked by a commitment in institutional life to the same kind of universalizing that integrationism reflects in ideological form. Along with the banning of the perceived local biases of segregationism and religion, a great centralization of curriculum and administration has occurred. The advanced degrees of administrators, the prevalent professional status of school board members, the implementation of standardized tests on a widespread basis, the exclusion of religion from schools, and the near-universal replacement of corporal punishment, paddling in the Southern vernacular, with therapeutic or contractual counseling approaches to student discipline. These all reflect the attempt to substitute a standardized national culture of public school administration for the perceived repression, rooted in parochialism, of the former institutional culture of Southern schools. There is no analytic reason for the simultaneous occurrence of all these changes in the culture of the public schools. Racial integration has been just one part of a more general sanitization of Southern public education. The formerly maternal relationship between teacher and student has been replaced by the cool of professional distance. Graduate schools teaching expertly tested methods of instruction replaced traditional training of teachers through contact with older faculty. The decentralization of curricula now exists only as a formality. Public education has, for all practical purposes except funding, been nationalized. The standardized test and the cultural commitment to the number 2 pencil are the lived, institutionalized rituals that reflect the commitment to impersonality and objectivity at the ideological level. In educational discourse, professionalism plays the same symbolic role as merit, as a neutral alternative to irrational bias. Liberal reformers of public education in the late 50s and 60s associated professionalism with centralism, understanding that both provide a way to oppose local parochialism. The public interest is almost invariably better served by leaving professional questions to the professionals. Likewise, local control results in the same kind of intellectual parochialism that characterizes schools in totalitarian countries. Professionalism is the legitimizing rhetoric of public school administration. Centralism and professionalism became responsive images to the liberal perception of the previous problems with public education, the idea that localism and parochialism compromised neutrality and objectivity. The underlying assumption was that once public education eradicated the influences of locality and bias, it, e.e., race consciousness, would achieve a neutral, a cultural form that, precisely because of its impersonality, would treat everyone alike. This brings us back to the Malcolm X quote that introduces this section. In his view, the problem with school segregation was not the failure to integrate black and white children but, rather, the dynamics of power and control which formed the historical context of racial separation. Whereas liberals experienced integrationism as a progressive rejection of local bias and parochialism in favor of the impersonality of centralized authority, Malcolm X asserted that the very goal of the struggle against racism was to achieve local control, to liberate community institutions from outside colonial rule. While the dominant culture translated the demand for local control as the states' rights discourse of Southern racism and the religious dogma of Southern fundamentalists, Malcolm X associated local control with racial liberation. And while integrationists understood public school integration to be the institutional synonym for racial justice, Malcolm X asserted that integration was a manifestation of white supremacist ideology. To grasp how he could understand racial liberation in terms so diametrically opposed to the mainstream discourse of liberal integrationism, it makes sense to turn now to the alternative ideology of race developed by Malcolm X and other black nationalists. To the black nationalist critique. Thus, within the black community there are two separate challenges to the traditional integration policy that has long constituted the major objective of established Negro leadership. There is the general skepticism that the Negro, even after having transformed himself into a white black man, will enjoy full acceptance in American society, and there is the longer-range doubt that even should complete integration somehow be achieved, it would prove to be really desirable, for its price may be the total absorption and disappearance of the race, a sort of painless genocide. Understandably, it is the black masses who have most vociferously articulated these dangers of assimilation, for they have watched with alarm as the more fortunate among their ranks have gradually risen to the top only to be promptly integrated off into the white community, absorbed into another culture, often with undisguised contempt for all that had previously constituted their racial and cultural heritage. Also, it was the black masses who first perceived that integration actually increases the white community's control over the black community by destroying institutions, and by absorbing black leadership and coinciding its interests with those of the white community. Such injurious, if unintended, side effects of integration have been felt in almost every of the black community. 1 degree like integrationism, black nationalism among African Americans has taken various forms and has been associated with divergent worldviews. The long tradition dates back to antebellum proposals by Martin Delany and others to colonize parts of Africa as a homeland for American blacks. 1 Registered some form of nationalism was manifest in Booker T. Washington's self-help and separatist ideas of black advancement. Black nationalism in its modern, urban form can be traced among the poor to the organizing efforts of Marcus Garvey in the 30s. 2 degree and of the black Muslims since. And among the middle class to W.E.B. Du Bois' critique of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People's policy of integrationism in the 30s. There is little doubt, however, that black nationalism had its most complete and sophisticated theoretical development, as well as its greatest mass appeal, during the 60s and early 70s, when it was articulated as an alternative worldview to integrationism and as part of a program of radical social transformation by, among others, Malcolm X. 7. Eldridge Cleaver, Stokely Carmichael. Imamu Baraka 2 degree Harold Cruz, the Black Panthers, and quickly expanding factions of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, SNCC, and the Congress of Racial Equality, CORE. A. Black Power. The black nationalist position received its first modern wave of sustained mass exposure in 1966 when Willie Ricks and Stokely Carmichael began using the term Black Power during the March Against Fear in Mississippi. Tension between integrationist and nationalist approaches had already mounted within and between various civil rights organizations. But the high-profile and polarized controversy over the term Black Power transformed what had been largely an underground conflict into a full-scale, highly charged public debate over the fundamental direction and conception of the civil rights movement. The mainstream reactions to the idea of comprehending the civil rights movement as a struggle for black power reflect the discourse associated with the marginalization of nationalist race consciousness in the dominant cultural rhetoric. Both black and white integrationists equated black power with white supremacy. Hubert Humphrey responded by rejecting calls for racism, whether they come from a throat that is white or one that is black. Roy Wilkins charged that no matter how endlessly they try to explain it, the term black power means anti-white power, and he characterized black power as a reverse Mississippi, a reverse Hitler, a reverse Ku Klux Klan. Time magazine and Kenneth Clark each referred to black power as a racist philosophy, and Crisis, the publication of NAACP, called black power advocates black neo-segregationists and advocates of apartheid. In fact, the virulent and extreme denunciation of black power symbolized the unity of what would quickly become the new center of American consciousness about race. The integrationists saw two problems with black power. First, the concept assumed that power should be distributed on a racial basis, thereby assuming that American society should be thought of in terms of separate white and black communities. Black power thus violated both the integrationist principle of transcending race consciousness at the ideological level and the integrationist program to end the segregation of whites and blacks at the institutional and community level. Second, the idea of black power troubled integrationists because it assumed that power, rather than reason or merit, determined the distribution of social resources and opportunities. It was not simply the theory of black power that engendered the charged reaction but, rather, the resistance which the black power movement, for a time, embodied to the reigning liberal idea of progress through reasoned discussion and deliberation. The clenched fist of the black power salute and the militaristic affectation of many black nationalist groups were the overt physical manifestations of this dimension of the movement. Through the ideological filters of integrationism, black nationalism and white supremacy appear essentially the same because both are rooted in race consciousness, in the idea that race matters to one's perception and experience of the world. Integrationists saw nationalists as regressive because, in the integrationist view, progress meant transcending race as a basis of social decision-making and in the long term, replacing power with reason as the basis for the distribution of resources. With the establishment of integrationism as the mainstream ideology of American good sense, nationalism became marginalized as an extremist and backward worldview, as the irrational correlate in the black community to the never-steady segregationists of the white community. The mainstream reactions to black nationalism were so vociferous not because the black power movement presented any real threat of racial domination by blacks but, rather, because black nationalism embodied a profound rejection of the reigning ideology for understanding the distribution of power and privilege in American society. Just as integrationism became the mainstream discourse for racial justice to the extent that it could be articulated in the terms of a deep cultural self-identity of enlightenment through evolution toward rationality and objectivity, the nationalist analysis of racial justice became threatening, in part, because it challenged the universalist assumptions underlying these images of progress. These images were challenged as themselves elements of a particular race consciousness, la ideology of power and of the particular culture of whites. b. Nationalism as a critique of universalism. Integrationists by and large never comprehended the analysis of racial domination presented by black nationalists. From their universalist view of racism as a distortion of an otherwise racial rationality, integrationists interpreted the race consciousness of black nationalists as the mark of racism. They never considered the nationalist position as a competing, alternative, and systematic analysis of the meaning of racial domination. Thus, when black nationalists declared that integration was a subterfuge for white supremacy and even represented a form of painless genocide, integrationists literally could not understand what they were talking about. The black nationalist worldview was based on a fundamentally different set of beliefs and perceptual categories through which reforms that looked progressive to integrationists looked regressive to nationalists. The contrast between the integrationist commitment to centralization and expertise in public education, on the one hand, and Malcolm X's discourse of local, community control, on the other, was only one manifestation of the deep and thoroughgoing opposition between integrationists and nationalists on the more basic issue of the meaning of race in America. Where integrationists understood race through the prism of universalism from within which race consciousness appeared arbitrary, irrational, and symmetrically evil whether practiced by whites or blacks, nationalists viewed race in the particular context of American history. Racial identity was seen as a central basis for comprehending the significance of various social relations as they are actually lived and experienced, and the meaning of race was anything but symmetrical. The opposition between centralism and local control that distinguished integrationist and nationalist rhetoric about schools had its philosophical correlates in the opposition between timeless as opposed to historicist views about identity and group consciousness, between the discourse of impersonal professionalism and ideas of organic community, and most generally between the assumptions of universalism and the assertions of qualitative cultural differences encompassed in the idea of nationalism. These basic differences are reflected in the very idea that African Americans comprise a nation. This starting point is commonly associated with separatism in general, and with the demand for a separate nation as a homeland for American blacks in particular. But while at least some geographic separation has often characterized nationalist programs *registered and while the idea of a formal nation-state has been advocated by several nationalist groups, there is, as I see it, no necessary relation between nationalism as a way to understand race relations and a formal demand for geographic separation. Instead, the image of African Americans as a nation within a nation, should be understood as a symbol of the core assertion that race consciousness constitutes African Americans as a distinct social community in much the same way that national self-identity operates to establish the terms of recognition and identity in regular nations. In contrast to the integrationist premise that blacks and whites are essentially the same, the idea of race as the organizing basis for group consciousness asserts that blacks and whites are different, in the sense of coming from different communities, neighborhoods, churches, families, and histories, and of being in various ways foreigners to each other And in contrast to the white supremacist ideology of natural, essential racial characteristics, the image of nationhood locates differences between whites and blacks in social history, in the temporal context in which all national identity must come into being. As Dr. C. Munford put it, it is different from other emergent nations only in that it consists of forcibly transplanted colonial subjects who have acquired cohesive identity in the course of centuries of struggle against enslavement, cultural alienation, and the spiritual cannibalism of white racism. This common history which the black people of America share is manifested in a concrete national culture with a peculiar 138 spiritual complexion, or psychological temperament. Though the black nation expresses its thoughts, emotions, and aspirations in the same tongue as American whites, the different conditions of existence have, from generation to generation, welded the bonds of a national experience as different from that of white existence as day is from night. And what differentiates nations from one another are dissimilar conditions of lives. The depth of identification of self and recognition of others implicit in the idea of nationhood based on generations of dissimilar conditions of life marks a vision of community that cannot be captured in the liberal dichotomies of either liberty/coercion or reason/myth. The public assertion of spiritual cohesion represented by black nationhood contested the liberal belief in a boundary between public objectivity and private sentiment underlying the link between universality and individualism. Nationhood, understood as a historically created community, assumes that social bonds of identity, recognition, and solidarity can be liberating and fulfilling outside the family. In this way, nationalists articulated what might be seen as a historicized view of social relations. In opposition to the universal vantage point from which integrationists identified bias and prejudice, nationalists presented the time-bound, messy, and inherently particular social relations between nations as the central ground from which to perceive race. In opposition to the essentializing of race in which white supremacists engaged, nationalists located the meaning of race in history, in the social structures that people rather than God or some objectified nature have created. Again, the commitment to a historical view means that there is no objective or natural necessity to the way that groups, identifies, and social meanings have been structured. Because the structure of race relations is a social creation, it could have been constructed differently in the past and could still be changed in the future. However, the nationalist view of voluntary, willed association contrasts with the liberal image of group identity either as an irrational status or as a matter of choice. The idea of a nationalist base of social identity is that we are, in a sense, thrown into history, with aspects of social reality already structured to limit some possibilities while making others available. Rather than imagining that people simply exist as autonomous individuals who create social relations with acts of private will, Munford, for example, saw African Americans in terms of traditions and communities that provide the historical context for individual identity. From a nationalist perspective, the fact that African Americans compose a socially created community, in terms of a contingent history, does not mean that the existing community should be rejected because it represents either a distortion to be transcended or results from a domination that must be erased. Against the liberal image that group identity and status are opposed to the possibility of individual freedom, the nationalist perspective sees in historical structures the very basis for social meaning. See the nationalist interpretation of school integration. Integration as a goal speaks to the problem of blackness, not only in an unrealistic way but also in a despicable way. It is based on complete acceptance of the fact that in order to have a decent house or education, black people must move into a white neighborhood, or send their children to a white school. This reinforces, among both black and white, the idea that white is automatically superior and black ones by definition inferior. For this reason, integration was a subterfuge for the maintenance of white supremacy. The goal was not to take black children out of the black community and expose them to white middle-class values, the goal is to build and strengthen the black community. Integration also means that black people must give up their identity, deny their heritage. The fact was that integration, as traditionally articulated, would abolish the black community. The fact was that what must be abolished was not the black community but the dependent colonial status that has been inflicted on T.T. Stokely Carmichael, 1967.4. The conception that African Americans created a concrete national culture and constitute an integral, historically created national community within the structure of American social relations is crucial to understanding the divergent ways that nationalists and integrationists understand racial domination. Compare, for example, the different ways that nationalists and integrationists interpreted public school integration. Nationalists believed that school integration was undesirable for two main reasons. First, integration of black and white schools entailed the abolition of one of the few organized institutions in the black community. School integration therefore contributed an even greater loss of social power. Blacks lost the ability to control and shape their children's education. As Malcolm X described community control, it is necessary in order to create the curriculum, textbooks, and general content of educational life in a way that responds to the needs and wishes of the black community. By conceiving of African Americans in nationalist terms, black nationalists focused attention on the impact of race reform on the community as a whole and evaluated integration according to whether the black community was made stronger or weaker. As Stokely Carmichael and Charles Hamilton stated, the racial and cultural personality of the black community must be preserved and the community must win its freedom while preserving its cultural integrity. This is the essential difference between integration as it is currently practiced and the concept of black power. *Degree second, nationalists asserted that school integration meant the adaptation of blacks to white norms. To quote Carmichael, integration entailed taking black children out of the black community and exposing them to white middle-class values. Of course, there was no analytically intrinsic content to the idea of integration, which mandated that school integration proceed on the basis of white cultural norms, just as there was nothing intrinsic to the concept of integration that entailed Robert Brown's image of the Negro transforming himself into a white black man. Registered. Yet Carmichael and Brown highlighted an aspect of American racial integration which is buried in the mainstream ideology of neutrality and universalism, but central to the black nationalists' analysis: a consideration of the cultural terms on which integration in social institutions would proceed. According to Harold Cruse, the commitment to integration embodied absorption into white culture through a failure to recognize the integrity of the black culture created in conditions of domination. The Negro working class has been roped in and tied to the chariot of racial integration driven by the Negro middle class. In this drive for integration, the Negro working class is being told in 1,000 ways that it must give up its ethnicity and become human, universal, full-fledged American. Within the context of this forced alliance of class claims, there can be no room for Negro art or art institutions, because all of this is self-segregation which hangs up our drive for integration. 7. In fact, the integrationist philosophy sees Negro ghettos as products of racial segregation that should not even exist. Hence, nothing in the traditions of ghettos are worth preserving, even when the ghettos do exist in actuality. This is typical integrationist logic on all things social. In more general terms, this understanding of integrationism as based on a vision of a universal, full-fledged American underlies the sense expressed by Carmichael and Brown that integration entailed the abolition of the black community. Because integrationists had no conceptual category with which to comprehend African Americans as a separate national group, they by and large ignored the possibility of understanding racial justice in terms of the transfer of resources and power to the black community as an entity. Hence, rather than providing the material means for improving the housing, schools, cultural life, and economy of black neighborhoods, nationalists saw mainstream race reform as entailing progress only through blacks moving into historically white neighborhoods, attending historically white schools, participating in white cultural activities, and working in white-owned and white-controlled economic enterprises. Even if such a program were possible, its result would be, not to develop the black community as a functional and honorable segment of the total society, with its own cultural identity, life patterns, 140, and institutions, but to abolish it, the final solution to the Negro problem. The correlate of the nationalist critique, that school integration meant not only the loss of an important institution in the black community but also the assimilation of blacks into white cultural practices, likewise was invisible to integrationists. Just as integrationists saw as a form of reverse prejudice the race consciousness of the nationalist focus on the need for black institutional life, they also failed to comprehend the idea that racially integrated schools might prioritize and propagate white culture. Instead, the images of expertise and professionalism that became the ideology of public education signified for integrationists the institutional face of the commitment to reason and impersonality at a philosophical level. In school integration, its supporters believed that black children would be integrated into the racial culture of quality education. The clinical computer printouts, reflecting the cognitive achievement level gleaned from standardized tests in statistical, percentile terms, symbolized the impersonality, hence cultural neutrality of the liberal reform of public education. But where integrationists saw school integration in terms of transcending the bias at the root of segregation in favor of an objectively defined quality education, nationalists saw that process as assimilating black children to white middle-class norms. The nationalist perspective characterized the norms that constituted the neutral, impersonal, aracial, professional character of school integration as particular cultural assumptions of a specific economic class of whites. The vision of integration as a form of painless genocide, then, stemmed from an analysis of integration as meaning not the liberation of the black community from racial domination but, instead, the transcendence of the black community itself in favor of neutral social practices. These could only be identified as historically situated and culturally particular from the outside, by those for whom their supposed universality is experienced as a particular form of otherness. Degree 1 can imagine a form of school integration that would have entailed a consideration of the integrity of African American culture as well as a recognition of the cultural assumptions of dominant public school practices. Nothing in the simple area of racial integration necessitated that it be linked with universalist assumptions, but the nationalist analysis did correlate well with the ways that integrationism proceeded. The dismantling of dual school systems in reality meant closing black schools and integrating black children into white school programs. Perhaps more telling, in light of the nationalist critique of integration as a subterfuge for white supremacy, even where integration has been successful, it has largely meant resegregation within the walls of formally integrated schools. On the purported basis of intelligence rather than race, the process of tracking utilizes various objective tests to segregate school children according to cognitive ability. In school district after school district, the slower tracks disproportionately comprised of black children and faster tracks disproportionately of whites. The nationalist critique of integration highlights the ideological background against which this manner of conducting racial integration could seem plausible. Within the integrationist vision, once race consciousness and other biases are removed, then neutral, objective social practices remain. Thus, the logic of conducting school integration by closing black schools and firing black teachers and principals was premised on the ability to identity quality schools, teachers, and administrators in a neutral, objective way. In these neutral terms, black schools were closed because they were inferior as a result of discrimination between white and black institutions under segregation. Similarly, tracking supposedly measures in a cultural, objective mental process called cognitive ability. Signifying the transcendence of race as a meaningful social category, integrationists rationalize the disproportionate representation of black children in decaying schools and slower educational tracks not as the manifestation of black inferiority but instead as the result of poverty articulated bureaucratically as low socioeconomic status or, in the acronym, low SES. 7. Just as integrationists failed to recognize the cultural achievements of black schools, and saw them, as Harold Cruz noted, simply as products of racial segregation that should not even exist, they also failed to recognize the cultural specificity of white schools, which were instead seen only as superior education. The intense reaction on the part of liberals to black nationalist movements for community control of schools and for the establishment of separate and autonomous Afro-American studies departments reflected the depth of the challenge that nationalism posed to the dominant cultural ideology that linked rationality, enlightenment, and progress with racial integration. For a brief period in the late 60s and early 70s, issues of educational public policy crystallized the dramatic opposition between the nationalist ideology of cultural difference and organic community, on the one hand, and the integrationist ideology of universal reason and neutral institutions, on the other. In terms of community support and interest, nationalists produced their greatest organizational successes in the arenas of public schools and university politics. For low-income people of color, the nationalist approach to education unified popular movements for community control over schools in urban communities such as Harlem and Ocean Hill-Brownsville in New York City, and Adams-Morgan in Washington, D.C. In the middle class, nationalist activism took the form of demands for the establishment of Afro-American studies departments in predominantly white colleges and universities across the country. Degree 4 in each dimension. The movement toward community control is a profound rejection of the core of liberal ideology, because liberal integrationism assumes that society is the aggregation of independent individuals, rather than an organic compact of groups. Nationalists asserted that educational reform cannot be understood in terms of a quality education neutral as to race, rather, they said, it must be examined in terms of how schools serve the needs of an organic community held together by bonds of a particular racial culture and history. They therefore challenged the fundamental philosophical ideologies that knowledge itself represents some cultural achievement and that schools could be evaluated according to some racial standard based on how well they impart the neutral educational commodity of knowledge and reason. The word better can only be taken to mean better according to some secular standards, and it is precisely those standards that are now rejected. The equation of integration with assimilation as drawn by Stokely Carmichael, Robert Brown, Harold Crews, and many other nationalists constituted the most threatening aspect of the nationalist critique. Here the rejection of universalism took the form not only of an assertion that African Americans constitute a distinct community, a nation but, conversely, that white Americans also constitute an historically identifiable group within the structure of American race relations. Denationalism as a critique of liberalism. It was necessary for us to develop a new frame of reference that transcends the limits of white concepts. It was necessary for us to develop and maintain a total intellectual offensive against the false universality of white concepts, whether they are expressed by author William Starrin or U.S. Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan. By and large, reality has been conceptualized in terms of the narrow viewpoint of the small minority of whites who live in Europe and North America. We must abandon the partial frame of reference of our oppressors and create new concepts that will release our reality, the reality of the overwhelming majority of men and women on this globe. We must say to the white world that there are things in the world that are not dreamt of in your history and your sociology and your philosophy degree. Lenore Bennett, 1972. The alternative nationalist worldview embodied in the critique of public school integration manifested itself not only in an analysis of particular institutional practices, but also in a critique of each component of the integrationist worldview. At a more general and abstract level of nationalist analysis, the repudiation of the dominant ideology of public education corresponded to a thoroughgoing critique of the epistemological assumptions of liberalism as a whole. Black nationalists depicted the ideas of rationality, neutrality, and objectivity, which integrationists associated with the transcendence of bias and prejudice, as the particular cultural rhetoric of the small minority of white men who live in Europe and North America. According to nationalists in the 60s, these traditional categories of liberal and Enlightenment thought do not constitute an racial or culturally neutral standard that measures social progress in overcoming partiality, parochialism, and bias. Rather, they are simply elements in the dominant worldview of white elites. The rejection of prevailing scholarly standards and methodologies represented one dimension of the challenge to the philosophical assumptions underlying liberal integrationism. Black nationalist scholars in the field of sociology, for instance, began to critique the social science norms of objectivity and value neutrality as well as to draw a link between those general assumptions about the nature of intellectual and academic inquiry and the particular concepts that justified racial domination. Nationalist sociologists argued that American scholarly norms constituted a form of academic colonialism in which the discourse of universality and neutrality is embodied in assumptions about the superiority of white cultural practices and the corresponding inferiority of African American culture. According to one line of attack, the mind/body dichotomy implicit in the distinction between intellectual and manual work, and the tradition of distinguishing scholarship as a specialized activity. In the mental realm, represented an attempt at class rationalization. The elevation of mental activity symbolized the superior entitlement of the leisure class to the distribution of goods in society. Black nationalist sociologists further criticized the idea of impartiality and the notion that there is a sharp dichotomy between the detachment that marks good research skills and the emotionalism that constitutes a form of bias. These sociologists contended that those research norms which require a lack of empathy and existential connection with the subjects of sociological studies reflect a particular value orientation that ultimately helps to legitimate conditions of racial hierarchy. According to black nationalist academics, the relationship between the objective researcher and his or her research subject mirrors the relationship between dominant and suppressed cultural group. The researcher represents, vis-a-vis the social groups under study, the same rhetoric of rationality and objectivity that the powerful use to justify their domination generally. Many black sociologists also sought to demonstrate a systematic bias in the ways that mainstream sociological research was conducted, arguing that white culture represented the implicit standard in empirical research, and that black cultural practices were represented as deviations. Registered similarly, nationalist sociologists criticized the analytical categories of prejudice and discrimination as based on a false image of reason and neutrality which embodied white cultural norms, and they concluded that integration as understood in mainstream sociological analysis was premised on the annihilation of black culture through its assimilation into white American culture registered. In general, the radical critique launched by black nationalist sociologists and cultural critics claimed that objective reason or knowledge could not exist because one's position in the social structure of race relations influenced what one would call knowledge or rationality. The cultural differences between blacks and whites could not be studied through a neutral frame of reference because any frame of reference assumed the perspective of either the oppressed or the oppressor, either African Americans or whites, either the sociologist or the subject. Nor were cultural differences limited to particular social practices such as religious activity or artistic production. Instead, they were infused more generally into how people perceive reality and experience the world. There could be no neutral theory of knowledge. Knowledge was itself a function of the ability of the powerful to impose their own views, to differentiate between knowledge and myth, reason and emotion, and objectivity and subjectivity. In the historicizing perspective of black nationalists, though, knowledge was necessarily race consciousness 143 a social construct. Understanding what society deemed worthy of calling knowledge depends on a prior inquiry into a social situation. Culture precedes epistemology. This kind of generalized challenge to reigning cultural assumptions also characterized black nationalist perspectives on the debate about affirmative action. Rather than perceiving a conflict between objective merit and the goal of racial integration, the nationalist approach challenged the objectivity of the category of merit by viewing it in terms of the particular social practices by which whites historically distributed social goods. In the nationalist worldview, integrationist debates about affirmative action are a subterfuge for white supremacy. The debates focus on white cultural mores, present them as universal and objective, and then utilize them to characterize blacks as not qualified. A contemporary example of this process can be found in legal education. In law schools throughout the country, admissions, hiring, and tenure debates proceed on the basis of standards of academic and scholarly merit which were constructed in a period when African Americans were excluded from mainstream law schools and when the very law to be studied itself sanctioned white supremacism. The notion that racism was limited only to the exclusion of blacks from law schools, and was not a part of the infrastructure for thinking about and constructing qualifications, is emblematic of the limiting assumptions that nationalists perceived as underlying integrationism. The concepts of merit and qualifications have a function only in relation to existing social practices. Black nationalists insisted that the existing social practices should not be taken as the standard, since those practices were created by a culture that considered it normal to exclude blacks, that is, a culture itself in need of transformation. For example, imagine a legal challenge to the disproportionate racial impact of the law school admission test, LSAT. The use of the LSAT might be justified based on the functional correlation with performance in law school, but such a functional defense views the status quo of legal education as the standard. Nationalists would argue that there is no intrinsic necessity to the current ways that law schools conduct legal education, and they would emphasize the genealogy of existing law school practices in terms of their roots in white culture. To be sure, the status quo of legal education itself might be justified by a functional relation to existing legal practice, but that merely pushes the controversy to another level: the nature of existing legal culture. And that is exactly what a challenge to the LSAT's exclusionary aspects contests, the way that the legal profession is currently constituted as a reflection of white culture. In short, the nationalist approach emphasized and criticized the self-justifying character of meritocratic assumptions about qualifications. Once we consider the possibility that existing social practices might reflect the domination of particular racial groups, those practices can no longer provide a neutral ground from which to defend existing definitions either of qualifications or of merit as functionally correlated with necessary social roles. Power, subordination, and colonialism. The assertion of nationhood on the part of African Americans also comprised a declaration of alienation between races, an assertion that white culture is experienced as other to blacks. Integrationists saw the transcendence of the structure of racism as replacing the same/other image of white supremacists with expansion of sameness to blacks. Nationalists conceived of the relations as other to other. Integrationists located the roots of racism in consciousness, in the cognitive distortion of stereotype and prejudice. In contrast, the nationalist perception of whites and blacks as occupying different national spaces entailed a view of racial domination as located in the particular power relations between black and white communities, in the exteriors of social life rather than the interiors of consciousness. Given the focus on social context rather than consciousness, the cure for racial domination could not be centered on education and interracial contact to dispel stereotypes. Instead, it depended on the transformation of power relations between black and white communities, or, in other words, on the achievement of black power. Similarly, since racism referred to the particular power relations between black and white communities, there was no center of comparison from which to equate racial identity with other forms of identity, or the domination of African Americans with discrimination against other groups. The significance of race in terms of social relations and the self-identity of people was seen by black nationalists to have a particular weight and depth that could not be comprehended if one abstracted it from historical context and flattened out racial domination into one of many structurally equivalent forms of discrimination. Nationalists asserted that a group identity that centers around race was not structurally the same as the ethnic heritage that every American has, because, in our social history, race has acquired a particular significance and centrality that is qualitatively different than the differences, say, between Italian Americans and Polish Americans. Copyright in contrast to the integrationist image of discrimination as the social practice of racism, the nationalist image was subordination, the hierarchy of the white community over the black community. Rather than conceive of race reform in terms of affirmative action aimed at integrating formerly white institutions, nationalists sought to strengthen and develop institutions in the black community which would serve African Americans. Thus, nationalists tended to see racial justice in terms of reparations, or foreign aid from developed countries to the Third World. This is why Malcolm X distinguished segregation from racial separation. According to his analysis, segregation amounted to a form of racial domination, in which the black community was not only separate from the white but also ruled by the white community. As he saw it, if the power relations were changed, the meaning of the separation would be dramatically different. In contrast to the integrationist image of segregation as a systematic form of racism, black nationalists developed an analysis that relied primarily on an image of whites and blacks constituting separate national communities. The systematic nature of American racism was described not as segregation, but as a form of colonialism registered according to Harold Cruz's description. It was domestic colonialism. Instead of establishing a colonial empire in Africa, the United States brought the colonial system home and installed it in the southern states. Emancipation elevated the Negro only to the position of a semi-dependent man, not to that of an equal or independent being. Registered in the nationalist analysis, African Americans exist in a neo-colonial relationship with whites. As a colonized people dispersed throughout North America, black power must be viewed as a projection of sovereignty, an embryonic sovereignty that black people can focus on and through which they can make distinctions between themselves and others, between themselves and their enemies. In short, the white mother country of America and the black colony dispersed throughout the continent on absentee-owned land, making Afro-America a decentralized colony. Black power says to black people that it is possible to build a national organization on someone else's land. Comprehending the relations between blacks and whites on a colonial model, 60s nationalists asserted that even black control of the black community would be insufficient if it merely meant that blacks would administer the same structural power relations that previously existed between white and black communities. The metaphor of colonialism thus symbolically placed 60s nationalists outside the bounds of the pluralist wing of integrationism by suggesting that the racial diversification of existing American institutions and social patterns might simply be another form of the colonial relationship. A radical transformation of the status quo institutional practices would be needed before identifiable black and white communities could relate on a just basis. The colonialism metaphor unified the nationalist analysis by capturing, in one image, the totalizing sense of alienation between whites and blacks which the rejection of common N.A. race consciousness tonality represented. It also captured the structural and systematic power exercised by the white community as well as the conviction that group solidarity was necessarily to change existing power relations. It also provided the rhetoric for a critical analysis of relations within the black community between economic classes. Nationalists deploying a neocolonialism analysis accounted for opposition to their position within the black community as the effects of indirect rule, within which an elite was created among the colonized class to administer and mediate on behalf of colonial interests. According to many black nationalists, the black middle class played this role in America, and class differences with the black poor and working class accounted for the middle class's support of integration. This orientation around colonialism connected various projects in the 60s and early 70s, including movements for community control over schools, for black political, economic, and police control over black neighborhoods, for race-conscious economic cooperation among African Americans, for race-conscious reparations from the white community to African American communities, for the establishment and control of Afro-American studies departments in universities, for the preservation and transformation of black colleges and universities, and for cultural autonomy in arts, music, literature, and intellectual life. 3. The confrontation over race. In the 1960s, borders of contemporary E86 political and legal discourse about race were formed in the cultural crisis that militant black nationalism engendered when it was first articulated on a mass scale in the late 60s. Although there was nothing intrinsic in the concept of racial integration demanding that it be understood according to the universalist ideology I have described, and although there was no reason that African American racial consciousness had to be equated with the race consciousness of white supremacists, this way of thinking about race was produced in part to justify the rejection of black nationalism. Integrationism was supported by a wide range of those who denounced the Black Power slogan, a coalition between black, predominantly middle-class moderates, and white, predominantly middle and upper-class liberals and progressives. Understanding themselves as specifically opposed to race consciousness, integrationists needed to reject black nationalists because of the threat that they posed to the cultural self-identity of both the black middle-class moderates and the white upper-class liberals. The commitment to a universalist vision of racial justice reflected the shared ambiguities that these two groups had about their own racial identities. The upshot of their implicit coalition was that they constructed and embraced a conservative race ideology that helped to contain the issue of racial liberation together with other disruptive challenges to the assumptions of everyday institutional life, such as the feminist movement, by perceiving all of these challenges as part of a single discourse, unified around an idea of discrimination. This integrationist ideology served both to recognize racial power as a formal matter and yet to set boundaries for its critique. The transformed meaning of black nationalism. One important aspect of the confrontation between nationalism and integrationism in the 60s was that after decades of marginality within the African American community, nationalism achieved mass appeal and arguably overtook integrationism as the dominant ideology of racial liberation. Black nationalism in the 60s represented both the reappearance of a long tradition that began at least as early as Martin Delany in the 1850s, a tradition that had been obscured by the unity created by integrationist-oriented leadership from the mid-50s to the mid-60s, and also embodied a reinterpretation of the nationalist ideology. This reinterpretation dramatically severed the associations between nationalism and accommodationism, a link dating back to the confluence, under Booker T. Washington's leadership, of separatist organizing and accommodationist relations with white domination. According to Harold Cruse, American Negro history is basically a history of the conflict between integrationist and nationalist forces in politics, economics, and culture, no matter what leaders are involved and what slogans are used. The reappearance of nationalism in the 60s reflected a long-standing conflict within the African American community that the brief unity around Martin Luther King, Jr.'s leadership had temporarily obscured. What made the struggle between black nationalists and black integrationists particularly significant in the 60s was not its continuity but its changed cultural meaning. Integrationism and nationalism traditionally have been the stark choices the African American community associated with racial politics, but that does not mean that the two ideologies were always understood in the same way. In addition to the conflict over nationalist and integrationist conceptions of race, the issue of accommodationism versus resistance embodies another central dimension of African American racial discourse. The degree of resistance and opposition associated with either integrationism or nationalism was an independently important cultural issue with its own history of conflict in the perception of each stance. Although the black nationalist stance was unmistakably identified with a commitment to militancy and eventually with violent revolution by the late 60s and early 70s, there was no necessary historic or analytic connection between black nationalism and the desire to confront and resist the white power structure. To the contrary, virtually every other significant black nationalist movement in American history bore marks of accommodationism. Early 19th century colonization movements were framed in a historical context in which African American support for Back to Africa programs were linked closely to those white supremacists who supported colonization as a means to deport black people from North America. In contrast to the colonists, the abolitionist civil rights and integrationist-influenced rhetoric of, say, Frederick Douglass appeared far more militant and oppositionist. Similarly, Du Bois based his critique of the self-help, racial solidarity and separatism rhetoric of Booker T. Washington on the way in which Washington's approach amounted to a submission and a surrender to the Jim Crow social structure rather than a challenge to that structure. Du Bois' differences with Garvey centered on the same issue, although Garvey was clearly more militant and confrontational than Washington. By the time that the integrationists' momentum increased in the 40s and 50s, black nationalism represented mainly by the socially and religiously conservative dogma of the Nation of Islam had achieved the role of a kind of traditionalism. Thus, in the early years of the civil rights movement, nationalist approaches organized in the cultural margins of the black community seemed to many civil rights activists to imply an accommodation to the racial apartheid structure of white society through a retreat to the isolation of the black community. In generational terms, this meant that nationalist appeals to young civil rights workers were likely experienced as the conservative voice of an older generation saying, "Don't make waves and stick with your own people," in contrast to the sense within the civil rights movement of building a drive for resistance to and confrontation with the white power structure. This symbolic association of nationalism with accommodation and integrationism with resistance in the cultural perception of the basic choices helps to account for how Martin Luther King, Jr., could simultaneously represent the militant, confrontation-oriented aspirations of black activists and speak in the rhetoric of integrationism, moralism, and civil rights. When King began in Montgomery, one could divide civil rights activists and groups according to whether they supported a legalist, litigation-oriented strategy of race reform or the approach of direct action and confrontation. As an early leader of mass direct action, King began his career representing the militant, non-accommodationist wing of the civil rights movement, a faction whose strategies embodied the nationalist belief that racial solidarity and assertions of group power were the means to attain racial liberation. Thus, even while nationalist ideology, race consciousness, was most marginalized in the black community during the 50s and early 60s, one can detect aspects of nationalism within the integrationist civil rights movement itself. The historic opposition between nationalism and integrationism was reproduced in the conflict between the factions advocating legalism and direct action in the civil rights movement. Prior to the resurgence of nationalist ideology in the mid-60s, this tension within the civil rights movement was understood to encompass only the strategic question of the degree of militancy. The decision to turn back the marchers at the Pettus Bridge in Selma became the cultural symbol of a split between black activists over how far to extend confrontational organizing. But, in retrospect, this argument over tactics can be seen to have contained the seeds of the later, more explicit opposition between nationalism and integrationism. For a time in the early 60s, in fact, the two tendencies merged in cultural perception. Militant, confrontational integrationists such as Robert Williams, who advocated armed self-defense, became associated with militant, confrontational nationalists like Malcolm X. It was possible to perceive as similar individuals and groups with such ultimately opposing and inconsistent ideologies because the issue of militancy versus accommodation embodied central cultural significance in ways that both transcended, and eventually subsumed, the split between nationalist and integrationist positions. It is therefore no coincidence that the most direct action-oriented groups under the civil rights umbrella, SNCC and CORE, would eventually renounce the civil rights analytics of prejudice, discrimination, and segregation in favor of the nationalist analytics of power, subordination, and colonialism. Degree. The widespread invocation of the colonialism model to describe race relations exemplifies how 60s-era black nationalists linked nationalism and social struggle, and thus how they symbolically broke the traditional association of separatism with accommodation. Previous nationalist movements, even militant Garveyism, always could be associated with the degradation of accommodationism to the extent that they seemed to accept American racial segregation. Rather than oppose the power dynamics between white and black communities in the United States, the separatist proposals for a return to Africa, Delaney and Garvey, the creation of a separate land base in the United States, like the Nation of Islam, the Republic of New Africa, or the various proposals for the creation of a separate black economic base, Du Bois, the Nation of Islam, Washington, all carried a sense of retreat from mainstream American life into isolation and non-confrontation. In contrast, the articulation of the relations between blacks and whites as neocolonialists served as a bridge between the aspirations for community power that were always at least implicit in the nationalist ideology of racial solidarity and self-help, on the one hand, and the militancy and confrontationism that had been the province of direct action integrationists, on the other. Rather than representing a fantasy of separation or isolation from whites, the colonialism metaphor presented nationalists as engaged in the struggle for power in the United States. It posed the problem facing African Americans as the form that relations between white and black communities took instead of the fact that there were relations at all. The colonialist analysis located the solution not in a retreat from the United States but, rather, in a struggle to transform relations of subordination within America. Unlike the conservative aspects of earlier manifestations of black nationalism, the colonialist analysis comprehended the imposition of an external power structure on the African American community and, accordingly, provided a symbolic mediation of the tendency for self-blame that a nationalist emphasis on self-help and personal discipline might otherwise imply. In the 60s, black nationalists began to conceive of their project not as geographic separation from whites, but rather as the dismantling of the power relations between white and black communities. Instead of the choices appearing as either integration and assimilation, on the one hand, or total geographic separation, on the other, 60s-era nationalists, led most notably by Malcolm X, developed a third way that combined militant engagement with the white power structure and the racial solidarity and anti-assimilationism traditionally associated with nationalism. By the late 50s, King had united virtually the entire black community behind a program of confrontational direct action aimed at the achievement of integration, but the situation had changed by the late 60s. Nationalists claimed the symbolic ground of militancy. They developed a sophisticated critique of dominant American culture and power relations which at least rhetorically connected African Americans to the Africans and Asians who were achieving independence from colonial rule. Further, they utilized a class-based neocolonialist analysis to identify black integrationists with moderate and assimilationist middle-class accommodation to the white power structure. Nationalism upset the confidence that the black middle class had held since the turn of the century in the achievement of civil rights and integration into dominant American institutions, a goal that, to them, had seemed a real possibility. Nationalist ideology threatened the self-identity of the black middle class as society's elite who symbolized the achievement possible when blacks are accorded opportunity. Nationalists also undermined the black middle class conception that their role in racial liberation was to help the brothers and sisters left behind to escape the ghetto and join mainstream institutions. In the nationalist analysis, though, the very success of the black middle class in American society might undermine individual identity and betray the aspirations of the black community, because it reflected gains granted by a white power structure in exchange for black administration of white interests. This rhetoric called to mind the shame of the long history of accommodationism by black middle-class leaders and thus generated a kind of group anxiety. Integrationism in the particular, universalist form that it took in the 60s responded to this anxiety by denying that the status to which the black middle class aspired was racially identifiable as a particularly white world, rather than a realm of universal, culturally neutral social practice. Similarly, the very predominance and strength of the integrationist civil rights tradition engendered a correlate anxiety for nationalists, an anxiety that extreme and polar expressions of black separatism helped to resolve. According to Harold Cruse, the particular violence and hateful rhetoric that came to characterize black nationalist discourse by the end of the 60s was rooted in a psychological attempt to overcome the ways that blacks had been conditioned historically to depend on whites in the realm of political action. In order to overcome the deeply ingrained interracialism that had characterized progressive coalitions for several decades, Cruse asserts that black nationalists had to muster hatred to avoid the necessity of apologizing to whites for excluding them. Thus, just as black integrationists gravitated toward a particularly universalist interpretation of racial justice in order to resolve the anxiety that nationalists raised about their self-identity, so black nationalists gravitated toward particularly extreme interpretations in order to overcome their anxiety about their own relation to whites. Given these cultural postures, each group tended to confirm the suspicions of the other. The more universalist the integrationist ideology became, the more nationalists saw an apologia for assimilation into the white world and a corresponding betrayal of the black community, and the more hateful the nationalist ideology became, the more integrationists saw the same bitterness and parochialism that they saw in white supremacists. B. Black nationalism and whites. The marginalization from mainstream discourse which black nationalists ultimately met reflects several historical factors. One important feature of this marginalization was the state repression that groups like the Black Panthers faced. Another was the way in which the increasingly extremist and revolutionary rhetoric and social actions on the part of both the black and the white left began to appear more and more fantastic as time went on. Furthermore, limitations in ideology often led to a rigid, otherworldly revolutionary dogma gleaned from a conglomeration of Marx, Lenin, Mao, Franz. Race consciousness, Fanon, and others which took on an extremist, righteous tone that began to assimilate anyone who had a job to the white power structure. This approach alienated masses of African Americans and others who were not prepared to engage in an armed guerrilla campaign in America. In addition, just as the economic health of black communities deteriorated during the recession of the early 70s and the associated cutback in federal spending, the black middle class expanded with the advent of integrationism as a national policy and, by and large, abandoned traditionally black neighborhoods. By the mid-70s, successes in struggles for political influence in or control of many cities, combined with the national commitment to cultural diversity, began to echo features of the nationalist program as mainstream American institutions seemed to accommodate a diffused and limited version of black race consciousness developments that all tended to obscure the nationalist position as a sharp alternative to integration. Whatever else caused the decline of nationalism, however, there can be no question that its near-total rejection by whites played a critical factor in its exclusion from mainstream discourse. As indicated above, the overt analytic framework for this reaction was the identification of race consciousness with the evil of racism and the consequent perception of black nationalists as racists. Various factors partially explain why white liberals and progressives in particular rejected nationalism as a way to analyze race relations. First, unlike the long tradition of progressive black nationalism in African American communities, the only whites who explicitly perceived race as a significant feature of group identity were white supremacists, a group historically comprised of a loose cultural coalition of Southern well-to-do whites and major segments of the white working class across the country. Moreover, because black nationalism before the 60s was largely separatist and isolationist, whites consequently had little or no contact with the different tradition of race consciousness among African Americans. Against this historical background of non-engagement with and ignorance of the black nationalist tradition, black nationalism confronted white integrationists in the 60s through the militant rhetoric first of Malcolm X, and then of the proponents of black power. Although the particular form that nationalist rhetoric took in the 60s was largely responsive to the struggle between integrationists and nationalists within the black community, an obviously significant factor in the white response was the rejection and repudiation that whites experienced from black nationalists. Black nationalism caused great anxiety and turmoil for whites, in part because of the violence that nationalists symbolized, and in part because nationalism represented whites as constituting a community with particular cultural norms. As whites articulated their rejection of black nationalists, they complained of reverse racism because they experienced the nationalist depiction of a white culture as the same kind of essentializing and stereotyping that white racists used in describing black culture. To be sure, much nationalist rhetoric was reductionist with respect to the complexity of group relations within the white community, but through the identification of racial identity and group consciousness as central to the structure of American social relations, the black nationalists of the 60s also identified the particular aspect of avoidance and denial which white support of black liberation assumed, the commitment by whites to deny the centrality of race as a historically constructed, powerful factor in the social structure of American life. Understanding racism as a form of discrimination from an assumed neutral norm was the cognitive face of a widespread cultural flight from white self-identity. Whites resolved the anxiety that nationalists raised by denying that blacks or whites had any identifiable culture at all. It made no sense to think of institutional practices in racial terms, because no culture was tied to race anyway, so it came to be, paradoxically, that for whites integrationism actually constituted an indirect defense of status quo social practices. The resurgence of ethnic group consciousness among whites during the 70s, although in part a liberating attempt to reclaim cultural authenticity in the face of the mainstream culture of neutrality, was also in part a reflection of this same dynamic. Being Polish, Italian, or Irish meant, to a degree, not being simply white. The broad effect of this particular resolution of the race issue within mainstream discourse was that the very whites who might otherwise have been allies of black nationalists during the 60s were motivated, in terms of their own cultural identity, to avoid racial identification altogether. Without the development of white race consciousness, no significant group of whites either understood themselves as struggling to transform the white community itself in terms of race relations or as supporting African Americans as a people, a nation. In terms of national policy, tremendous energy was committed to the centralized policy of integration, but little attention was paid to the integrity and health of black neighborhoods and institutions. Integration of dominant institutions, rather than reparations from one community to another, became the paradigm for racial enlightenment. For conclusion, the embrace of integrationism as the dominant ethos of race discourse is the symbolic face of the new cultural center that was created in the context of the various ruptures of American society in the 60s. Relative to the center, black militants and white rednecks were defined together as extremists. Comprehending racism as a form of discrimination meant that race could be understood as just another example of the range of arbitrary social characteristics like gender, physical handicap, or sexual preference that right-thinking people should learn to ignore. For the cultural centrists, the concept of overcoming bias became the way to comprehend all the various challenges to mainstream culture in the 60s movements by women, the poor, gays and lesbians, blacks, and young anti-war and leftist counterculturists as together representing the basic idea that bias should be overcome in favor of objectivity and neutrality. From the outside, it was apparent that this reasonable and enlightened cultural center had a distinctly white, upper-middle class, and Protestant flavor, a correlate in the cultural sphere to what Unitarianism, or maybe Presbyterianism, represents in the religious sphere. The culture that seemed to descend upon public schools throughout the South in the late 60s and 70s, for example, constituted more than the new policy of racial integration or a stricter separation of church and state. Its norms of professionalism, impersonality, and centralism were experienced in the South by both blacks and whites as imposed from the outside, vaguely from the upper middle class, white Northeast. However, that character of the center was invisible from within it. Instead, for the whites who embraced integrationism, the realm of social practices and attitudes they associated with racially integrated institutions was taken as culturally neutral and objective. The fact that everyday public school culture in integrated schools was essentially a white culture never really occurred to a whole range of otherwise decent and committed white liberals. For the middle-class black moderates who aligned with whites in constructing and supporting the integrationist ideology, the racial character of integrated institutions must have been more apparent, and yet its very obviousness made the embrace of universalist imagery all the more important to their self-respect. Whatever the intentions and psychocultural needs of black and white integrationists in the past, it should now be apparent that the exclusion of a nationalist approach to racial justice from mainstream discourse has been a cultural and political mistake that has constrained the boundaries of racial politics. Instead of comprehending racial justice in terms of the relations of distinct, historically defined communities, the embrace of integrationism has signified the broad cultural attempt not to think in terms of race at all. Integrationists filter discussion of the wide disparities between African American and white communities through the non-racial language of poverty and class, and avoid altogether any consideration of the racial implications of race consciousness. The institutional practices of integrated arenas of social life. Moreover, the construction of race reform as overcoming bias at the level of consciousness, overcoming discrimination at the practice level, and achieving integration at the institutional level has meant that tremendous social resources and personal energy have been expended on integrating formerly white schools, workplaces, neighborhoods, and attitudes. This program, such as it is, has had some success in improving the lives of specific people and in transforming the climate of overt racial domination that pervaded American society 30 years ago. Yet it has been pursued to the exclusion of a commitment to the vitality of the black community as a whole and to the economic and cultural health of black neighborhoods, schools, economic enterprises, and individuals. It is frustrating to reconsider the long history of American race relations from this perspective. One gets the sense that if, at any number of points in American history, a nationalist program of race reform had been adopted, African Americans in virtually every urban center would not be concentrated in disintegrating housing, would not be sending their children to learn a nationally prescribed curriculum in underfunded, overcrowded schools and to play in parks and on streets alongside drug dealers and gang warriors, and would not be working at the bottom of the economic hierarchy, if they are lucky enough to have a job at all. If community-to-community reparations had been made, as promised, if there had actually been a massive transfer of economic resources from the white to the black community in the 40s, then the kind of black economic cooperatives and black-run schools, newspapers, and cultural institutions advocated by Du Bois would likely exist today as foundations for healthy African American neighborhoods. Alternatively, if a similar program had been adopted in the 60s, one can imagine that black neighborhoods would be by and large healthy, cosmopolitan parts of the urban scene rather than ghettos of hopelessness and frustration. In the integrationist ideology, as Harold Cruse observed, black communities should not even exist because they are vestiges of segregation. It was therefore inconceivable to devote resources to their health rather than to programs like urban renewal plans of the late 60s premised on their destruction. A cultural pluralist case for affirmative action in legal academia. A cultural pluralist case for affirmative action in legal academia. Duncan Kennedy. His article is about affirmative action in legal academia. It argues for a large expansion of our current commitment to cultural diversity on the ground that law schools are political institutions. For that reason, they should abide by the general democratic principle that people should be represented in the institutions that have power over their lives. Further, large-scale affirmative action would improve the quality and increase the value of legal scholarship. My goal is to develop in the specific context of law school affirmative action the conception of race consciousness which Gary Peller describes and advocates in his essay of the same name included in this volume EB. We need to be able to talk about the political and cultural relations of the various groups that compose our society without falling into racialism, essentialism, or a concept of the nation tied to the idea of sovereignty. We need to conceptualize groups in a postmodern way, recognizing their reality in our lives without losing sight of the partial, unstable, contradictory character of group existence. I present my argument in the form of a dialogue with our society's dominant way of understanding race and merit in academia, which I call colorblind meritocratic fundamentalism. I use Randall Kennedy's article Racial Critiques of Legal Academia as a principal representative of this point of view. Throughout, I will be responding to Kennedy's general understanding of how we should organize legal academic life in a situation of racial and cultural division, rather than to his specific attacks on works of race-conscious scholarship. I think the articles that Kennedy discusses, as well as the others in the genre of critical race theory, represent the most exciting recent development in American legal scholarship. On some issues, I agree with Kennedy's criticisms, but overall I see the articles as developing positions that I share, and I don't find his article convincing as a refutation of them. I think it's best to leave it to the authors to debate him point by point. I am more interested in working out a left-wing, white ruling class male academic take on the underlying questions than I am in discussing whether his article is fair. I colorblind meritocratic fundamentalism. Why attitude toward meritocracy grows from my experience as a white male ruling class child who got good grades, gained admission to one elite institution after another, and then landed a job and eventually tenure at Harvard Law School. I belong to a group, only partly generationally defined, that, since some point in childhood, has felt alienated within this lived experience of working for success according to the criteria of merit which these elite institutions administer. This alienation had and has two facets. First, there is a pervasive skepticism about the standards according to which we have achieved success. Always subject to the charge that we are simultaneously biting the hand that feeds us and soiling the nest, we just don't believe that it is real merit that institutions measure. Anywhere in the system, success is a function of particular knacks, some socially desirable, being smart, and some not, sucking up, and of nothing more grandiose. This is not rejection of the idea that some work is better than other work. It is rejection of the institutional mechanisms that currently produce such judgments of the individuals who manage the institutions and of the substantive outcomes. The second facet is a sense of shame and guilt at living in unjust, segregated racial privilege, combined with a sense of loss from the way we have been diminished by isolation from what the subordinated cultural communities of the U.S. might have contributed to our lives, intellectual, political, and personal. I might add that the members of this wholly hypothetical group have not done much, but not nothing, either, about the situation. These attitudes were held by a scattering of people within elite institutions, and we had little contact with people outside that milieu. The experience on which the reaction was and is based is limited. It's hard to know whether the attitudes are really right. It's hard to know whether there is any workable alternative to the actual system. During the 60s, these attitudes fed into the much larger complex of the New Left, the movement, and the women's movement. The participants came from many different sectors of society. They were male and female, white and black, upper middle dash, and to a limited extent working class. The whole thing was over before the deep differences among them were worked into anything like coherence. It remains an open question just how the anti-meritocratic alienation I have described dovetails or doesn't with the attitudes of people who come from disadvantaged or non-light backgrounds. When political alliance and real communication between black and white and male and female radicals fell apart in the 70s, the project of working out a critique of meritocracy split apart too. However, before that happened there was a counterattack, associated with the general reaction against 60s militancy and specifically addressed to the various contradictory radical critiques that had gained some currency. This reaction, which I call fundamentalism, won the day. It became one of the ideological legitimators of society's retreat from messing around with established institutions. Colorblind meritocratic fundamentalism is a set of ideas about race and merit. Like other substructures within the consciousness of a time, it is no more than one of many fragments out of which people construct their personal philosophies. It is intrinsically neither right nor left, male nor female, black nor white. Fundamentalism has a long history within American liberalism, and within Orthodox Marxism, as well as within the conservative tradition. A. Fundamentalism as a system of ideas. Fundamentalism consists of a set of tenets. Each is a slogan with appeal of its own. They are rarely presented all together. Believers deploy them one by one as the argument may require. Some tenets are about knowledge and others about the social value of individuals and their work. 1. A. Knowledge. I. Attributes of the product rather than of the producer determine the value of purported contributions to knowledge. 2. In judging the value of a product, the race, sex, class, and indeed all the other personal attributes of the producer are irrelevant, derived from I. Kennedy identifies these tenets with the ethos of modern science. The scientific ideal is linked to an image of how intellectual work is done. 1. B. The production of knowledge. I. We produce work by individual application of talent to inert matter. 2. The value of the work is a function of the quality of the individual talent that produced it rather than of the inert matter of experience out of which the individual formed it, derived from I. Fundamentalism includes the complex of liberal attitudes toward race that Peller calls integrationism, but which seems to me better called colorblindness. Kennedy's article displays better than any recent document I know of the way meritocracy and colorblindness can be made mutually supportive. For our purposes here, the important tenets of colorblindness are as follows. 2. A. Prejudice and discrimination are defined in opposition to assessment of individuals on their merits. I. Merit is a matter of individual traits or products. 2. People are treated irrationally and unjustly. In short, they are discriminated against when their merit is assessed according to their status rather than AC. A cultural pluralist case for affirmative action in legal academia 161. According to the value of their traits or products, derived from I. 2. B. Racial discrimination as stereotyping. I. There is no reason to believe that race in any of its various socially constructed meanings is an attribute biologically linked to any particular meritorious or discreditable intellectual, psychological, or social traits of any kind. 2. Racial discrimination is irrational and unjust because it denies the individual what is due him or her under the society's agreed standards of merit, derived from I. From these two sets of tenets, the fundamentalist moves easily to propositions about the proper institutional organization of academic, and other, rewards and opportunities. 3. The institutional organization of the production of knowledge. I. Academic institutions should strive to maximize the production of valuable knowledge and also to reward and empower individual merit. 2. Institutions distributing honor and opportunity should therefore do so according to criteria that are blind to race, sex, class, and all other particularities of the individual except the one particularity of having produced work of value, derived from I+1 and 2. B. Colorblind meritocracy and affirmative action. Fundamentalism does not preclude adopting affirmative action programs so long as we recognize that they conflict with meritocratic allocation, and that the sacrifice of meritocratic to race-based outcomes is a social cost or loss. In this view, though, versions of affirmative action which obscure the cost by distorting standards in favor of minorities end up compounding it. They go beyond departure from merit in particular cases to endanger the integrity of the general system of unbiased judgment of value. The political and cultural arguments for affirmative action I put forward in the next section are consistent with fundamentalism in that they openly abandon the use of color-blind criteria, rather than distorting them in order to achieve desirable results. They do not treat race as an index of merit in the sense of making it a source of honor in and of itself, nor do they presume that minority scholars are, by virtue of their skin color, better scholars. There remains an important area of disagreement. Fundamentalism treats a color-blind meritocratic system as the ideal. Kennedy's article, for example, concedes, even affirms, that our actual system departs very far from the ideal, but it urges that we should therefore redouble our commitment to purifying it. It is true that there are many non-racial and meritocratic considerations that frequently enter into evaluations of a scholar's work. The proper response to that reality, however, is not to scrap the meritocratic ideal. The proper response is to abjure all practices that exploit the trappings of meritocracy to advance interests that have nothing to do with the intellectual characteristics of the subject being judged. If the concern is with racial justice, then loyalty to meritocracy suggests two paths. First, according to Kennedy, there is nothing necessarily wrong with race-conscious affirmative action registered if one has a good reason for it, but the reasons he imagines include neither cultural diversity as an intellectual desideratum nor the recognition of the cultural and ideological relativity of the standards that faculty members apply in distributing jobs and honors. ONE might fear that without a sufficient number of minority professors a school will be beset by an intolerable degree of discord, or believe that an institution ought to make amends for its past wrongs, or insist upon taking extraordinary measures in order to integrate all socially significant institutions in American life. Second, Kennedy favors attacking the underlying social conditions, particularly the class stratification, that reduce the pool of minority applicants. The point about affirmative action seen as peacemaking, reparations, or integration for its own sake, and also about increasing the pool of minority applicants, is that all of them allow us to preserve a sharp boundary between meritocratic decision and race-based decision. I simply do not want race-conscious decision-making to be naturalized into our general pattern of academic evaluation. I do not want race-conscious decision-making to lose its status as a deviant mode of judging people or the work they produce. I do not want race-conscious decision-making to be assimilated into our conception of meritocracy. The political and cultural cases for affirmative action propose to do each of these things. The political and cultural arguments for affirmative action. A. The political case. I favor large-scale race-based affirmative action, using quotas if they are necessary to produce results. The first basis for this view is that law school teaching positions are a small but significant part of the wealth of the United States. They are also a small but significant part of the political apparatus of the United States, by which I mean that the knowledge that law teachers produce is intrinsically political and actually effective in our political system. In short, legal knowledge is ideological. A second basic idea is that we should be a culturally pluralist society that deliberately structures institutions so that communities and social classes share wealth and power. The sharing of wealth and power which occurs automatically, so to speak, through the melting pot, the market, and meritocracy are not enough, according to this notion. At a minimum, cultural pluralism means that we should structure the competition of racial and ethnic communities and social classes in markets and bureaucracies, and in the political system, in such a way that no community or class is systematically subordinated. From these two ideas, I draw the conclusion that, completely independently of merit as we currently determine it, there should be a substantial representation of all numerically significant minority communities on American law faculties. The analogy is to the right to vote, which we refuse to distribute on the basis of merit, and to the right of free speech, which we refuse to limit to those who deserve to speak or whose speech has merit. The value at stake is community rather than individual empowerment. In the case of affirmative action, as in those of voting and free speech, the goal is political and prior to the achievement of enlightenment or the reward of merit as determined by existing institutions. Race is, at present, a rough but adequate proxy for connection to a subordinated community, one that avoids institutional judgments about the cultural identity of particular candidates. I would use it for this reason only, not because race is itself an index of merit and in spite of its culturally constructed character and the arbitrariness involved in using it as a predictor of the traits of any particular individual. My argument is thus addressed to only one of the multiple forms of group subordination, though it could be extended to gender, sexual preference, social class, and ethnicity within the white community. The political argument includes the idea that minority communities can't compete effectively for wealth and power without intelligentsias that produce the kinds of knowledge, especially political or ideological knowledge, that will help them get what they want. To do this, they need or at least could use some number of legal academic jobs. It also includes the idea that cultural diversity and cultural development are good in themselves, even when they do not lead to increased power for subordinated communities in markets and political systems. The political case is complicated by the fact that when law faculties distribute jobs in legal academia, they do more than distribute wealth and the power to participate in politics through the production of ideology. They also distribute power to influence who will participate in the future, because those they choose will vote on those decisions. In deciding who to hire or promote according to colorblind criteria, law faculties make culturally and ideologically contingent judgments about what candidates are most promising or deserving, and about who should make these very judgments in the future. Given the ideological and cultural character of these choices, and their limited but significant a cultural pluralist case for affirmative action in legal academia. Political impact: white males have no more business monopolizing the process of distributing the benefits than they have monopolizing the benefits themselves. It would seem to me a problem, requiring trade-offs, if the implementation of this view would be unfair to individual whites excluded from teaching jobs, or if it would lead to a decline in the quality of legal scholarship. But I believe that massive affirmative action would not be unfair to excluded whites, and that it would improve the quality of legal scholarship as I assess it. It would also, I think, have a beneficial effect on the quality of life by undermining the fetishistic, neurotic, and just plain irrational attitude towards standards and merit-based entitlement that prevails in legal academia. B. Affirmative action and white entitlements. Suppose a law faculty adopts this version of affirmative action because it hopes to improve the quality of legal academic work, as well as because it is politically more just. When the faculty prefers a minority job applicant over a white, even though the present system would give the job to the white, it does so in part because it thinks that in the long run this approach will improve scholarship and teaching. We are treating race as a credential, as a proxy for culture and community, because we anticipate terrific work from some of these applicants, work that we don't think we can get from the whites they are favored over. The reason we don't expect it from them is that we believe that work from authors with ties to subordinated communities is likely to have different excellent qualities than work from inside the dominant community. Are the excluded whites entitled to prevent this improvement in scholarship? I would say they are not. Even if all the colorblind criteria of academic promise that we can think of favor a white candidate, he or she lacks something we want in some substantial number of those we will hire. He or she has less promise of doing work with the particular strengths likely to derive from connection to a subordinated cultural community. The white male law teaching applicant whose resume and interviews would get him the job, were it not for affirmative action, has indeed accomplished something and will not be rewarded for it with the job. Yet if he understands in advance that the terms of the competition are such that he is competing against other white males for a limited number of slots which a politically just system makes available to people who have had his advantages, then I don't think he has any reason to complain when a job he would have gotten under a different, less just, system goes to a minority applicant. However, the excluded white candidates do not have as strong a claim as assumed above. First, those who win out in the existing system have no claim to be the best, even according to the color-blind criteria, because the underlying systems of race and class as well as the system of testing exclude so many potential competitors from the very beginning. The competition in which our teaching applicants and tenure candidates win out is restricted, with only a tiny number of notable exceptions, to people born within a certain race-class distance of those positions. At every step, the differences in educational resources and the testing process screen out millions of people who might be able to do the job of law professor better than those who end up getting it. As against those excluded from the competition by race and class as well as the vagaries of the testing system, those who win out have only a very limited claim of entitlement. Second, the standards that law schools apply in hiring assistant professors and promoting them to tenure are at best very rough proxies for accomplishment as we assess it after the fact. People who get good grades and have prestigious clerkships often turn out to be duds as legal scholars and teachers, by the standards of those who appointed them. People with less impressive resumes often turn out to be terrific scholars and teachers. People who get tenure on the basis of an article that looks good to the tenure committee, and those of the faculty who read it, often never produce anything of comparable quality again. Entitlements based on these rough proxies are worthy of only limited respect. The white males who would be displaced to make way for large numbers of minority scholars would be hurt, but not in a way that would be unfair, given the importance of the goals to be achieved. Third, law school faculties apply a pedestrian, often Philistine cultural standard in judging white male resumes, interviews, and presentations at the entry level, and white male teaching and tenure work at the promotion level. They administer this pedestrian, Philistine standard with an unconscious but unmistakable moderate conservative to moderate liberal bias. They serve it up, moreover, with a powerful seasoning of old boyism and arbitrary clique preference as between white males. This doesn't mean a more pluralist academy would necessarily do better or produce more political diversity. It does mean for me that there is an element of laughable exaggeration in the claims often made for the meritocratic purity of existing arrangements. The people who would win out in this system were it not for affirmative action have weak claims of unfairness, because they are not so wonderful, even by comparison with other white males, that they can regard themselves as innocent victims. There is no trade-off between racial justice and legal academic quality. Indeed, both goals point in the same direction. There is no claim of entitlement against these goals even for candidates who are plausibly the best by every color-blind criterion. The actual candidates likely to be rejected have claims weakened by exclusion of competitors, especially competitors from the groups that would gain by affirmative action. Their claims are further weakened by the fact that their accomplishments are mere proxies for legal academic merit, and by the low cultural quality and arbitrary subjectivism of the screening system that would otherwise have delivered them the goods. This proposal obviously contemplates race-conscious decision-making as a routine, non-deviant mode, a more or less permanent norm in distributing legal academic jobs. A racial distinctiveness theory actually, cultural distinctiveness combined with race-conscious decision-making is assimilated into our conception of meritocracy, which is just what Kennedy's article urges us to avoid at all costs. The position is problematic as well as controversial, because it relies on the idea of cultural subordination, rather than on the more familiar fundamentalist ideas of prejudice and discrimination. The cultural subordination thesis. The issue is whether there is enough cultural distinctiveness, and enough subordination and exclusion, that we must treat representation in academia as a political question, and that we can expect major intellectual gains from doing so. The argument thus far has been largely hypothetical. Even if one accepted the value of the notions of culture and ideology, one might deny that, in the actual conditions of the United States in 1990, cultural and ideological differences are significant. Or one might merely deny that they are large enough that we need to structure law schools so as to take them into account. The cultural pluralist position, to the contrary, rests on a whole complex of ideas about American society. I am going to introduce them in highly schematic form. Together they define a variant of the nationalist ideology. A. Premises of cultural pluralism. Groups exist in a sense that goes beyond individuals with similar traits. People act together, in the strong sense of working out common goals and then engaging in a cooperative process of trying to achieve them. Just as important, they engage in discussion and mutual criticism both about the goals and about what group members are doing, or not doing, to achieve them. This is true of small task-oriented groups, for example, family members getting the car packed for a trip, and also of large, diffuse groups, such as the black community or a law faculty. An important human reality is the experience of defining oneself as a member of a group in this strong sense of sharing goals and a discursive practice. Another important experience is a cultural pluralist case for affirmative action in legal academia. Being treated by others as a group member. One's interlocutor interprets what one says and does as derived from a shared project. We all constantly identify groups and their members, assuming that we need to do so in order to understand other people and to predict what they will do. Communities are more than mere statistical groupings of individuals with particular traits but less than self-organized groups. Membership presupposes interaction, but the interaction may be sporadic, routine, alienated. A community is a historically specific collection of people with a common past, and a future that will take place on the basis of what has gone before. That basis can be reinterpreted but not obliterated. We are stuck, at any given moment, in the communities we started or ended in, and that is never just where. Wherever it is both more inert than a self-organized group and less demanding. The crucial idea is that communities are made up of living individuals but have an element of trans-individual stability and particularity. To be a member is to be situated, and you can be situated only in one or two places at a time. Membership is limiting as well as empowering. Communities have cultures. This means that individuals have traits that are neither genetically determined nor voluntarily chosen, rather, they are consciously and unconsciously taught through community life. Community life forms customs and habits, capacities to produce linguistic and other performances, and individual understandings of good and bad, true and false, worthy and unworthy. Culture is first of all a product of community. People living in different groups possess different understandings of value as well as exhibiting different capacities and behavior traits, kinship, cooking, dress. As I am using the term culture, though, it is a characteristic of an individual as well. You can break all your ties to a community yet remain a person with that community's cultural identity. A large part of the population of the United States lives in racial and ethnic communities that have a measure of cultural distinctiveness. The distinctiveness comes in part from the origins in Africa, Asia, Europe, and Latin America of the different groups that live here. However, the cultures of particular communities have been dramatically transformed by the experience of immigration, forced transportation, or annexation, as well as by the heterogeneous cultural life of this country. Each group has combined its culture of origin with its peculiar circumstances in the United States to produce a distinct set of behaviors, attitudes, beliefs, and values. The racial and ethnic communities of the United States are in constant contact with one another. This contact is asymmetrical. There is a dominant cultural community that is less influenced by, and less conscious of, the subordinated groups than they are influenced by, and conscious of, it. As a result, it is hard to identify any aspect of the cultures of subordinated groups that might be relevant to academic production which has not been influenced by contact with the dominant culture. The boundaries of cultural communities are blurred by the presence of large numbers of people who can trace their family history back into a subordinated community, but who now regard themselves, and are regarded by others, as situated in a culturally intermediate space or as assimilated to the dominant culture. There are millions of people for whom the authenticity of having always belonged to a relatively homogeneous community with an unself-consciously shared ethos is simply impossible. Most of those likely to benefit by a program of culturally conscious distribution of academic power and opportunity come from these intermediate, multicultural positions. The existence of this group may make it more likely that we could actually succeed in implementing cultural diversity. Though communities are different in ways that are best understood through the non-hierarchical, neutral idea of culture, some groups do things one way, value one set of things, while other groups do it in different ways. Some differences are not like that. Americans pursue their collective and individual projects in a situation of group domination and group subordination. By this I mean that we can compare how well different groups have done with regard to income, housing, health, education, local and national political power, and access to cultural resources. The groups are not so different that they define these things in radically different ways, or that some groups are just not interested in them. With respect to these common measures of equality and inequality, we all recognize that some groups are enormously better off than others. The experiences of youth within a particular community or on the border between communities equip individuals with resources for competition in markets and bureaucracies. Different communities have different access to wealth and power with which to endow their members. The rules of competition in markets and bureaucracies are structured in ways, both formal and informal, that benefit people from different communities regardless of the resources they bring as individuals to the competition. Some of these advantages are overtly or covertly correlated to the community membership of the people competing. Historically, the white community imposed systematic race-based discrimination, outright job and housing segregation, and rules that excluded racial minorities and women from directly exercising political power. In the current situation, particular cultural groups control or dominate some markets and bureaucracies, and these groups exercise the enormous range of discretionary choice which is inevitable in ways that favor dominant over subordinated communities. Racial and gender discrimination still direct the flow of opportunities and thereby affect the shares groups achieve. The notions of domination and subordination are meant to indicate that we cannot understand social phenomena through a model in which everyone in the society has innate or individual qualities and individual preferences they bring into a neutrally structured competitive process that correlates their rewards with their social contributions. There are patterns to the characteristics of the individual society produces. They are identifiably members of the particular communities they grew up in, and their fortunes depend on that fact. Differences of fortune result from themselves in a circular process. To speak of domination is to say that the group and individual exercise of power given by resources occurs in a competitive struggle in which better-off communities manage over time to reproduce their advantage by winning enough in each game to reconstitute their stakes. Even the rules of the game are produced by the game, in the sense that power to compete is also power to modify the rules. The dominant communities are those with the most resources and rewards, those which manage to influence the rules defining the game to their advantage, and those which, over time, manage to reproduce or improve their top-dog position through competitive struggle. The game is cooperative as well as competitive. In order to be rewarded, members of different communities have to cooperate across ethnic lines in producing goods and services. There are all kinds of influences and concrete alliances formed, and there are areas and moments when community identity is for the most part submerged in the collective aspects of tasks. Within the communities, there are divisions that are best understood in class terms, and other cross-cutting divisions that represent the community's participation in national life, region, gender, religion, and so on. Power and resistance to power pervade the structure. Though there is a self-conscious ruling class at the top of this structure, neither the class nor the structure fully controls the outcomes and impacts of the game on the communities whose members play it. All the players are functions of the game, and the game is a function of the players. There is no outside position. Communities themselves change internally and through collision with other communities, but the process involves as much fate, drift, and chance mutation to it as it does mechanical necessity or self-organized group wool. Communities can disperse or assimilate and then reform, and they can die out or be killed. American racial and ethnic communities have intelligentsias, linked in overlapping patterns to a national intelligentsia and to each other. By an intelligentsia, I mean a knowledge class working in education, the arts, social work, the law, religion, the media, therapy, consulting, and myriad spin-offs such as charitable founda. A cultural pluralist case for affirmative action in legal academia. For-profit research ventures, and the like. Intelligentsia members perform multiple functions beyond their formal job descriptions. In self-organizing groups or individually, some of them work at defining their community's identity, its cultural distinctiveness, or lack thereof, its interests in both competition and cooperation with other communities, and its possible strategies. National, racial, and ethnic intelligentsias are internally divided along ideological lines. One national ideological axis runs from radical to liberal to moderate to conservative to right-wing, another runs from traditional to modern to postmodern, yet another from science to social science to humanities to arts. There are also a wide range of ideological debates within particular intelligentsias, for example about their relationship to the national community. An ideology, in the sense in which I am using it, is a set of contested ideas which provides a partisan interpretation, descriptive and normative, of a field of social conflict. The social conflict could be between capital and labor, farmers and banks, men and women, gays and straights, north and south, native-born and foreign-born, export industries and import industries, and so on. The concepts that describe and justify the positions of the conflicting groups can be drawn from almost anywhere, from philosophy to economics to religion to biology. Within the fields that we use ideologically, complex systems of contested ideas both reflect and influence social conflict. Ideologists choose their ideas, in the sense that there is no consensus either in their favor or against them. Many people may think a particular system is objectively right and many others that it is objectively wrong, or it may be seen as posing a question that one can resolve only by a leap of faith. The most basic critique of the ideologist is that she has chosen her ideas to fit her partisan allegiance, and therefore lacks allegiance to truth. In the conception of ideology I am using, this must always be recognized as a possibility. People do sometimes distort their intellectual work to serve causes or interests they adhere to. At the same time, though, we have to recognize that where there is social conflict and contested interpretations of that conflict, there is no intellectual space outside of ideology. Intelligentsia virtue consists not in objectivity or neutrality, which are impossible once there is ideological division, but in the attempt to empower an audience to judge for itself. It follows, then, that being an ideologist doesn't mean being closed-minded, or uninterested in questioning fundamental assumptions, or being blind to evidence that contradicts those assumptions. In this sense of the term, one is in the position of the ideologist just by virtue of having, at any given moment, made choices between contested views which influence the intellectual work one does, and are influenced by it. Moderates are ideologists because, when they call themselves that, they implicitly appeal to a controversial critique of ideologues. This is the ideology of moderation. Members of minority intelligentsias are linked to their cultural communities in various ways, and divided from them as well, usually by social class, income, intelligentsia interests, and links to the national intelligentsia and culture which are different from those of the masses. A basic ideological conflict is over how to describe and evaluate the courses of conduct that intelligentsia members adopt in this situation. There are ideologies of assimilation and of authenticity, of group accommodation and of group resistance, of individual self-realization and of collective obligation, and so forth. The existence of ethnic intelligentsias, their size, and the power they produce for communities all depend on access to resources, as does their ability to contribute to national intellectual political life. One index of a community's cultural subordination is its dependence on others to produce knowledge in areas where it would seem, at least superficially, that community interests will be affected by what that knowledge is. Another is the inability of its intelligentsia to influence the national intelligentsia and, indirectly, the American mass culture audience on issues of importance to the community. The above definition of cultural subordination is patently ideological. The conceptual scheme proposed is only one of many available to describe and judge the status of an intelligentsia, and within each scheme there is a well-developed critique of its rivals. b. What might be gained through large-scale affirmative action? Against this background, I would deny the existence of a black point of view or a black voice in any essentialist, or racialist, sense. Yet that doesn't answer the particular questions that are relevant to the political and cultural arguments for large-scale affirmative action. The first of these is whether minority communities would get, from a much larger minority legal intelligentsia, a scholarly output that would better serve their diverse political, social, and economic interests than does what they get from an overwhelmingly white legal intelligentsia. The second is whether the legal academic community as a whole would get a more valuable total corpus of scholarship. I see two likely changes in this regard. A much larger minority intelligentsia should produce more scholarship about the legal issues that have impact on minority communities. The subject matter of scholarship is determined at present by the unregulated interest of academics. What we decide to write about just flows naturally from our backgrounds, education, and individual peculiarities. I think it is obvious that some significant proportion of minority intellectuals would be led in this way to write about minority legal issues. The precedent for this is the creation of modern civil rights law by black lawyers who devised the litigation strategy of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. It would be far-fetched to argue that the race of these lawyers was irrelevant to their choice of subject matter, or that the black civil rights cause would have evolved in the same way had all the lawyers involved been white. Along with more scholarship on minority issues, there should be more scholarship on the implications for minorities of any issue currently under debate. In other words, Hispanic scholars working on the purest of corporate law cases within the most unquestionably Anglo-scholarly paradigm are still, I think, more likely than white scholars to devote, over the long run, some time to thinking about the implications of law in their chosen technical area for the Hispanic communities. The second anticipated change is crucial to my argument. Along with a quantitative change in the focus of scholarship, it seems likely that an increase in minority scholarship would change the framework of ideological conflict within which discussions of the issues involving race, and other subjects, take place. I do not mean to say that there is a black, or other minority, ideology. Rather, the point is that there are historic, already established debates within the minority intelligentsias that are obviously relevant to law, but they have been largely absent from legal scholarship. Here are some examples of debates in the black intellectual community that have only begun to get played out and transformed in law, between nationalists and integrationists, registered between progressives and conservatives, between those who see current racism as a more or less important determinant of current black social conditions, degree, and between black feminists and traditionalists. The nationalist versus integrationist and gender debates are now for the first time beginning to get a hearing as a result of the presence of more minorities in the legal academy. There are similar debates in the other minority communities. There is nothing that precludes white scholars from making the contributions anticipated from scholars of color. An outsider may learn about a culture and its debates and produce work about or even within them that is better than anything an insider has produced. There are advantages as well as disadvantages to outsider status, and everyone in a multicultural society is simultaneously inside and outside. There is nothing to guarantee that minority scholars will choose or be able to make those contributions. They may squander their resources, or decide to do work that is indistinguishable in subject matter and approach from that of white scholars. However, their track a cultural pluralist case for affirmative action in legal academia record, with and without affirmative action, has been good enough, easily, even as tokens, to sustain a prediction of excellence to come. See the political case 1 and the context of cultural subordination through scholarship focusing on their own concerns and through ideological debate played out in the legal arena. Minority communities, through their intelligentsias, develop themselves internally, assimilate for their own purposes the resources of the culture at large, and build power for the competitive struggle with other groups. The power to create this kind of knowledge is political power, thus, it should be shared by all groups within the community affected. This argument has two levels. First, both the choice and the application of academic standards have strikingly contingent cultural and ideological dimensions. Law faculties distribute political resources, jobs, through a process that is political in fact if not in name. One group, white males of the dominant culture, largely monopolizes this distribution process, and, perhaps not so surprisingly, also largely monopolizes the benefits, jobs. This outcome is politically illegitimate. Second, supposing that you disagree with what I have just said, and you believe that standards are and should be apolitical, your position is itself ideological. Law faculties shouldn't make the ideological choice between colorblind meritocracy and some form of race-conscious power sharing without a substantial participation of minorities in making the decision. Cultural and ideological dimensions of academic standards. There are different questions we ask when assessing an academic work. There is the question of truth or falsity, understood to be a question susceptible of answers that, when argued out, will produce a broad consensus. Then there are questions of originality and questions of interest or value. My experience has been that work in law, like, I assume, some work in physics, is some 169 times wrong or untrue in a quite strong sense. I am convinced that when the error is pointed out just about everyone will agree that it was an error. I don't think the kinds of cultural differences that can plausibly be asserted to characterize American society have much impact on these judgments. This is sometimes true as well of questions of originality, interest, and value. Judgments of originality are obviously more contested. And judgments of whether the problem addressed was interesting or valuable seem to me very strongly influenced by the politics of academic life. Different people in a field often have very different ideas about which true, original work is interesting. Though the judges have a strong sense that they know what they mean by interest, and that they are not making merely subjective judgments, they also concede that the standard is difficult to apply. More important for our purposes, they will generally concede that interest or value can be judged only by reference to a particular research tradition or scholarly paradigm, usually one among many that might have won dominance in the field. Yet conclusions at the level of what is valuable or interesting are very often dispositive in deciding which of two articles is better. Once we acknowledge the possible existence of different research traditions, or collective scholarly projects, we have to acknowledge that the white male occupants of faculty positions have more than the power to decide which performances are better. They have also had the power to create the traditions or projects within which they will make these judgments. It seems obvious that these traditions or projects are culturally and ideologically specific products. The projects themselves, as well as the judgments of originality, interest, and value they ground, not the narrow judgments of truth and falsity, would almost certainly change if people of excluded cultures and excluded ideologies were allocated power and opportunity to create research traditions and scholarly projects of their own, or to participate in those ongoing. If this were done, there would be a gradual re-evaluation of existing legal scholarship. Some currently low-ranked work would gain esteem, and some high-ranked work would lose it. There are no meta-criteria of merit that determine which among culturally and ideologically specific research traditions or scholarly paradigms is better or truer. Judgments of merit are inevitably culturally and ideologically contingent because they are inevitably paradigm-dependent. The fundamentalist has to deal with the claim that choices to allocate scholarly opportunity are grounded in power, rather than merit, and function to reproduce the very distribution of power they reflect. The power is that of white, mainly male academics, mainly of moderate ideology, to impose their standards. They hold, and have held for many generations, the positions to which society has allocated authority to distribute this kind of opportunity. And they have distributed it to themselves. As with the cultural case, there is nothing to guarantee that a larger minority legal intelligentsia would use the resources of law schools in ways that I would find politically constructive. More jobs might just widen the gap between scholars of color and their communities, and the hiring process might select those least likely, for class and ideological reasons, to pursue the project of empowerment. If that happened, those for whom empowerment is the goal would have to think of something else. For do race-based criteria of scholarly judgment derogate individuality? His section turns to Randall Kennedy's claim that race-conscious decision-making derogates from individuality. This argument is typical of fundamentalist thinking as it might apply to a culturally and politically based affirmative action program. As noted above, Kennedy is sympathetic to affirmative action, though on other grounds. Kennedy's article makes the familiar argument that racial categorization is dangerous per se, because it can be and is used for racist purposes. I recognize that this is a danger, but I think its degree has to be assessed case by case. In most situations, it is easy to distinguish between racist and anti-racist use of racial categories. Facially neutral categories can accomplish almost anything a confirmed racist would want. Whether we do better on balance by using race explicitly in institutional decision-making or by finding other ways to achieve racial objectives isn't a question to which we will ever find a decisive empirical answer. I advocate pervasive use of race-conscious decision-making because I don't think we can deal with the problem of subordination without confronting it directly, or that we can fully achieve the value of cultural pluralism without self-consciously designing our institutions with that in mind. I don't think Kennedy's contrary position is just a matter of a different empirical intuitive assessment of the probabilities of misuse or socially destructive application. Rather, it is tied to the general fundamentalist conception of prejudice and discrimination as subspecies of the evil of stereotyping. The intense fundamentalist preoccupation with stereotyping is, in turn, closely tied to what strikes me as the fetishizing of individual merit. In Kennedy's article, there are a few paragraphs about the bad consequences of racial classification, but the theme that pervades the whole article is that racial generalizations, whether positive or negative, derogate from the individuality of persons insofar as their unique characteristics are submerged in the image of the group to which they are deemed to belong. Derogation from individuality occurs whenever there is a failure to distinguish between the will of the individual and his or her merely social, accidental, ascribed, or inherited characteristics. It occurs equally whenever we fail to distinguish the act of will from the materials, likewise merely given, on which the individual works. Neither one's racial status nor the experience one suffers as a result of that status is capable of translating itself into art, a point applicable as well to scholarship, the art of academicians. An experience is simply inert something that happened. That something only becomes a cultural pluralist case for affirmative action in legal academia. Able in a public way through an act of will, interpretation. 1 degree Kennedy's article is a brief against allowing race-conscious decision-making to be assimilated into our conception of meritocracy because to do so would be unfair to the individual, whether white or black, who is denied recognition of his or her merit in the sense of accomplishment, attainment or achievement. This argument depends on our ability to separate people from their context. As I define the term, merit stands for achieved honor by some standard that is indifferent to the social identity of a given author. Judgments that are colored by social identity are ameritocratic. Social identity gets in the way when we allow our judgment to be distorted by the skin color or ethnic experience of the person in question, and also when we allow personal relationships to influence us. The cultural and ideological aspects of my achievements, accomplishments, attainments, are inseparable, for purposes of others' judgment, from the effects of my individuality or of my will. So there's nothing wrong, nothing derogatory, in judging my work or my promise in a way that is race-conscious and sensitive to my ideological commitments. Of course, the judgment may be incorrect, and it may be prejudiced. Third, the judgment process, whose integrity Kennedy's article wants above all to preserve, is always already corrupted by the ideological and cultural factors he wants to exclude. We avoid this only if we deliberately impoverish and trivialize judgment by excluding those very aspects of individuals and their works which legal academics should care most about. A. Individuality cannot be distinguished from culture and ideology in deciding to hire or promote. It is not unfair to judge the individual on the basis of the social characteristic of connection to a cultural community, because the individual cannot be separated from his or her culture in the way that Kennedy's article requires. The individual simply doesn't exist in that way. It is quite reasonable, and I have no cause to complain, if X71 you expect different things of me, predict different things of me, and make different interpretations and hence different evaluative judgments of what I say, because you know something of my cultural context. It doesn't derogate from my individuality that you do this to me. There just isn't work I do, nor a me you can evaluate or about whom you can make reasonable predictions, that isn't embedded in culture. All I can do in response is to reserve the right to argue when I feel that the stereotypes you apply distort your perceptions of my meaning or my capacity. Second, I wouldn't want my legal scholarship to be evaluated in a color-blind way. Because we do our scholarly work in a context of culturally specific meanings, we are limited as individuals in what we can do and express, even in what we can be understood to say. Yet we are also empowered to do things that are intelligible only because we do them in the particular context. I know that Randy Kennedy is a Black American intellectual writing in 1989, so I get much more out of his article than I could if I had to guess at who had written it and when and where. In an earlier article, on cussing out white liberals, Kennedy described a style of black protest and critiqued it. Racial critiques of legal academia has much the same agenda. I read both articles as written in the cussing out black militants genre, in which a progressive integrationist black author takes black radicals to task. I suspect that I don't pick up on all the subtleties, but because I have a notion that this genre exists, the article has a whole level of coherence for me that it would not otherwise have. An important rhetorical move in cussing is to begin with denunciations of white racism adequate to refute in advance the accusation of Uncle Tomism. Then comes the central pitch: the militants are using unsubstantiated accusations of white racist discrimination and white cultural bias as lame excuses for their own and the minority community's failure to live up to neutral standards of excellence. All the hot but in the end contentless talk about racial identity is just posturing. Writers in this genre typically charge that black militant posturing diverts attention from the real problems of minority performance, and that it lays a spurious claim to special treatment from white institutions, a claim that white liberals are all too willing to accept. That acceptance is condescending, because the liberals won't openly apply to what the militants say the same standards of sensible discourse that they apply among themselves or to their white adversaries. This reflects both white liberal wimpiness and an underlying white racist belief that sloppy militant rhetoric is the best that can be expected from black, and Hispanic and Asian folk. Kennedy's article falls into the trickiest subspecies of this genre, the one that is concerned with the academic study of academia. The basic move in this subgenre is to apply the standards the militants are criticizing to the militants' own critique. Neutral standards of scholarly excellence show that the attack on neutral standards of scholarly excellence lacks scholarly excellence. This type of argument can cut to the quick because of the history of racial stereotyping of minorities as intellectually inferior, and because mainstream post-60s political thought dismisses radical minority intellectuals as hysterical second-raters or racists. I don't think it derogatory to assess Kennedy's article as a performance in this specific genre. The article is more interesting, and also it seems to me better in some ways and worse in others when read as coming from a racial, cultural, and ideological position. The individual who wrote it is more accessible when we understand the literary materials he was working with. The danger is that we will confuse the voice of the genre with the actual author, whose individuality, as I suggested above, is ungraspable. If we confused the person with the genre in this case, it would be difficult to understand how Randy Kennedy could have written the following. In the 40s, 50s, and early 60s, against the backdrop of laws that used racial distinctions to exclude Negroes from opportunities available to white citizens, it seemed that racial subjugation could be overcome by mandating the application of race-blind law. In retrospect, however, it appears that the concept of race blindness was simply a proxy for the fundamental demand that racial subjugation be eradicated. This demand, which matured over time in the face of myriad sorts of opposition, focused upon the condition of racial subjugation. Its target was not only procedures that overtly excluded Negroes on the basis of race, but also the self-perpetuating dynamics of subordination that had survived the demise of American apartheid. The opponents of affirmative action have stripped the historical context from the demand of race-blind law. They have fashioned this demand into a new totem and insist on deference to it no matter what its effects upon the very group the 14th Amendment was created to protect. Because you know that I am a white American intellectual writing in the 90s, there are a million things I can say in this article without saying them, because you will infer them from this cultural context, and there are a million things you will read in which I didn't mean to be there. I see the interdependence, the inseparability of my individuality and my context as inevitable and also as something to be embraced. Likewise my simultaneous limitation and empowerment by the fact of working in a context. My individuality is not derogated when I am judged and when I communicate in a context, though there is bitter with the sweet. The same is true of ideology. b. Rational meritocratic judgment cannot be culturally and ideologically neutral. The flip side is that there is no evaluation aimed at getting at what I value in my own work which won't be contingent on your cultural identity. What I am trying to achieve in my work is a contribution to a cultural situation in which I am implicated and culturally specific. This is equally true of the people whose judgment I most value. If I can't be judged outside of my context, they can't judge me outside of their context. This means that no matter how favorable the judgment, I can't take it as objective. Yet it also means I can criticize critiques and reject their condemnation as distorted. I don't have to claim or to abandon either universality or context dependence. I can switch back and forth between the two perspectives. A cultural pluralist case for affirmative action in legal academia. Though without any meta-level assurance that I'm ever getting it right. All of the above applies to my ideological as well as to my cultural context. There are a million misunderstandings, based on racial, ideological, national, and temporal stereotypes, to which Randy Kennedy and I are subject because you read us in this context. And because you know what you know of the context, there are good readings of our texts that you may discern against our will. There is nothing we can do about this, except argue on our own behalf. The argument may involve racism. I see racism as more than inaccurate stereotyping. It is neurotic in the same sense that the fetishizing of merit is, it is insisting on the stereotype's truth because you want or need it to be true, in the face of evidence that the group or a particular member is completely different from what you expected. The racist, whether white or black, won't let you be other than what he or she wants you to be, and that is something bad. However, if you accept that you have a cultural identity, the attack on it can't be dismissed as just irrational, in the way it could if all cultural communities were the same, or if the differences between them made no difference. It might be true that the racist is making a correct negative judgment about something that really is a part of you, but that there is little or nothing you can do about, or it might be true because cultural communities are different, and you have characteristics that are derived from your cultural community. The hatred you encounter is wrong or crazy, as hatred, but there might be, somewhere mixed in with it, a valid negative judgment of your group identity. If you don't think that's so, then even after you have rejected and condemned the crazy hatred dimension, you have to defend the communal aspect of your being on the merits. Against this background, it seems to me legitimate and useful for Richard Delgado to attempt an explicitly race-conscious assessment of the white liberal constitutional law scholarship of the 70s and 80s. Scholars should evaluate other scholars as individuals, without prejudgment, no matter what their hue, registered as Kennedy's article suggests, in the sense of avoiding stereotyping like the plague, but Kennedy's article urges us, somewhat ambiguously, to keep racial generalizations in their place, including those that are largely accurate. I don't agree with this if it means that we can't try to figure out whether, for example, a distaste for the reparations argument for affirmative action is a characteristic trait of a particular white liberal mode of constitutional law analysis. I see nothing wrong with trying to connect such a trait to the unconscious motives of white liberal scholars as a culturally and ideologically distinct group, or with condemning it as a defect. It is, for me, not a question of the legitimacy of a type of analysis but of the plausibility of a particular interpretation. In short, it is legitimate for Delgado to argue for a linkage of white scholars' racial background to the qualities in their work that he perceives as shortcomings, degree so long as he makes his case. Kennedy's article poses a false alternative. The point is that distance or nearness to a given subject, outsiderness or insiderness, are simply social conditions. They provide opportunities that intellectuals are free to use or squander, but they do not in themselves determine the intellectual quality of scholarly productions. That depends on what a particular scholar makes of his or her materials, regardless of his or her social position. Point 7. Cultural and ideological situations are neither simply social conditions, in the sense of inert matter, nor attributes that determine intellectual quality. They are betwixt and between, they are formative rather than inert or determining. And this is the premise of Kennedy's own article, the first section of which is the cultural context of racial critiques. In that section, the article argues that the racial critiques share an intellectual kinship with several well-known and influential intellectual traditions. We learn that we can't understand the racial critiques except in the context of the ongoing effort by intellectuals of color to control the public image of minority groups. In the sections entitled, "The Racial Exclusion Claim as a Form of Politics and the Politics of Publicity," Kennedy's article assesses the arguments of Bell, Delgado, and Matsuda as the arguments of scholars of color. Their claims have an outer facet addressed principally to whites and an inner facet addressed principally to minorities. He then proceeds to analyze the bad motives, guilt-tripping white liberals and cheerleading for minorities, behind their arguments in a way that seems indistinguishable from what Delgado did with the white liberal constitutional law scholars. His attribution of motives is a complex inference from their texts, but also from his knowledge that they are scholars of color who are writing in the radical intellectual tradition he has identified and pursuing a particular political, ideological, project. Imagine that Kennedy's article shows up in the file of Professor Bell, Matsuda, or Delgado when one of them is being considered for a lateral appointment. The article would certainly be read as an assessment of the merit of their scholarship, but hardly as applying a standard that is indifferent to the social identity of a given author. Wouldn't it, using Kennedy's criterion, derogate from their individuality insofar as their unique characteristics are submerged in the image of the group to which they are deemed to belong? Indeed, one might argue that the article stereotypes them as militants of color in order to cuss them out for the sins of the Black Panthers and the black sociology movement of the 60s. Of course, it is not unimaginable that any of the racial critique articles could have been written by a white. In that case, it seems likely that Kennedy's article would have leveled many of the same criticisms against the white author, but omitted some and added others. Kennedy's article asserts that some observers do not have much confidence in the abilities, or perhaps even the capacities, of minority intellectuals. They lack the sense that those with whom they disagree are their intellectual equals. If Bell, Matsuda, or Delgado were white, Kennedy might critique the merit of their discussions of minority scholarship through the observation that sometimes observers display their low-aired expectations by more generously praising work by minorities than they would praise similar work by whites. My point is not to censure Kennedy's article for race-conscious assessment of merit, it is, rather, that if one wants to take work like theirs seriously, as he does, it just is not possible to make the rigid separation he proposes between the author's merely accidental or inherited aspects and their will or achievement as individuals. Kennedy is wrong to claim that the cultural background, race, and ideological affiliations of an author have nothing to do with the intellectual characteristics of the subject being judged. Asterisk. Since it is legal scholarship and law teaching that is in question, culture and ideology, mediated through intellectual paradigms and research projects, permeate the subject being judged. It is about how our culturally diverse and ideologically divided society should be organized. We can achieve colorblind neutrality and ideological neutrality only if we refuse to assess these aspects. Kennedy's article proposes, his own practice to the contrary notwithstanding, to judge the work without considering its subject and purpose. This is an evasion of politics. 73. V. Conclusion. F. There is a conceptual theme to this article, it is that of positionality, or situatedness. The individual in his or her culture, the individual as a practitioner of an ideology, the individual in relation to his or her own neurotic structures, is always somewhere, has always just been somewhere else, and is empowered and limited by being in that spot on the way from some other spot. Communities are like that too, though in a complicated way. One of the things that defines a community's position, its situation, and the specific possibilities that go with it is its history of collective accomplishment. Another is its history of crimes against humanity. It seems unlikely that there are communities without such histories. The crime of slavery is deep in the past of white America. Ever since slavery, though, in A Cultural Pluralist Case for Affirmative Action in Legal Academia 175. Each succeeding decade after the Emancipation Proclamation, we have added new crimes until it sometimes seems that the weight of commission and omission lies so heavily on non-white America that there just isn't anything that anyone can do about it. All anyone can hope is to be out of the way of the whirlwind, both the big one and all the little ones played out in day-to-day life. The bad history also creates opportunities that other communities don't have, or have in different ways. It would be quite something to build a multicultural society on the basis of what has happened here, where we have neither a consensual foundation in history nor a myth of human benevolence to make it all seem natural. An American multicultural society will arise out of guilt, anger, mistrust, cynicism, bitter conflict, and a great deal of confusion and contradiction if it arises at all, and it would be, to my mind, the more wonderful for it. Of course, the specific proposal put forth above, for a kind of cultural proportional representation in the exercise of ideological power through legal academia, would be a very small step in that direction. As is true of any very specific proposal that can be implemented right now by small numbers of people holding local power, it is a drop in the bucket. However, the minute we imagine it as a government policy applied in a consistent way across the whole range of situations to which it is arguably applicable, it loses most of its appeal. First, none of us local power holders could do much to bring it about, and, second, taking the proposal seriously as state policy might lead to all kinds of disastrous unintended side effects. This has been a proposal for drops in the bucket, not for the reorganization of state power. If it made a trivial contribution at vast social cost, we could abandon it as we adopted it, faculty by faculty, decision by decision. If it worked, the kerplunk of drops falling in nearby empty buckets might cause others to prick up their ears. In any case, legal academics can and should exercise their power to govern themselves in accordance with the ideals of democracy and intellectual integrity ideals. That white supremacy compromises all around us. The Mishpi Indian Case. Translating Yanandio by Precedent and Evidence, the Mishpi Indian Case. Gerald Torres and Catherine Milun. ILA Song, a poem of itself, the word itself a dirge, amid the wilds, the rocks, the storm, and wintry night, to me such misty, strange tableaus the syllables calling up. Walt Whitman, Yanandio. When Walt Whitman wrote his poem Yanandio for the collection Leaves of Grass, he added the following parenthetical explanation under the title: the sense of the word is lament for the